Bayou traveled to another magical continent and became a lord, which should be the dream of every player. However, her star was different from that of an ordinary person. The soldiers she obtained randomly were the undead, a race that had long been despised and feared. What is even more surprising is that her identity is not just a lord, but an existence worshipped by the entire undead race, the Queen of the Undead. Now that I have become the Queen of the Undead, let the entire world remember my name. At this moment, the legend of the undead began with her, and she joined the endless battle with monsters. In the previous story, Lung Jie and Bayou successfully defeated the powerful werewolf monster and frost wolf. As Bayou looked at the dead werewolf monster, even greater surprises and challenges appeared. Hey everyone, this video is part 2 of the series In Another World. I gained an infinite troop spawning system and built a 10 million undead army. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now, I will explain the new story for you starting from Chapter 91. Chapter 91, Entering the Cave. Bayou looked at the dead frost wolf in front of him, frowned slightly, and fell in a thought. Should it be turned into a bone beast or transformed into an ordinary undead? If you choose a bone beast, it will be strong and durable, but it will definitely lose its original magical ability. But if it is an ordinary undead, the result is more like opening a blind box, and you can't even get powerful soldiers like bone dragons, ghost dragons, or zombie titans as a guarantee. Bayou sighed secretly. He really couldn't hesitate any longer in front of the two lords. He complained in his mind, "You are so ungrateful. A commander-level corpse, even if it is just a pile of shit, is much stronger than an ordinary one. Hurry up and decompose it," Yi Liang urged anxiously, obviously not understanding Bayou's hesitation. Bayou glared at Yi Liang, then summoned a gray magic circle to completely cover the body of the frost wolf. Yi Liang and Lung Jie looked at each other, confused. Was he going to whip the corpse? A strong man actually had such a hobby? However, soon, the two of them widened their eyes in shock. In the gray magic circle, a skinny figure slowly emerged. It was wearing a black robe, holding a staff, and exuding the aura of death. Yi Liang was devastated. "How can I play this game? I want to report cheating." Lung Jie secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the body is left here. As a lord of the second echelon, he knew that some high-level lords had special abilities, but witnessing such summoning techniques with his own eyes still made him deeply feel the huge gap between the two, and he no longer dared to brag about his own strength easily. Bayou was secretly delighted. He actually summoned a Necromancer, which was a pleasant surprise. Originally, she didn't want to easily expose her ability to rush troops, but since the other party helped kill the frost wolf, the spoils could not be wasted. Bayou gave the Necromancer a look, asking it to immediately join the battle and support the rear. The Necromancer understood and waved his staff towards the battlefield. Afterwards, Bayou walked to the body of the frost wolf and clicked the decomposition button on the system interface. The corpse disappeared instantly, and the system prompt popped up. "Congratulations to the Lord for successfully decomposing the commander-level frost wolf corpse and obtaining the frost armor set for 100 elite food, 100 magic crystals, and 3 spirit cores." Seeing the dropped items, Bayou waved his hand to ignite the fire, melt the ice, and took out 2 pieces of equipment. "2 pieces of equipment belong to me, and you can divide the rest." Bayou said this and walked towards the inside of the frost cave. Seeing this, Yi Liang and Lung Jie were afraid that Bayou would get there first, so they quickly distributed the supplies and followed. Bayou held the fireball in one hand to illuminate the cave. After walking a few steps, he came to a 3-way intersection. There are straight passages on the left and right, and a downward slope directly in front of you. The ground is as smooth as a slide. Bayou intuitively judged that there might be treasure underground, so he stepped onto the slide without hesitation and slid down. Lung Jie and Yi Liang looked at each other upon seeing this, and then moved forward separately in tacit understanding, looking for treasures separately. Bayou slid down the slide, and after about 3 minutes, he came to the entrance of an underground space. In front of me was a bunker-like structure. The ground had become smooth stone slabs, and fires were burning in braziers every 5 meters on both sides, illuminating the corridor. It was actually built by humans? Bayou raised his eyebrows, feeling a little excited. There might be unexpected gains hidden here. She jumped down from the hole and walked slowly along the corridor. Suddenly, a ball of blazing flames rushed towards him. Bayou reacted quickly, and the dark barrier opened instantly to block the attack. The flames dissipated, and 2 flame demon wolves appeared before them. There are still some fish that slip through the net? Bayou snorted coldly. The flames in the surrounding braziers instantly turned black and condensed into two fire dragons, which suddenly pounced on the demon wolf. Boom! The demon wolf screamed, was directly swallowed by the black flames, fell to the ground, and turned into ashes. Bayou glanced around the room and found no treasure, so she continued on. She kept moving through the maze-like corridors, encountering several fire wolves and Finri, but she easily dealt with them all. Finally, after passing several forks in the road, Bayou found an unusual staircase. With an idea in mind, she climbed up the stairs and came to a wooden dome door. The brazier beside the door had long been extinguished, and the surroundings seemed dark and eerie. After Bayou lit the brazier, he took a deep breath and kicked the wooden door open. Bang! The wooden door opened, and dust and a foul smell rushed in. Bayou frowned and threw a small fireball for illumination. The firelight illuminated the room, and she saw a stone chair in front of her. On the chair sat a skeleton in armor, its empty eye sockets facing her. Chapter 92, The Dead Human General. Bayou suddenly stopped and stared at the skeleton sitting on the stone chair in front of him. The first thing she thought was the undead, but then she realized that the undead were not a threat to her at all. After getting closer, Bayou could see clearly that it was just a corpse that had been dead for many years. It had rotted away to the point that only dry bones were left. The armor was covered with rust and had long lost its luster. After breathing a sigh of relief, Bayou walked into the house holding the fireball. The thick dust under his feet left obvious footprints, and it was obvious that no living creature had entered this place for many years. Bayou muttered to himself, "Won't the monsters here break in?" Although he was sure that the person was dead, Bayou still approached cautiously to check for hidden mechanisms or traps. However, just as he lifted up the skeleton armor, he unexpectedly found a letter clipped to his chest. "Is there something?" Bayou raised his eyebrows and directly took out the letter. The envelope had turned yellow. The paper was so fragile that it seemed like it would break at the touch, and the writing on it was blurry, but the content was still barely recognizable. Content of the letter: Dear King Gata, your loyal subordinates have been stationed in the snowy mountains for 12 years, but have not yet found the item and have failed to complete their mission. During this period, his subordinates encountered werewolves, goblins from the Goblin Kingdom, and even demons. After I fought with the demon, I was attacked by the frost dragon and unfortunately was seriously injured. I won't live long. My subordinates led the remaining soldiers to hide in the frost cave, but the arrival of the Holy Knights gave me hope. There was a demon spy in the Holy Court, which led to the annihilation of the entire army. It is difficult for the news to be transmitted back to the Empire. Bayou closed the letter, feeling mixed emotions. It was not hard to tell from the words that the Gata Empire was a human power, and the grudges between the Holy Court and the demons seemed complicated. This is no small matter. Bayou thought for a moment, and suddenly an idea struck him, so he put the letter away. Maybe one day, I can use this letter to start a war between several forces. He looked at the skeleton. The armor was engraved with intricate patterns and was exquisitely crafted. It was obvious that he was of a noble status and was most likely a general. "Brother, you've been dead for so many years. Let me make use of your remaining energy," Bayou said to himself, and then took off the armor without hesitation, and noticed that there was a ring on the skeleton's finger. Excited, Bayou began to check the attributes of the equipment. Set name: Fearless Set, Damage State. Level: Commander Level. Effect: Defense increased to Commander Level, non-physical damage reduced by 10%, each attribute plus 10 points. Remarks: Cannot be repaired. Bayou felt a little regretful. This set of equipment was obviously once King level, but it could not be restored because of damage. However, it was still much stronger than ordinary Commander level equipment. Then Bayou looked at the ring on his hand. Equipment name: Space Ring, Unbound. Level: King level. Effect: Built-in 100 cubic meters of space for storing items, not living things. The items in the ring will be automatically destroyed when the holder dies. Bayou's eyes lit up. Isn't this the legendary storage ring? However, the self-destruct function made him frown. It seemed to be set up to prevent the enemy from seizing confidential items. No wonder the letter wasn't put in there. Maybe they were afraid it would self-destruct. Bayou muttered and chose to bind it. The ring instantly shrank, turning into a white female model, and was put on his finger. The size was just right. It doesn't matter if there's no inheritance. At least it will be more convenient to collect things in the future. Bayou comforted himself and put all the materials of the Frost Wolf, the equipment and letters of the skeleton into it, and went into battle lightly. After checking other places in the house, Bayou did not find any more clues, so he left the room and continued to explore deeper into the bunker. Bayou walked for more than 10 minutes, looted some magic crystals and spirit cores, and found that the edge of the bunker began to show signs of ice coverage. He came to a huge cave with an entrance that was 5 meters high. It was much larger than the fire wolf and funri he had encountered before. It was obviously the lair of the frost wolf. There is also an exit leading to the outside of the snow-capped mountains at the upper side of the cave, and the light coming in provides a faint illumination here. Sure enough, the interior of the cave is interconnected. Bayou muttered to himself, looking at the messy scene around him. Magic crystals were scattered in the corners. Rotten meat and bones were piled on the ground, emitting a fishy smell. Bayou frowned. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Looking at this environment, this frost wolf doesn't seem to be very intelligent. However, he quickly rejected this idea. No, it is impossible for a commander-level creature to be completely without intelligence. Perhaps it was affected by some kind of force and became violent and out of control. Chapter 93 Exchange. Bayou's guess was soon verified. A magic book was lying in the corner of the frost wolf's cave. She walked forward, picked up the book, and after opening it, she discovered that it was actually a textbook on intermediate frost magic. Are you crazy? This creature can actually learn magic. Bayou stared at the scarlet eyes of the magic wolf before it died, and couldn't help but marvel at it. This undoubtedly proves that the frost wolf originally possessed intelligence, and that frost magic was not an innate ability, but a skill acquired through learning. It must have been affected by some kind of force, causing it to become violent and mentally deranged. Bayou frowned, feeling vaguely that this might be related to the secret item that the major forces were looking for. She carefully put away the magic book. This was a rare opportunity to improve her strength, and she had to take it away. Then, Bayou searched the entire cave and put away all the useful supplies. The harvest on this trip was not small. Not only a large number of magic crystals and spirit cores, but more importantly, space rings and magic books, which would be of great help in future development. After hiding the things in the ring, Bayou took out 2 pieces of equipment from it, pretended that he had not gained anything, and walked towards the cave entrance holding the equipment. As soon as Bayou reached the entrance of the cave, he saw Long Jie appearing from the other side in a panic. Frozen supplies were floating behind him. His face was charred black, his hair was burned into curls and knots, and he looked like he had been struck by lightning. Puffed. Bayou couldn't help laughing. Can a commander-level lord be burned like this by a small monster? Lung Jie's face turned black because of the laughter, but when he saw that there was nothing behind Bayou, he breathed a sigh of relief and did not refute. He quickly adjusted his mood, forced a smile, and showed his white teeth. Sister, those 2 pieces of frost equipment are of no use to you, right? You won't get a good price even if you put them in the exchange. Why don't we exchange them? Bayou glanced at him and said, Who is your sister? Don't try to get close to me. Can't I wear it myself? Lung Jie took a step closer calmly. Sister, you must not have checked the equipment attributes yet. This suit is not suitable for you. Bayou was a little curious about what he said, and looked down at the equipment panel. Equipment name, Frost Breastplate. Level, Commander Level. Effect, increases own frost magic by 10%, reduces fire magic by 15%, magic power plus 20, each attribute plus 6 points. After reading the description, Bayou suddenly understood. This equipment is indeed very suitable for Lung Jie. It not only enhances the power of frost magic, but also has commander-level defense attributes. But she herself chose the fire route, which would weaken her abilities and make them useless. Looking at Lung Jie's eager look, she suddenly had an idea and fixed her eyes on the iron ingot behind him. What do you want to exchange? Bayou asked deliberately, but his eyes were fixed on the iron ingot. Lung Jie saw through Bayou's intentions at once and was delighted. He quickly asked, How about 1,000 iron ingots? Bayou raised an eyebrow. Only 1,000? These are 2 pieces of equipment and weapons. Then, 2,000? Lung Jie gritted his teeth and asked. He knew that Bayou had no shortage of equipment, and this time he would have to spend a lot of money to get the suit. Bayou's mouth curled up slightly. Deal? Lung Jie breathed a sigh of relief, quickly thawed the supplies, and counted out 2,000 iron ingots. However, he looked at the flames in Bayou's hands and felt a little weak. Sister, why did you take out the weapon? Bayou waved his flaming fingers pretentiously. Oh, we're almost out of the cave. What if there's danger outside? Let's be prepared in advance. Lung Jie said in disbelief. I don't trust you. In the end, The transaction was successfully completed. Bayou put away the iron ingot, and Lung Jie excitedly put on his equipment, feeling a surge of security. Outside the cave, Bayou walked out of the cave and found that the battle outside had already ended. The Necromancer stood in the pile of corpses. The black flame on his staff gradually extinguished, and the surrounding area was filled with fallen monster corpses. TSK Tisk, it's really easy to have a commander-level help. Bayou nodded with satisfaction and stepped forward to continue exploring the new area. Chapter 94. Small Harvest from the Frost Cave. Bayou suddenly remembered that he had not carefully checked the attributes of the commander-level Necromancer. The system displayed Necromancer, skills, ghost form, undead summoning, bone spell. She carefully looked at the skill description. The bone technique could manipulate the bones of corpses to fight, thus enhancing the frontal combat capability. What surprised her even more was that the undead summoning magic of the commander-level Necromancer was obviously more advanced than hers. Bayou could originally only summon 3 basic undead, but the Necromancer could actually summon Undead Knights and Gargoyles. Although the number of summons was still 2, the level of the troops was obviously stronger. At this time, the troops of the 3 lords were still confronting each other in the same place. The vampires and undead army were unharmed, but the number of snow girls brought by Lung Jie was reduced from 8 to 6. Bayou was probably restrained when fighting against the Flame Wolf, and one of them died. The situation was at a stalemate, and no soldier dared to take action first without orders from their master. Bayou looked around. The body of the Fire Wolf on the ground was burnt black, while Finley's body was relatively intact. However, the Necromancer suddenly reported in a low voice, "My lord, Finley has no soul and cannot be summoned." Bayou was startled and frowned slightly. This was the second time she encountered a soulless creature. The last time was the evil tree spirit she found in the swamp. Why is it either dementia or loss of soul? Bayou muttered to himself, feeling vaguely that this might be related to some mysterious power. Although he couldn't summon Finri, Bayou didn't waste resources and directly decomposed the corpse. As a result, a spirit core and a low-end wolf claw equipment dropped, which was much worse than the frost wolf suit. She simply decomposed all the 12 corpses she killed and harvested 12 spirit cores, 30 magic crystals, and 4 commander-level equipment, a rich harvest. After sorting out the spoils, Bayou and Lung Jie prepared to leave, but Yi Liang was still nowhere to be seen. "I'm afraid this guy was injured and is hiding from me." Bayou snorted lightly, without thinking any more, and walked directly to Arthur's back. John also rode on the bone dragon, and even let the bone dragon grab a few flightless undead soldiers, like a tool dragon. At this time, the Necromancer activated the ghost form. His body became translucent, and he slowly followed Bayou away. Before leaving, Bayou looked back at Lung Jie and said with a slight smile, "Pray that we don't meet again next time." Lung Jie smiled awkwardly and waved his hands. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Bayou rode Arthur into the sky. "I hope we don't see each other again. This master is too scary." Not long after, Yu Liang finally walked out of the cave and began to direct the vampires to move supplies and deal with corpses. Seeing this, Lung Jie also turned into ice and snow with the snow girls and left without staying any longer. After flying back to the castle, Bayou poured all the supplies from the ring into the warehouse. The harvest this time was quite rich, and what made her most satisfied was the Frost Magic Book and 2,000 iron ingots. Detected that the Lord has obtained Frost Magic, intermediate level. Do you want to consume 1 magic crystal to learn it? The price has actually increased? Bayou frowned slightly, but quickly clicked to confirm. Learn. The magic book instantly turned into a point of light and disappeared, and a vast amount of knowledge poured into Bayou's mind. Intermediate level magic is a qualitative leap over low-level magic. Low-level magic can only release a few fixed moves, while intermediate level magic allows for independent development and changes. They're completely on a different level. Yes, this magic is worth studying carefully, Bayou said to himself, but his attention was soon attracted by the iron ingots piled up in the warehouse. Although 2,000 iron ingots are not enough to upgrade the castle, they are enough to build 20 defense towers and improve defense capabilities. System display. Building materials. 1 wood, 2 stone, 100 iron ingots, 1 spirit core. The cost of building a defense tower is not high, except for iron ingots. However, Bayou's stone inventory is relatively small, so he must be careful with his budget. Build! As Bayou gave the order, the resources in the warehouse rapidly decreased. 20,000 pieces of wood, 40,000 pieces of stone, 2,000 iron ingots, and 20 spirit cores disappeared in an instant. Bayou stood on the city wall and watched 20 defense towers rising from the ground. The tower is black and gray in color, blending perfectly with the city wall. A spirit core is suspended above it, continuously absorbing energy and emitting a faint glow. Each tower has a commander-level attack power, enough to defend against small-scale attacks. Bayou turned around and looked at the busy undead soldiers on the city wall. With the addition of the new commander-level Necromancer, the summoning efficiency has been greatly improved, and all the corpses can be dealt with tonight. She looked at the resources in the warehouse. There were sufficient reserves of magic crystals and spirit cores to upgrade the barracks, but the wood and stone were running out. Alas, there are never enough resources. Bayou sighed, but he already had a plan in mind. Next, she must further consolidate the territory's defense while strengthening her own combat effectiveness. Chapter 95, The Peasant Unit is here. Bayou opened the exchange and checked the market price. He was so shocked that he almost dropped his jaw. Just as she expected, after the beast tide, a large number of lords were eliminated, while the surviving lords saw a surge in resources and began to rise strongly. Many lords' troops have been promoted to commander level, and with the interconnection of alliance resources, the market circulation speed has become even faster. The price of ordinary equipment plummeted from 10 magic crystals per piece to 5 magic crystals per piece. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue still had more than 20,000 pieces of equipment in their hands, and they suffered a huge loss. Bayou, on the other hand, saw that the commander-level equipment had increased in price due to the surge in demand, skyrocketing from 300 magic crystals to 1,000 magic crystals, and the price of the suit had even doubled. Animal fur, 1 magic crystal piece. Wild boar tusk, 2 magic crystals piece. The forging cost has increased, and the cost of an ordinary equipment has reached 3 magic crystals. The profit has been compressed to 2 magic crystals, which is no longer worth continuing to invest. Bayou decided to exchange more than 1,000 animal furs in the warehouse for magic crystals, but what she mainly lacked was stone. Bayou thought, what can be collected by the undead at the edge of the dark forest, but stone must be obtained by digging. Xiao Lianxue's dwarves lost a number of troops due to the beast tide and temporarily have no manpower to mine. Bayou thought for a moment and decided to sell some commander-level equipment in exchange for stone for backup. At the same time, he would keep an eye on Xiao Lianxue's movements after she upgraded the town. Perhaps he could send troops to assist through the shuttle gate. Bayou stared at the wolf claw weapons, frowning. These equipment are too conspicuous. They will be recognized as soon as they are put on the shelf. She understood that once the secret that the soldiers were undead and could be summoned infinitely was exposed, it would inevitably attract attention from all parties. The wolf claws can't be sold, but no one has ever seen the human general's suit. Bayou looked at this set of equipment for pieces of commander-level equipment, and they were once king-level equipment. Although they could not be repaired, their attributes were much stronger than ordinary commander-level equipment. The minimum should be 6,000 magic crystals, right? She calculated. But it's only 18,000 stones, too little. Let's just go with 30,000 stones. Bayou learned his lesson and sold the suit in parts to prevent certain lords from hesitating and missing out on the suit bonuses, thus forcing them to make quick decisions. In less than 10 seconds, the system reminder sounded. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully obtaining. What the hell? Bayou's eyes widened. He didn't expect that his equipment would be killed instantly. She distributed the remaining wolf claw weapons to Sun Xiao and Xiao Lianxue, and specifically told them not to sell them recklessly to avoid exposing their identities. Bayou said a few perfunctorily and then turned to deal with the real business. Upgrading the barracks. The system displayed. Required to upgrade the barracks. 16 magic crystals, 160 spirit cores. Upgrade. Bayou pressed the confirmation button without hesitation. System reminder. Unlock special fixed unit. Acolyte. Note. 10 acolytes appear every day, do not occupy the summoning quota, and cannot be summoned additionally. Acolyte? The undead have this type of soldier. Bayou frowned, feeling a little bit of anticipation in his heart. At this time, there was a noise coming from the barracks. 10 figures wearing black and gray robes came out, with red decorations on the cuffs and shoulders, black masks on their faces, and a dagger in each hand. They march in step, have a mysterious temperament, and are even more human than necromancers. Greetings, the respected queen. 10 acolytes knelt down in unison, their voices almost indistinguishable from those of humans. Bayou waved his hand. Stand up. She had a vague feeling that these acolytes must have special functions. Otherwise, they would not be specially unlocked in the level 10 barracks. System display. Acolyte. Growth limit. Commander level. Active skill. Shadow. Passive skill. Resource collection shadow. Transform into a shadow and move quickly, but cannot attack. Resource collection. Collection speed plus 20%. And health and stamina? Bayou was surprised to find that these acolytes were not undead, but living creatures. No wonder they can't be strengthened. If they are strengthened, they will die directly. She quickly calmed down. She analyzed it carefully. Shadow transformation was suitable for reconnaissance and infiltration, while accelerated resource collection solved the problem of resource shortage. This was clearly a dual-purpose role of peasant unit plus scout. It seems that they will be the best supply soldiers when there is a shortage of resources in the future. Bayou nodded with satisfaction. Looking back at the warehouse, there were sufficient reserves of magic crystals and spirit cores, but wood and stone were beginning to run out. The construction of 20 defense towers consumed 40,000 stones, and now the reserve needs to be replenished urgently. Bayou looked at the new soldiers in front of him and quickly made a plan in his mind. Send the acolytes to gather resources to alleviate the shortage crisis. She must also optimize the efficiency of summoning troops to ensure the continued growth of troops, and secretly expand the reserve of commander-level troops to guard against potential threats. Oh, this is difficult. Bayou sighed, tightly gripping the magic crystal and spirit core in his hands, preparing to face more severe challenges. Chapter 96 Beast Tide, Rewards Arrived. Are you humans? Bayou stared at the acolyte in front of him, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Your Majesty, we were once human. We later offered our souls to the undead and joined voluntarily. The acolytes answered in unison, their tones respectful. Bayou raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect that these acolytes were actually human. This is a good discovery. The human race is a race that excels at smelting and equipment manufacturing. They are in no way inferior to the dwarves in terms of handicrafts. Especially the refining aspect. If she can make use of it, she will even be able to create exclusive equipment for the undead in the future. But the reality now is that she has neither nor furnace, let alone making equipment. Even smelting has become a problem. Bayou looked around at the acolytes. These people's shadow transformation skills were very practical. Not only were they suitable for reconnaissance, but they were also convenient for escaping when in danger while collecting resources. They could definitely become the main force in future resource mining. She planned silently in her mind. In the future, I can free the skeletons and transfer the acolytes to collect resources. However, the number of acolytes is too small now, so she has to wait for further development. Bayou looked at the remaining resources and decided to upgrade the barracks again. After the upgrade, the barracks did not change much. It only increased the basic level of summoned soldiers, and it still could not summon all the soldiers of the undead. It seems that there are still a few arms that have not been unlocked. Bayou frowned, secretly hoping in his heart. I hope it's not the Destroyer and the Ghoul. She did not continue to invest resources, but saved the remaining materials. I can't empty my family savings. I still have to keep some for backup. After returning to the castle, Lung Jie counted the resources while feeling sorry for the loss of the Snow Girl. However, after putting on the frost suit, his strength increased dramatically, and his confidence also swelled. A level 1 commander fighting a level 2 commander? Lung Jie gestured proudly in front of the mirror. So easy. Vampire Lord? I could do it with one hand. Undead Lord? Forget it, I really can't beat this one. Lung Jie said. He then posted the situation of his encounter with the 2 lords to the Alliance group. Ice Lord, I met 2 lords on the Snowy Mountain. They're definitely top-tier masters. One is a vampire lord, and the other is an undead lord. They can both summon soldiers using special methods. Vine Fairy. Wow, Brother Hombing is so awesome. Did you kill them? Lung Jie almost choked on the water. He certainly couldn't admit that he was almost killed, so he simply skipped the question of the results of the battle. Ice Lord. The 3 of us met in a cave, and the melee awakened the commander-level Frost Wolf. In the end, we teamed up to kill it, and I served as the main output and got the suit. Lord of the Earth, strong. You will definitely be in the first tier next time the rankings are updated. The group chat suddenly became lively, but Lin Jin silently peeked at the screen, as if thinking about something. Lin Jin stared at the chat history and murmured, Undead and vampires? These 2 types of soldiers are naturally immortal, are not affected by terrain, have strong sustained combat capabilities, and are obviously more stable than his current elemental creatures. We have to upgrade the castle as soon as possible. Lin Jun obtained a batch of iron, or by attacking the Goblin transport team. He used volcanic magma directly to smelt the impurities. The flame spirit then took out the iron blocks and used the system to decompose them into iron ingots. With this, Lin Jun successfully upgraded the castle and unlocked the teleportation gate, allowing him to teleport over long distances with his allied lords. However, he soon discovered that he was the only one in the alliance who had upgraded to the town level and was temporarily unable to cooperate with the help of the shuttle gate, which made him feel a little regretful. In the evening, the 10,000 pieces of equipment that Xiao Lianqua's dwarf blacksmiths had rushed to make were finally forged, and Bayou quickly put them on the exchange. Market demand has obviously declined and sales are slow. Bayou can only wait patiently and pray that all the products will be sold out the next day. At the same time, the size of the undead army summoned by Bayou increased dramatically. Under the control of the Necromancer, 7,000 Warcraft corpses were all transformed into undead soldiers, and the number directly increased 4 or 5 times. The number of the undead army reached 20,000, and the densely packed bone soldiers were arranged like an approaching army. The visual impact alone was enough to intimidate ordinary lords. Bayou stood on a high place and looked down at the army, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his heart. This scale can really overwhelm others with its power. But she knew clearly that quantity could not replace quality. If she really encountered a king-level master, 20,000 undead would be just cannon fodder. However, quantitative change will eventually lead to qualitative change. She clenched her fists and encouraged herself secretly. After dealing with the monster corpses, Bayou's resources increased significantly again. 100,000 portions of food, 7,140 magic crystals, 890 spirit cores. As for the furs and ordinary equipment, she simply gave them to Sun Xiao. This guy gave another 200-word thank you speech, but Bayou simply skipped it. There's too much food. Bayou looked at the warehouse worriedly. It's almost bursting. However, she soon realized that other lords also had abundant resources after being baptized by the beast tide, and market competition would only become more intense. As night fell, Bayou sat in the bedroom, watching the countdown of the rankings decrease second by second, and his heart gradually became nervous. The ranking list will be updated within the last minute to determine the final reward list. The system prompts sounded in his ears, and Bayou took a deep breath. I hope you won't let me down this time. Chapter 97 Beast Tide Reward. The countdown entered the last minute. The leaderboard kept flashing, and all the lords stared at the screen, waiting for the final result to be announced. As the flashing stops, the final ranking on the system interface is settled and the countdown returns to 0. Bayou quickly confirmed his position and found that he was still in the first echelon. Sun Xiao still remained in the 5th echelon, while Xiao Lianqua was promoted to the 3rd echelon with the advantage of commanding level troops. Lung Jie was slapped in the face by reality. He had boasted in the alliance group before, saying that he would definitely be in the 1st echelon. However, not only did he not make it in, he was even squeezed out of the front. What embarrassed him most was that his ally, the Lord of the Earth in the Barren Plains, had successfully made it into the 1st echelon. Brothers, I have been promoted to the 1st echelon. The Lord of the Earth couldn't help but show off excitedly in the alliance channel. However, the group was silent. No one replied to him, and everyone was busy checking their rankings and rewards. Lung Jie looked at the screen and almost dug his toes out of the 3-bedroom apartment. He felt so embarrassed that he felt ashamed. 1 minute later, the ranking list completely disappeared. The interface turned gray, and a countdown for the next ranking list refresh was added at the bottom of the system interface. The system prompt sounded, and Bayou's eyes fell on the pop-up message box. Congratulations to the Lord for finally ranking in the 1st tier and receiving the special reward of the Beast Tide. Bloodline Origin Power, Universal. She raised her eyebrows slightly, vaguely guessing that the reward might be similar to the Blackwater Altar, which could enhance one's abilities or even produce some special changes. Receive it. The moment he confirmed receipt, a huge amount of energy instantly surged into his body, which was even stronger than the impact at the Blackwater Altar. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully absorbing the power of the Origin of Blood, Universal, awakening the right eye of the Undead Queen, and permanently increasing all attributes by 15 points, and permanently increasing health and magic points by 10 points. The reminder's sound rang in her ears again, and she closed her eyes, quietly feeling the changes in her body. In addition to the overall enhancement of her attributes, a large number of unfamiliar memories emerged in her mind, making her realize that the changes in her body were far more than just that. She walked to the mirror and looked at her eyes carefully, and found that her right eye had turned from its original blue to scarlet, forming a sharp contrast with her left eye. Bayou frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "It's over, my pupils have changed. I can only wear sunglasses when I go out from now on." She activated the ability of her right eye, and her pupil instantly glowed red. A hexagram magic circle slowly emerged, with two corners flashing with flame and ice crystal symbols, representing the fire and frost magic she had collected respectively. She was somewhat expectant. If all the magic was collected completely, would this hexagram become colorful? She closed her right eye and tried to activate her left eye. A blue light appeared, and a circular magic circle slowly rotated in her pupil. The color changed according to the magic she cast. Darkness was black, summons were gray, viruses were green, and curses were dark purple. When both eyes were opened at the same time, Bayou felt a huge consumption of mental energy, but his vision became exceptionally clear, and he could even see the details of insects crawling in the distance through the darkness. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The light faded and her pupils returned to one blue and one red. The strange colors stood out in the mirror. Bayou sighed softly, turned around, changed his clothes, and prepared to continue summoning soldiers and testing his enhanced magical abilities. When she left the room, her attention returned to the iron ingot resources. The biggest problem now was still the lack of iron ingots, and she had to find a solution as soon as possible. She still didn't know the exact location of Xiao Lianshua's castle, but Bayou had already made up her mind to let Xiao Lianshua upgrade the town as soon as possible and build a shuttle gate so that she could send acolytes to assist in mining and completely solve the problem of resource jam. Standing at the door of the Lord's Hall, she looked up at the sky in the distance. Night had fallen, and the army of undead around the castle stood quietly, like guards in the dark, exuding a silent sense of oppression. She closed her eyes slightly, feeling the magic power surging in her body, and when she opened her eyes again, red and blue lights flickered faintly in the darkness. Time waits for no one, she whispered to herself, turned and walked towards the summoning altar. Bayou rubbed his eyes, looked at his level on the attribute panel, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Sure enough, not only did she level up, but she leveled up twice in one go. "Isn't this too exaggerated?" she muttered in a low voice. All the first-tier lords received the same rewards, which meant that the lords of other tiers would only be left further behind. Not only did he gain the enhancement of his eyes, but he also opened up a bigger gap by upgrading. Bayou's attribute values finally broke through 3 digits. Now she can easily kill the Frost Wolf alone. Of course, the premise is that she fights during the day. She stretched, thought of Xiao Lianshua's situation, and quickly opened the chat interface. "Have you slept?" Xiao Lianshua replied almost immediately. Obviously, she hadn't rested yet. "Not yet, boss." "Have you summoned the troops?" "No, the dwarves need to rest at night, and they won't work even if they are summoned. I usually summon them in the morning." Bayou opened Xiao Lianshua's barracks interface and took a look. Xiao Lianshua's barracks have been upgraded to level 7 for levels higher than before. It is estimated that the spirit core resources during the Beast Tide have been almost used up. She clicked on the introduction to check. Level 7 Dwarf Crystal can summon dwarf warriors and craftsmen, 40 of them randomly. The initial level is upgraded to ordinary level 3. After reading it, Bayou directly transferred 480 spirit cores to Xiao Lianshua. Xiao Lianshua must have enough magic crystals. After all, dwarves make a lot of money by forging equipment, but resources like spirit cores are difficult to obtain through daily accumulation. Upgrade your barracks to level 10, then dig up the iron or with all your strength. Upgrade the town as quickly as possible, and build a shuttle gate. Xiao Lianshua was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied excitedly. "Okay, big boss, thank you for the feed." She immediately upgraded the barracks to level 10, increased the number of dwarves summoned to 50, and raised the initial level to the ordinary level 5. Bayou breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, "By the way, where is your castle?" Xiao Lianshua quickly replied, "My castle is near the White Rock Mountains in Hapuni State, not far from the border of the Dwarf Kingdom." Bayou frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Xiao Lianshua's castle was not in Martial State. It turns out that the distribution among the states is really random. She remembered that Little Green Bean had mentioned that ordinary creatures between the states could not cross at all, and only the strong in the God realm could do it. But the Holy Court's power spread across the 7 states, and it was obviously impossible without the ability to cross states. As long as Xiao Lianshua can upgrade the castle and build a teleportation gate, Bayou will be able to teleport directly across the continent. She looked at the resources on the panel and decided to upgrade the barracks by 2 more levels, consuming 55 magic crystals and 550 spirit cores. Bayou felt a little painful as he looked at the inventory that was reduced in an instant. Sure enough, after the barracks was upgraded twice, the 2 new types of soldiers unlocked were exactly the destroyers and ghouls she was worried about. Forget it, it will have to be unlocked sooner or later. She sighed and tried to comfort herself. Bayou began to summon troops. His luck today was extremely good. He actually summoned a zombie titan, 7 necromancers, and 2 bone dragons. 10 acolytes also appeared. As the number of soldier types increased, Bayou discovered that the chance of summoning ordinary skeleton soldiers had dropped significantly, and most of the skeletons were summoned by necromancers. She came outside the castle and experimented with her enhanced magic. When her right eye was activated, she immediately felt that the fire elements within 100 meters around her seemed to be under her control, and the power of the magic released was increased by at least 50% compared to before. When she switched to the frost magic experiment, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the effect was just as amazing, and the freezing ability was even stronger than before. But she also had some regrets. Dark magic belonged to the left eye, and could not be included in the magic of the right eye. After the experiment, she returned to the castle to rest contentedly. The next morning, Bayou got up at 6 o'clock on time, and the first thing he did was to check the equipment sale situation at the exchange. Although the price plummeted, all the equipment had been sold out. Bayou received 50,000 magic crystals, gave half of them to Xiao Lianxue, and put the other half into the warehouse for backup. Bayou changed into a loose white top and a light blue skirt, paired with white socks and a bow and casual shoes, making her look relaxed and full of energy. She sat in front of the mirror and braided her hair into 2 pigtails. Although her skills were rusty, she looked pretty good. After dressing up, she walked outside the castle and took out some elite food to feed Xiao. Ever since the beast tide ended, Bayou no longer ordered the undead to hunt cute little wild boars and rabbits. Food has no meaning to her anyway, and these wild monsters are only level 3 at most with very little experience. Killing them will not allow her to raise commander-level soldiers. Bayou ordered the Air Force to continue expanding into the snow-capped mountains, while the army went deep into the dark forest to explore and collect resources. She now has 20 acolytes. Although their gathering efficiency is high, it is still too few, and most of the work still requires the assistance of skeletons. The trees outside the dark forest have been chopped into pieces by the skeletons, resulting in Bayou's daily resource output of only 8 pieces of wood and 4 pieces of stone. However, Bayou's large-scale logging also caused trouble. The dark forest was different from the snow mountain. The territory here was clearly divided, and the monsters had a strong sense of territory. Bayou's undead army's random cutting of trees finally angered the owner of one of the territories. An uninvited guest appeared at the edge of the dark forest, watching the actions of the undead coldly. Chapter 99, The Undead Were Killed. The outermost territory belongs to a commander-level magic bear, and its territory was not originally at the outermost part. But 9 days ago, a castle suddenly appeared out of nowhere in his territory, and there were other creatures inside. This made the demon bear feel invaded, and he led his people to attack the castle. But the castle had an extremely strong protective shield, and the magic bear was completely helpless. Until 2 days ago, the castle's protective shield suddenly disappeared, and the minds of many monsters were affected, including the magic bear and his own people. They launched a frantic attack on the castle, but the Lord actually knew how to purify magic, and most of the monsters were purified by him. The monsters that regained their sanity naturally would not stay in the territories of other creatures and left one after another. Only the demon bear and his people were left to attack him, but after only 7 days, the demon bear discovered that there was already a commander-level combat force in the castle. He was no match for him at all and could only leave in disgrace with his people. The magic bear could only move its territory to the outskirts of the dark forest, drive away all the monsters, and occupy their territory. Although the magic bear is only a commander, it will never tolerate anyone demolishing its home. The magic bear immediately led his people to beat up the group of skeletons that invaded their territory. As a result, the magic bear thought that something strange had happened. These skeletons could actually be resurrected and he could not kill them at all. The skeleton was not a fool. After discovering the enemy, he immediately called a large number of undead for help. As the dozens of skeletons increased to hundreds, the magic bear panicked again. It realized that it might have to move again, The magic bear even saw some zombies among the undead. It recognized them. They originally lived in the dark forest with a group of destroyers, and their territory was much larger than its own. The magic bear didn't understand why they would help this group of skeletons to deal with itself. Its bear brain was confused. It only knew that as long as these skeletons didn't die, it would have to move. Just then, the demon bear heard the sound of trampling leaves behind him and looked back. A young man in an open shirt and flowery shorts was walking towards him. Next to the man floated an open magic book, emitting golden light, and behind him followed a group of armored soldiers. The demon bear was startled. This was the human who occupied its territory. The demon bear turned and ran without hesitation. The man did not chase it, but looked at the undead not far away with interest. Undead creatures? The dark forest is really rich in species. The man moved the magic book next to him in front of him and flipped through it quickly. A ray of holy light instantly condensed in front of the skeleton soldiers. Many skeleton soldiers were hit, and the fire of their souls was directly extinguished, turning into a pile of bones that fell to the ground, with no signs of reorganization. The man looked at the system's kill record. His expression changed subtly, and finally he smiled. It's actually a lord's army. This was the man's first time coming out of the dark forest. Unexpectedly, he met other lords. For him, eliminating other lords was a good opportunity to become stronger. The man's name is Micah, and he is a Westerner. As soon as he crossed over, he came to this forbidden dark forest. After 7 days of development, he also reached the commander level. But Micah was not the only lord born in the dark forest. There were at least 10 lords, but only 4 survived in the end. Micah formed an alliance with 3 other people and struggled to survive in this dark forest full of dangers. The lords who could survive in the dark forest were no ordinary people. Micah had originally discussed with his allies about leaving the dark forest to seek development. But among the 4 lords, only Micah was closest to the edge of the dark forest, so this difficult task was given to Micah. Unexpectedly, Micah discovered the troops of other lords just after he arrived at the edge of the dark forest, which made Micah overjoyed. He immediately informed the other 3 allies of the news. They are all lords who survived in the forbidden area of the dark forest. How could they be weaker than the lords outside the dark forest? The other 3 lords are: Kimchi is delicious, Lord Park G account. Sakura and the hometown lord, 8 times a night. Basilis and hygiene lord Bitter T. Asen. Among them, Lord E. Ba Si Lang is the strongest, having reached the commander level. The other 2 lords are and as for Mika, there is only. After receiving Micah's message, the 3 lords immediately rushed here with their troops. No one wanted to miss this great opportunity to become stronger. Micah immediately ordered his troops to fight with the skeletons, waiting for their allies to arrive. The skeletons are not very intelligent and have no fear. Even though Micah has the ability to kill them, they still attack the enemy without fear. However, Micah's troops do not have the ability to kill skeletons. In order to delay time, Micah will not be in a hurry to get rid of them. A ghoul behind the skeleton turned around and left. It was not because it was afraid of death and wanted to run away, but because it had some basic intelligence and knew that the undead were no match for this human. It wanted to pass the information here back to the castle and seek reinforcements. Micah watched the zombies leave and didn't pay any attention to them, thinking that they had escaped out of fear. This allowed him to determine the location of the Lord's castle based on the approximate direction of the zombies' escape. Even without the zombies transmitting the information, Bayou received a system prompt in the castle. Your skeleton warrior was killed by the enemy lord. Your skeleton warrior was killed by the enemy lord. 7 or 8 messages popped up in succession, and even Bayou was shocked. This was the first time that his undead were killed. Although I don't know where the battle took place, the messages that pop up from time to time are all about skeleton soldiers, zombies, undead knights, and the like. They all have one thing in common: they are all the army. So Bayou immediately analyzed that the battlefield was most likely in the direction of the dark forest. If the kill was caused by native creatures, Bayou might need to get more information. Since Bayou was killed by the enemy lord, there is no need to worry about it. The current lord is at most at the commander level, so Bayou does not need to worry about danger at all. The air force in the castle has all gone to the snow mountain. The corpses have all been summoned, and even the necromancers have been sent out for upgrades. It's over. I have no mount left. At this time, a ghost flew over. It was the ghoul that he met on the way and was delivering a message to Bayou. Some other undead who received the information also began to rush towards the battlefield. Chapter 100: Dare to Kill My Undead? The ghost informed Bayou of the information, and Bayou immediately understood the location. With John in the army and other commander-level troops among the skeleton soldiers, zombies, and death knights, Bayou has nothing to fear. Xiaobing, let's go. There's not a single air force in the castle now. While Bayou is waiting for gargoyles or bone dragons, who knows how many of his own skeleton soldiers will die. Bayou directly chose to take the risk and ride Xiaobing there. Bayou swiftly rode on Xiaobing's back, pointed Xiaobing in a direction, and flew towards the battlefield at full speed. On Maika's side, his first helper has arrived. He is the Bacillus and Hygiene Lord Kucha Asen. He is the closest to Maika. His troops are a group of giant lizards with a trace of dragon blood, and their combat power is pretty good. Kucha Asen wore a white gown over his dark skin, with a head of brown curly hair showing through the headscarf, a golden nose ring on his nose, and a Zen staff in his hand. With Kucha Asen's big lizard troops joining the battlefield, the undead were no match. Although they would not die, they were constantly crushed, and Micah's attacks from time to time took their lives. At this time, all the monitor lizards seemed to sense something, stopped attacking, and crawled on the ground. Kucha Asen also noticed the abnormality of his own troops. No one except himself could make them show submission. No, there is another creature. Kucha Asen looked up. Dragon. Micah also looked up and saw a giant frost dragon flying towards them with a human on its back. Could this be the Undead Lord? Bayou, who was on Xiaobing's back, had already looked down at the two lords below. Xiaobing attacked. After approaching the two of them, a magic circle began to emerge in front of Xiaobing. The violent blizzard carried huge ice crystals and instantly poured down to the ground. Even at this moment, these monitor lizards still dared not move. All the monitor lizards hit by the small ice magic instantly turned into ice sculptures, and then the ice crystals in them shattered the monitor lizards frozen into ice sculptures one after another. Micah immediately cast magic to defend himself, but his shield was soon shattered. Fortunately, Kucha Asen acted in time, and the two of them worked together to barely block Xiaobing's magic. Bayou's right eye lit up when he saw this, and the hexagram array in his pupil changed into an ice crystal pattern. Bayou also cast frost magic and added it to Xiaobing's magic circle. The entire battlefield was now shrouded in a blizzard, and the ground began to freeze bit by bit. Even Micah's knights could not hold on any longer, and their movements became slow, and they began to gradually freeze. Bayou saw that the two lords were both mages, so he didn't waste any time and chose to kill them directly at close range. Bayou's body gradually turned white, and finally Bayou on Xiaobing's back completely turned into an iceman and began to melt. Bayou's figure condensed in the ice and snow below. Bayou took out his sickle and turned in a black mist and disappeared directly on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Bayou appeared in front of the two lords and slashed at them with a knife. Bayou opened his right eye, and his perception was extremely sharp. He suddenly noticed a murderous aura in Asen's shadow. Then a sharp knife light emerged from Asen's shadow and slashed towards Bayou. Fortunately, Bayou noticed it in advance and blocked the knife with his sickle. Bayou took a look and saw a middle-aged man with a mustache and a samurai sword in his hand. And one more. Bayou jumped to the back by inertia, while one knight 8 times Lang licked his lips and looked at Bayou. Miss Hua's great stuff. It was not until Yi Ba Si Lang helped Kucha Asen and Micah block Bayou's sneak attack that the two of them just reacted. Well done, Mr. Yajiro. Is Mr. Park Jichong not here yet? He's always been slow. As the three of them were talking, they surrounded Bayou, with Yi Ba Si Lang in the front and Micah and Kucha Asen behind, forming a triangle. One knight 8 times Lang's troops are a group of warriors in armor. They look like they have been dead for a long time and do not look like living creatures. Among them are several commanders. As the troops of the three lords launched an attack on Bayou's undead army, Xiaobing was also covering the undead in the sky. The reinforcements of the undead have not arrived yet. At this moment, only some fast undead knights have arrived, but this is enough to deal with the troops of the other three lords. Bayou observed that none of the soldiers present had the ability to kill the undead. Only the Westerner's magic could do that, so this person was the first one Bayou planned to get rid of. Among them, the strongest lord is the one who lives a good life, only one level lower than Bayou. At this time, just as the four were confronting each other, Park Zhizhong on the side finally arrived with his troops, which were a group of pythons. Ah shit! Park Zhizhong let out a series of wails, and then his body began to spasm violently, surging everywhere. His limbs and body began to swell, and finally, he turned into a 3-meter-tall red giant. After completing the transformation, Park Ji-zhang stood next to one knight 8 times Lang, with 2 of the 4 people standing in front and 2 behind. I can ask for fewer resources, but this body must be mine. Mr. Yujiro is still so vigorous. How about I give you a giant lizard? Who would be interested in lizards? The 4 of them were actually in the mood to chat and didn't take Bai Yu seriously at all. At this moment, he had been blinded by her beauty after having sex 8 times a night. In his hometown of Cherry Blossoms, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. If it was her, he would definitely break the record for the night. Kutcha Asen was not interested at all. After all, as long as it was a female creature, it would be fine for him. Micah was ashamed to be associated with these 3 people, but he was the weakest and did not dare to say anything. Bayou was standing aside, carrying a sickle on his shoulder and one hand on the handle, looking extremely leisurely. Because none of the 4 was stronger than Bayou, and Bayou had the sickle, he could easily control them. When Bayou's reinforcements arrive, these 4 lords will not be able to escape, and Bayou will simply destroy their castles. Do you still dare to fantasize about yourself? Bayou saw that the 4 people seemed to have finished their discussion and were all looking at him. You're done? Then I will use your soldiers to fill the void left by my dead souls. Bayou took down the sickle and dragged it on the ground with one hand. His right eye emitted a red light, and the ice crystal pattern in his pupil was replaced by a flame pattern. A raging fire suddenly broke out within a radius of 100 meters. The ice and snow began to melt, the trees were burned, and the ground completely disappeared, leaving only a sea of fire. The soldiers of the 4 lords also began to flee. The burning fire formed a red hell, covering the 4 lords. Chapter 1011 verses 4. The 4 of them all felt the burning heat under their feet, but everyone had equipment and magic to resist, so the flames could not hurt them. What is this, a field? Kutcha Asen looked at the scene around him with some surprise. The flames even changed the terrain, forming a combat environment that was favorable to the caster. Impossible. Only king-level strength can have a domain. This is a fake domain. Yebabajiro was the first to refute. He said that he had once had the honor of witnessing a fight between kings in the Dark Forest. Their domain was truly terrifying. Don't worry, she's just a magician. Micah's magic book floated in front of him and began to turn the pages, preparing to launch an attack. Although he didn't know why this undead lord's ability was fire magic, Micah believed that his holy light could restrain the undead and would definitely be useful to this undead lord. Yabasiling was the first to kill Bayou with a knife. Although he was the strongest among the 4 lords, he could not use any magic. All his skills were in physical and swordsmanship. Clang! The collision between Bayou's sickle and Yebabajiro's samurai sword produced a burst of sparks. Biadzi, Miengama Emili. Asen in the back chanted a strange spell and tapped the ground with his staff. In an instant, a huge stream of water appeared in front of him and attacked Bayou. The surrounding flames were extinguished by the water, and bursts of white smoke emerged. The one-night stand that he thought was evenly matched suddenly heard the sound of a bell. His brain reaction instantly became slow, and he began to have a headache. Bayou opened his hands, and 2 fire dragons instantly emerged from the flames on the ground on both sides, directly repelling Yujiro. But fortunately, he was protected by armor and was not seriously injured. Bayou, who repelled Yujiro, pointed his palm at the huge wave that was attacking him. It was as if there was an air cannon in Bayou's hand. The huge wave was instantly shattered into water splashes all over the sky, and then all froze into ice crystals and completely turned into water vapor under the burning fire. A big red fist attacked Bayou's head from the side. The fist was even bigger than Bayou's head. With such a huge force and such a big fist, if he was hit, his head would probably burst into pieces. Unexpectedly, Bayou didn't dodge at all, but instead clenched his left fist and faced forward directly. The magic circle in front of his fist separated the 2 fists so that they did not actually touch. Not only was Bayou able to take Park Ji-zhang's full-strength punch, but he didn't even take a step back. There was a hint of confusion and shock on Park Ji-zhang's red face. No! Can a wizard have such great strength? Little did they know that it was because Park Ji-zhang was too weak. Apart from Mika, he was the weakest among those present. Only the commander had greatly improved his strength attribute after the transformation. But first of all, Bayou is a commander himself. The double attribute bonus of the sickle is not much stronger than his transformation. The level attributes are completely suppressed. It doesn't seem strange that Bayou can easily take his attack. Park Ji-chang didn't believe in evil and wanted to wrestle with Bayou, But Bayou didn't bother with him because Yujiro and Maiko attacked him at the same time. A bowl-thick pillar of fire spewed out directly from the magic circle in front of Bayou's fist, directly blowing Park Ji-chang away. Yujiro's sword hit nothing. Bayou turned in a black mist and disappeared on the spot, and appeared again in front of Maiko. Maiko was shocked. Bayou's speed was so fast that he couldn't react. Seeing the sickle coming towards him, Maiko hurriedly used the magic book to block it. Unexpectedly, his magic book was cut into two halves by Bayou, lost its luster and fell to the ground, and then was burned and swallowed by the flames on the ground. A golden magic circle just appeared in front of Maiko, and he wanted to fight back, but it was directly shattered by Bayou with one hand. Maiko looked at Bayou and saw black flames burning on Bayou's palm. Maiko was stunned. This was the dark magic that was opposite to his holy light magic, and the opponent's dark magic was much stronger than his holy light magic. "Boy, you are very brave. I heard that you were the one who killed my undead." Yujiro and Park Ji-chang wanted to rescue Maiko, but the fire dragons that kept emerging from the ground trapped them. These fire magics are not that powerful, but the key is that the fire dragons formed by these fire magics may suddenly transform into black dragons formed by black flames at any time, making them unable to defend against them, and they can only deal with them carefully. At this time, Bayou's left eye emitted a blue light, and the flames around Maiko's feet instantly turned black and swallowed him. Ah! Maiko fell to the ground in pain. His body began to be corroded by the dark magic. Maiko, who was not very strong to begin with, had no ability to dispel the dark magic from his body after losing his magic book. Looking at Maiko lying on the ground wailing, Bayou directly helped him complete the last step of his life. Bayou turned his head and looked at the other three lords. Aisen's water magic was not as strong as Bayou's fire magic, so it was countered by Bayou. Moreover, Bayou also had ice magic, so Aisen was basically useless. As for the remaining two, only Yujiro has some strength, but he can't withstand Bayou's mental damage. The other one, Park Ji-chang, is basically useless except for having a little more blood. "Bagailu, you killed Mr. Maiko. You're dead." Yujiro slashed out with a circular sword energy, instantly defeating the surrounding fire dragons and killing towards Bayou. With the help of Bayou's eyes, Yujiro's speed slowed down, and the flow of time around him seemed to be slowed down. Yujiro and Bayou started fighting with weapons. Bayou took this opportunity to hone his melee combat skills, so he did not use other magic against Yujiro for the time being. On the other side, Asen knew that he would be suppressed in the pseudo-domain created by Bayou, so he took the initiative to withdraw from the range of Bayou's fire domain. Asen stood in the distance, took off his robe, revealing his strong muscles. He also pulled off his headscarf and threw it on the ground. Hung Abu Mihatari. Asan uttered another strange spell. Asen actually summoned a river, but the river was a little turbid, probably because it contained a periodic table. The river began to impact the edge of Bayou's fire zone. As expected, the river containing certain trace elements was incredibly powerful. The fire on Bayou's ground was no match for it, and was slowly eroded by the river and gradually extinguished. Park Ji-chang on the side also joined the battle between Bayou and Yujiro, but was knocked away by the fire magic controlled by Bayou every time. Even so, he still did not give up and kept disturbing Bayou's battle. Bayou had already noticed Asan was making a scene nearby, but he ignored it. Bayou is basically not using magic in his current battle. Can't he see that fire magic doesn't provide much of a bonus to Bayou's current combat effects? As expected, Asan's train of thought is peculiar. Chapter 102 Quadruple Kill. Yujiro, who was fighting with Bayou, didn't notice at all that the red flame pattern in Bayou's right pupil turned into a blue ice crystal pattern at this moment. The surrounding fire began to subside, which made the two of them think that Asen's water magic was working. Even Asen himself believed that he had a sure win. He was so mysteriously confident. As the fire gradually dwindled, it could no longer resist Asen's magic, and the river instantly broke through the flames, extinguishing them completely, and rushed towards Bayou. Yujiro and Park Ji-chang immediately moved away, while Bayou stood there calmly. The corners of Yujiro's mouth began to rise gradually, but soon opened wide enough for an egg to fit through. What? In an instant, the river was completely frozen and hovered in front of Bayou. The surroundings instantly turned into ice and snow. The ground was covered with solid ice and emitted a chilling cold air. Asen didn't expect that he would be frozen in his own river by Bayou and lose the ability to move. His eyeballs kept moving, and the breath he exhaled from his mouth tried to melt the ice. The oxygen became less and less, and his body became colder and colder. Asan knew at this time that if no one came to save him, he would probably suffocate to death before freezing to death. Asan could only look to Yujiro and Park Zhejiang for help. The two looked at each other. Yujiro decisively rushed towards Bayou, and Park Zhejiang quickly went to rescue Asen. Before Park Zhejiang could rush to Asen, countless ice spikes suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced Park Zhejiang's limbs, causing hot blood to flow out. Park Zhejiang wanted to struggle to break free, but four thicker ice pillars emerged from the surroundings, squeezing him in the center, and some ice spikes pierced his body. This time, Park Zhejiang completely lost his ability to move before he rushed to Asan. Frost magic is different from fire magic, but it can limit the enemy's ability to move. The only bad thing about it is that it cannot be integrated with by Yu's dark magic. Yujiro's eyelids twitched wildly. His two teammates were instantly restricted. He felt that he was no match for this girl with heterochromia. It's all this guy Micah's fault. He hit a wall this time. He's simply seeking his own death. Yujiro turned and ran without hesitation, not even bothering to take care of his own troops. Hey little bastard, don't run. No matter how fast Bajiro was, Bayou was faster than him. Bayou teleported in front of Bajiro and slashed at him with the sickle burning with black flames. Yujiro reacted quickly and prepared to block Bayou's sword, but was affected by the bell on the sickle and was still a beat slower. The armor on Yujiro's chest was easily broken, and a huge wound appeared on his chest. The gushing blood almost splashed on Bayou, but fortunately Bayou used ice magic to block it. Bang! Bayou kicked him several meters away, and the ice on the ground surged, instantly freezing Yujiro. Call! Bayou took a deep breath. It was a bit bloody just now, which made Bayou a little uncomfortable. The opponents he had killed before were all dealt with in a relatively gentle way, and most of them were not human, so Bayou did not have any psychological burden. But this time, he really broke open the chest of a living person. At that moment, Bayou's enhanced eyesight could even see the internal organs inside. Bayou felt a little nauseous, so he quickly kicked him away and froze him with magic. Strictly speaking, this was Bayou's first time killing someone since he came to the Magic Continent, and it was so direct. Micah just now didn't count, although he was also killed by Bayou, but he was burned to death by magic. And the Holy Court Knight that Bayou first met in the Dark Forest was also killed by Arthur. Calm down, there are no laws here. It's a world where all races fight for supremacy, and it's either you or I. You'll have to face it sooner or later. Cowards have no right to survive. Bayou quickly adjusted his mentality and looked at the other two lords beside him. At this moment, Park Zhejiang had already lost his ability to resist and turned back into a normal human form. Blood was still dripping from his limbs along the ice spikes. Asen, who was completely frozen, had fainted at this moment. It was unknown whether he was in shock or dead. The most unlucky one is Asan. Asan is not the weakest among the four, but he only knows water magic. No matter whether Bayou's fire magic or ice magic is used alone, it can suppress him. Bayou's eyes also returned to normal. Opening both eyes consumed too much mental energy, and Bayou felt a little tired. Bayou raised his arm towards the three people, with his 5 fingers together. In an instant, the 3 lords who lost their ability to move were all killed by Bayou. After Bayou closed his right eye, the surrounding environment began to slowly return to normal. Bayou lifted the magic, and the frozen river instantly fell to the ground and turned into puddles of water. After the death of the 3 lords, the monitor lizards and pythons also fled, which shows that their military loyalty is not high. On the other hand, those warriors and knights still chose to fight the undead after the death of their lord, and no one escaped. This means that the loyalty of Micah and Yujiro's troops is above 80, and they will fight to the death with their lord. The undead reinforcements have arrived. These troops have no chance of winning. Some undead have started to chase the pythons and monitor lizards. These are all experience points. At the same time, for castles of different styles in the dark forest began to shake violently. The crystal on the top of the castle shattered, and the entire castle began to collapse. Bayou opened the system panel, and 4 prompts popped up immediately. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the enemy Lord Sakura's hometown. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the enemy Lord. The kimchi is delicious. Resources are being counted. You have obtained special building blueprints. Energy cannon. You have obtained 80 warehouse resources from the enemy Lord. 8 magic crystals, 200 spirit cores, 10 food, 70 wood, 8 stone, 7 iron ingots, and some other materials. Note: After defeating other lords, you will get 80 warehouse resources from them. The probability of dropping special buildings and other items in the castle is 35%. Resources that have been used to upgrade the castle will not drop. Because this is the first time the Lord has defeated other lords, this is hereby declared. For lords only have so few resources, the 4 of them combined are not as rich as Bayou alone, but they got a special building which is pretty good. You can tell from the name that it is a turret. So it's not that there is only one special building for the 4 lords, but that only one dropped when Bayou killed them. No way will the Lord have to check his conscience next time. If only the resources used to upgrade the castle could be dropped, Bayou would become even richer. Unfortunately, the system does not allow it, and even the warehouse only drops 80. There were only so many spirit cores, and it was obvious that they had used up all the rewards from the Beast Tide. Chapter 103 Xiao, Lianxue upgrades town. However, the system is relatively humane. At least as long as you kill the opponent's lord, you can obtain the resources of their castle, and they will be directly transferred to your own warehouse. It would be troublesome if we had to look for their castle. The Dark Forest is so big, and no one knows where the castles of these 4 people are. There is also the risk of encountering danger at any time. As expected, there is no shortage of wood in the Dark Forest. All the lords have the most wood. The 4 lords are all commander level. They are. Bayou directly used the undead summoning magic and the undead army added for more commander level members. There are also 4 commander level soldiers among their troops, and Bayou naturally did not hesitate to help them and let them always stay by their lord's side. I don't know if it's due to the system, but no matter whether you decompose the corpses of these lords or their soldiers, no food will be dropped. However, equipment and magic crystals will be dropped. The 4 lords had a total of about 500 soldiers, referring to the dead bodies. The pythons and giant lizards Bayou that escaped early were not counted. These knights and warriors are not living creatures. They will not leave any corpses after death, but will disappear directly. Therefore, there is no way to summon them into undead. At least some equipment will be left behind after a knight dies. The equipment dropped by a commander-level knight is commander-level equipment, and the same goes for an ordinary-level knight. There were only 200 corpses that could be summoned, and Bayou was too lazy to double summon each one, so he directly used his left eye to summon them all at once. Asen's Zen Staff is an amplification weapon, which is useless. Maika's magic book was destroyed by Bayou. Park Zhejiang has no weapon but Yajiro's samurai sword, which is not bad. Bayou put all the magic crystals and equipment obtained from the decomposition into the ring, and then rode Xiaobing directly back to the castle. The undead are leveling up as needed and getting resources as needed. After returning to the castle, Bayou directly put all the sundries, including some equipment, on the exchange and sold them. Nowadays, ordinary equipment like animal furs are classified as miscellaneous items and are not worth anything at all. The only valuable things are the 2 pieces of commander-level equipment and a set of commander-level suits. The 2 pieces of equipment belong to the 2 lords, and the set belonged to the commander-level knight who died in Mika's army. After dealing with the debris, Bayou was about to take a look at the special architectural drawings he had obtained this time. Special building blueprint, energy cannon, building level, commander level, function, commander level offensive turret. Introduction. Connected to the castle crystal, the damage caused is related to the level of the castle crystal, and the attack range is always the same as the castle's territory. Construction materials: 10 wood, 10 stone, 2 magic crystals, 36 spirit cores, 1 iron ingot. This is awesome. It attacks without any blind spots in the territory. Bayou was a little surprised. He didn't expect that these 4 lords had such good things. The defense towers on the Bayou city wall all have an attack range. They will only launch an attack when the enemy approaches the city wall. Otherwise, they would not have built a circle of 20 defense towers to surround the city wall. In this comparison, the defense towers on the Bayou city wall are indeed a bit more, and the only advantage is that there are more of them. This turret is still the best. It can directly attack the entire map. Put up! Bayou has no shortage of resources now, and he just happened to have obtained some iron ingots, so there is no pressure at all in construction. In the center of Bayou's castle, between the Blackwater altar and the castle gate, there appeared a white turret 2 meters wide and more than 1 meter high. There were some strange patterns on it that flashed with light, and a huge muzzle extended out, pointing directly at the sky. The energy source of the units inside the turret is also directly connected to the castle crystal, like the defense tower. Why does it feel like a mortar? Even though Bayou complained, the power of the commander level cannot be underestimated. Bayou has now obtained some iron ingots and no longer needs to wait for Xiao Lianxue to refine them. Together with Bayou's iron ingots, it should be enough for her to upgrade the town directly. Bayou immediately sent a message to Xiao Lianxue. Cabby Patty, how many iron ingots do you need to upgrade your town? The orphan of Xiao, we still need 3,000. After Xiao Lianxue replied, Bayou immediately sent Xiao Lianxue 3 iron ingots. Krabby Patty, upgrade the town and then build a teleportation gate. Orphan of Xiao, thank you, sir. Xiao Lianxue was a little surprised. She didn't expect Bayou to get the iron ingots so quickly. I always feel that Bayou, who has no way to obtain iron ingots, can obtain them faster than I, who can refine them. Maybe this is the boss. Xiao Lianxue immediately called up the system panel and chose to upgrade the town. Xiao Lianxue's castle was located between the mountain peaks. The castle began to glow white and instantly became more majestic. The dwarves were also attracted by the noise coming from the castle and stopped to watch. A large area of flat land cleared by the system also appeared outside the castle, and Xiao Lianxue's blacksmith shop and furnace were also replanned to the town territory outside the castle. Some uneven stones within the town territory were directly broken down by the system into pieces of stone and forcibly smoothed. Before Xiao Lianxue had time to observe her castle, she received a system prompt, unlocking the exclusive building shuttle door. The shuttle gate, the building materials are 10,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and 1,000 magic crystals. This was not expensive for Xiao Lianxue because she usually stockpiled some wood, and other resources were more than enough. As Xiao Lianxue clicked to build the shuttle gate, a building appeared on the town territory in front of her castle. Xiao Lianxue has always been curious about why Bayou always wanted her to build a teleportation gate. Xiao Lianxue walked over curiously and entered the hall of the shuttle gate. Only then did she understand. Portal. Xiao Lianxue finished reading the system introduction, but since she was a surrendered lord, she could not have allies, so she could only teleport to the lord who had also surrendered to Bayou or to Bayou's castle. Next to the portal, there is a castle you can choose to teleport to. There are only 2 options. One is Monkey King, and the other is Bayou. But the option for Monkey King is gray, which means her castle has not reached the town yet. Do you want to go over and take a look now? Xiao Lianxue was a little excited and set the portal to Bayou's castle. The portal instantly emitted a dazzling orange-red light, illuminating the entire room, as if telling Xiao Lianxue that the portal had been connected. It was not just the excitement of seeing Bayou, but the excitement of seeing a human being. Xiao Lianxue had been in this isolated place for 9 days and had never left. It's like being quarantined at home due to the flu, which is really unacceptable. Xiao Lianxue strengthened her inner thoughts and stepped through the portal. Chapter 104 Sun Xiaoxiao's Opportunity. These days, Sun Xiaoxiao, who has been frowning in the castle, has been making faces at her red blood demon ape every day. Why are our troops so weak? The troops of other lords are weak. They can summon dozens of them a day at least. But I, such a weak monkey, can only summon 2 a day. Sun Xiaoxiao even began to wonder if she had forgotten to turn on some cheat when she traveled to the magical continent. But everything turned around 2 days ago, after the beast tide ended. John left more than 600 Warcraft corpses for Sun Xiaoxiao. It was these corpses that gave Sun Xiaoxiao a glimmer of hope. Of course, Bayou had been very good to her. Without Bayou's help, she might have died on the day of the beast tide. Sun Xiaoxiao's several red-blooded demon apes killed no more than 10 magical beasts in total, but Bayou left her with more than 600 corpses. Sun Xiaoxiao decomposed the corpses of these monsters and obtained 60 spirit cores, 500 magic crystals, and a large amount of food. With these resources, although Sun Xiaoxiao could not upgrade the castle, she was finally able to upgrade the barracks and even upgraded it twice in a row. When the magic ape crystal rose to a certain level, it turned into a magic beast crystal. It was Sun Xiaoxiao's first time to upgrade the barracks, and she thought that all lords' barracks were like this, so she wasn't too surprised. But the changes in the barracks crystal made her happy. The barracks directly unlocked 2 new types of soldiers, the Golden Lion and the Swamp Crocodile. Not only that, their upper limits were ridiculously high. All of them were at the king level. The only bad thing is that, like the red blood demon apes, only 2 of them can be summoned every day, and there are fixed limits of 2 of each species. Now Sun Xiaoxiao can summon 6 monsters every day, which is a huge improvement for her who has not yet left the novice village. Sun Xiaoxiao's monsters are actually all juveniles, and the way they are upgraded is similar to Bayou Xiaobing. Not only can they gain experience by killing enemies, But as long as they wait until they reach adulthood, they will also gain considerable combat power. Sun Xiao had never realized this before, and had foolishly sent her own troops out to fight when it was obvious that she could improve her combat effectiveness by staying alive. Although the experience points gained by living for 7 more days were almost negligible, it was better than dying outside. Sun Xiao regrets so much now that she knows about this, and greets the relatives in the system every day. But these are all secondary. After being promoted to the barracks, Sun Xiao obtained the first reward of a special building blueprint, the Time Chamber. The Time Chamber has only one function, which is to speed up the flow of time in the room. The ratio is 1. What does it mean to speed up the flow of time 100 times? As long as your troops stay there for 1 year, 100 years will actually have passed. It may be a useless thing to others. No, it should be said that this thing is useless in the first place, but to Sun Xiao it is simply a magic weapon. She can let her soldiers stay in it, and then they can grow quickly, and when they walk out of it when they're almost adults, they will directly have the combat power of a commander level. What you ask, why not king level? Because this building is only effective for those below the king level, and is only useful for living creatures. The perception of living creatures inside is no different from that outside. This is a way to make your troops stronger without any effort and with 0 loss. All Sun Xiao needs to do is feed them every day. Sun Xiao was in a very good mood and even walked in a lighthearted manner. Sun Xiao has already made a plan. Once her monsters grow up a little, she will find a way to get spirit cores and quickly upgrade the barracks. This way, she can snowball and become stronger and stronger. In addition, Bayou gave her a lot of supplies in recent days, such as animal furs, ordinary equipment, and even 2 pieces of commander-level equipment. What are these? These are magic mirrors. The little bit of money that the big boss squeezed out of his teeth was enough to make her rich for a while. At this time, Bayou had already asked the undead to go find the acolytes. After finding the acolytes, Bayou sent them to Xiao Lianxue's castle to mine with her dwarves. Of course, some of Bayou's cheap little skeletons will also have to go over to help. With the shuttle gate, the 2 lords can travel back and forth, and the same applies to the troops. It is indeed much more convenient. At this time, Bayou remembered the function of Function 1 of his Bone Throne. Function 1. Increase the loyalty of soldiers to the Lord Da. This is not used to increase the undead's loyalty to Bayou, because the undead's loyalty is all full. This function of the Bone Throne is used to increase the loyalty of the lords and soldiers who are subservient to Bayou. Bayou hadn't figured it out before, but now when he saw the teleportation gate, he suddenly understood its purpose. Sure enough, existence is reasonable. At this moment, a red light flashed through Bayou's teleportation portal, and Xiao Lianxue fell out of the portal. Xiao Lianxue fell directly to the ground, and the buttons on the chest of her shirt were blown off by the pressure. Vomit! Xiao Lianxue felt dizzy and could no longer tell east from west. Her stomach was churning, and she couldn't help it anymore and vomited. It was so careless. No one told me to teleport. It was like riding a roller coaster. It took Xiao Lianxue a while to come back to her senses. She wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up in embarrassment. The door of the hall was open, and Xiao Lianxue could see the scene outside directly from inside. It was gloomy outside, with a strange atmosphere all around. Even during the day, there was no light in the sky. A bit scary. Xiao Lianxue looked back uncertainly, and when she was sure it was a portal, she felt relieved and walked outside. Boss, is the environment here so depressing? Xiao Lianxue suddenly felt that her castle was pretty good. At least the sun was shining. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white. It looked like a normal blue planet environment. The environment here on Bayou's side is weird no matter how you look at it. Because they were in the town territory, there were not many undead spirits inside, but Xiao Lianxue could still see ghosts and monsters flying in the sky from time to time, and Xiao Lianxue could not help but shiver. Aren't all the undead just big skeletons? Why are there so many flying monsters? This is too scary. Suddenly I feel that dwarves are quite cute. If my own troops were undead, they would probably be scared to death first. Xiao Lianxue looked at the gate of the castle in front of her and saw 2 dim yellow chandeliers and 4 monster statues with wings. Even the castle was black. Xiao Lianxue plucked up her courage and walked into the castle with her hips twisted. At this time, Bayou was taking out some elite food from the warehouse and preparing to feed Xiaobing. Although he could not eat, Xiaobing's food could not be bad. Bayou happened to catch a glimpse of the castle gate and found that there was a person standing there. Bayou turned his head, and Xiao Lianxue also looked at Bayou in the yard, and their eyes met. Chapter 105. Submission order and construction of subordinate castle. Boss. Zhao Lianxue. Bayou and Zhao Lianxue spoke at the same time, and Xiao Bing turned her head to look at the door when she heard the noise. There was a huge winged creature in the castle, and it was hard for Zhao Lianxue not to notice it, but she still plucked up the courage to continue walking inside. Why are you here? Bayou looked at Zhao Lianxue. She was wearing a professional suit and looked like an office employee. Her appearance was probably around 7 or 8 points, but for some reason she walked in a twisting manner, which gave Bayou a strange feeling. How should I put it? It's a bit like the temptation of a prostitute in uniform, or the scene where a flirtatious female employee tries to seduce her old boss. The key point is that my body is not a man's. Bayou was already complaining in his heart. It turned out that being a student was still the best thing. Sometimes, one could even earn an extra 500 yuan just for a school uniform. Boss, I just came to see you. You were so anxious for me to build the shuttle gate. Wasn't it just to find me? Zhao Lianxue made a coquettish voice, and Bayou's mouth twitched, and he unconsciously got goosebumps all over his body. Well, Bayou felt that his guess was confirmed. This must be a person who was seeking Buddhist scriptures. Speak nicely and don't disgust me. Okay, boss. When Zhao Lianxue saw that Bayou was a little unhappy, she immediately returned to normal, still thinking in her heart, am I not cute? Only when Zhao Lianxue walked in front of Bayou did she dare to observe Bayou. When she walked over, Zhao Lianxue was too panicked and kept staring at Xiao Bing, fearing that Xiao Bing would eat her in one bite. She had 2 braided pigtails on her head and wore a white t-shirt with a small skirt. She looked young and energetic, like a lady from a wealthy family, and not like an orphan at all. Zhao Lianxue also discovered that Bayou's 2 eyes were different colors, heterochromia. This was the first time Zhao Lianxue had seen this. Boss, what is that? Zhao Lianxue came to Bayou's side, pointed at Xiao Bing, and asked in a low voice. Dragon, can't you see? It is understandable that they don't know about other races, but Bayou didn't know how to complain that they didn't even know the famous Western dragon. Stupid human. Xiao Bing's face was full of disdain. After finishing the food, he put his head on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to rest. I didn't expect that this dragon could actually talk. The most embarrassing thing was that it heard her. Zhao Lianxue's heart was pounding. Bayou called over a ghost. Call back the acolytes and the skeletons who chop down trees and dig up rocks. Then Bayou took Zhao Lianxue into the castle and sat in the house to chat. When the monks returned, Bayou planned to send them to Zhao Lianxue to help her mind. Boss, where are you? Why does it feel so scary? Zhao Lianxue then remembered that she had never asked about the location of Bayou Castle. Martial State, where the snowy mountains meet the dark forests. Ah, isn't this the Happy State anymore? Zhao Lianxue didn't expect that she would actually cross a large state directly. She had heard from the dwarves that the expedition team of their dwarf kingdom had never reached the edge of the Happy State in their entire life. One can imagine how big a large state is. By the way, sir, upgrading the town system gave me this. Zhao Lianxue took out a flat, shield-shaped token from her shirt pocket and handed it to Bayou. Bayou didn't understand what was going on, so he took it with some curiosity and held it in his hand. The word surrender was written on the token in the official language of the magical continent. Bayou used the system to check the token information. Special item. Submission order. Lord. Zhao Lianxue. Function. You can build a subsidiary castle in the territory of the lord you belong to. The function of a subsidiary castle is the same as that of the main castle. And after the main castle is destroyed, as long as the subsidiary castle is still there, the lord to whom it belongs will not be affected. Usage conditions. Need to obtain confirmation from the lord you surrender to. Bayou was stunned. This thing was quite interesting. The function is similar to the city relocation order in Bayou's previous life game, but it is not a complete relocation. You can build a subsidiary castle within the territory of Bayou's town, and the original castle will still be retained. This should be the benefit that the system gives to these surrendered lords. After all, even if the surrendered lord dies, it will not affect the surrendered lords at all. The order of surrender allows them to own 2 castles. If they can build a secondary castle in Bayou's town, it will be like having an extra layer of insurance. If the outer castle is destroyed, as long as Bayou's castle is still there, nothing will happen. In fact, it is safest to build the secondary castle next to the boss's castle. If the secondary castle can be destroyed, it means that the boss is in trouble. Once the boss dies, the surrendered younger brothers will also die. This is a good thing, but you didn't expect that the system could do this. In this way, the location of the castle can be moved. Boss, I want to use this surrender order. This was the main purpose of Zhao Lianxue coming to Bayou Castle, to discuss this matter with Bayou. After all, if she wanted to build an annex castle, she had to get Bayou's confirmation. Zhao Lianxue had no choice. The submission order had only this one function: either use it or not. It was obvious that using it would only benefit Zhao Lianxue and not harm her. Is it dangerous over there? No. My castle is in the mountains, but it's not far from the territory of the Dwarf Kingdom. The Dwarf Kingdom is still in the midst of a civil war, and the war might spread here someday. Zhao Lianxue also said with some concern that her own army was composed of dwarves, and if they were found by the nobles of the Dwarf Kingdom, they would be doomed. Those proud dwarf nobles would never allow a foreign human to rule their people. I confirmed it. You can watch it. It is still necessary to protect Zhao Lianxue. It will not cause any loss to Bayou himself. Moreover, Zhao Lianxue is Bayou's only source of iron ingots at present. It is not okay to rely on robbing every time. He must have his own industry to achieve long-term development. Thank you, big boss. Zhao Lianxue was somewhat happy. This way, at least her safety was highly guaranteed. But the subsidiary castle also has a disadvantage. After all, it is built within the territory of Bayou Town. Strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as a building within Bayou Town. Therefore, this subsidiary castle has no territory and cannot be upgraded, but it has a subsidiary barracks where soldiers can be summoned. The level of the subsidiary barracks is only, and it needs to be upgraded again, and its cooling time is shared with the main barracks. The acolytes and skeletons have gathered outside the castle and can be arranged to go to Zhao Lianxue's castle to help. There are only about 200 dwarves under Zhao Lianxue's command, and there are 200 skeletons and acolytes gathered by Bayou outside. Although skeletons cannot refine ores or forge equipment, they can still dig stones. Even if their efficiency is slow, they can still catch up with the workload of a dwarf in 10 hours a day if they work nonstop for 24 hours a day. Let's go to your castle. I found a group of helpers for you. Bayou stood up and walked out, and Zhao Lianxue quickly followed. She also had to go back to the castle to get resources to build an annex castle. Chapter 106: Alliance Order to build the strongest alliance. Helper? Zhao Lianxue saw the skeletons outside the castle, looking not very smart, and was a little unsure. Don't underestimate them. They can work 24 hours a day without stopping. Bayou seemed to see Zhao Lianxue's confusion and explained. 24 hours nonstop. So fierce? Bayou ignored Zhao Lianxue's ambiguous words and walked towards the shuttle gate with a group of undead. Bayou and Zhao Lianxue brought the undead to the portal. The portal emitted an orange-red light, illuminating the entire room. Those with smaller bodies can still pass through this portal, but those of Zombie Titan and Arthur's size simply cannot pass through the portal. You two go in first. Bayou pointed at the two skeletons and said that this portal could definitely teleport lords, but he was not sure whether it could teleport soldiers. As the skeleton walked into the portal, Bayou called up the system panel to check. Only then did Bayou see that there were prompts that Zhao Lianxue had come to his castle, but these were ordinary messages and were blocked by Bayou. Only official notifications like system announcements will force reminders, such as ranking information and notes about Bayou's first kill of a lord. There was no prompt from the system, indicating that the skeleton had been successfully teleported. Let's go! Bayou was the first to step into the portal, and Zhao Lianxue and the undead behind him immediately followed. Bayou only felt a dizzy feeling, as if his head was shaken left and right 20 times. Bayou staggered out of the portal and almost fell. Snap! Snap! The undead that poured out of the portal behind him fell to the ground one after another, piling up like a human pyramid. Vomit dash! Zhao Lianxue's body was pressed on several skeletons, and she vomited directly. The undigested barbecue residues carrying stomach acid were all vomited on the heads of several skeletons below. Bayou wanted to help her, but was frightened by her sudden vomiting attack and hid aside. The transmission is really uncomfortable. I feel like I'm going to throw up my intestines. Ugh. It's okay, just think of it as losing weight. Bayou consoled him. Outside, there was a clear blue sky with white clouds and a big sun shining above the earth. When Bayou came outside, he felt much more relaxed, as if he were in another world. After so many days, this was the first time Bayou saw such good weather and the first time he saw the sun. How's it going, big boss? The weather is good here. Zhao Lianxue finished vomiting at some point and walked out to Bayou's side. The undead also stood up one after another, waiting for Bayou's next order. Not far away, there was a castle made of white stones, surrounded by mountains. Bayou also saw some dwarves who were digging stones in the mountains. The weather is indeed good. Let's take all these undeads over to mine. Iron ingots are the most scarce commodity right now. As soon as you have some free dwarves, let them work hard to refine the ores. Bai Yu said to Xiao Lianxue, who was standing beside him. Good. Xiao Lianxue called over a dwarf and asked him to take the undead to help. The other dwarves watched attentively, showing great curiosity about this group of strange undead. Xiao Lianxue also told the dwarves that the reason she was able to get so much food was all thanks to Bai Yu's help. There was a hint of curiosity and respect in the attitude of these dwarves towards Bai Yu. They also understood that they were now subordinate to this person and that this person was very strong. This is the dwarves' first impression of Bai Yu. His loyalty is about 70. Because of the bonus of the loyalty of the troops of the Bone Throne, this function has no range limit. As long as the Lord troops have surrendered to Bai Yu, they will have this increase. Bai Yu sat in the castle for a while Zhao Lianxue went to get the materials for building the annex castle. On the barren plain, a yellow light flashed in the castle of Xiao, the Lord of the Earth. The castle suddenly became tall, and a piece of flat land was cleared around it. Xiao's castle was successfully upgraded to a town, and he used his ability to build 4 thick stone and earth walls on the edge of the town's territory. The exclusive building teleport gate unlocked by upgrading the town did not surprise him, because Lin Jun had already explained the function of the teleport gate in the Alliance group before. Xiao obtained a special item when he upgraded the town, which was something he did not expect. Xiao began to check the information of this prop. Special item, Alliance Order. Alliance Leader, Xiao. Function. Alliance members can move their castles to the vicinity of the Alliance Leader's castle, and the territories and some special buildings of the highest level Alliance allies can be shared. Usage conditions. The leader must invite all Alliance members. The Alliance levels of Alliance members are divided into 3 levels: Primary Ally, Intermediate Ally, and Senior Ally. Junior allies have no authority and can withdraw from the Alliance at will, but Senior Allies are the highest level allies, at which point they can no longer withdraw from the Alliance at will, and there is a strong contractual nature to them. At the same time, withdrawing from the Alliance requires the consent of all allies. The benefit is that resources can be shared, etc., which is a completely trustworthy level. Originally, the position of Alliance Leader belonged to Lung Jie. When Lin Jun was invited to join the Alliance, he was promised the position of Alliance Leader, but Lin Jun did not trust them, so he did not take it. Later, Xiao was promoted to the first echelon, and Lung Jie stepped down and gave the position of Leader to Xiao. In addition, except for Lin Jun, the other 4 are allies of the highest level and can be fully trusted. The surrender order is to build an attached castle, while the Alliance order can directly move, which can gather all the allies of the Alliance together. 50 resources will be returned, and the remaining castles that have moved need to be upgraded again. The Alliance order can be unlocked as long as the leader is upgraded to a town. There is no restriction on the castle level for allies, which is somewhat different from the surrender order. Xiao is a simple and honest man, not good at speaking, but he is not stupid. His promotion to the first echelon depends not only on luck, but more on his own strength. Xiao directly sent the information about the Alliance order to the group, and the other 4 lords saw the item almost at the same time. Vine Fairy. Wow, the Alliance order can be moved. Do you have any trees there? Alliance Leader. I'm going to look for you. The Lord Vine Fairy, who was always active on the front line of the Alliance, spoke first. As for the other Lord and Lin Jun, they were considering that the environment they were in was very helpful to their current strength improvement, and they had no plans to move for the time being. The only one who was a little hesitant was Lin Jun. If the lava dragon returned and unfortunately discovered him, he would have to move away. Lung Jie did not hesitate. He could not stay in this harsh, snowy mountain for even a day. There was the Undead Lord in front of him and the Vampire Lord behind him, and he was trapped in the dangerous snowy mountain. Even if he had to give up the Snow Mountain's ability to boost the Snow Maiden's fighting power, he would move away without hesitation. There are more and more undead spirits flying in the sky now. He might be discovered one day. When that white-haired lowly comes, it will be too late for him to run away. Chapter 107 Alliance Fever. Lung Jie immediately sent a private message to Xiao, asking him to invite him, and Xiao readily agreed. Compared to Lung Jie's snow-capped mountains and Lin Jun's volcanoes, the barren plains where Xiao is located are much safer. Although it is located within the territory of the human race's Gata Empire, it is located on the edge and will not attract much attention. After Xiao sent out the invitation, A system prompt immediately popped up for Lung Jie, and Lung Jie clicked to agree without hesitation. At this moment, Lung Jie's castle suddenly shook violently, as if it was about to collapse at any time. A large number of strange patterns appeared on the ground of the castle. Lung Jie guessed that it should be the formation of the castle. As the strange patterns gradually spread throughout the castle, the vibrations grew stronger. The vibration of Lung Jie castle below happened to attract a passing gargoyle. The gargoyle discovered this strange phenomenon and wanted to go down to check it out. Suddenly, the vibration disappeared, and along with it Lung Jie's entire castle. On the barren plain, 2 kilometers outside the territory of Xiao town, Lung Jie's white castle suddenly appeared there. Originally, Lung Jie's castle fell down, and the barracks also dropped 2 levels, but these were all worth it because Lung Jie successfully left that damn place, the Snow Mountain. The desolate plain is at least 100 times safer than the Snow Mountain. At this time, Lung Jie suddenly discovered that in addition to his and Xiao's castle, there was another castle in another location. The entire castle was covered with trees and vines. It belonged to the Vine Fairy, Lord Lu Yao. Both of them chose to move their castles next to Xiao. Even if there were no other 2 lords to help at this moment, the combined strength of the 3 was quite terrifying. The 3 lords met for the first time at the gate of Xiao's castle. Xiao was a big guy with a height of 185 centimeters and a strong body and muscles all over his body, while Lu Yao was dressed like a hot girl, but had a baby face with some baby fat and was about 1.6 meters tall. Only Lung Jie wore glasses and dressed like a frail scholar. In fact, among the 3, Lung Jie was indeed the weakest, both in terms of overall strength and personal strength. Lung Jie was extremely confident. Now that 3 powerful lords had gathered together, the Vampire Lord and the Undead Lord were all bullshit. Lu Yao suggested that today was a great day and must be celebrated. What Lung Jie and Xiao, who were almost vomiting from eating so much barbecue, didn't expect was that Lu Yao's warehouse not only had a lot of mushrooms, but also various wild fruits and vegetables, and the variety of ingredients was really rich. Where did you get all this? You can just pick it up in the forest. Lu Yao had an expression that said, "Isn't it?" In Hapuni province, on a hill outside Zhao Lianshua's castle, Bayou stood on the top of the mountain overlooking the surrounding terrain. There were endless mountains all around, and Bayou estimated that the area of this mountain range would not be too small. In this kind of terrain, it is not easy for the dwarves of the Dwarf Kingdom to find Zhao Lianshua's castle. Such a vast mountain range is suitable for the Air Force to perform well. The dwarves cannot fly, and there are only desolate mountains and wilderness here. No wonder those dwarves in distress chose to escape here. Bayou was deep in thought, and suddenly it occurred to him that he could use Zhao Lianshue to send the undead to Hapni State to develop. There was no danger around Zhao Lianshue's castle, and it would develop more steadily than in the dark forest and the snowy mountains. All you need to do is send over a few necromancers and find some lords around to produce unlimited troops. Bayou didn't believe that Zhao Lianshue was the only lord of such a large mountain range, and that only Zhao Lianshue's place had iron mines. Afterwards, Bayou and Zhao Lianshue also returned to the castle. Zhao Lianshue brought the resources needed to build the annex castle and couldn't wait to click on the construction button. A castle similar in style to Bayou Castle rose up next to Bayou Castle. This subsidiary castle was much smaller than Bayou Castle, only about a quarter of its size, 5 stories high, and had no yard. On the top floor of the attached castle, an energy crystal is suspended, distinguishing it from Zhao Lianshue's castle. There is also a dwarf barracks inside the castle, but it is only level 1. The other facilities are basically complete, with everything they need, but the special buildings are fixed, and they are useless even if they are moved to Bayou. Zhao Lianshue happily ran to the castle to check it out. The 2 castles had different styles, and the distribution of the rooms inside was also slightly different, but they were basically the same. With this subsidiary castle, Zhao Lianshue can choose to sleep here and go there during the day. She no longer had to worry about enemies breaking into the castle and killing her every night when she went to bed. "Boss, I'm going to stay here at night from now on. It's up to you." Bayou said it didn't matter since he wasn't living in his own castle. Bayou ignored Zhao Lianshue, who was getting excited beside him, because Bayou saw a gargoyle flying back. "Translator, come quickly." Bayou called the ghost to fly over, but he couldn't understand what the gargoyle was trying to say. "What? You said you saw a castle suddenly disappear?" Bayou was stunned. Wasn't it impossible to move? But the gargoyle was quite sensitive to magic. It did feel the magical fluctuations of the castle and was very sure that the teleportation had disappeared, not that the Lord was killed or destroyed. Boss, check the world chat. They're all talking about the Alliance Order. It feels like something similar to the Submission Order. Xiao Yinxue was no longer surprised by the ghost speeches. She opened the world chat to look for information as usual, and as expected, she found that almost all the lords were discussing a strange thing, the Alliance Order. I have just obtained the Order of Surrender and can build an auxiliary castle. This Alliance Order must have similar functions. Bayou opened the world chat and saw that the lords were swiping the screen frantically again. Bayou paused and read through the messages one by one, and found that everyone was looking for the Lord's Alliance. The enthusiasm for the Alliance this time was different from the one when the Beast Tide just ended 2 days ago. They all added a strange condition at the end. A kitten slave who likes to be petted. Find an Alliance Lord. Intermediate level or above can move allies here. Mushroom. We are short of 4, so the moving Lord can come. My place is very safe, with beautiful scenery and many wild animals. It is the first choice for the moving Alliance. Pea Shooter. I'm upgrading my town right now, so make an appointment in advance if you want to move to the Alliance. This is so outrageous. Alliance members can actually move directly. Bayou seemed to understand something. It should be that the Alliance leader who was promoted to a town could make the Alliance members move. All the lords were frantically looking for allies in the world chat. These alliances will no longer be just for show. If the lords choose to stick together, their strength will be greatly enhanced. This is not good news for Bayou, a lone wolf. The enemies he will encounter in the future will change from a lord to an alliance. Under the huge temptation of the Alliance Order to move, most lords began to choose alliances and formed one force after another. Even an alliance of 5 second-tier lords already has the strength to fight against first-tier lords. What if it is an alliance of 5 first-tier lords? Bayou didn't think he could fight against 5 top lords at the same time. Fortunately, Bayou's castle was relatively hidden. He just had to stay there and develop secretly in Happy State. The undead do not rely on their individual strength, but on the boundless sea of the undead. You must seize the advantage. Quick, call back my Necromancer. Chapter 108. Movement on the Desolate Plains. Bayou also had no intention of asking Xiao Lianxue about the situation in the Bayan Mountains, because Xiao Lianxue had never left the castle since her reincarnation, and had no idea whether there were any lords around. Bayou called over his highest-level Necromancer, a commander-level Necromancer, and asked it to lead the team to Happy State. Arthur can't do it because he can't pass through the portal, and neither can John because he can't fly. Only the Necromancer is the best candidate. Not only can he fly, but he is also intelligent and powerful. He is a top-notch existence in Bayou's undead army. In addition to it, Bayou also called 2 Demon Soul Masters and 2 Gargoyles, adding up to 5 commanders, which felt was more than enough. Seeing more and more undead gathering outside, Xiao Lianxue couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Boss, what are you doing? Let them develop over there. It's much safer over there than here." Soon Bayou gathered 500 ghosts and gargoyles in addition to the 5 commanders, and added 10 more necromancers. Bayou felt that this should be enough. At that time, the army summoned by the necromancer will return to the castle, and the Air Force summoned will continue to stay in Happy State. Once you arrive at Happy Province, you will all follow the command of the necromancer. If there is any information, the ghost will contact me. Okay, let's go. Bayou arranged tasks for the undead in front of him. The undead saluted Bayou, and then all went towards the shuttle gate. Bayou decided not to go. If there was another situation, Bayou felt that he would not be able to help vomiting if he was teleported a few more times. In Happy Province, the first target of the undead when they arrived here was naturally to use Xiao Lianxue's castle as a base and spread outward to begin searching for intelligence. No matter whether they are lords or local forces, they are all their targets. At the outermost edge of the White Rock Mountains, there is also a mine which belongs to the Dwarf Firebeard clan. A lord happened to be born here, and he was delighted by the environment and rich resources here. But he didn't expect that the lord had already been under the surveillance of the dwarves. The lord's name is Zhu Gang, and his soldiers are a group of sturdy wild boars. Unlike ordinary wild boars, Zhu Gang's wild boars are larger and darker, and their endurance and strength are much greater than ordinary wild boars. The leader of the Dwarf Firebeard clan took a fancy to Zhu Gang's troops and personally came forward to persuade Zhu Gang to surrender. Zhu Gang can provide his clan with a steady supply of mounts so that he can build an invincible cavalry. Even the materials for upgrading Zhugang Castle and barracks, as well as the Beast Tide, were all obtained by Chief Wushu along the way. Zhugang had no choice. At least he could live more comfortably this way. Even if Zhugang did not surrender, the dwarves could still imprison him. There are many lords like Zhugang who have surrendered to local forces. Lords will be rewarded if they kill local forces, and conversely, local forces will also benefit from killing foreigners. But in the face of these interests, they can restrain the murderous intent in their hearts. They are all intelligent races and understand how to maximize their interests. Although the terrain of the White Rock Mountains is rugged, it is nothing compared to the flying undead such as gargoyles and ghosts, and it won't take long for them to be discovered. Martial State, Lava Volcano. Lin Jun, who was still worried about the return of the lava dragon in the previous second, saw a huge figure flying in the distant sky in the next second. It's the lava dragon. At this moment, the lava dragon was abruptly arousing, with many wounds on its body. It looked like it had just fought outside and had returned injured. The fire dragon was already hot-tempered, and now it was seriously injured. Previously, because Lin Jun had a novice to protect him, the lava dragon, which was in a calm state, didn't bother to pay attention to him. But now it's different. Lin Jun has lost the novice protection, and the manic lava dragon may kill him easily. Lin Jun didn't dare to gamble. Xiao had already invited him, and at this moment Lin Jun clicked OK without hesitation. As Lin Jun's castle began to vibrate and magic patterns began to cover it, Lin Jun began to get nervous. At this time, the lava dragon flying in the air also saw the vibration coming from Lin Jun castle in the distance. Teleportation magic. This human ant wants to escape? The lava dragon opened its mouth, and a ball of fiery red energy began to gather in its mouth. Roar! A huge column of molten fire that could destroy the world flew towards Lin Jun's castle at a high speed. Lin Jun's heart was in his throat at this moment. Sure enough, the lava dragon attacked him again. The scorching temperature carried huge energy and hit Lin Jun in the face. It was the first time for him to face death. Just when the dragon's breath was about to attack Lin Jun's castle, the teleportation formation was completed, and Lin Jun's castle instantly disappeared from sight. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the volcano where Lin Jun's castle was located was directly flattened by the lava dragon's breath, and countless magma began to flow out from both sides. The lava dragon knew that it had not hit the human, but it did not care and flew towards its own nest. It's like a human trying to step on an ant to death, but the ant luckily manages to crawl into its hole, so the human won't care at all. On the other side, on the barren plains, an elite human reconnaissance team of the Gata Empire was heading towards the snowy mountains. This elite Empire reconnaissance team consists of 12 people, all of whom are commander level. The 12 people are wearing armor and riding war horses, galloping quickly across the barren plains. They came here to investigate the massacre of villages in the territory. Even though they suspected that they were destroyed by monsters from the snowy mountains, they still had to go and confirm the situation. Although Yi Liang's castle is located at the junction of the fierce, snow-capped mountains and the barren plains, several lords gathered again deeper in the barren plains. They are the lords of the Elemental Alliance. Lin Jun's castle suddenly appeared here, which also attracted the attention of several other allies. The obsidian and flowing magma on the castle allowed them to judge that the lord who had just arrived here was the Lord of Spirit of Fire, Lin Jun. At this moment, Lin Jun's town has fallen into the castle, but he doesn't care about it. At this moment, he still has some lingering fears. The power of the lava dragon makes him feel desperate. The lava dragon was telling him with its actions that a volcano was not a place for a weakling like him. Fortunately, Lin Jun had taken precautions in advance, and was also glad that the system could be moved, otherwise he would have been dead by now. Xiao and the other two originally thought that the Lord of Fury of the Wind would be the first to move in, but they didn't expect that Lin Jun would be the first to do so. The three of them came to Lin Jun's castle together to welcome the new ally. "Welcome to join us," Lung Jie and Lu Yao said happily, while Xiao smiled beside them. Lin Jun seemed to be infected by the enthusiasm of the three people and smiled. For the first time, he felt that forming an alliance seemed to be a good choice. Chapter 109: The Scapegoat's First Battle. This might be the most talkative time in Lin Jun's life, as he told his three allies about his crisis. After hearing this, the three of them all sighed and said, no wonder he could be a first-tier lord. His birthplace was 100 times more dangerous than theirs. It's really thrilling. I've never seen a giant dragon before. Lu Yao was still sighing, and Lung Jie was also reminded of some memories. Lung Jie was still frightened by the battle between the two top warriors on the Snowy Mountain that day. Being inside the Snowy Mountain, he felt it even more clearly. If it weren't for the protection of a novice, Lung Jie estimated that the vibration would be enough to collapse his castle. Because Lung Jie's castle was in a low place, surrounded by tall snow-capped mountains, Lung Jie didn't know what creatures were fighting. Although I don't know what kind of creature it is, it can't be stronger than a dragon, right? Lung Jie thought about it and decided not to say anything. Firstly, it would be useless and would only add to his worries. Secondly, he could already imagine what Lu Yao would say next. Hey, your place is so dangerous. Why haven't you been promoted to the first echelon? If Lu Yao said something like this, Lung Jie would have to use his toes to knock on the villa again. The reconnaissance team on the other side were resting and feeding their horses. A team member who was responsible for exploring the way ahead returned, dismounted, and immediately came to Captain Moss. Captain Moss, 4 alien castles have been discovered ahead. Humph, it must be these hateful foreigners who killed your majesty's people. Follow me and destroy these foreigners. Moss was very smart. All members of his team were commander-level officers. They were originally a squad of royal guards within the Empire, but they were arranged to come to this desolate place to investigate the cause of death in a small village. Sleeping in the open air along the way was unbearable for them, who had always enjoyed a comfortable life. Just then, aliens appeared ahead. It didn't matter whether these aliens massacred the village or not. As long as they were killed and the crime was put on them, the mission could be completed and returned to the Empire. Moss was delighted at the sudden appearance of the scapegoat, but on the surface he still looked serious as he gave orders to his teammates. A group of people rode their war horses and rushed towards the alien castle ahead. At this moment, the lords were completely unaware and were all talking in Lin Jin's castle. It was not until a noise was heard outside and a flame spirit rushed into the castle that the 4 realized something was wrong. The 4 of them came outside the castle and found a group of human soldiers fighting a fierce battle with the elemental soldiers. Native human race? Lin Jun spoke in confusion. This was the first time he saw the native human race. They should be soldiers from the Gata Empire. Xiao was relatively familiar with the environment around him and naturally knew that his castle was located within the territory of the Gata Empire. Lung Jie was quickly observing the battlefield. Although there were only 12 people on the other side, each of them was a commander-level figure. Now that these native humans had discovered them, they must not be allowed to pass the news back alive. Although total annihilation would arouse suspicion, it could at least delay the situation for a while. They didn't know why the human soldiers found this place, but no matter what the reason, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Brother Sure, Brother Lin, you two are the strongest here. Go around to the back to block their retreat. Lu Yao and I will lead the troops to contain them head-on. What Lung Jie said makes sense. These human races must be wiped out. Lin Jun led his troops and transformed into a ball of fire and soared into the sky, while Xiao disappeared into the ground and left. Each of the 4 lords now has 2 or 3 commander-level soldiers in his castle. The enemy has only 12 people, so they're not afraid at all. Moss and his teammates were still attacking these types of soldiers. As time passed, Moss found that these types of soldiers seemed to be impossible to kill. There are huge stone monsters, immortal creatures with flames burning all over their bodies, tree men made entirely of wood and vines, and bird men flying in the sky. Elemental creatures? Although Moss had only heard of elemental creatures, he had the honor of seeing an earth monster. Although it was somewhat different from Yao's earth monster, they were all composed of earth elements, and their immortal characteristics confirmed Moss's inner judgment. This is troublesome. Damn it. We should call the magicians from the Magic Association branch. Originally, Moss had planned to retreat. After all, they had no effective means to deal with the elemental creatures. But when he saw Lung Jie and Lu Yao appearing in front of him, Moss laughed again. Why should I care about these elemental creatures? Wouldn't it be better to just kill these lords from other worlds? Kill these aliens. Boom! Behind Moss, several balls of fire fell from the sky and formed a human figure and several flame spirits. The ground on the other side also began to surge, and stones and soil condensed into a human figure. It was Lin Jun and Xiao who led their troops to encircle the rear. Lin Jun's lower body completely turned into flames, and 2 fireballs condensed from his hands. Flames spewed from his feet, and he flew straight towards one of the soldiers like a cannonball. Lin Jun directly pounced the soldier off the horse and held the soldier's body tightly with both hands. The high-temperature flames instantly melted 2 large holes in the soldier's armor. The soldier was instantly swallowed by the flames and lost his life. Facing the soldiers rushing toward Xiao remained calm. He placed his hands on the ground, and the soil around the soldiers immediately became soft, as if the soil had been given life by Xiao. The mud controlled by Xiao rushed up into the sky and wrapped the 3 soldiers in the pillar. The pillar formed by the mud hardened at the moment it rose from the ground and turned into a stone pillar. The 3 soldiers were completely trapped by Xiao without any resistance. The commander-level earth monsters and flame spirits are also extremely powerful and have the property of being immune to physical attacks. These soldiers cannot cause any harm to them at all. The flame spirit that controls the flames is like a powerful turret, and the earth monster with high defense and thick blood is the meat shield in the front row. With its huge size and enormous strength, even simple ordinary attacks can still bring powerful lethality to these human soldiers. This is the strength of the first-tier lords. These low-level commander-level soldiers can be easily dealt with. And our Lung Jie, as a dignified lord of elemental creatures, has no use for frost magic. At this moment, he is wearing frost armor and fighting hand-to-hand with the soldiers with 2 wolf claws in his hands. Although equipped with a melee suit, not everyone is born to fight. There were several scratches on Lung Jie's armor, all of which were caused by the sword of the soldier in front of him. If he hadn't been wearing armor, Lung Jie would have been injured countless times. Even Lu Yao, who was standing by, was shocked by Lung Jie. You, a mage, go up and engage in hand-to-hand combat with a warrior? Chapter 110, you must not take the blame. So embarrassing. Yao and Lin Jin have already dealt with 3 or 4, and even Lu Yao can suppress her opponent. So why can't I even take out one? Lung Jie successfully escaped from the enemy by melting into snow. You really want to force me to use my ultimate move, right? Winter is coming. Lung Jie opened his arms and covered a magic circle with each hand. The magic circle expanded rapidly and formed a barrier, directly covering the 3 soldiers in front of him. Within the barrier, countless huge ice crystals fell from the sky and hit the soldiers. The ground was also rapidly freezing around Lung Jie. But when the entire barrier was about to be covered, Lung Jie felt that his magic power was used up. Only the lower parts of the 3 soldiers were frozen, but his upper parts were still able to move to block the ice crystals falling from the sky to prevent his frozen bodies from being shattered by the ice crystals. This is embarrassing. I used magic too much before. Sister Lu Yao, help me quickly. Instantly, the ice beneath the feet of the 3 soldiers broke through, and countless vines grew out, wrapping up the 3 soldiers. The 3 soldiers who had lost the power to resist were killed by Lung Jie's magic. Brother Lung Jie, you are so short. Although Lung Jie knew that Lu Yao was talking about his blue bar, he always felt something was wrong. Seeing his side being crushed, Moss wanted to run, but was stopped by Lin Jun and Xiao behind him. The horse's legs under his crotch were also deeply stuck in the mud, making it unable to move. 4 men surrounded Moss. Lung Jie saw that there was only 1 man left, and he had lost the ability to resist. He was about to ask them why they attacked them, but I felt that this question was stupid, so I immediately changed the way I asked it. There's no village or shop in the middle of nowhere. What are you doing here? Leng Yie questioned Moss. Among the 4, Xiao was more honest and simple-minded, while Lin Jun was aloof. As for Lu Yao, her brain circuit was not normal, so Lung Jie had to ask her. Although Moss didn't know what Lung Jie meant by the village and store, he could still understand the latter sentence. At this moment, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. If they don't cooperate well, they will definitely die. On the contrary, if they tell the truth, they will have a glimmer of hope. Anyway, it is not the confidential information of the Empire, so it doesn't matter. Moss's brain took only 0.1 second to figure out the interests involved, and he spoke immediately. A human village was massacred on the border of the Empire. We were ordered to come and investigate the cause of their death. Brother Shi, did you kill them? Lu Yao immediately asked Xiao. Xiao shook his head. It was also the first time he met the local human race. Seeing Xiao shaking his head, Lung Jie naturally chose to trust his ally. Besides, it didn't matter even if Xiao killed him. Where is that village? Lung Jie asked Moss again. He must know some information. The village is at the junction of the snowy mountains and the barren plains, and it's still some distance from here. Moss said matter-of-factly. So you think we are an alien race, and that's why we killed these humans? Lu Yao had an expression of sudden enlightenment. Moss nodded helplessly. Lung Jie fell in a deep thought. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something and looked up to signal Lin Jun and Xiao. Xiao didn't understand what Lung Jie meant, but Lin Jun did, and a pillar of fire pierced directly through Moss's chest. Xiao and Lu Yao looked at Lin Jun with confusion. 3 question marks appeared on their heads. No, I haven't finished asking the question yet. Why did you kill him? Lin Jun expressed helplessness in the face of the 2 people's eyes and looked at Lung Jie. To put it another way, wasn't it you who ordered the killing? Explain now. Brother Sure, Sister Lu, don't worry. I asked Brother Lin to kill him. Everyone knows that my original castle is in the snowy mountains not far away. Lung Jie said from the side, and all 3 of them looked at Lung Jie, waiting for him to continue speaking. There are 2 powerful lords on the snowy mountain. I told you before, one is the Undead Lord and the other is the Vampire Lord. These 2 lords have one thing in common. That is, they can transform corpses into their own soldiers. Although I have never seen a vampire, I have heard of it. That lord has nothing to do with humans at all. As for the Undead Lord, I saw with my own eyes that she transformed the corpse of a demon wolf into undead. After listening to what Lung Jie said, the 3 of them were also a little surprised. Oh my god, does that mean they were most likely the ones who killed the village? Lu Yao felt like a genius. She had thought of the most crucial question in an instant and spoke quickly. Not only that, these 2 lords fought with Lung Jie on the snowy mountain, which means their castle is not far away, which is consistent with the location where the human race said the snowy mountain and the barren plain meet. Lin Jun analyzed from the side. Ah, Brother Lin, you were so smart. I didn't even think of it. Lin Jun ignored Lu Yao's flattery and continued speaking. We have become the scapegoats. That won't do. It will be troublesome if the Gata Empire comes knocking on our door. We must find a way to find those 2 lords and put the blame on them. Lung Jie was a little depressed as this happened just after he moved. Lung Jie, Xiao, you 2 are more familiar with this place, so I'll leave it to you. Lin Jun said. Lung Jie and Xiao naturally understood that not only would Lin Jun's flame spirit be greatly restricted in the snow mountain, but even Lin Jun's own strength would be greatly damaged, so it was indeed not suitable for them to help. Lu Yao was somewhat disappointed and was roaring in her heart. What about me? Why don't you mention me? I am also very useful. The 4 of them divided the work. 2 were responsible for the investigation, and 2 were responsible for guarding the house. They would not tolerate today's unexpected disaster. After returning to the castle, Lu Yao had nothing to do, so she told another abandoned ally, Fury of the Wind, everything that happened today. Fury of the Wind was also extremely excited upon hearing the news and almost wanted to move the city here immediately. However, the Wild Wolf Valley, where he was located, still had a lot of room for improvement in his strength, so he temporarily suppressed the idea. Time passed quickly, and it was night. Xiao Lianshui's dwarves also completed the last batch of ordinary equipment purchased before the beast tide, a total of 11,600 pieces. Bayou put them all on the exchange. The price of ordinary equipment, which had previously dropped to 5 magic crystals, dropped again to 4 magic crystals per piece, and the raw materials also dropped in price to 3 magic crystals. Bayou no longer cared about this. After all, he bought it with 1 magic crystal, so he would not lose money no matter what. He would wait for these equipments to be sold out. Who would make money by making equipments? All races fight for supremacy. Lords compete for supremacy, and resources all depend on the word snatch. Xiao Lianshui also gave up. After building the subsidiary castle, she no longer cared about the level of her own castle. All the resources were used to upgrade the barracks. Now the barracks in the subsidiary castle are at the same level as those in the main castle. If you upgrade the main castle and it is lost one day, you will suffer a great loss. It is safer to have a secondary castle next to the boss, and you must hold on to his thighs at all times. At this time, Xiao Lianshui was still in the castle yard, eating a roasted pig's foot with a greasy face, while Bayou was sitting aside, thinking about something. Boss, you really don't want to eat? Xiao Lianshui asked Bayou with a hum. I don't want to eat. You'd better stop calling me boss. It feels weird. Just call me by my name. As soon as Bayou finished speaking, he saw a ghost flying out of the portal, and Bayou stood up immediately. Is there something going on in Happy Uni State? Dear Queen, there is a large-scale beast tide near the castle over there. Beast tide? Why is there a tide of beasts in the White Rock Mountains? Could it be that they were driven here by those dwarves? Hurry, stop eating. Something's going on over there. Bayou pulled Xiao Lianshui up and walked out of the castle. The pig's feet fell to the ground, and Xiao Lianshui's face was full of heartache. On my pig's feet. Chapter 111 The Lord Who Came to the Door. Hapuni State, 100 miles north of the White Rock Mountains. There is a castle here. The lord of the castle is named Moai, and her castle is named after her. Moai hid until the beast tide was over before daring to come out to develop. As a result, she discovered the location of Xiao Lianxue's castle tonight. After finding out that Xiao Lianxue's troops were only dwarves, she launched an attack on Xiao Lianxue's castle without hesitation. Her troop type is the Griffin, which has a unique advantage in terrain like the White Rock Mountains, but it is not limited to this. She also has a weapon that can control and influence some low-level beasts and drive them to act. At this time, Moai was on top of a mountain next to a griffin crawling on the ground. Moai played the flute in his hand, which made the beasts below go crazy, and they were attacking Xiao Lianxue's castle desperately. Moai originally wanted to use the beast tide to consume the main force of the enemy castle, and then have the griffins go in to finish off the enemy. There was nothing wrong with the tactics, but problems arose in the first step. The group of wild beasts she controlled were completely useless. A group of flying monsters suddenly appeared from nowhere in the castle below and slaughtered the beast tide. While Moai was still wondering, he didn't know that the noise he made had been detected by the dwarf soldiers nearby. The dwarves of the Firebeard clan had originally been ordered to scout the White Rock Mountains in search of alien races, and the tide of beasts that Moai created in the White Rock Mountains at night was too obvious. Wild beasts were originally scarce in the White Rock Mountains, and the sudden appearance of a tide of beasts was very unusual. At this moment, there were several patrolling dwarves on the top of a mountain. They were observing the direction of Xiao Lianxue's castle with telescopes. They faintly discovered a ray of light. The black eagle hovering overhead also sent back the observed information, making the dwarves more certain of their guess. The dwarves immediately went down the mountain and reported the information back to their clan without delay. On the other side, Bayou and Xiao Lianxue crossed the portal again. Vomit dash. As soon as Bayou came out, he immediately moved away from Xiao Lianxue, knowing that she was going to transform into a jet fighter again. I just had dinner. Woo woo woo. Don't worry about your dinner. Your house might be robbed soon. Bayou walked out after saying that it was just a tide of beasts. The undead could certainly handle it. A special situation has occurred here, and Ghost will definitely make a routine report. Bayou also plans to come over to see where the beast tide came from out of nowhere. Bayou initially guessed that Xiao Lianxue's castle was most likely discovered by the dwarves of the Dwarf Kingdom, which caused her trouble. After arriving here, Bayou found that these beasts were too weak and could not even defeat the skeleton warriors that Bayou sent to work. Xiao Lianxue's town has no city walls to block it, and wild beasts are wreaking havoc outside the castle. The Shuttle Gate is an important building connecting the two places, and it is under the special protection of the undead, so it has not been destroyed. The door to the main hall of the Shuttle Gate was open, and the orange-red light emitted by the portal became dazzling in an instant, which naturally attracted the attention of Moai on the top of the mountain. Someone is coming through the Shuttle Gate. Is it his ally? Since Bayou had no night vision, he could only open his left eye and begin to observe the situation nearby. The beast tide was too weak, and it was obviously man-made, which was different from the feeling given by the system control. After opening his left eye, Bayou's senses instantly heightened. Whoa! Bayou heard a melodious and pleasant voice, which could not be distinguished without careful listening. If Bayou had not opened his left eye, he would not have noticed it. Is this like the sound of a musical instrument? Bayou stood in place and tried carefully to identify the source of the sound, but the sound seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to tell the direction. Xiao Lianxue stood aside without disturbing him, knowing that Bayou might have noticed something. As expected, the boss is the boss. His heterochromatic eyes can glow, so handsome. At this time, the great Necromancer from a distance flew over and came to Bayou's side. My queen, there is a sound magic on the battlefield. It is this magic that controls these beasts. It turns out that those who major in magic are different and knowledgeable. Can you find this person's location? Bayou asked the Necromancer beside him. As long as they can find the location, everything will be fine. Bayou doesn't care about these beasts. With this level of beasts, my beast tide will never be able to break through Xiao Lianxue's castle. The key is to find that person and share resources with her in a friendly manner. Your Majesty, you can have the gargoyles spread out in all directions. They are very sensitive to magic and will be able to find the source of this magic very quickly. The Necromancer suggested this to Bayou, and Bayou agreed that it made sense. The gargoyles and destroyers were like magic detectors, and it would be easy for them to disperse and find the enemy. Whoever can do it, Bayou immediately ordered the gargoyles to stop fighting and fly around. Even if there were only these skeletons and ghosts, they could beat this group of beasts. Bayou did not let the dwarves join the war. They were his excellent workers in the future, and one less to kill would be one less. The dwarves hiding in the castle were stunned by the fighting power of this group of undead. Some wild beasts that seemed dangerous to the dwarves were easily dealt with by the undead. Moreover, the number of undead is very large, not much less than that of wild beasts. For the first time, the dwarves felt that their new master was so powerful. Moai on the top of the mountain was still playing the flute. She wanted to consume all the beasts and then control the griffins to raid Xiao Lianxue's castle. At this time, Moai was still in the stage of observing the combat power of Xiao Lianxue's castle. If this group of wild beasts cannot cause much damage to Xiao Lianxue's castle, she will lead her griffins to plunder and then retreat. After all, griffins can fly, and in these endless mountains, the army has no ability to catch up with her. Of course, it would be best if we could destroy the castle in front of us. At this time, a gargoyle in the sky noticed that the magic fluctuations here were stronger than other places, and immediately flew here. Moai looked up and suddenly found that a monster with wings, over 2 meters tall, had flown towards him from above. Moai was startled and was about to stop playing to fight back at the gargoyle, but the griffin next to him reacted first and immediately flew into the sky and pounced on the gargoyle. The griffin next to Moai is a commander level 1, while the gargoyle that discovered Moai is just an ordinary level 1 and is no match for the griffin. The gargoyle's wings were torn apart by the griffin, and its entire body made of stone and metal was also smashed by the griffin and fell downwards. Moai breathed a sigh of relief. If he stopped playing, the beasts would regain their senses and flee in all directions. However, Moai knew that his position had been discovered, and he had to fight quickly. Chapter 112 Bayou takes action. Bayou easily caught the sound of the gargoyle's body breaking not far away, and immediately looked in the direction of Moai. Bayou only saw a small black dot rising into the sky and gradually getting bigger. The sound of the flute became clearer and clearer. Then the griffins hidden behind Moai also soared into the sky one after another, and dozens of griffins appeared at once. "You really dare to come?" Bayou snorted coldly. He didn't go looking for her, but she came here first. "Ah, what?" Xiao Lianxue on the side was still in a daze. She looked in the direction of Bayou and vaguely saw dozens of small black dots flying towards her in the air. As Moai got closer, she stopped playing and prepared herself for battle. The beasts below lost control of the flute and began to flee in all directions, no longer fighting in vain with the undead. Bayou waved his hand, and all the remaining gargoyles and the gargoyles scattered around immediately gathered in the sky. As Moai gradually approached, Bayou also used his super eyesight to see the group of creatures in the night sky, the griffins. Bayou is no stranger to griffins, having killed one before. The griffin's flying speed is not slow, and Bayou let the gargoyles deal with it just right. Although Bayou has more than 500 undead here, most of them are ghosts. Ghosts without entities are more suitable for detection and intelligence gathering. Although ghosts are also air forces, their flying speed is too slow, so the main force should be left to gargoyles. Of course, Bayou never considered winning or losing. The reason why he let the gargoyles go was to use their speed advantage to prevent the opponent from escaping. Even though most of the undead here are ghosts, Bayou has hundreds of gargoyles, which are more than enough to deal with dozens of griffins. When Moai flew over Xiao Lianxue's castle, he discovered that hundreds of gargoyles suddenly flew up around him, almost 3 times his own number. But Moai was not panicked. She had just seen the fight between the griffin and the gargoyles. These gargoyles were not strong, and sometimes a battle could not be won by numbers alone. "Attack!" Moai gave orders to the griffins. After dealing with them, Moai's target was Bayou and Xiao Lianxue below. Moai had noticed them early on. Countless wind blades condensed in the griffin's front claws and shot towards the surrounding gargoyles. The scene that Moai imagined, where the gargoyles were directly chopped into pieces, did not occur. The gargoyles were intact and absorbed the wind blades. When Moai saw that these monsters could actually absorb magic, he immediately gave up using magic attacks and let the griffins and gargoyles engage in hand-to-hand combat. Same size and same strength. One is a 4-legged strange bird, and the other is a humanoid monster. It is obvious that the gargoyle with its hands freed is much stronger. Moai had previously thought that the gargoyle was very weak, but it was just crushed by its level. The gargoyle is also very agile in the air. Its two hands can easily grab the griffin's neck or wings, and the griffin's claws have no effect on the gargoyle's hard body. The magic that the griffins were most proud of was completely useless when facing the gargoyles. If there were not 3 commander-level griffins among them and only 1 commander-level gargoyles, they would be at a disadvantage. If the strength was equal, the battle would have ended long ago. No griffin could defeat a gargoyle alone with equal strength. What kind of monster is this? Moai's face looked a little ugly. He rode on his griffin and circled in the sky, fighting with these gargoyles. But as time went on, Moai found that his griffins were getting fewer and fewer, while the opponent's gargoyles still maintained the same number as at the beginning. But Moai had clearly killed several gargoyles with his own hands. Moai's weapon is a black whip that can be used for medium-range attacks and can also be enchanted with magic. It can be said to be very powerful. Bayou below had a leisurely expression as he watched the show, with no intention of helping at all. Moai was wearing a pointed wizard hat on his head and a black wizard suit. There were some pendant decorations on his chest and the brim of his hat. He was holding a whip in his hand and riding on the back of a griffin. Bayou found it strange no matter how he looked at it. "Do you want to help them?" Xiao Lianxue said with some concern that if Bayou hadn't helped and the dwarves had to deal with these griffins alone, she would have been finished long ago. "That's right. We can't play anymore. It will be troublesome if she runs away," Bayou said with a serious expression. "Ah, is that so? So you are afraid that you will kill the other person with one move, right?" Xiao Lianxue was extremely worried and kept cheering for the gargoyles silently, fearing that she would not be able to defeat them. But Bayou didn't care about them at all. Moai's height was just at the edge of Bayou's attack range. Bayou was observing the battlefield in the sky from below and was ready to take action. Moai above thought that the 2 lords below were just country bumpkins. Not only could they not fly, but they also had no means of long-range attack, otherwise they would not have ignored him until now. Bayou had already closed his left eye and opened his right eye. His right eye also had passive functions such as enhanced perception, increased physical strength, night vision, etc. Bayou seized the opportunity. While Moai was riding the griffin and dodging the gargoyle's attack, he happened to enter the attack range of Bayou's magic. Xiao Lianxue was still standing aside, wondering curiously. Bayou changed his eye and continued to stare at the sky. He thought that his method of attack was not to stare someone to death. However, the next scene immediately surprised Xiao Lianxue. Moai saw that the joints of the griffin's wings under his crotch were suddenly frozen. Not good. The griffin felt the pain, and with one of its joints frozen, it instantly lost balance and began to fall downwards. Just as it was about to land, countless huge ice spikes surged upward from the ground, trying to pierce the griffin's body. The griffin was a commander-level being, after all, and it immediately launched a wind blade to hit the ice spikes below, and then its body fell following the trajectory of the wind blade. Boom! The griffin's body fell heavily to the ground, crushing all the ice spikes underneath. Many scratches appeared on its body, and blood was flowing. Moai was also covered in dust and looked extremely embarrassed, but fortunately he was protected by the griffin and was not seriously injured. Moai stroked the griffin beside him, and a green light appeared on his palm. The wounds on the griffin's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Lianxue was still confused at the moment. She hadn't figured out how this stupid bird flying in the sky suddenly fell down. When she looked at Bayou beside her, he had already disappeared from the spot. Ah, where's the boss? Chapter 113 Dwarf Troops Attack. Although Moai is a woman, her outfit is certainly not for show. She is indeed a magician and masters 3 types of magic: perception magic, sound magic, and healing magic. With the help of perception magic, she was aware of the moment Bayou disappeared. Moai waved the whip in his hand and headed towards the direction where Bayou would land. Perception magic can also sense elemental fluctuations in the air, so Moai is sure that Bayou will appear at this location. Sure enough, Bayou's figure appeared here, but Bayou now had a sickle in his hand, which directly blocked Moai's predicted attack. D3 appeared above Moai's head. I didn't expect the opponent to be so fast. The surrounding icicles attacked Moai. Moai waved his whip, a sound was heard, and then the icicles were all shattered. Relying on his long arms, Moai began to fight with Bayou. Every time Bayou teleported, Moai could predict it in advance and avoid it narrowly. After a few rounds of this, Bayou also discovered something was wrong. The opponent seemed to have mastered some kind of magic or ability, which could predict his landing point and attack in advance, and was very restrained in close combat. "Hey, little guy, don't I know how to attack from a distance?" Bayou stepped back instantly, opened his palms, and a sea of fire attacked Moi. "Even if you can predict it, can you still avoid the attack?" Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to be heard in the sea of fire, and each explosion could form a vacuum area in the sea of fire. Boom! A sound exploded beside Bayou, and Bayou hurriedly dodged, and the fire magic was forced to stop. This sound magic attack is invisible. If it weren't for Bayou's enhanced senses, he might not have been able to dodge it. This sound magic is indeed a bit strange, but I also know a kind of invisible magic. I wonder how you will deal with it. Bayou was watching Moi from a distance. Although he had a sickle in his hand, he did not choose to get close, so Moi did not notice anything unusual. "You are indeed very strong, but you are not my opponent." Moi was still confident. He relied on his perception magic and sound magic, combined with his melee ability. Not only did his attack method become weird, but it also made up for the weakness of the mage's fragile body. Xiao Lianxue in the distance was the one hiding behind the commander-level Necromancer and was trembling the most. First of all, Bayou's attack was enough to refresh Xiao Lianxue's 3 views. With such a powerful magic, he might be able to destroy a castle like his own with his own strength. Is this the big boss of the first echelon? The most outrageous thing was that enemy. Xiao Lianxue couldn't even see how she attacked, but she was able to resist Bayou's attack. "We are all women. Why are you all so strong? I am the only good-for-nothing loser." Xiao Lianxue's self-confidence suffered a severe blow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Suddenly, a loud horn sounded from the mountain behind Xiao Lianxue. All people and creatures were attracted by the sound and looked back, only to see many torches burning on the distant mountains, forming a bright light. "Charge! Kill these aliens and traitors." Leading the group was a dwarf in black armor riding on a wild boar, pointing his warhammer toward Xiao Lianxue's castle below. In an instant, hundreds of cavalry dwarves behind him, holding torches in one hand and hammers in the other, held the reins of the wild boar and charged towards the foot of the mountain. Discovered by the dwarves of the Dwarf Kingdom, some of the timid dwarves in Xiao Lianxue's castle were trembling, while some brave ones took up weapons and fought desperately with the dwarves outside. How could they not hear the dwarf's horn? It was these nobles who made them, the common people, homeless, and now they wanted to deprive them of their last glimmer of hope. They would never allow this. Of course, the dwarves summoned by Xiao Lianxue's barracks did not have so many emotions. These summoned dwarves were also regarded as aliens, and the others were traitors. Bayou and Moi were also stunned. They came at a really bad time. It seems that she can't waste time fighting with Moi any longer. It must be the sound of her flute that attracted these native dwarves. Moi immediately wanted to jump on the griffin's back and leave. She didn't want to be implicated by the local forces. The best way was to retreat immediately. This place was far away from her castle, and the dwarves could not fly, so the chance of them finding her castle was slim. Just as Moi was about to reach the griffin, a large piece of ice suddenly appeared on the ground, freezing the griffin's limbs. Moi wanted to use sound magic to break the ice, but just as he was about to use it, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. "I didn't say you could leave." Bayou held a ball of fire in his hand and spoke to Moi in the distance. What happened and when? Moi immediately used perception magic to check his body and found that he had been poisoned without knowing when. Moi thought again about the invisible magic that Bayou had just mentioned, but he didn't notice any trace of Bayou using magic at all. So how could he have been tricked? "You did this. You can predict the future, so why didn't you feel it?" Bayou said with a sneer, holding the fireball in his hand and walking towards Moi step by step. The sense of oppression was at its maximum. Moi wanted to use healing magic to heal his injuries, but a green magic circle instantly appeared in Bayou's left pupil, directly detonating the virus in Moi's body. Puff dash. Moi knelt directly on the ground, vomiting blood. Moi remembered that it must be that when Bayou approached him for the first time, she used a trace of teleportation magic to cover up her other magic, causing him to misjudge. Moi swung the whip in his hand with all his strength, creating a sonic boom, but Bayou still walked forward step by step without dodging or evading. Boom! Moi's attack hit Bayou. Moi immediately took advantage of the gap in the attack and wanted to use healing magic to heal himself again, but the green magic circle that had just condensed on his palm was extinguished instantly, and his entire arm became cold and stiff, and he lost consciousness. Cursed magic. The general attack methods of cursed magic are bound to hit, and even if MOAI can feel it, he has no way to avoid it. How much magic does this person in front of me know? When the explosion faded, MOAI saw a black protective shield surrounding Bayou. His sonic boom had no effect on her at all. MOAI was in despair. Even if his most lethal magic hit Bayou, it would be useless. Bayou had displayed at least 5 kinds of magic so far, and he also had a melee ability that was much stronger than his own. The enemy in front of me is completely an enhanced version of myself. No, it should be said that I am a weakened version of her. MOAI was infected with the virus. His physical strength dropped drastically, and he was also hit by a curse magic that made his hands numb. He had no ability to resist at all. MOAI looked to the side for his last hope. The griffin still failed to break free from Bayou's magic and was still trapped on the ground with its frozen limbs. At this time, ice and snow began to appear on the ground above Moai, freezing her limbs and the ground together, leaving only Moai's head exposed to the air to prevent her from suffocating to death. Bayou looked at MOAI, who had lost the strength to resist, and did not humiliate or ridicule him. Just stay here. I'll send you off after I've dealt with these dwarves. Chapter 114 Dwarf Night Charge. When MOAI heard this, a hint of excitement appeared on his face unconsciously. Bayou saw it and stood up and walked towards the back. What a pervert, Ba! Bayou was speechless in her heart. Bayou had no intention of making her surrender. She just thought that these griffins were not bad and could be used well, so she temporarily spared MOAI's life. By the way, I asked her about her magic. It might not drop if she was killed directly. Bayou thought her equipment and magic were pretty good. Bayou directly cooperated with the gargoyle and used frost magic to deal with the remaining griffins, restricting their mobility and leaving only one head outside to breathe. The key is the dwarf knight charging from behind. Bayou has no time to care about these griffins now. What are you all doing outside? Go hide in the castle. Bayou said to the dwarves who took the initiative to walk out of the castle and prepare to join the battle. Sir, we know you are very strong, but this is the trouble we have brought to you. Please allow us to join the battle. Among these dwarves who had defected to Xiao Lianxue, this dwarf was vaguely regarded as their leader. He spoke to Bayou. But it will be very difficult for me if you die in battle. Who is this dwarf on the opposite side? Is he strong? Bayou asked the dwarf again, trying to get some information, but they were all refugees and probably knew very little, so Bayou did not hold out much hope. When the dwarves heard that Bayou actually cared so much about their safety, they were even more moved. 200 miles outside the White Rock Mountains lives a group of nobles from the Dwarf Kingdom, the Firebeard clan. Since the death of the Dwarf King, they have always wanted to unify the Dwarf Kingdom. I heard that they are secretly building a group of wild boar cavalry. The dwarf uncle told Bayou everything he knew. After Bayou's analysis, he guessed that this dwarf army should not be too weak. But it has not reached the point where everyone can be a commander. If that happens, not only will commanders become common, the Firebeard clan would probably have the strength to unify the Dwarf Kingdom long ago. In the end, Bayou allowed the dwarves to join the war. That was the character of the dwarves. They were a group of simple, honest, and loyal people. Bayou didn't want to force them. Boss, what should we do? The dwarf army is coming. Xiao Lianxue was extremely panicked. It was all the Lord's fault. Otherwise, her castle would not have been discovered by the dwarf army so quickly. Bayou was actually a little bit looking forward to it, as this was his first time fighting against the army of a local force. It's just cavalry. It's like everyone has it. Bayou immediately asked the acolytes to hide in the castle. The dwarves would definitely suffer losses in this battle, and the acolytes could not afford to suffer any more losses. 200 skeleton warriors are at the forefront, and along with these dwarves, this is all Bayou's current army. 500 gargoyles and ghosts were flying in the sky, ready to go. The remaining necromancers were stationed next to the shuttle gate. With the commander-level necromancer around, Bayou felt more at ease. Xiao Lianxue and the acolyte should hide inside the castle. It's too dangerous outside. Boss, is this really okay? Don't worry, I'm here. Bayou's words gave Xiao Lianxue a great sense of security. Since Bayou said so, Xiao Lianxue believed that Bayou was confident. If I stay here, I will become a burden to the boss. In order not to distract him, I have to hide in the castle. It's not that I'm afraid of death. The dwarf knights rode huge wild boars and charged down from the top of the mountain. Bayou ignored the darkness with the help of his right eye and saw that this group of dwarves not only had warriors charging with hammers, but also some dwarves took out firearms from their arms. And firearms? Bang! Bang! Sparks burst out between the dwarf knights. The skeleton warriors who were hit were even directly scattered. The gargoyles were hit, and a hole as big as a bowl appeared on their bodies. The ghosts were hit and passed directly through their bodies. As the dwarf knights approached, the undead also launched an attack on them. Gargoyles swooped down from the sky and used their hard bodies to pounce directly on the dwarves on the wild boars. Ghosts came and went without a trace on the battlefield, launching invisible mental attacks in the sky. The dwarf knights fought with the undead, and a huge melee broke out in an instant. The black-armored dwarf was stunned. These disembodied souls and moving skeletons instantly reminded him of a certain creature. Undead? The ghosts of Hapuni State should have been extinct many years ago. Although the black-armored dwarf had never seen a real undead, he still identified this creature based on his rich experience. The black-armored dwarf stopped and looked around. If the opponent was an undead, then it would be troublesome and he would have no chance of winning at all. Before, on the top of the mountain, the dwarves only observed a group of wild beasts and griffins. Although they also saw gargoyles, they did not think of them as undead because there were too many similar monsters. As for ghosts, they were like invisible in the dark night, and it was difficult for the dwarves to see them from such a distance. The black-armored dwarf suddenly saw a portal emitting orange-yellow light. That is a portal. The black-armored dwarf understood that these undead were most likely coming out of the portal. Although he didn't know where the portal led to, he had to destroy it. The black-armored dwarf immediately identified his target and rode a wild boar towards the shuttle gate. The black-armored dwarf took out his musket and fired at the undead blocking the way, and was about to reach the shuttle gate. Suddenly, countless bone spurs appeared in front of him. It was too late for the black-armored dwarf to dodge by riding the wild boar. He immediately and decisively abandoned the wild boar and avoided the attack. The wild boar was instantly pierced by countless bone spurs and turned into a porcupine. The black-armored dwarf also saw his opponent, who was a commander-level necromancer. Bang! The black-armored dwarf picked up the musket and pulled the trigger at the necromancer floating in the air, but the necromancer easily blocked it with his bone shield. The musket attack only left a black spot on the bones, without even a crack. The necromancer was much stronger than the black dwarf, and the only means the black dwarf had to defend against the air was his musket, but it was ineffective. Facing the necromancer's attack, the black dwarf dodged while using his weapon to block the necromancer's bone spurs. Suddenly, a bone knife appeared beside the black-armored dwarf and scratched his cheek. Looking back, he saw a skeleton appeared beside the mount that had just been killed. On the other hand, it was much easier for Bayou to deal with this group of dwarf cavalry. Their only advantage was the huge power brought by the charge, and they had no advantage against the Air Force. Bayou thought it would be an evenly matched battle, but unexpectedly, it was a one-sided massacre. Chapter 115 by Huyo appears. The Dwarf Knights were the most brave and fearless warriors of the Firebeard clan and had never seen such strange creatures. The two demon soul lords in the sky were just floating in place. A random curse could kill a dwarf knight, and the dwarves had no way to deal with it. We can't hit them, and we are killed at will. What do you want us to do? Just when the black-armored dwarf was still struggling, his feet were suddenly frozen, and Bayou took action. The necromancer's two bone spikes pierced directly through the joints of the black-armored dwarf's arms, nailing him to the ground. It must be said that the armor of this black-armored dwarf was indeed hard enough. The necromancer's bone spurs could only produce sparks but could not penetrate it completely, so they hit the joints. Apart from anything else, the equipment of the dwarves can be regarded as the best among the equipment of the same level. When these dwarf knights saw their leader being captured, they did not choose to escape, but instead all chose to come and rescue the black-armored dwarf. As a result, they were all frozen by Bayou and lost their ability to move. It was like a moth to a flame, and the battle ended in such a strange way. The dwarves in Xiao Lianchue's castle also suffered some damage. After all, facing the dwarf knights was basically the same as committing suicide. However, the main force was on the side of the undead, and the battle was resolved quickly, so there were not many casualties. Bayou kept these dwarves in order to recruit them for his own use, and let them all join Xiao Lianchue's castle and become his own subordinate troops. Sir, do you want to persuade them to surrender? The only commander-level dwarf in Xiao Lianchue's castle walked over and asked Bayou. Seeing that Bayou subdued them all, but didn't kill them, even a fool could see what Bayou meant. Yeah, what do you suggest? These native dwarves would probably know more about them. Bayou was not in a hurry, and wanted to hear what the dwarves next to him had to say. "My lord, these dwarves are all members of the Firebeard clan. They are extremely proud, and unlike commoners like us, they will never surrender even if they die." How could the clan members be the same as ordinary people like them? They were the ones who started the war in the Dwarf Kingdom. They were all brainwashed by their clan leaders and fanatically followed their leaders. It is impossible for such dwarves to surrender. Is that so? In this case, Bayou did not waste any more words. These dwarves were all controlled by frost magic, and their life and death could be said to depend entirely on Bayou's thoughts. A ray of light flashed in Bayou's right eye, and instantly all the dwarf knights were pierced by ice cones, and Bayou gained a large amount of experience points. "Summon them all?" Bayou said to his Necromancer. "Yes, your majesty." Bayou led the dwarf towards the castle. Bayou suddenly had an idea. Since the nobles themselves couldn't gather the dwarves, then the common people of the dwarf tribe should be no problem. "May I have your name?" "Your Excellency, Gray." Gray followed behind Bayou, not knowing why this adult called him over. Gray was promoted to commander after he arrived at Xiao Linshua's castle and survived the beast tide. There is no problem with his background and he can be trusted, but he is not safe. Considering that other dwarven compatriots have been persecuted by the Firebeard clan, I am eager to save them and build a peaceful place without exploitation and oppression for everyone. As Bayou spoke, Gray also looked happy when he heard it. Could it be that this gentleman wanted to help us? Bayou suddenly changed the subject. "But unfortunately, I can't find a suitable candidate to lead these wandering and suffering dwarven compatriots. It's not that I can't find a candidate, but I don't dare to trust them completely. After all, no one knows whether they will become the next Firebeard clan. The superficial promise has no binding force at all. After all, people's hearts will change. Otherwise, the major clans would not have rebelled." As he spoke, Bayou sighed, looking worried. "My friend has a poor character. He is kind and innocent by nature, and is the most likely to trust others. What if he is bewitched by other dwarves with ill intentions in the future?" Speaking of Xiao Linshua's innocence, Bayou almost couldn't hold back. Anyone who saw this girl in uniform would not believe Bayou's words, but it was different when the other party was a dwarf. Bayou painted a big picture for Gray, and Gray was delighted after hearing it. However, when he heard Bayou's concerns about loyalty, Gray wanted to refute Bayou that the dwarves were loyal and simple and would never betray their allies. However, he thought of the chaotic Dwarf Kingdom and the Firebeard clan that came to kill them, and he couldn't say anything to refute. In Gray's eyes, Xiao Lianshue protected them and was their benefactor. But in the eyes of the clan, they were traitors who defected to a foreign race, not to mention the clan's exploitation and oppression of ordinary dwarves. The fundamental reason for their displacement was obviously the war instigated by various clans. Gray suddenly thought of a kind of contract that could force one to be loyal to another. Anyone who rebelled would be killed by the backlash of the contract. With such a contract, he could surely prove his loyalty, right? Gray does have the intention to save his fellow dwarves. Otherwise, he would not have become the most hardworking and powerful one in Xiao Lianshue's castle. "Sir, I have heard that there is a kind of contract that can guarantee absolute loyalty. I am willing to take the initiative to sign a contract with you. Please help save our suffering dwarf compatriots." Gray suddenly knelt down on one knee and said solemnly to Bayou, and Bayou showed a barely perceptible smile. "If you want to recruit dwarves, you have to rely on them. Gray, you don't have to do this. Saving my fellow dwarves is my duty. I'm just worried that my friend might be bewitched. I'm really glad that you have his heart. If you must sign a contract, please sign it with my friend," Bayou said with a righteous look on his face, and he could hardly suppress the upward curve of his lips. Xiao Lianshue in the castle looked at Gray and Bayou walking towards him together, wondering what Bayou was so happy about. Although Gray does not know how to make a master-servant contract, Xiao Lianshue has the system to help. The surrender of a creature that voluntarily surrenders is the same as the surrender between a lord, and the contract will be forcibly signed. Gray surrenders to Xiao Lianshue, and Xiao Lianshue surrenders to Bayou, which means that Gray also surrenders to Bayou. But Gray didn't know this, and thought Bayou was thinking about his friend. Xiao Lianshue signed a master-servant contract with Gray in a daze, and Bayou even gave all the confiscated dwarf cavalry equipment to Xiao Lianshue's dwarves. Before, they could only wear ordinary armor and carry the lowest quality weapons, but now they have upgraded their muskets to cannons. Gray put on the black armor of the Black Armored Dwarf, which is a commander-level suit and has greatly improved their combat effectiveness. Bayou also equipped each of them with a musket and warhammers. The combat power was greatly improved, All the wild boars were killed by Bayou. Although there were no wild boars, Bayou looked at Moai, who was frozen in the ice with only his head exposed in the distance. There was still a griffin. Chapter 116, The Witch's Castle. But in order to produce a steady supply of griffins, Moai must surrender, and Bayou does not want this witch to surrender to him. 150 dwarf warriors were fully equipped. This was the force that Bayou relied on to make his fortune with the dwarves. As for the remaining dwarves who were a little older, Bayou continued to let them stay in the castle to work. Of course, other people also have to work, but they have to join the battle at critical moments. Gray, you are familiar with this area. It's late today. Let's start from tomorrow. You take a few dwarves out to find other suffering compatriots and gather them together. We are still too few in number now, Bayou said to Gray, who was standing beside him. As for Xiao Lianxue, as a tool, she had no idea what Bayou and Gray were plotting. Yes, sir. Gray's face was also full of excitement. When he ran out, his village was looted by another clan. As a subordinate of the Firebeard clan, the Firebeard clan didn't even pay attention to them. Gray hated these clans so much, as it was these clans that made them homeless. Finally, Gray and some strong friends from the same village found Xiao Lianxue's castle by chance. The undead need no rest, and the mining skeletons resumed their work. Bayou also asked all the ghosts to disperse and search for the Huishu clan's stronghold and Xiao Lianxue's castle. They would definitely not be too far away from here, at least not beyond the range of the Bayan Mountains. If you dare to covet my property, you'd better not let me find you. Bayou walked towards Moai, and before leaving, he did not forget to pull Xiao Lianxue along. What are we going to do? I'll give you a mount. Don't you want it yourself, sir? What do you think of the dragon in my castle? Xiao Lianxue was speechless. Fine, you are the boss. You are awesome. Moai, who was standing by, thought Bayou was here to kill her, but Bayou ignored her and walked towards the griffin. After Bayou's coercion and inducement, he finally forced the griffin and Xiao Lianxue to sign a contract. From then on, this commander-level griffin would be Xiao Lianxue's mount. Xiao Lianxue was extremely happy. Although she was not as strong as her mount, it was really impressive to have such an awesome mount. There were only a dozen griffins left alive on the field. Moai had only brought a few dozen of them, and most of them were killed in the battle with the gargoyles. A dozen or so are not enough. Hey, where's your castle? Bayou asked Moai, who was standing beside him, but Moai just turned his head away and ignored Bayou. Oh, I see you don't understand your situation now, do you? He is already a prisoner, but still dares to be so arrogant. Bayou walked in front of Moai and looked down at Moai lying on the ground. Humph, you're dreaming. Bah, huh. Ignorance is bliss, right? Bayou was extremely sure that this person was definitely not normal. Damn it. Bayou then directly unfrozen Moai and handed the weapon to Xiao Lianxue. It was most appropriate to let Xiao Lianxue do this kind of thing. Leave it to you. Bayou walked away directly, not wanting to be exposed. Professional matters should be left to professionals. How could the eldest brother personally interrogate the person? Of course, the younger brother did it. Bayou also believed that Xiao Lianxue must be familiar with it. Xiao Lianxue took the weapon from Bayou with a confused look on her face. This was a task given to her by the boss, so how could she refuse? There's no way. Xiao Lianxue breathed a sigh of relief. We just have to follow orders. I advise you to cooperate. Moai glared at Xiao Lianxue without saying anything. This provocative look made Xiao Lianxue very angry. Bayou heard the sound and started counting. Looking at the system time, 15 minutes had passed. It should be about time. Bayou came over, and Xiao Lianxue stopped interrogating Moai. The two of them stared coldly at Moai lying on the ground. At this moment, Moai's body was covered with scars. He was lying on the ground very weakly, breathing heavily, and blood was constantly oozing out of his wounds. It was obvious that Xiao Lianxue was not merciful. However, no matter how weak Moai was, she had commander-level attribute enhancements after all, and it did not cause any substantial damage to her. It was all an act. Can you tell me now? Bayou squatted down and looked at Moai, who was covered in scars. I say. Moai raised his head and looked at Bayou with a pleading look. Bayou cursed in his heart again. The world is indeed full of wonders. Maybe I'm too naive. Yeah, that must be the case. Soon Moai explained all the information he knew. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue rode on the griffin's back together, while Moai was carried on the griffin's back. The moment the griffin and Xiao Lianxue signed the contract, It meant that the Griffin had already betrayed Moai's castle. Not all lords will sign a master-servant contract with all their soldiers. In fact, rebellion of their soldiers is a very common thing for lords. Bayou rode on the Griffin, and Zhao Lianxue took off with Moai, heading towards Moai's castle. Although they could not take the Griffin for themselves, they could let Moai summon a few more after 12 o'clock. They had to get the wool. Besides, it is better to just grab the resources directly than to kill Moai and only get 80 of them dropped. It was Zhao Lianxue's first time to experience the feeling of flying. The strong wind made her hair fly back continuously. She looked very happy. The Griffin's speed is almost the same as that of the gargoyle. Now it's a little injured and is carrying 3 people. Although the 3 people are not heavy, they are still more than 200 pounds, which will definitely affect the flying speed. After flying for an hour and a half, we finally saw the castle of Moai. It was almost 12 o'clock. Moai's castle is almost the same as Zhao Lianxue's castle, just like Bayou and son Xiao's castles, except that Zhao Lianxue's castle was promoted to a town, while Moai's castle remained there. As soon as Bayou and Zhao Lianxue landed, the 2 crossbow towers at the entrance of Moai Castle launched an attack on them. Bayou blasted it to pieces with 2 fireballs. What the hell? Can this be called a defense tower? A blueprint slowly fell between the 2 exploded defense towers. With such good luck, it exploded directly? Bayou picked up the blueprint on the ground and gave it to Zhao Lianxue without even looking at it. Without even looking at it, Bayou knew that this defense tower was not strong. This is for you. I'll build it in your castle someday. Thank you, big boss. Zhao Lianxue clearly did nothing, but she kept reaping the benefits from behind. So, this is what it means to be a powerful figure. In the end, Bayou and Zhao Lianxue walked into Moai's castle together. As for Moai, Bayou thawed her legs and restored her mobility, and asked her to lead the way in front to prevent her from playing any tricks. Chapter 117. Is there an affiliated barracks? Bayou and Zhao Lianxue walked into the castle and found that there were still 10 griffins below the ordinary level. They should have been summoned by Moai yesterday, but their levels were too low and they were not allowed to participate in the battle. Hey, summon some soldiers. Bayou asked Moai to summon soldiers again. Moai raised her hands to indicate that she was tied up and could not click on the system panel. Bayou unfrozen her. Moai then obediently summoned out 10 ordinary griffins. There were now 20 griffins in the castle, plus a dozen captured, totaling more than 30. There was no other way but to do this for now. Bayou walked around inside and didn't find anything valuable. The only special building was the crossbow tower he had just seen. The level of the barracks is not high. Although it is also located in the Bayou Mountains, there are not iron mines everywhere, so there is not a single iron ingot in Moai's warehouse. Besides, even if there is iron ore, this griffin won't dig it. Bayou collected all the resources in Moai's warehouse. There were very few stones, almost no wood, few magic crystals and spirit cores, but there was a lot of food. It can be imagined that these griffins can do almost nothing except fighting. Moai is the poorest lord Bayou has ever seen and has nothing. However, Bayou has discovered a system loophole. If he loots the enemy lord's castle, he can obtain 100% of all the supplies in his warehouse. If he kills him directly, only 80% of the supplies will be transmitted to the warehouse by the system. The system is shameful. It actually took 20 kickbacks. Bayou came to the top floor of the castle and saw Moai's castle crystal. If you discover the enemy lord's castle crystal, swallow it immediately. Note: devouring an enemy crystal has a 5% chance of obtaining the crystal of the attached barracks of the castle. Special note: a unique barracks cannot obtain affiliated barracks crystals. This was Bayou's first time to come into contact with another lord's castle crystal, and the system also forced Bayou to be reminded. It can be said that there are 2 ways to defeat the lord. One is to kill the lord directly, and the other is to destroy his castle crystal. So it's possible to obtain the enemy's troops by devouring the enemy's crystal? Bayou murmured as she looked at the message from the system. This was the first time she knew this information. If other lords knew about it, it would probably intensify the fight between the lords. This mechanism gives some lords with weak troops a chance to turn the tables, and it is indeed quite reasonably priced. The following special tip is of course for Bayou, because Bayou's barracks is the only barracks. If you contact other lords, there will definitely be no such tip. Bayou immediately called Zhao Lianxue over. It would be a big loss if he swallowed the castle crystal himself, so it would be more cost-effective to let Zhao Lianxue swallow it. The probability was 5%, and if Zhao Lianxue got the affiliated barracks, he would make a fortune. Boss, here I come. Hearing Bai Yu's call, Xiao Lianxue hurriedly pulled MOAI to the top floor. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. It was MOAI, who had been accumulating strength, whose hands were now freed. Seeing the desperate situation, she immediately launched her sonic boom to attack Xiao Lianxue. Before, Bai Yu had been by Xiao Lianxue's side, and MOAI didn't dare to take any action at all. Until Bai Yu left them on the 6th floor, Bai Yu went to the top floor of the 7th floor alone. MOAI, who was thinking about how to escape, suddenly heard Bai Yu's voice. Xiao Lianxue pulled her to the top floor, but just when she turned the corner, MOAI saw Bai Yu standing next to the crystal of her castle. MOAI directly chose to fight to the death. If she couldn't kill Bai Yu, she would kill Xiao Lianxue as a scapegoat. Even though the recovered strength was not enough, MOAI had been observing Xiao Lianxue and found that this person had no strength at all, and his sonic boom could easily kill her. Ah! A scream from Xiao Lianxue came from the end of the corridor. As the smoke produced by the explosion gradually dissipated, a protective shield formed by black flames emerged, completely protecting Xiao Lianxue inside it, and Xiao Lianxue was unharmed. Xiao Lianxue was just startled by the explosion and let out a scream. She hurriedly checked her body and found that it was intact, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the end of the corridor, Bai Yu opened one palm and pointed it in his direction, with blue light flashing in his eyes, calm and powerful. I love you, big guy. Are you kidding? Bai Yu can't let Xiao Lianxue die. If Xiao Lianxue dies and the castle is gone, how am I going to get back? Bai Yu's development plan in Happy State has just begun, and no accidents can happen. As for why she was able to detect MOAI's sneak attack, Bai Yu had been watching them since they went upstairs, and not all magicians could cast magic instantly like Bai Yu. No matter how fast Moai's sonic boom magic is, she still needs a starting move. Without condensing the magic circle, she can't cast magic. With the sonic boom unleashed at such a close distance, MOAI herself could not escape unscathed, as she had launched the attack with the determination to die. At this moment, MOAI was blown away by his own sonic boom and fell to the side, looking like he was dying. Stop being in a daze and come here quickly. There is no need to care about MOAI at this time. The important thing is to let Xiao Lianxue fuse the castle crystal. Here it comes. Xiao Lianxue jogged over, not knowing why Bai Yu called her over. Fuse this crystal. Bai Yu pointed at MOAI's castle crystal and said to Xiao Lianxue. She didn't expect that the other party would give her such a great benefit. She was so touched. This was also her first time to come into contact with other lords' castle crystals, and she also received a system prompt. Xiao Lianxue looked at Bai Yu with some doubt. Boss, why don't you devour it yourself? I think there is a chance of obtaining an affiliated barracks. My barracks is the only barracks. It cannot have any subsidiary barracks. Bai Yu didn't expect that Xiao Lianxue was still thinking about him, so he explained to her patiently. In fact, what she wanted to say at first was, "What's yours is mine, idiot." Of course, what's mine is still mine. Xiao Lianxue looked as if she had suddenly realized something, as if she understood Bai Yu's intention, and hoped that she would be lucky enough to obtain this affiliated barracks. Xiao Lianxue directly clicked on Swallow, and then the whole castle began to vibrate. As for other equipment, there was no need to pick them up, as they would be directly transferred to Xiao Lianxue's warehouse. Xiao Lianxue surrendered to Bai Yu, and Bai Yu also had the authority to access Xiao Lianxue's warehouse. As the castle began to collapse, all the supplies were transferred to Xiao Lianxue's warehouse. Bai Yu took Xiao Lianxue and teleported out of the castle. The collapsed ruins completely buried Moai's body. The griffins in the castle also scattered. The griffins that had just been summoned did not have much loyalty to Moai, so once Moai died, they all naturally ran away. Bai Yu and Xiao Lianxue were riding on griffins, so they naturally would not allow the newly summoned griffins to run away. At this moment, Xiao Lianxue on the griffin's back was still a little confused. She guessed that the system was counting the spoils, while Bai Yu used frost magic to catch them all. Ordinary griffins are too fragile. Bai Yu prepared to control the griffin to land, use this commander-level griffin to intimidate the other griffins, and then bring them back. Chapter 118, I didn't get it. After the griffin landed, Bai Yu jumped down directly and turned to look at Xiao Lianxue with a hint of scrutiny and a hint of ridicule. I'm sorry, big man. I didn't mean it. Bai Yu didn't say anything and just waved his hand casually. It's okay, it's normal, I can understand it. Bai Yu turned his head away and stopped looking at her. He led the commander-level griffin to communicate with the ordinary-level griffins around him. As expected, these griffins were very sensible and readily agreed. After about 10 minutes, Bayou estimated that the time was up, so he turned to Xiao Lianxue and asked, "Have you obtained the attached barracks?" "No." Speaking of this, Xiao Lianxue became even sadder. As expected, something unexpected happened. She was not lucky enough to get the affiliated barracks with a 5% probability. The boss must be very disappointed. If you don't have any, then you don't have any. You can't be so lucky every time. Don't be discouraged. There are many lords. What are your other gains? Bayou asked again. She thought it must be because of the lack of luck, but it was not a big problem. This Griffin-affiliated barracks was just for a try. It would be better if you have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Her undead don't need to fly in the sky on griffins. Bayou just had a sudden idea to form a dwarf griffin cavalry to enhance the strength of Xiao Lianxue's dwarves. But now the idea has gone down the drain, but fortunately he still harvested more than 30 griffins. Then we can only go the elite route and equip the dwarves who are promoted to commanders with a griffin. There are two weapons of this lord. One is the whip and the other is the flute she used before. She also dropped a second-level healing magic. That's all. These things were transferred to the warehouse. Xiao Lianxue couldn't take them out, so she could only tell Bayou orally. Of course, there is nothing else, because all the supplies in this poor guy's warehouse were taken away by Bayou, and there is only one special building, which is the crossbow tower mentioned earlier. As for the Lord's own abilities, Bayou only knew of 3 kinds of magic, and he only dropped 1 healing magic, which had no lethality at all, and she didn't need it. The flute was quite interesting after listening to Xiao Lianxue's description. This thing did not require any sound magic itself. Just blowing the flute would bring with it sound magic and mental magic attacks. It has only one function, which is to drive some low-intelligence beasts. Bayou gave this a 2-word evaluation: useless. As for the weapon, it is even more ordinary. It can only be enchanted, with no special features. Well, Bayou doesn't like anything of this lord, except for the sound magic. Take these. They will be very helpful in improving your current strength. Bayou said to Xiao Lianxue, then walked over and rode on the griffin. Thank you, big man. Xiao Lianxue seemed to have gotten used to Bayou's personality. He was a big shot and would look down on anyone who wasn't a good person. Even if something is good in your own eyes, it may be just mediocre in the eyes of the big guys. Xiao Lianxue also climbed onto the griffin's back, ready to leave. Call? The griffin's wings kicked up a cloud of dust on the ground. The griffin carried Bayou and Xiao Lianxue, followed by 20 griffins, and flew toward Xiao Lianxue's castle. Time? 02. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue successfully returned to the castle. All the dwarf corpses on the ground were summoned, and nearly 1,000 new undead were added. A dwarf knight is equal to a dwarf plus a wild boar, which is equal to 4 undead. It's such a great profit. Bayou handed the griffins over to the dwarves. The dwarves were extremely happy when they heard that these griffins would be their mounts in the future. She also asked Gray, the first one to reach the commander level, to pick one and sign a master-servant contract. This move greatly inspired the dwarves' determination to become stronger. The number of griffins is limited. First come, first served. Boss, do you really not want this healing magic? You can spend 100 magic crystals to learn it directly. Xiao Lianxue was still looking at her spoils. Don't want. Bayou refused, so she had no choice but to spend 100 magic crystals to learn this second-level healing magic. Looking at the flute in Xiao Lianxue's hand, she suddenly realized, isn't this the nemesis of the dwarf cavalry? Although the flute cannot affect the dwarves' minds, the wild boars under their crotches are still fine. Bayou disdains to use Lao Lu's behavior. When he finds that group of dwarves, Bayou will let them see what the hell is called cavalry. You should break down these bodies. How could he do such a thing by himself now that he had a younger brother? The dwarf corpses did not drop food, only magic crystals and spirit cores, etc. Bayou threw them all directly into Xiao Lianxue's warehouse. Gray, remember tomorrow's mission. Ghosts and gargoyles, hurry up and find the base of those dwarves. Necromancer, the safety of the shuttle gate and the castle is in your hands. Bayou reminded the undead and dwarves of their respective tasks. The dwarves dug a lot of ore today, but due to the invasion of the dwarves from the Moai and Firebeard clans, the ore refining targets were not met. The excited dwarves are staying up late to work overtime. Bayou walked slowly towards the shuttle gate, ready to go back and prepare for bed. Xiao Lianxue also hurriedly followed. After what happened today, she was even more scared. Sleeping in the castle in the Bayan Mountains no longer gave her a sense of security. It's the familiar vomiting again. I've happened so many times, but I'm still not used to it. I hope I get sick from vomiting one day. Bayou held his forehead with his hand, looking helpless. Sure enough, the red moon in the sky is more suitable for me. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue walked out. She went straight to her own castle, while the other went to her own subsidiary castle nearby. Boss, I'm going back to the castle to cook. Bayou nodded. Xiao Lianxue vomited less than she ate that day, so it was hard for her. Bayou returned to the castle and summoned his own troops first. The barracks flashed green light, and then 40 figures appeared. There are 10 fixed acolytes, 8 necromancers, 7 destroyers, and 6 ghouls. It's basically the same, there's no golden legend. Bayou is fed up with the days without gold. Forget it, let's work hard tomorrow. Today's already sucked. Bayou was just about to go back to sleep when he slapped his head and almost forgot about the important matter again. She immediately called the ghost at the door over. Notify them that I want to see 2,000 undead knights here by dawn tomorrow. Chapter 119 Old Witch. Bayou woke up from the bed on time, turned over, and got out of bed. Looking at the 2 lively little rabbits, Bayou began to put on her clothes. The weather in Bayou's castle has become a little cool. After all, there is no sun every day, and it is gloomy. But it is really hot over there, Xiao Lianxue. Considering that the recent development center will be in half-uni state, Bayou should wear something cooler, and it will be more convenient for fighting. You can't fight with others with your hair down and wearing a little skirt, right? It's better to wear it in normal casual style, tie your hair into a high ponytail, and you're done. Bayou came to the castle yard and collected some basic supplies as usual. At this time, a total of 2,000 undead knights had gathered in the town outside the yard. Most of them were death knights, led by 5 scourge knights. The strength is quite good, at least Bayou himself thinks so. Bayou only hopes that the ghosts and gargoyles can find the dwarf's stronghold today and destroy it. The more than 10,000 pieces of ordinary equipment that were put on the shelves yesterday were finally traded. Bayou took half of the magic crystals and threw them into Xiao Lianxue's warehouse. Xiao Lianxue was probably still sleeping at this time, and Bayou didn't plan to call her. It would be the same whether she was there or not, as Bayou still had the authority over her castle, so he just let her sleep a little longer. Into the shuttle gate, Bayou shouted to the undead knights outside, and the undead knights turned around and walked towards the shuttle gate behind them, entering the portal in an orderly manner. That's right, Bayou wants to use the undead knights to deal with the dwarves of the Firebeard clan. Doesn't he like to launch cavalry sneak attacks? Sorry, I have cavalry too. Bayou was the last one to walk into the portal. As soon as he arrived in Hapuni province, Bayou saw the Necromancer, who was guarding the shuttle gate diligently. At this moment, 2,000 undead knights have gathered outside. It just so happened that Xiao Lianxue's castle was upgraded to a town, so there was such a large piece of flat land between the mountains. Did you find it? As soon as Bayou arrived, he asked the ghost beside him. Not yet, Your Majesty. The ghost said to Bayou respectfully that it was specially left here to deliver a message to Bayou. Bayou was not disappointed. Only 4 hours had passed from 2 in the morning to 6 in the morning. It would be a miracle if they could find it so quickly, and they were not sure which direction to go. They could only disperse in all directions. There were not many undead responsible for reconnaissance in each direction with 500. Bayou asked the dwarf about Gray. Gray left the castle on a griffin at daybreak, and it was estimated that he had just left for a short time. It seems quite responsible. Go back to the castle and call 500 ghosts over to increase the investigation efforts. Bayou immediately spoke to the ghost beside him. After hearing Bayou's order, the ghost entered the shuttle gate and went back to find help. Bayou would try to find their base today. I just don't know if there are other lords around here, preferably stronger ones. Those lords who summon wild beasts are too poor because the beasts don't know how to work at all. On the other side, Xiao Lianxue also got up, but she didn't wear her black stockings today. They were stained when she upgraded yesterday, and now they were hanging on the balcony of the castle, fluttering in the wind. Clothes were easier to deal with. No big problem, she could wear them for now. It's just that the weather here in Bayou's castle is a bit cool, and Xiao Lianxue's outfit already makes her feel a little cold. Xiao Lianxue's castle was very close to Bayou's castle. After a while, Xiao Lianxue arrived at Bayou's castle. She didn't dare to shout loudly because Xiaobing was still in the castle, which was too creepy. The queen has entered the shuttle gate. The ghost at the castle gate reminded Xiao Lianxue. When Xiao Lianxue heard that the boss had gone there so early, she also wanted to go and take a look. There was no point in staying here, and it seemed rather scary. Suddenly, Xiao Lianxue was stunned for a moment, and her curiosity arose. Why did the boss's soldiers all call her the queen? Was the boss a hidden Shinibu? Xiao Lianxue seemed to have discovered something. There was no one around, so she immediately turned around and asked the ghost in a low voice, "Hey, why are you calling her Her Majesty the Queen? Did she ask you to do that?" The ghost didn't expect that this human would ask him such a stupid question. The ghost looked at Xiao Lianxue with an expression that had not changed for 100 years, as if he was looking at a fool. "Because Her Majesty the Queen is the new king of our undead race." After saying this, the ghost no longer paid any attention to Xiao Lianxue. Xiao Lianxue was stunned. The gossip plan failed. These undead took the initiative to call Bayou like this. Oh my god, being a big boss seems really awesome. Xiao Lianxue had seen this before in the world chat, that some lords would awaken some special bloodlines or something like that, but she didn't expect it to be true. Xiao Lianxue was just about to enter the shuttle gate when she noticed a small yellow flying towards her in the distant sky. Xiao Lianxue had never seen any of Bayou's flying soldiers that were yellow. Of course, it is not a type of soldier. The little yellow dot is Sun Xiao riding on a tingyun. As Sun Xiao got closer, Xiao Lianxue could also see the little yellow dot clearly. There's a person on it? Xiao Lianxue's first reaction was that this was the enemy, but when she saw that other soldiers were indifferent to her, Xiao Lianxue realized that this should be the lord who had surrendered to Bayou before. Xiao Lianxue still remembered that this lord's castle was not far from Bayou's castle. As Sun Xiao landed and was about to happily go find Bayou, the ghost at the door told her that Bayou was not there. A shuttle gate? What is that? Sun Xiao looked in the direction the ghost pointed and happened to see Xiao Lianxue standing outside the shuttle gate. The two looked at each other. No, it should be said that Xiao Lianxue had been looking at Sun Xiao for a long time. Wearing school uniform and with such a young face, Xiao Lianxue realized that this lord was just a student. Old witch die. It was obvious that Sun Xiao didn't think so. She had a stick in her hand and ran towards Xiao Lianxue. Xiao Lianxue. In Sun Xiao's opinion, Xiao Lianxue dressed like this either means she is a successful person or, just like men wearing suits nowadays, if he is not a successful person, he must be a salesman or a security guard. No matter how she looked at it, Sun Xiao would not believe that Xiao Lianxue was the former. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts! Sun Xiao screamed. Xiao Lianxue pinched her face, and the stick was held by Xiao Lianxue's other hand. Both of them are ordinary level. Sun Xiao only has. Even if Xiao Lianxue has no combat experience, she has the attributes. How could you be hit by Sun Xiao with one stick? Are you the Monkey King? Chapter 120. The blame is discovered. Xiao Lianxue was puzzled. She thought it was a man, but it turned out to be just an underage tomboy. Xiao Lianxue relaxed a lot instantly. However, after getting to know Bayou, Xiao Lianxue also found that Bayou is not the kind of person who would be seduced by beauty. I am the Monkey King. Yeah, you're still being stubborn. Xiao Lianxue's hands became even stronger, and Sun Xiao almost cried out in pain. You'll be finished when my sister Bai comes back. Xiao Lianxue let go of Sun Xiao, and Sun Xiao quickly covered her face with her hands. She wanted to hit Xiao Lianxue again, but after being glared at by Xiao Lianxue, she immediately gave in. Aren't you going to look for your sister Bai? I'll take you there. Xiao Lianxue looked at Sun Xiao with a smile. Really? That's great. Sun Xiao immediately became happy again. She now understood that the fact that Xiao Lianxue appeared in Bayou's castle must mean that she was Bayou's ally or friend. Although she was a little weird, at least she was a good person. It's across from the portal behind you. Xiao Lianxue pointed at the shuttle gate. Xiao Lianxue was not going to get angry with a child, and strictly speaking, this was also the boss's man. Xiao Lianxue and Sun Xiao walked into the shuttle gate together. As expected, the two who had just walked out of the portal began to vomit crazily. Fortunately, Xiao Lianxue didn't eat breakfast, so she was fine after vomiting a few times. In contrast, Sun Xiao vomited out all of yesterday's breakfast. Ugh, what the hell? Bang! Xiao Lianxue patted Sun Xiao on the head. Speak politely. Oh, that's right, I'm going to see Sister Bai soon, so I can't swear anymore. Sun Xiao shut up immediately. The two walked out of the teleportation gate, and what came into view was Xiao Lianxue's castle. Sun Xiao seemed to understand that this portal could connect the two castles. Is this your castle? Nonsense, it's not mine, it's yours. The two of them bickered all the way into the castle. To Sun Xiao, everything here was too new. Even the long-lost blue sky and white clouds made her happy for a long time. Of course, Bayou was not in the castle. He had already ridden a griffin to observe the nearby terrain in person. The dwarves didn't know where Bayou had gone, and Xiao Lianxue and Sun Xiao couldn't search for him aimlessly, so they could only wait for Bayou to return. Bas en plein, Elemental Alliance. Lin Jun and Lu Yao have already cleaned up all traces of the elite reconnaissance team of the Gata Empire and forged traces of battle on the other side of the alliance. When the time comes, the people from the Gata Empire will be lured directly to the border of the harsh snowy mountains by the forged clues there. In this way, they can find the real culprit who massacred the village and divert the attention, and the Elemental Alliance will be safe temporarily. Lung Jie and Shi Yao also came to the junction of the cold snow-capped mountains and the barren plains, but the junction between the two places was too long and could not be found in a short time. Lung Jie's Snow Girl can also fly, which makes reconnaissance much easier. As for Shi Yao's earth monsters, it cannot be said that they are completely useless for reconnaissance, but it can only be said that they have nothing to do with them. At this moment, the two of them were sitting on the ground eating barbecue and drinking snow water, and the task of reconnaissance was entirely handed over to Lung Jie's Snow Girl. Brother, sure, if we still can't find them today, let's go back. We can just create traces of a fight here to mislead them. It's not a good idea to keep wasting time here. Lung Jie said to Shi Yao that the two of them had been out for nearly a day and a night, and there was not even a single lord's castle around, let alone a castle. Shi Yao nodded, thinking that what Lung Jie said made sense. After all, their strength was still too weak. If they were stronger than the Gata Empire, why would they be afraid of them? After they finished eating, they set out again to search, and they did not return empty-handed. Lung Jie's Snow Girl found an ice cave, and Lung Jie and Shi Yao successfully searched it, so it was not a wasted trip, and they even made a small profit. However, this frost cave was not as strong as the one Lung Jie encountered last time. Its strength was very ordinary, and the two of them took it over very easily. Otherwise, Lung Jie was confident that if they encountered a cave like last time again, he and Shi Yao would be able to take it down, as he was no longer the same person he was before. It was noon, and just when Lung Jie and Shi Yao thought they had gained nothing after the whole morning, the Snow Girl sent them information. Sir, we have found the castle of the Vampire Lord. It is about 50 miles north of here. The Snow Girl flapped her wings in the sky and spoke to Lung Jie, and the two of them immediately showed joy. He didn't find out, did he? No, we were scouting from the edge of the snowy mountain. The distance is quite far, but there are more undead on the snowy mountain now. The Snow Girl said to Lung Jie respectfully. Lung Jie didn't care why there were so many undead on the snowy mountain. The important thing was to quickly frame Yi Liang. Shall we go and kill him? Shi Yao said doubtfully. No, if we kill him, the Gata Empire will definitely point its spearhead at us. We just need to leave traces secretly, put the blame on him, and let the Gata Empire deal with him. Lung Jie explained that the biggest threat now is that the Gata Empire will come knocking on their door. They will not go easy on you just because you killed the murderer and handed him over to them. To these local forces, all alien races are the same. Therefore, Yi Liang cannot be killed and can only be kept to attract the firepower of the Gata Empire. Snow Girl, lead the way. The two of them and the Snow Girl chose to set out directly from the direction of the cold, snowy mountains. Actions from here would be more covert and less likely to be discovered by the other side. On the snowy mountain, Lung Jie can directly turn into snow and sneak into the ground, which greatly speeds up his stealth speed. On the contrary, Shi Yao's movement speed will be relatively slower because there is frozen soil under the snow layer, and Shi Yao has to break through the frozen soil all the way. Not only is his movement slow, but his physical energy consumption also increases a lot. An hour later, the two were on a hillside, looking towards the barren plain in the distance. There was a small black dot there, and if they looked closely, they would find that it was a castle. It was Yi Liang's castle. Lung Jie took out the armor of the human soldiers they had killed, scratched a few marks on them with his wolf claws, and then buried a few sets of armor under Lung Jie's feet. Brother Shi, wait here for me. I'll go and fake some traces of battle. Lung Jie said to Shi Yao, and Shi Yao nodded, knowing that Lung Jie was faster and more flexible than him, so he would definitely do a better job than himself. Lung Jie turned into snow and disappeared in an instant, and when he appeared again, he had already reached the junction at the foot of the mountain. Lung Jie cautiously moved towards Yi Liang's castle. When he saw that they were close enough, he used frost magic to freeze the surrounding ground and then destroyed it instantly. Then he retracted his magic and faked traces of a battle that had taken place around him. Then Lung Jie threw those weapons with scratches on the ground casually. Lung Jie also destroyed those equipment in advance, giving people the impression that the damaged weapons had not been taken away by anyone. Otherwise, it would be very suspicious if the intact weapons were half buried in the soil and not taken away by aliens. Hey, what are you doing sneaking around my castle? Chapter 121. Arrogant Lang Ji Vese Liang. Three people appeared above Lung Jie's head. He looked up and saw Yi Liang, who was pale and wearing a tuxedo, standing not far from him. This damn thing makes no sound when it walks. Lung Jie had clearly calculated the territory of Yi Liang's castle, but he was still discovered by the other party. Seeing that his attempt to frame him failed, Lung Jie stood up and prepared to leave. Although the frame-up failed, Yi Liang still wanted to keep him. Lung Jie and Shi Yao were just the last layer of insurance. Before that, Lin Jun and Lu Yao had already forged it. Seeing that Lung Jie wanted to run away without saying a word, how could Yi Liang let him go? He instantly turned into a shadow and killed Lung Jie. Damn, you sickly bastard. Do you really think I'm afraid of the cold? When Lung Jie saw that Yi Liang had no helpers, he no longer planned to escape and decided to teach him a lesson here, to let him know that he was no longer the rookie he was on the snowy mountain. Frost armor appeared on Lung Jie's body, and he used the wolf claw weapon in his hand to block Yi Liang's palm. Lung Jie was a little arrogant and showed a crooked smile. Little guy, is that all you have? Lung Jie condensed several ice cones around him and stabbed at Yi Liang, but Yi Liang dodged them with instant teleportation. At this time, Yi Liang was still wondering why this lord was so arrogant after just a few days of not seeing him. Do you really think you are the Undead Lord? Yi Liang, who was in combat mode, didn't waste any words. He ignored Lung Jie's provocation and took out a piece of black cloth to smash all the ice cones that were coming towards him. Hey, your rags haven't worn out yet. Lung Jie continued to provoke and was even more confident at this moment. Lung Jie also knew that his melee skills were not good enough, so he used the frost magic amplified by the suit to deal with Yi Liang. Ice dragons emerged from the ground, as if given life by Lung Jie, and attacked Yi Liang one after another. Yi Liang was kept at a distance by Lung Jie's magic. Yi Liang is a melee type and can only play to his advantage in close combat. At this moment, Yi Liang looked at Lung Jie, who was becoming more and more arrogant in the distance, and a rare trace of anger appeared on his face. It was obvious that his emotions had been weakened a lot after becoming a vampire. If you say fight, then fight. Even if Yi Liang loses, he won't get angry. He will just blame himself for not being strong enough. But what's wrong with this crooked-mouthed guy in front of him? He starts to mock him before he even wins. Hey, it's only been a few days since we last met. Why is this vampire lord so depressed? Veins appeared on Yi Liang's forehead. Did they really think that the lords from other echelons could easily challenge the first echelon? You should know that all the first-tier lords have received special rewards from the system, and their development will only be faster than other lords. How could they be slower than other lords? Yi Liang just didn't want to waste his blood. Yi Liang used his claws to break away the ice dragons that attacked from all directions. Yi Liang also decided to give this arrogant boy some real strength. Perhaps this was the only way to make him shut up. Yi Liang scratched his wrist with one claw, and blood gushed out instantly. Are you stupid? You started to hurt yourself because you knew you couldn't beat me? Lung Jie clasped his hands together, and two huge ice dragons emerged from the surroundings and attacked Yi Liang. If this was not a snowy mountain, his power would have been even greater. But soon Lung Jie was dumbfounded. Yi Liang's blood gathered into a sword in his hand. Holding the blood sword, Yi Liang easily broke Lung Jie's attack. Yi Liang splashed out the excess blood, which formed into spikes and flew towards Lung Jie. Lung Jie immediately summoned an ice wall to block it, but the blood easily penetrated the ice wall. Fortunately, Lung Jie reacted quickly and turned into snow to avoid Yi Liang's attack. Lung Jie was stunned. Although he reacted quickly just now, his armor was still stained with Yi Liang's blood, and the surrounding area had been corroded and turned black. How come he became so much stronger all of a sudden? While Lung Jie was still in shock, Yi Liang had already come to Lung Jie's side, while Lung Jie was defending against his attack. The blood sword in Yi Liang's hand stabbed directly into Lung Jie's left chest, where Lung Jie's heart was located. Lung Jie immediately used his wolf claws to resist, but it was too late for him to turn into snow and escape. Unexpectedly, the wolf claws were actually cut off by Yi Liang, but fortunately, they deviated from their trajectory. The blood sword that was supposed to pierce Lung Jie's heart pierced Lung Jie's left shoulder instead. Lung Jie instantly turned into snow and dissipated in the distance, keeping a distance from Yi Liang. This was not a snowy mountain, and Lung Jie's snow escape could not be used for a long time. His dash. Lung Jie covered his left shoulder with his hands. Blood was gushing out from the wound that pierced through his shoulder. The wound was still being corroded by Yi Liang's blood, causing him excruciating pain. Lung Jie used frost magic to freeze his wounds directly, which reduced the pain slightly. Lung Jie didn't dare to say any more nonsense. Yi Liang's attack just now made him clearly aware of the difference in strength between the two sides. He was almost killed by him in seconds. This is the Berserk mode, so fierce? Now we are in a desperate situation. We can neither fight nor escape. Lung Jie could only put his hope on Xiao, hoping that Xiao could come and rescue him soon. Lung Jie looked back in the direction of the snow-capped mountains, and it seemed as if there were 10,000 alpacas galloping in Lung Jie's heart. There's a bone dragon fighting with Xiao in the sky. Isn't that the army of the Undead Lord? Why is it here? Of course, the Snow Girl had reminded him before that there were more undead spirits on the snowy mountain. It's over. I can only rely on myself. Xiao doesn't understand anything about the undead. Lung Jie himself knew that if he didn't run for a while, who knows how many more undead would appear. Stupid, you shouldn't fight it. A Snow Girl wanted to rescue Lung Jie, but was directly dispersed by Yi Liang's blood. There is no advantage in the sky because vampires can fly too. Lung Jie directly released his ultimate move. The surroundings were covered with frost, and countless ice crystals attacked Yi Liang. Any object hit by the ice crystals would be frozen. Even the black robe that Yi Liang attempted to use was frozen as an exception. Yi Liang didn't want to be restrained. Although being frozen would not cause any substantial harm to him, it would greatly affect his ability to move. Lung Jie has been trying his best to maintain his magic, and has been very effective in holding Yi Liang back, but it is of no use because Lung Jie's magic power will be exhausted sooner or later. Just when Lung Jie's magic power was about to run out, he had secretly created an ice road behind him with magic. Lung Jie instantly turned into snow and quickly fled towards Xiao along the ice road. Yi Liang blocked the last ice crystal, and the snowstorm dissipated. Lung Jie's figure had long disappeared from the spot. Yi Liang immediately turned into a black shadow and chased after him. Xiao on the mountainside saw Lung Jie in the distance, starting to flee towards him madly, with a dark shadow chasing him closely. Xiao realized that Lung Jie was in trouble, so he immediately gave up fighting with the undead, hit in the ground, and ran towards Lung Jie. Arthur followed closely behind, diving down the mountain to chase Xiao. At this moment, Lung Jie was drenched in cold sweat and was praying madly in his heart. Don't send it. Chapter 122, Xiao's True Strength. Xiao and Lung Jie soon met each other, and they both emerged from the earth at the same time. Xiao put his hands on the ground, and huge rocks suddenly emerged from all around and surrounded the two of them into a ball. Xiao's rock successfully blocked Arthur's dragon breath and Yi Liang's blood attack. Soon after, Yi Liang and Arthur arrived. Arthur glanced at Yi Liang and ignored him. Yi Liang also ignored Arthur tacitly. The ghost and the dragon attacked Xiao and Lung Jie at the same time. Arthur understood that this area was Yi Liang's territory and he had many helpers, so it was unrealistic to kill him. Instead, these two lone lords were the best targets. Yi Liang had the same idea. This bone dragon could not be killed by ordinary means, and its speed was no less than Yi Liang's. Fighting it was a complete waste of time. You have to know that it was just a type of soldier, not a lord. Without saying a word, Arthur and Yi Liang reached a tacit cooperation and started to attack Xiao and Lung Jie together. At this time, Lung Jie was extremely anxious in the stone ball. Brother Shi, find a way to escape. This is their territory. If we delay this, the enemy will only increase in number. Before Xiao could say anything, he suddenly felt something and looked up. Boom! The stone ball shattered instantly, and Xiao grabbed Lung Jie's shoulder and quickly escaped. It was the huge force of Arthur's dive that directly smashed the stone ball. Arthur found that he had missed the target, and the two lords had already run away. He immediately flapped his wings and took off to catch up with them again. You are injured. Go first. I will hold them back. Xiao chose to let Lung Jie go alone first. No one could escape this way. He stayed behind to stop the enemy. This would also buy time for Lung Jie to find allies to help. Xiao pushed Lung Jie away, turned to face Yi Liang and Arthur, who were rushing towards him, and his hands directly turned from flesh and blood into rocks, connecting with the ground beneath his feet. The land around Xiao began to vibrate violently. The arms that had turned into rocks at the beginning were now gradually spreading to the whole body, and soil and rocks continued to gather toward Xiao. A huge rock pillar swallowed up Xiao and then rose from the ground. As the stone pillar exploded, countless rocks fell to the ground. At this moment, Xiao had transformed into a rock giant more than 10 meters tall. Yi Liang was stunned. This was the second time he saw magic that didn't look like a commander-level magic, other than the magic from Bayou. Lung Jie looked back and saw Xiao, who had transformed into a rock giant, and fled decisively and quickly. Xiao could not delay for too long, as this state would definitely consume a lot of magic power. While running away, Lung Jie sent messages in the alliance group asking for help. Without help from others, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Ice Lord, danger, help quickly. Vine Fairy, what's going on, brothers? Have you been discovered? Ice Lord, we have been discovered by the Vampire Lord, and the Undead Lord's troops are besieging us. I am injured. This is their territory, and there are too many helpers. Brother Shur is covering my retreat. The location is at the junction of the Snow Mountain and the Southern Barren Plain. Come and save Brother Shur. Fury of the Wind. Why do I find that you guys have been causing trouble every day since you got together? How about I go over there now? Spirit of Fire, I'll go. Lin Jun, who was in the castle, immediately walked out of the castle, and Lu Yao also ran over. Brother Lin, I'm going too. The two of them grabbed the feet of the two snow girls and were hung in the air and set off. Since neither of them had a mount, the journey was too slow and using their abilities would waste mana, so they just made do with it. On the other side, Xiao, who had transformed into a rock giant, was as big as Arthur, but taller than Arthur. He directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Arthur. Arthur only has leadership, while Xiao has it, so Arthur does not have the advantage, and the strength of the two is almost the same. Moreover, the rock giant's current condition is no different from Arthur's. Its broken limbs can be regenerated quickly as long as there is soil. Its huge strength will cause some bones to be broken even if Arthur takes its attack. But it is not a big problem, as Arthur can reassemble it. Yi Liang on the other side was in a miserable situation. Xiao had turned into a rock giant, and he couldn't break through its defense at all. Even if he damaged some limbs, it could regenerate quickly. It was like an assassin facing a tank with infinite health recovery. Similarly, Xiao couldn't do anything to Yi Liang. Yi Liang was too agile, and Xiao couldn't hit him at all. So Xiao's goal at the beginning was to delay Yi Liang and prevent him from passing him to chase Lung Jie behind him. Yi Liang had been targeted by Xiao. In order to avoid taking Xiao's attack, Yi Liang had to give up chasing Lung Jie. Faced with a fist that was bigger than Yi Liang himself, Yi Liang could only dodge. Dodging was much less tiring than taking his attack head-on. Yi Liang believed that he would not last long in this state. As soon as this state ended, he would die. Yi Liang also overlooked one point, or perhaps Xiao deliberately misled him. That is, after Xiao transformed into a rock giant, he could no longer use magic and could only fight in hand-to-hand combat. Just when Yi Liang dodged Xiao's punch, countless sands on the ground instantly rushed into the sky. Yi Liang was trapped in midair before he even had time to defend himself. Immediately following was a full-strength punch from the rock giant. Boom! Yi Liang was knocked flying by the punch in an instant, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood in the air. His whole body hit the ground heavily like a bullet, and even the ground was sunken into a 2-meter-deep hole, which shows how great the force was. Yi Liang suffered from comminuted fractures all over his body. If it were any other lord, he might have died while still in the air, but Yi Liang was different. He was a vampire with super vitality and self-healing ability. This was only a minor injury for him. Yi Liang was still coughing up blood in the pit, and his body was repairing itself at an extremely fast speed. I was careless of him. Xiao did not receive any system prompt, so he was sure that Yi Liang was not dead yet. This was the only advantage of the battle between lords. With the system, there would never be any situation of pretending to be dead or faking death. Xiao wanted to rush over to finish off the enemy, but he couldn't maintain this state for much longer. However, there were more and more vampires around him, flying around in the sky like annoying flies. Arthur was also attacking Xiao. Arthur's attacks could not break Xiao's defense, so he could only choose hand-to-hand combat and rely on his own powerful attribute advantages to turn the situation around a little bit. The vampires and Arthur were flying in the sky, which made it difficult for Xiao's magic to trap them, but he couldn't hit them at all because of the slow movement of the rock giants. Seeing that both sides were helpless and Xiao had no hope of finishing off the enemy, he had already started planning to retreat. Because Yao's magic points will soon be used up. Once it is used up, Yao will not be able to cast even the Earth Escape magic, which only consumes 3 magic points. Chapter 1:23 Support arrives. Suddenly, a transparent chain came and penetrated directly into the body of the rock giant. The fist of the rock giant that was swinging towards Arthur stopped in midair for an instant and shattered. Then the entire rock giant began to shake violently and exploded inch by inch. Yi Liang, who had just climbed up, saw this scene and turned his head to look over. At this moment, there was a ghost-like undead in the sky not far away. It was the soul curse attack launched by the demon soul lord that shattered Yao's last bit of defense. Although the rock giant can resist physical and magical damage and even regenerate infinitely, its resistance to soul attacks is almost zero. As the rock giant shattered, Yao's body gradually separated from the rock giant. At this moment, he was weak all over, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and he was falling downwards. A vine suddenly appeared and wrapped around Yao's body, preventing him from falling to the ground. It was Lin Jun, Lu Yao who came to support, and Lung Jie who returned together. Yi Liang didn't expect that they actually had helpers. There were 2 more lords. If their strength was as strong as Yao, it would be troublesome. Lu Yao and Lin Jun let go of the snow girl's feet and jumped down from the sky. Lung Jie stepped forward to support Yao, and the 4 of them confronted Yi Liang and Arthur in the sky. Yi Liang was thinking. At this moment, Yao had lost his fighting ability. He didn't know if he, the vampires, and the undead could be a match for the 2 lords. As for Lung Jie, Yi Liang simply ignored him. A player of that level was not worthy of being his opponent. You're the one who beat my brother into this state? Lu Yao spoke first, challenging Yi Liang. There were 4 of them on her side, so how could they not be able to beat him alone? Don't waste your time talking to this sickly bastard. Brother Lin, kill him. Lung Jie was also angry at the moment and didn't care about so many things. He decided to kill this sick guy first and then frame the Gata Empire. However, although Lung Jie was angry, he didn't dare to go up. Apart from Yao, the only big brother on his side was Lin Jun, and he was counting on Lin Jun to beat Yi Liang up. Arthur didn't want to listen to the nonsense of these human lords, so he activated his 2 skills at once, Ghost Dragon Breath and Withered Space. The Demon Soul Lord on the side also activated his skill Soul Curse. Be careful, that ghost is a soul attack. Yao reminded from the side. Lin Jun's arms directly spewed out huge pillars of fire, which collided with Arthur's Nether Dragon Breath. Lu Yao surrounded everyone with a green magic shield. Arthur's Dragon Breath was dispersed by Lin Jun's flames, and the Withered Space and Soul Curse were also blocked by Lu Yao's life magic and had no effect. When everyone saw that the other party had launched an attack directly, they no longer held back. Today was either you die or I die. Lu Yao, you deal with the undead. Lung Jie, you protect Yao, and I will deal with the Vampire Lord. After saying that, Lin Jun's hair stood up and turned into burning flames. His eyes emitted red light, and his body became like magma flowing. Call out! Lin Jun's figure disappeared in front of the 3 people in an instant, and the high temperature emitted by Lin Jun still remained on the spot. Yi Liang had already made preparations. The blood-stained sword condensed in his hand, and he turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Lin Jun. The 2 met in an instant, and Lin Jun's palm, which turned into magma, actually directly grasped the blood sword that Yi Liang stabbed at Lin Jun. A corrosion sound was heard, but it had no effect on Lin Jun's palm at all. Lin Jun's other palm directly pierced through Yi Liang's chest, erupting with violent flames and molten lava. Yi Liang was actually knocked away by Lin Jun's blow. Brother Lin, he will heal himself. Lung Jie in the distance did not forget to remind Lin Jun. Noob, I seriously doubt that he made it to the 1st tier just because he doesn't die easily. Lung Jie took a deep breath, completely forgetting that he was almost killed instantly by Yi Liang's attack. When Lin Jun heard Lung Jie's reminder, he immediately attacked Yi Liang, who was knocked away. Yi Liang also reacted and realized that this Fire Lord was stronger than the Rock Lord just now. Now was not the time to save his blood. Yi Liang clenched his left fist. His nails pierced his palm, and blood flowed out. The blood sword in his right hand also disappeared. Blood began to surge, and both arms were covered in blood in an instant. Yi Liang directly met Lin Jun's fists with his hands. This time Yi Liang only took a few steps back and successfully took Lin Jun's attack. The magma was burning Yi Liang's hands, and Yi Liang's blood was also corroding Lin Jun's arms. Countless blood flew out from Yi Liang's arm and attacked Lin Jun. Lin Jun turned into flames and disappeared directly on the spot. He reappeared at Yi Liang's side. Lin Jun kicked Yi Liang's head with a flaming kick. Yi Liang crossed his hands to block Lin Jun's kick, but was knocked back by the huge force. Yi Liang felt the gap in attributes, and the level of the Fire Lord on the opposite side must be higher than his. Lin Jun's entire arm turned into a thick ball of magma, which instantly gushed out and attacked Yi Liang. Yi Liang took out a black cloth to resist, trying to confuse Lin Jun, and took the opportunity to go around his side and attack again. But when the magma was about to hit the black cloth, it suddenly changed its trajectory and flew upwards. Before Yi Liang could figure out what was going on, Lin Jun's figure suddenly condensed into magma above. Lin Jun jumped down and instantly grabbed Yi Liang's neck. The high temperature from his burning palms burned Yi Liang's skin, emitting a scent of meat. Lin Jun's other hand pierced Yi Liang's chest again, which had just healed itself. The arm that was pinching Yi Liang was also condensing flames to try to burn Yi Liang's head directly. At the critical moment, all the blood in Yi Liang's body gushed out and wrapped him directly. The whole person turned into a pool of black water and fell to the ground. The blood flowed rapidly and condensed into Yi Liang's figure not far away. Yi Liang flew into the sky. Blood was still dripping from his chest, and his burnt skin slowed down his healing process. Yi Liang finally realized that he was no match for this Fire Lord. But it was not so easy for him to kill himself. Yi Liang turned into a black shadow and left. The surrounding vampires saw their boss leaving and fled. Lin Jun could only watch Yi Liang escape, because like Bayou, he couldn't fly. At this time, Arthur burned the vines that were entangled with him and flew high into the sky, away from their attack range. Arthur was no match for two people at once, and seeing Yi Liang running away, Arthur had no choice but to leave. After all, he had too few helpers. These lords were of higher rank than Arthur, and it was difficult for Arthur to kill them alone. Seeing the bone dragon leave, Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. It was too difficult to deal with if it couldn't be killed. Lu Yao even suspected that if there weren't so many people on her side, it would have kept pestering her. Fortunately, Lung Jie and Shi Yao's magic binding force is quite strong, and even if they can't kill it, they can still bind it. Perhaps this is why it chose to leave. The control system is still popular. Brother Lin is so awesome. This little sickly kid is really the best of brothers. Lin Jun also returned to normal. Facing Lung Jie, who came over to flatter him, Lin Jun did not say anything, but just looked at Lung Jie's injured shoulder silently. Lung Jie was silent. Brother Lin, should we go and take down that vampire's hometown? Lu Yao suggested that since they knew the location of the other party's castle, the key point was that the other party was not their opponent. Lin Jun glanced at the injured Lung Jie and the weak Shi Yao and shook his head. This time they came to support without bringing any troops, and the other two had basically no combat effectiveness. It was too dangerous for just the two of them to attack. I don't know how many vampires Yi Liang has under his command. There are at least 1,000 people in a village. If Yi Liang massacred them, and he has the ability to transform vampires, then there must be at least 1,000 vampires in his castle. With such a large number, the two of them would be exhausted to death. When the blue bar is empty, they will be doomed. Lin Jun doesn't want to send the express to others in advance. Lu Yao obviously wouldn't think of this, but Lung Jie on the side did. Next time, when we have recovered from our injuries, we will gather all our troops and come. This way, we will be absolutely safe. By the way, how strong is that undead lord? When Lin Jun saw these undead spirits today, he suddenly remembered and asked Lung Jie next to him. Lung Jie pondered for a moment and spoke. Very strong. I haven't seen her use her full strength, but there is no doubt that the vampire lord just now would never be her opponent. Her strength is not only in her personal strength, the strength of the castle is also terrifying. Lin Jun saw that Lung Jie was speaking so seriously, and it was obvious that he was not joking. What Lung Jie meant to express to Lin Jun was that the undead lord was the most powerful lord he had ever seen. That is to say, if the undead lord is in a one-on-one situation, it is very likely that no one on his side will be his opponent. Of course, Lin Jun did not include himself in this. Although he was not arrogant, he felt that with his current strength, even if he could not defeat the undead lord, he would not be defeated by her so easily. Okay, let's go back to the castle. Chapter 124 begins to expand. White Rock Mountains, Hapuni State. At this time, Bayou had returned to the castle and flew around on a griffin. Bayou found that the surrounding mountains were endless. Xiao Lianxue's castle must be very lucky to be located in the center of the Bayou Mountains, far away from the surroundings, so there was no danger. The White Rock Mountains are just an ordinary terrain in the Hapuni state. It can even be described as desolate. The mountains here are just like its name, White Rock. They are bare everywhere, without any green, and are not suitable for the survival of any living things. Perhaps this is why Xiao Lianxue's birthplace can be said to be almost extremely safe, and at the same time, basic supplies are scarce. Fortunately, there is a trading system, otherwise people born here would really starve to death. As Bayou landed on the griffin, Sun Xiao hurried forward to greet Bayou. Sister Bai. Sun Xiao waved towards Bayou, and Xiao Lianxue was stunned when she saw Bayou. That's not right. Why did the boss change his clothes? Can the boss still have clothes to wear here? That's not right. These are obviously modern clothes. Bayou wore a loose white short-sleeved shirt and casual trousers, and her hair was tied into a high ponytail. But Xiao Lianxue remembered that Bayou was wearing a skirt yesterday. It was so infuriating. Her stockings were still hanging on the balcony to dry, and the boss could actually change clothes at will. Could it be that he knew he was going to travel through time and put on a few more sets of clothes? Bayou didn't expect that Sun Xiao would also follow Xiao Lianxue. Before they landed, Bayou saw that they both had stern faces, and it seemed that they were not getting along well. Sister Bai, my castle has been upgraded. Look what I gained. Sun Xiao took out her stick, which should be the weapon that was upgraded to a reward. Bayou smiled. Well, more like the Monkey King. Sun Xiao became even happier after receiving Bayou's praise, while Xiao Lianxue complained in her heart, saying that he was indeed a child. It seems that the boss is still very caring. Sun Xiao's castle is near the boss's castle, which hinders the boss's expansion. It should be that the boss sympathized with her and made her surrender. It seems that Sun Xiao is of no use at all. Xiao Lianxue felt relieved. Bayou chatted with the two of them for a while longer, because Bayou saw Gray Fei coming back, which meant there must be news. Gray came to Bayou. Sir, I have found some wandering dwarven compatriots in other villages. They are all very happy and want to move here. They just need some time to pack their luggage. Well done, Gray. You will continue to be in charge of this matter. I welcome fellow dwarves to come at any time. There is enough food here, but it needs to be earned through labor. After all, this is not a charity, and we do not support idlers. Please make this clear to them in advance. Bayou cleared his throat and pretended to be serious when he spoke to Gray. Bayou felt that he was now an outstanding veteran cadre who was dedicated to serving the people. I would like to thank you on their behalf. Don't worry, there are no lazy dwarves among them. Even if there are, don't worry. I will drive them out first. Gray felt that Bayou was a very good person, and those who said that humans were inherently sinister and cunning were all just rumors. Go ahead. Bayou sent him away. With the help of these dwarves, he could obtain iron ingots continuously and would no longer have to worry about upgrading the castle. As for food, there are hundreds of thousands of portions in Bayou's warehouse, and the amount is increasing steadily every day. Isn't this enough for them to eat? Besides, Bayou had no plan to let them stay in the mountains forever. Bayou thought the Firebeard clan was quite good. Our kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? Those dwarves could be clan nobles, so these commoner dwarves could do the same. It's just that it's still unclear what strength the Firebeard clan has, and it's unknown whether they can win with their own strength. By then, you will be in control of a clan of dwarves, and you will have an endless supply of resources. The first step of the plan is to start from getting out of the Bayou Mountains. After more than 10 hours of investigation, and with the help of the ghosts that Bayou had increased his efforts to mobilize, the ghosts finally found a lord's castle. Dear Queen, we went west to the edge of the White Rock Mountains and found a lord's castle. There is also a dwarf mine not far away. The ghost reported to Bayou respectfully. Xiao Lianxue stood up when she heard it. She didn't expect that these undead had discovered a stronghold just one day later. That close, didn't the Lord fight with the dwarves? The first thing that Bayou found strange was this. Since there was a mine dug by the dwarves there must be an army stationed there. How could they tolerate the existence of this lord? Your Majesty, I don't know either, but they seem to get along very well. After all, the ghosts were observing from a distance, so they didn't know much about the specific information. They get along very well? What's going on? It was the first time that Bayou heard of local forces and lords being able to live in peace. Why did Bayou encounter a situation where they started killing each other without even saying hello? Boss, are we going to fight them? Xiao Lianxue asked from the side. Fight. Of course we have to fight. Look, these 2,000 undead knights are ready for battle. Although the lords here are very poor, every little bit counts. What attracts Bayou the most is the mine. There must be a lot of iron ore in it, and plundering it is much faster than collecting it. Ah, Sister Bai, are you going to fight? I want to go too. When the little girl's son Xiao heard this, she was extremely excited. She was almost going moldy staying in the castle every day. Of course, she was not going to help, but mainly to watch the show. Little brat, you are so weak. Go wherever you want. Be careful, or you will meet the king of hell. Zhao Lianxue said something at the side, and son Xiao immediately got angry when she heard it. You old witch, you white-boned demon. Look at me. I'm going to hit you with my stick and send you flying into the sky. Zhao Lianxue almost choked on her own saliva. Cough, cough. What vicious words. Never mind, she's just a kid. I won't bother with her. It's really dangerous. You're too weak. The Dwarven army has firearms. Even if you can fly, they can kill you with one shot. Bayou took out a rifle from the warehouse and showed it to son Xiao. Here, take it and play with it. Son Xiao took it happily and was about to play with it when she was suddenly stunned. Sister Bai, I'm not a child anymore. You are not allowed to go. Bayou glared at her, and son Xiao immediately wilted and dared not speak anymore. The ghosts continued to be responsible for gathering intelligence around them. Bayou summoned back all the gargoyles, a total of 300. Together with 2,000 undead knights, the fighting power was definitely enough. After the fight with the dwarf knights last night, Bayou found that they were not very strong. They also had no effective means to deal with the undead, so Bayou was not worried at all. Bayou turned over and rode on the griffin, and Zhao Lianxue followed and stood behind Bayou. Bayou said to the ghost beside him, "Lead the way, let's go." Chapter 125 The Wretched Lord. Sister Bai, you must beat them up. Son Xiao encouraged from the side, and Bayou nodded. It's not as simple as just beating someone up. It's all about survival. As Bayou waved his hand, the griffin flew away with Bayou and Zhao Lianxue on its back. The surrounding gargoyles also followed Bayou into the sky, with a ghost leading the way. The 2,000 undead knights below also charged forward. Son Xiao could only cast envious glances from inside the castle. Although she also wanted to go, her strength was not even as good as that of one of Bayou's undead soldiers. An hour later, Bayou, riding on the griffin, could vaguely see the outskirts of the Bayou Mountains. The green area over there should be a grassland with lush vegetation. After Bayou asked the ghost to point out a general direction, he rode on the griffin and took Zhao Lianxue to set off first. After all, the speed of the undead knight and the ghost was too slow. As the field of vision gradually narrowed, Bayou could already see the Lord's castle in the distance, but he had not noticed the dwarf mine yet. Then let's start with this Lord. At this moment, Zhu Gang in the castle was still basking in the sun leisurely in the castle yard, with the dwarf tribe's specialty wine next to him. Zhu Gang felt that this kind of life was really comfortable. Although it was a bit boring, it was much better than other lords fighting each other to death. Zhu Gang was bored every day watching the world chatting, watching the group of lords complain, feel angry, regretful, fearful, and all kinds of emotions. Sometimes Zhu Gang would even arrogantly curse at them, which added a bit of fun to this boring life. At this moment, Zhu Gang was still completely unaware of the coming danger. He thought that there were dwarves guarding this place, and there would be no danger at all. Bayou had already ridden a griffin to the sky above Zhu Gang Castle. Bayou grabbed Zhao Lianxue and jumped directly down from the sky. Bang! As he was about to land, Bayou teleported and landed steadily on the castle ground. But Zhao Lianxue fell awkwardly. Bayou and Zhao Lianxue, who was lying on the ground, looked at the guy in front of them who was still lying on the ground basking in the sun. Zhu Gang also heard the noise, raised his head, and opened his eyes. Fuck! Zhu Gang, weighing more than 300 pounds, suddenly sat up, and the fat on his body was shaking. Bayou and Zhao Lianxue thought that the boy was frightened by seeing the enemy, but his next sentence surprised them. My dwarf godfather really understands me. He actually found 2 girls for me. This white-haired loli is simply top-notch. The girl next to her is not bad either. Although she's not as good, she's at least 36 emperors. As Zhu Gang spoke, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Zhu Gang, this 300-pound fat pig, Bayou felt a chill. What are you standing there for? Why don't you come over? We are all modern people, so you don't need me to teach you, right? Zhu Gang spoke to Bayou and Zhao Lianxue in an arrogant manner, completely unaware of the anger in their eyes. However, in Zhu Gang's opinion, the two were forced by the dwarves after all, so it was normal for them to be angry. You joined the dwarves? Bayou asked in a cold voice. Bayou also understood the situation. This lord was like a fat pig kept by the dwarves. Unexpectedly, a scene that shocked Bayou and Xiao Lianxue's eyes appeared. Zhu Gang actually started swinging the small wooden stick in his hand. Call dash. Zhu Gang let out a long sigh, then perhaps felt too tired from sitting, so he lay back on the ground. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for today. I'm not interested in women right now. Even Xiao Lianxue, who always had a wide range of friends, was confused. She didn't say how many boyfriends she had, but she thought she had seen quite a few. Just hearing this sound, Xiao Lianxue was also enlightened. The most important thing is that this is fine, but what's the matter with your explosive power in this second? After all, Barbarian King is still a real man for 5 seconds. Bayou was also completely stunned, feeling a chill down his spine. This was just not a human being. It's disgusting. Bayou directly burned Zhu Gang with a ball of fire, and then left without looking back. Bayou felt that the Lord's things were dirty. Help! Zhu Gang's body suddenly caught fire, causing him so much pain that he immediately rolled on the ground frantically. You two stupid women, come help me put out the fire. Zhu Gang didn't know where he got the strength from, or maybe it was because of his thick skin, but he miraculously stood up and rushed towards Bayou and Xiao Lianxue, who were leaving the castle. It was as if a mountain was rushing towards them, and even the ground felt the vibration. Bang! Xiao Lianxue whipped Zhu Gang to the ground with a whip. Zhu Gang's face was instantly torn and bleeding. In addition to the severe pain brought by the burning flames, he was still able to curse on the ground. However, this time he ran directly into the castle, probably wanting to use the water in the castle to put out the fire. Bayou considerately added fuel to the fire, and the flames turned black. Zhu Gang's huge body could no longer support it, and he fell to the ground in an instant. The pain of burning his soul was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Zhu Gang's screams like a pig being slaughtered were heard from the castle. He was originally a normal person, and Bayou would not torture people when killing them, but this man was really disgusting. Bayou's comment on this was, "Death is not a pity." Bayou and Xiao Lianxue rode on the griffins. The castle behind them began to shake and was about to be destroyed. The two flew into the sky and began to look for the dwarf mine nearby. Although this lord had surrendered to the dwarves, it was strange that he was the only one in the lord's castle. Not to mention the dwarves, no one even knew what his type of soldier the Bayou was. Bayou took a look at the supplies dropped after killing the lord, and found that there was nothing but a pile of food. This lord once again refreshed Bayou's lower limit of cognition about the poorest lord. It is very likely that all other supplies were controlled by the dwarves. Just as Bayou guessed, he was just a fat pig in captivity. How can it help the dwarves to conquer foreign lords? The only help is the lord's troops. Combined with the fact that Bayou wanted the griffin barracks before, it seems likely that this lord's troops are very useful against the dwarves, which is why he was spared. But this has nothing to do with Bayou. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue are now at the edge of the Bayan Mountains and the grassland. They have a panoramic view of the grassland scenery. This is the first time for the two to leave the Bayan Mountains. The two of them flew along the border of the White Rock Mountains. This dwarf mine, or there might be a stronghold here. It should not be too far away from the Lord and will be discovered soon. After flying for about 10 minutes, we didn't find any dwarf mine, but we saw a dwarf fortress on the grassland in the distance. The size of this dwarf fortress is about the same as Bayou's castle. It is surrounded by walls, and there are patrolling dwarf soldiers on the walls. There are several houses inside. It looks like a military camp or a defensive stronghold. Bayou controlled the griffin to approach the dwarf fortress, wanted to take a closer look. It's too far away, and I can't see anything. Chapter 126, Rescue of the Dwarf Slaves. As Bayou rode the griffin closer, he discovered that there were only about 500 or 600 dwarves exposed outside the fortress. If the dwarves inside the building were included, the number would never exceed 2,000. Bayou also discovered that there seemed to be a transparent protective cover on the outside of the fortress, and he couldn't just airdrop in like he had just done. Technology is so advanced. This kind of protective shield is all around, just like the protective shield of the Lord's Novice period, but it is definitely not as strong as that protective shield. At this moment, the patrolling dwarves in the fortress below have sounded the alarm, and the entire fortress is in chaos. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The griffin was not very small in size, and it was a very obvious target flying in the sky. It was discovered before Bayou even got close. The dwarves used telescopes to see two humans riding on the back of the griffin. They must be enemies. Gurgle gurgle. Two iron wheels rolled on the stone bricks of the city wall, and two dwarves pushed a cannon. One dwarf turned the joystick under the cannon to begin adjusting its position, while another dwarf stuffed a black spherical cannonball into the muzzle. The cannonball rolled to the bottom of the barrel, and another dwarf with a torch was ready to light the fuse. As the angle of the artillery was adjusted, the dwarf lit the fuse. Boom! A black spherical cannonball instantly flew out from the muzzle with a loud bang and hit the griffin in the sky. Bayou was attracted by the loud noise in the fortress and saw only a black flying towards him at a high speed. Boom! The shell successfully hit the griffin, causing an explosion and producing a large cloud of black smoke. The dwarves in the fortress began to cheer, thinking that they had successfully destroyed the enemy. The black smoke dissipated, and Bayou had already ridden the griffin away from the fortress. The artillery shells just now did not hit Bayou at all, but were shattered by a pillar of fire from Bayou. "That's a cannon?" Xiao Lianxue asked Bayou in a state of shock. "Well, it's similar to the cannons in the Middle Ages." Bayou seemed to suddenly understand why the dwarves could live on this continent where thousands of races coexisted. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. I thought a musket was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect that they even had protective shields and cannons. They are definitely a group armed with technology. No wonder the commander-level dwarves of the same level look so weak. It turns out they have to rely on their own equipment for support. Although the human empire is likely to be the same, the human race has a cultivation system and is definitely stronger than the dwarf race. But what Bayou didn't know was that although the Holy Court was powerful, they basically no longer considered themselves to be human beings. They called themselves the followers of God. The more powerful and intelligent a race is, the more likely it is to cause racial division, and the magical continent is no exception. Bayou chose to retreat temporarily and wait for the undead army to arrive and take over the fortress. Take advantage of this time to look for the dwarf mine. This is what Bayou cares about most. There must be a lot of resources in it. At this time, the dwarves in the dwarf fortress found that they could not kill the enemy, so they immediately lit a bonfire on the huge blast furnace in the center of the fortress. I don't know what material is burning, but it can produce huge purple smoke. The smoke goes straight into the sky, conveying information to the surrounding dwarves. When Bayou blocked the artillery, the dwarf commander headed by the castle judged the strength of the humans on the griffin to be at least at the commander level. There are no human tribes or cities around here, so these two people must be alien lords. Alien lords all have their own troops. After discovering them, they are likely to send their own troops to attack them. As the leader of the fortress, the dwarf must be prepared in advance. Soon, Bayou and Xiao Lianxue, who were flying in the sky, discovered that a large number of dwarf cavalry riding wild boars appeared on the grassland and were heading towards the dwarf fortress. These dwarves on the ground naturally also discovered Bayou in the air, but they ignored him and just unconsciously sped up. Soon, Bayou rode the griffin in the direction the dwarf cavalry came from, and sure enough, he found a mine at the very edge of a peak in the Bayou Mountains. There are some huge rocks outside the mine to cover it, and there is nothing on the surface. No wonder Bayou has not discovered it. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue controlled the griffin to land, and the two came to the entrance of the mine. The mine was only about 1.8 meters high, but very wide inside. This height might be just right for dwarves. Fortunately, Bayou and Xiao Lianxue are girls. If they were normal men, they would have to lower their heads to enter. The two walked along the cave entrance and wanted to go inside. This mine was directly inserted into the interior of the mountain. The iron ore was in the center of the mountain, so this mine was dug out. During this period, the two also encountered some dwarf soldiers who did not have time to escape and were easily dealt with by Bayou. Even after all the dwarf soldiers had left, Bayou could still hear the clanging sounds of mining coming from inside. Anyone else? The two of them went all the way to the deepest part of the mine, which could be said to be quite spacious and nearly 3 meters high. Bayou saw that there was still a group of dwarves wearing shackles and tattered clothes who were still mining. There were 7 or 8 carts around, filled with raw iron ore. When the dwarves heard the noise, they looked back and saw that there were 2 humans. They were so scared that they began to tremble. These are probably the dwarven civilians enslaved by the Firebeard clan. Xiao Lianxue whispered to Bayou, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." As he spoke, Bayou cut off all their shackles and gave them a passionate speech. These dwarves also successfully believed Bayou, and Bayou followed the branch of the mine and collected all the raw iron ore into his ring. According to the dwarves, the iron or manhwa is transported to the fortress by the dwarf soldiers every few days, and sometimes it is even transported to farther places. These dwarf slaves were not allowed to leave the mines. They ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in the mines every day. They had no idea of more specific information. I will take you to a safe place first. Other dwarves will come to pick you up later. We have dealt with the soldiers outside. Please rest assured. Xiao Lianxue said to the dwarves around her that this was a good way for Xiao Lianxue to gain prestige among the dwarves. These slave dwarves were now desperate and had no choice but to choose to trust Bayou and the others, because there was nothing worse than being slaves. Afterwards, Bayou and Xiao Lianxue led the dwarves out of the mine. Bayou took them to the top of a mountain and hid them there, waiting for the arrival of the undead. More than 50 dwarves looked at each other, still showing anxiety and fear on their faces. But the blue sky in the sky made them more convinced of Bayou's words. At this time, the ghosts and gargoyles who were leading the way in the sky finally arrived, saw Bayou on the top of the mountain below, and flew towards Bayou. Chapter 127: Destruction of the Dwarf Fortress. A smile appeared on Bayou's face, and when the ghost landed, Bayou immediately spoke to it. Let a gargoyle return to the castle at full speed and call Gray over to receive our fellow dwarves. Yes, your majesty. The ghost glanced at the gargoyle closest to him. Why don't you go now? The gargoyle started to return along the same route before it even landed on the ground. This time it didn't have to wait for the Undead Knight, and the journey back would at least be much faster than the way there. Bayou asked a few more gargoyles to come over, under the pretext of protecting their fellow dwarves. Bayou still had to take down the dwarf fortress, so he couldn't waste time here. After leaving a few gargoyles behind, Bayou and Xiao Lianxue rode away on the griffin. The gargoyle in the sky followed closely behind Bayou, and the undead knight below was galloping on the grassland. The undead knights can march much faster on the grassland than in the White Rock Mountains. 20 minutes later, Bayou saw the dwarf fortress again. At this moment, a large number of dwarf knights have gathered outside the dwarf fortress, with more than 1,000 of them. There must be too many people, and the fortress can't accommodate them, so they can only choose to stay outside. The dwarf chief on the wall of the dwarf fortress also discovered Bayou, who had made a comeback in the distance. Looking at the dark masses of undead knights and the numerous monsters flying in the sky, the dwarf chief's pupils shrank unconsciously. The dwarf leader of the fortress immediately ordered all the dwarves to prepare for battle, and huge cannons were launched from the city walls, loading ammunition and aiming at the enemy in the distance. Boom! 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 Before the undead reached the dwarf fortress, the dwarf leader launched an attack. The huge cannons lit up sparks on the castle, and then a huge explosion occurred among the undead army. The charging undead knights were hit by the shells, and their bodies instantly broke into pieces and scattered on the ground. The other undead knights took advantage of the gaps when the dwarves were reloading their artillery to continue charging towards the dwarf fortress. Boom! 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 Another round of bombardment, and countless undead knights were smashed again. At this time, the undead knights were almost reaching the fortress. The artillery could no longer be used, and the dwarf commander below the fortress immediately ordered the dwarf knights to launch a charge. Kill! In an instant, the dwarf below threw the reins, and the wild boar jumped up on its hind legs and began to rush towards the undead knights. The undead knight and the dwarf knight soon engaged in combat. The tremendous force brought by the charge allows the undead knights to easily cut down the short dwarf knights from the backs of wild boars with just one scythe. In contrast, the undead knights are integrated with their mounts, and there is also a difference in their body sizes. Although the dwarves have protective equipment that can withstand the physical damage of the undead knight scythes, don't forget that the undead knights' main means of attack rely on curses and mental attacks. At this time, the dwarf leader on the fortress also discovered that the undead knights who had just been smashed by artillery in the distance were actually recovering, and some had even stood up and rejoined the battle. This completely overturned the dwarf leader's understanding. With his body shattered like that, he should be dead, because the dwarves have no air force and the dwarf knights are currently fighting with the undead knights. The artillery can only be aimed at the sky to deal with the gargoyles. Ordinary gargoyles will also be shattered into pieces if they are hit by a cannonball, but they will also recover. This is too unbelievable and very unreasonable. The dwarf knights outside were no match for the undead knights, and the dwarf leader could only send out the dwarf soldiers in the castle to help. These Dwarf Knights are elite cavalry seeds created by the Firebeard clan. We thought it would be their debut battle, but we didn't expect that they would be completely crushed by the opponent. Bayou fired several huge fireballs from the sky at the fortress's protective shield, but only created a layer of ripples. I have to say that this protective shield has a certain level of technology. It can be used to attack from the inside without any obstruction. It is a one-way protective shield. Bayou continued to attack the protective shield in the sky and discovered some clues. These protective shields should be driven by some kind of energy inside the fortress. With Bayou's continuous attack, the light waves of the protective shields have become weaker and weaker. Bayou felt that the time was almost right. A sickle suddenly appeared in his hand, and he jumped down. The dwarf leader looked at the protective shield that was constantly under attack, and he didn't know how long it could last, and the defeated dwarf knights outside. His heart was bleeding. But he had no other choice. The only long-range means he had was artillery, but artillery had no effect on that human. He could only watch her fly across the sky and attack the fortress's protective shield. The dwarf leader looked at Bayou, who jumped down and immediately tightened the hammer in his hand. He knew that the protective shield was about to break. Bayou roared down from the sky, black flames burning on his little pink fist. Using the force of the fall, he punched the top of the protective shield. The sickle is just to increase its own attributes. The entire protective shield shattered instantly and was broken by Bayou's punch. Bayou teleported to the top of the city wall and landed steadily. The dwarf leader tightly grasped the hammer in his hand and immediately rushed towards Bayou in front of him. The war hammer burst out with lightning, and the entire weapon was enchanted with lightning. The dwarf leader jumped high, held the hammer with both hands, and smashed towards Bayou with all his strength. Bayou held the sickle in one hand, spun it around, held the sickle in his right hand across his left shoulder, and chopped at the dwarf who jumped up. The sickle burned with black flames in the air, and the bells on it rang as it was swung. The dwarf leader felt a sharp pain in his head, and then the thunder hammer and the black fire sickle collided heavily. Bang! The war hammer was actually shattered directly by Bayou's sickle, and the sickle easily cut through the armor of the dwarf leader, knocking him flying and hitting the city wall behind him heavily. The dwarf leader fell to the ground, dying. The enchanted damage of Bayou's sickle was corroding his body. His life, soul, and flesh were being tortured at the same time. At this moment, he was still holding the broken hammer handle in his hand and coughing up blood. The sickle enchanted with dark magic makes it extremely sharp and can easily destroy other equipment of the same level, even dwarven equipment. Besides, apart from the equipment bonus, the dwarf commander is basically the weakest among all commander-level creatures. At this moment, Bayou's hands were still slightly numb, but it was not a big problem. Bayou swung the sickle, and the flame on the sickle went out. The dwarf leaders were all killed easily by Bayou, not to mention the other dwarves here. These dwarves took out their muskets, pointed them at Bayou, and pulled the trigger. Bayou walked towards them step by step, and the magic barrier blocked all the bullets. Clang, clang. Bayou killed them all with 2 sword strikes, and all the cannons were also destroyed by Bayou. At this time, Xiao Lianxue in the sky saw that Bayou was so powerful and could easily deal with them all. So she felt relieved and controlled the griffin to land, and came to the inside of the fortress. Boss, that's cool. Xiao Lianxue gave Bayou a thumbs up. Bayou just turned around to look at Xiao Lianxue when he suddenly felt something strange coming from his body. Bayou immediately looked for the target and looked around. There happened to be a house inside the fortress that looked quite prestigious. It should be where the dwarf leader lived. Wait here for a while. I'm going to the bathroom first. Bayou's face became redder and redder. Without even turning his head to look at Xiao Lianxue, he teleported to the front of the building and quickly walked in. There is no way. Teleportation cannot go through walls. You can only move to a place you can see within the range. Xiao Lianxue looked confused and scratched her head. To the bathroom? Chapter 128, Social Death. The living habits of dwarves are similar to those of humans. They can also build houses, beds, etc., and there are also some furniture in the house. Unlike goblins and werewolves who can sleep by just spreading some weeds on the ground, dwarves have their own technology and civilization and are highly intelligent creatures. At this moment, Bayou pushed the door open, took a look at the interior of the room, and quickly closed the door. About 10 minutes passed, and Bayou still hadn't come out of the house. Xiao Lianxue outside wanted to see if there were any treasures inside the fortress, but suddenly she was stunned. That's not right. Why hasn't the boss come out for so long? Is he secretly taking a shit? A sudden flash of inspiration came into Xiao Lianxue's dark mind, as if she had thought of something. It can't be. She became more and more certain of her guess, and she bravely and cautiously walked towards the building that Bayou had entered. The closer Xiao Lianxue got, the slower her pace became, and she tiptoed like a thief. Xiao Lianxue moved closer to the edge of the wall and vaguely heard some noise, which further confirmed her thoughts. Bayou let out a light hum from inside the room. Xiao Lianxue heard it clearly. She smiled like an ant and put her ear against the door, trying to hear more clearly. I was just saying, I didn't expect it to be there. Now I caught him. This time, Xiao Lianxue heard it more clearly and completely confirmed her inner guess. I didn't expect that the boss could have such a gentle side, and it was only at this time. Xiao Lianxue had a wretched look on her face. With her ear pressed against the wall, she couldn't hear clearly, so she could only move towards the door secretly. There was a gap there, so the sound would be clearer. She put her ear against the door and smiled foolishly, her upper body leaning against it, completely forgetting that it was a double door that opened inwards, and as a result she unconsciously increased her strength. Crunch! The door was pushed open by the weight of Xiao Lianxue's body, and Xiao Lianxue fell to the ground because she was caught off guard. Bang! The double doors opened with a noise, and Xiao Lianxue fell to the ground with her mind going blank. It's over. The two looked at each other, feeling awkward. Xiao Lianxue was completely stunned. She didn't expect such an embarrassing thing to happen. She was lying on the ground, raising her head and looking at Bayou in the room with an awkward smile on her face. At this time, Bayou's hair was a little messy. He sat on the stool with his arms hugged, looking at Xiao Lianxue, who fell to the ground at the door with a puzzled look on his face. Big boss, yes, I'm sorry. Xiao Lianxue was so frightened that she ran out of the room as if escaping. However, she felt something was wrong as soon as she left, so she ran back and closed the door again. It's over. I'm really done for now. I hope the boss won't kill me. This is really a direct social death. What should we do? How should we ease this precarious relationship? It is said that the relationship between women is like a piece of paper. Now, the friendship boat can be overturned at any time. Xiao Lianxue leaned against the wall and could still feel her heart pounding. Bayou in the room also blushed, feeling embarrassed. But she is not a hot-tempered person, so she would not get angry over such things. What's more, Xiao Lianxue has helped Bayou a lot and will be of great use in the future, so she won't abandon her. In order to relieve her inner tension, Xiao Lianxue outside the room could only wander around trying to find something useful to cover up the awkwardness of the two meeting after Bayou went out. After searching around, Xiao Lianxue didn't find anything valuable except a few artillery batteries and ammunition depots. As for the special buildings in the fortress, she had to wait for Bayou to come out and destroy them. She didn't dare to overstep her boundaries. The Undead Knights outside were still fighting with the Dwarf Knights. The number of Dwarf Knights was getting smaller and smaller, and with the help of the gargoyles in the sky, the fortress behind the dwarves was no longer their support. The Dwarf Knights had no way to advance or retreat, and were gradually surrounded by the undead. The only mistake they made was that Bayou forgot to bring the Necromancer with him. However, even if they brought them, it would be a waste of time. The Necromancers could not summon all the corpses immediately, but they were afraid of scaring their own dwarves if they brought the dwarf corpses back to the castle. So Bayou planned to summon them all here at once. Although double summoning is useful, it also depends on the place and time. The disadvantage is that it wastes too much time. Bayou cannot stay here for long. After all, we have no idea of the specific situation around us and may face reinforcements from other dwarves at any time. As more and more dwarves died in battle, the advantages of the undead gradually became apparent. Although the dwarves are protected by armor and can defend against physical attacks to a certain extent, they are completely immune to soul attacks. Even if the ghosts cannot kill the dwarves, their powerful soul attacks can instantly disrupt their actions, and they can be easily killed with the help of other undead. Moreover, most of these equipment are of ordinary grade, with limited endurance, and will be completely shattered after not being able to withstand many attacks. The dwarf could easily break up a group of skeletons with the hammer in his hand, but it seemed cumbersome when facing agile zombies and death knights. Plus the air cover from ghosts and gargoyles. Even if you can't win, you can at least outpower them. Xiao Lianxue pretended to be calm and returned to the city wall, observing the battle between the undead and the dwarves below. At the same time, she looked at the system time with trepidation. About 10 minutes later, Bayou stretched his limbs and felt refreshed. She took one last, careful look through the dwarf leader's room, fearing that she might have lost something valuable. You are so poor that you still want to be the leader of the dwarves. Bayou went out and looked around. Apart from some industrial supplies and defensive weapons, there was nothing else new. The sounds of fighting between the undead and dwarves could still be heard outside the fortress walls, but they were much weaker than when Bayou came in before. Bayou estimated that the battle would soon be over. Although Xiao Lianxue on the city wall was always looking at the battlefield outside, her peripheral vision would occasionally glance in Bayou's direction. Now seeing the other party coming out, his whole body stiffened, as if he was waiting for the next trial. Chapter 129, Triumphant Return. Bayou naturally didn't mention what happened just now. Then she realized she had forgotten to fix her hair. She took the rubber band off her hair, shook her hair, tidied up her slightly messy clothes and hair, and then tied her hair back up. Seeing that Bayou didn't mention the embarrassing incident just now, Xiao Lianxue finally let go of her worries. Xiao Lianxue, feeling that she had successfully escaped death, became a lot more honest and stopped thinking about those trivial things. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue began to search for useful things in the fortress. They found more than 10,000 iron ingots and a huge furnace in the warehouse. It should be relying on this furnace to refine the iron or into iron ingots. This furnace is very large, about twice as large as the furnace in Xiao Lianxue's castle. Bayou was full of energy at this moment. He felt that he was blessed by the goddess of luck and destroyed the furnace without hesitation. As expected, the special architectural drawings did fall, and Bayou took them in his hand and took a look. Advanced furnace? For you. Bayou directly threw the blueprint to Xiao Lianxue. With this thing, the efficiency of or refining can be greatly accelerated. The two also discovered the building inside the fortress that could generate a protective shield. It looked like a spire with a groove underneath. Bayou opened it and saw 12 spirit cores neatly embedded inside. I thought it was some advanced thing, but it turns out it's also powered by a spirit core. Bayou curled her lips, then decisively destroyed it. Another special building blueprint fell out. She picked up the blueprint to check the information. Spiritual core shield, commander level. Seeing that the building level was only commander level, Bayou gave up on this special building and gave it to Xiao Lianxue. Although her special buildings do not include any special buildings such as protective shields, the commander-level defense is of no use to Bayou at the moment. It would be better to have a hidden chandelier. Special buildings start at the king level, and Bayou won't look down on anything below the king level. Apart from this, there is nothing valuable in this fortress. There are some magic crystals and spirit cores, some food, and some dwarf daily necessities and equipment. The ordinary equipment is now in tatters. There was a small warehouse in the corner of the fortress, which was filled with densely packed black shells. They just blew it up when they left. After putting all the usable supplies into the space ring, Bayou and Xiao Lianxue came to the fortress wall. The battle outside can be declared over. There are nearly 3,000 dwarves, 1,000 of whom are dwarf knights, all equipped with wild boars. At least 4,000 undead can be summoned, and Bayou immediately started to act without wasting time. The undead below were carrying corpses and doing hard labor, making it easier for Bayou to summon them. A faint blue light emanated from Bayou's left eye, and a gray summoning formation appeared under the 1,000 or so dwarf corpses on the ground. About 1,000 corpses only summoned less than 100 necromancers, and these necromancers then performed double summoning. But the necromancer has not been strengthened by the Blackwater altar, and can only double summon one type of soldier, the skeleton soldiers, and the mana bar is too short, so the effect can be said to be minimal. But it's better than nothing. It's a good time to take a break and restore my mental strength. An hour later, Bayou had summoned all the corpses, and the dwarf corpses were also decomposed. At this moment, all kinds of undead had appeared on the ground, more than 4,000 of them. Xiao Lianxue was stunned. She finally understood why Bayou was so strong. He could actually increase the number of soldiers at a rapid rate. There were more than 2,000 undead when they came, but when they left, there were more than 6,000. It was too scary. But compared to the energetic Bayou before, she now had a headache. She had consumed too much mental energy and had to go back to have a good sleep. All ghosts stay and continue to explore the area, and the remaining undead return to the castle. Bayou shouted to the undead below from the fortress wall. Those that could fly took off instantly, and those that couldn't fly began to run on the ground. The two men mounted their griffins and prepared to leave. The griffin flapped its wings and took off. Bayou turned around and stretched out his hand, condensing a black flame bomb and firing it at the ammunition depot of the fortress below. Boom! 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 As the first shell was detonated, Countless shells instantly produced a chain reaction and began to explode one after another. The entire fortress was destroyed. Bayou flew into the sky on a griffin, with the exploding fortress behind her becoming her backdrop. But she didn't want to show off right now. She had a terrible headache and just wanted to go back to sleep. Bayou rode the griffin to the place where the dwarf slaves had been hiding. After finding that they and the ghosts had left, he felt relieved and rode the griffin back to the castle along the same route. She would not be foolish enough to send the undead to garrison here. Although the Firebeard clan did not look strong, Bayou did not know their specific strength and could not take the risk. He made a surprise attack and then retreated decisively, considering it as revenge for their attack on his castle. These summoned ghosts are weak and cannot be upgraded. As they have no physical form, they're the first choice for scouts, and they're almost invisible at night. An hour later, the two lords took the lead in riding griffins back to the castle, while the undead army was still walking along the mountain road with difficulty behind them. Bayou saw the dwarf slaves in Xiao Lianshua's castle. It seemed that they had been brought back by Gray, and there were also some new faces. She got off the griffin, and Xiao Lianshua followed behind. Gray immediately led the group of dwarves to greet Bayou. Everyone, these are the two adults I was talking about. Although they are human, they're like family to us. After hearing Gray's words, the dwarves came forward to greet Bayou and the others. Bayou naturally pushed Xiao Lianshua out and asked her to deal with the dwarves. The dwarf slaves who escaped from the mine also believed Bayou's words, because many of their compatriots here were praising the two of them. So of course they chose to believe their compatriots. The first thing Gray did after returning to the castle was to take out a pile of food and let them have a full meal. These dwarves had already begun to shed tears of gratitude towards Bayou and Xiao Lianshua. Gray explained to them the rules here. This is a shelter, but not a nursing home. Every dwarf needs to work in exchange for food. Although the dwarves did not change the fate of mining, at least the working hours became shorter, they ate better, and had more human rights. Xiao Lianshua was surrounded by a group of dwarves and was greeted warmly. Bayou sneaked away and headed towards the shuttle gate. She wanted to go back and have a good sleep. Sister Bai, are you leaving? Sun Xiao in the castle hurriedly followed Bayou's footsteps. She didn't want to be with that old witch. Chapter 130, Upgrading the Castle and Barracks. As the portal flashed with orange and yellow light, Bayou and Sun Xiao walked out of the shuttle gate together. I'm a little tired and need to rest, Bayou said to Sun Xiao with a headache. Sun Xiao was still vomiting with her hands on her knees. When she heard Bayou's voice, she realized that Bayou might be tired from fighting outside. Sister Bai, go ahead and don't worry about me, Sun Xiao said with a smile on her face. Anyway, her monsters are now upgrading rapidly in the time chamber, and the food is only enough for one day, so she doesn't need to worry at all. The only drawback is that food has to be obtained by going out hunting from time to time, and Sun Xiao herself does not gain any experience points, which means that she is currently unable to level up at all. Since she had nothing to do anyway, Sun Xiao didn't consider herself an outsider and didn't go back. She just wandered around Bayou's castle. When I'm bored, I go online to chat and fence with those trolls. Bayou went to the bathroom, took off all his clothes, and started taking a bath without paying any attention to Sun Xiao. After taking a shower, Bayou wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked towards the bedroom barefoot. When she reached the bathroom door, she did not forget to pick up the clothes on the ground. Bayou threw her clothes into the closet, threw away her bath towel, and got into bed. Time, 15. Bayou slept for 4 or 5 hours and felt refreshed and energetic. The mental energy he had consumed was successfully restored. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. The first thing I did when I woke up was to skillfully open the system and check the time. Bayou opened his personal panel and took a look. He had been upgraded to the commander level, and all attributes had been enhanced, but the changes were not very big. She felt that if the level difference wasn't so huge, an improvement in magic or equipment would be much greater than the combat power increased by upgrading. Bayou lifted the quilt and changed the clothes that were soiled during the upgrade. She was still struggling with what to wear, but she saw a top that matched hers. She picked it up decisively and put it on skillfully, focusing on simplicity. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt with a khaki vest on the upper body and tied a red tie around herself. She wore a black pleated skirt, black stockings, and small leather shoes on the lower body. There's an anime school style. Bayou looks in the mirror. Well, the only benefit of a shirt is that it will magnify the advantage. Even if it will make people look like. It's just that she is still far inferior to Xiao Lianshua. Bayou let her hair fall behind her back and left the bedroom. She found that she had slept for 4 hours and Sun Xiao was still in the yard. But at this moment she was cursing at the world chat, and it was obvious that she was also very bored. Seeing Bai Yu come out, Sun Xiao also closed the world chat. Sister Bai, you're awake. Wow, Sister Bai, you're so beautiful. Hasn't Zhao Lianxue come back? Bai Yu asked Sun Xiao. No, the old witch is probably having a good time with the dwarves. Bai Yu opened the warehouse and found that the resources in the warehouse had become less. It should be that Zhao Lianxue built those special buildings there. There are still 15,000 iron ingots in the warehouse, which is just enough for Bai Yu to upgrade the town once. By the way, even the barracks should be upgraded as well. Upgrade conditions: 80 wood, 40 stone, 12 iron ingots. Upgrade! Sun Xiao was also watching Bai Yu upgrade the town. A ray of light flashed and disappeared, and the town upgrade was completed. No special changes occurred, but the faint light emanating from the castle seemed to become deeper. Apart from the fact that the health volume has become thicker, there are basically no other changes, and the territory and town territories have not become larger. Bai Yu took a look and ignored it, continuing to choose to upgrade the barracks. There is no special change. Bai Yu was a little unhappy because the barracks only upgraded the basic level of the troops from ordinary level 3 to ordinary level 5. Sun Xiao was stunned watching what was happening. Bai Yu glanced at her and patted her on the head. Hurry up and upgrade. The basic level of my barracks is higher than yours. I know, Sister Bai. I will definitely not hold you back, Sun Xiao said, covering her head. By the way, your monsters should be in that special building. I'll give you some food. When Bai Yu saw the hundreds of thousands of food items in his warehouse, he suddenly remembered and said to Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao watched with her own eyes as Bai Yu sent 50,000 portions of food to her and 100,000 portions to Zhao Lianxue, directly clearing out all the ordinary food in her warehouse. This is too much. Sister Bai. Sun Xiao was shocked. Watching Bai Yu adjusting the supplies, she felt as if she was watching a wealthy man from a certain country throwing cash around. Sun Xiao also knew that Zhao Lianxue had more dwarves than her own monsters, so most of the food was given to her, and Sun Xiao didn't think it was a big deal. I just didn't expect that Sister Bai still remembered me. I was so touched. I am so useless, woo-woo. There are still a few commander-level equipment. If you can use them, use them. If not, sell them. Bai Yu looked at the messy warehouse and started to tidy it up, throwing all the useless things to Sun Xiao. Commander-level equipment. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to Sun Xiao, who is only at ordinary level. These things are outdated to Bai Yu. Bai Yu's level has also entered the second half of the commander level. Now only king-level things can attract her attention. As expected, once you become strong, resources will be easily obtained. Take the Dwarf Fortress this time, for example. You obtain 20,000 magic crystals. If you sell commander-level equipment, you will have to sell more than 20 pieces. Thank you, Sister Bai. By the way, Sister Bai, are we still going there? Sun Xiao asked Bai Yu in confusion. She always had the feeling that Bai Yu came back in a hurry, and there were still some things that had not been dealt with over there. Why go over there? Didn't you say she was having a good time with the dwarves? Why bother her? Bai Yu rolled his eyes at Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao always felt that she heard a hint of gloating in Bai Yu's words, but she had no evidence. Chapter 131. Confrontation on the Snow Mountain. Just when Bai Yu was feeding Xiao, she saw Arthur flying back from the direction of the snow-capped mountains. Normally, Arthur would not return to the castle, but this time it seemed obvious that he had some information about the snow-capped mountains. Arthur's massive body landed in the town, kicking up a cloud of dust. Your Majesty, Arthur has information to report. Bai Yu looked back at Arthur and listened to Arthur's report. The information Arthur mentioned was naturally that it had fought with the Vampire Lord and 4 other lords. Are you saying that you saw the Snow Lady Lord among that group of people? Bai Yu asked in confusion. Yes, Your Majesty, there are 4 of them in total. The Fire Lord and the Rock Lord are the strongest among them. Their strength is no weaker than that of the Vampire Lord. Arthur is not a fool. Although he cannot distinguish humans too clearly, how could he not recognize the Snow Girl? Bai Yu thought that the Lord who disappeared from the Snow Mountain when the gargoyle discovered before should be Lung Jie's castle. They were an alliance, and Lung Jie used the alliance order to move. Just looking at the situation, it seems that his new home is not too far away from the cold snow-capped mountains, but just on the barren plains. Bai Yu knew the location of Yi Liang's castle, which was located at the junction of the fierce, snow-capped mountains and the barren plains. If it hadn't taken too long to cross the snow-capped mountains, Bai Yu would have destroyed him long ago. It seems that this vampire lord, who is either being beaten or on his way to being beaten, has not faced Bayou's punishment, but has now gotten into a new trouble. But Bayou just listened and got some information about the surrounding area, as it had nothing to do with her. Go ahead and beat them. The harder the better. It would be best if you beat them all to death. It has nothing to do with me anyway. After hearing Arthur's words, Bayou said that he felt nothing in his heart. Hey, that's not right. Normally, Sister Bai, shouldn't you say something like, I'm gonna kill them? Sun Xiao knew that this was not like Bayou's character. There are 5 of them. What if they team up to attack me? Didn't you hear Arthur say that at least 3 of them are first-tier lords? Do you think your Sister Bai, look like a reckless man? But we have 3 people here too? Sun Xiao was puzzled. 3 against 1 against 4? That shouldn't be a big problem, right? The 2 of you combined aren't even half of what he has. Bayou sighed. Even Lung Jie, who currently had the weakest performance, could beat Sun Xiao and Zhao Lianxue. Sun Xiao felt a little ashamed when she heard this. She was being looked down upon by Sister Bai for being weak again. Zhao Lianxue could at least be a tool, but it seemed that she really could not help Sister Bai in any way. I am not even as good as one of Sister Bai's soldiers, yet Sister Bai still takes care of me and gives me so many things. Suddenly I found myself like a burden. As Sun Xiao thought about it, she felt a little depressed, but her strong heart soon began to comfort herself. Work hard and do a good job. Sun Xiao, summoned Tingyun, stood directly on it and spoke to Bayou. Sister Bai, I'm going back first. I will work hard to become stronger. The next time Sister Bai sees me, I will definitely be stronger than that old witch. After saying that, Sun Xiao drove directly to the west. Why? Why are you leaving all of a sudden? Arthur continued to upgrade and asked the undead to pay more attention to the snowy mountains and the movements of those lords. At the same time, in the southern part of the snowy mountains, a group of giant black wolves were galloping across the snow, heading towards the depths of the cold, snowy mountains. They were moving at an incredibly fast speed, like a trailing shadow, and in a short while they reached the depths of the cold, snowy mountains. They were ordered to come and investigate the battle between the Snow Mountain Angel and the Frost Dragon. The Howling Moon Silver Wolves were their eyes planted in the Snow Mountain. Now, they were inexplicably killed, so they naturally had to figure out the situation. At this time, in the depths of the snow-capped mountains, in addition to the giant wolf, there was another force that arrived here in advance and seemed to be investigating something. They have tiger heads and human bodies, are 2 meters tall, have bulging muscles all over their bodies, have 2 huge tiger claws on their hands, have snow-white hair and black stripes all over their bodies, and the word king can be clearly seen on their foreheads. It looks very similar to a werewolf, so let's call it a tiger man. When the giant wolves arrived here, they also discovered this group of tiger people. The tiger people also looked at the giant wolves that suddenly appeared in the distance. The reactions of the 2 were completely opposite. A trace of worry flashed in the tiger man's eyes, but he did not show any fear, because the giant wolves in front of him might not be his opponents. On the other hand, the giant wolf didn't take the tiger man in front of him seriously at all. If you don't want to die, get out of here now. This is not the place for you to escape. The giant wolf bared its teeth and spoke in human language, threatening the tiger people in front of it. The tiger people looked at each other and then looked at the tiger who was leading them. Young man, I advise you to take care of yourself. The Snow Mountain is not the top of the mountains. The tiger people are warning the giant wolves that this is not their territory, and they are not afraid of them. A bunch of stray dogs are not worthy of being compared with the top of the mountains. Kill them. The giant wolf seemed to be provoked. It naturally recognized the race in front of it. The strength of the individuals in the tribe was decent, but in terms of background, they were on the top of the mountains and crushed the group of tiger people by a huge margin. The giant wolves began to swell up and transformed into werewolves, rushing towards the tigers in front of them one by one. There are more tiger people than werewolves, but the leading tiger man is only at the commander level, while the leading werewolf is. Werewolves possess terrifying self-healing and bloodthirsty skills, which are not abilities possessed by tiger people. Compared with the 2, werewolves are more suitable for close combat than them. But just when the leading werewolf was about to charge the tiger people and the tiger people were ready for battle, a little girl suddenly walked out from among the tiger people in the back. The little girl was wearing a princess dress, which was obviously human clothing. Her long white hair fell on her shoulders, and she had 2 animal ears on both sides of her head, which seemed to prove that she was not human. The little girl's pupils contracted, and in an instant the round pupils became as thin as a needle, and a force of space surged around her. The bodies of all the giant wolves that were rushing over were frozen in place, and then 4 huge claw marks appeared on the body of each giant wolf. The force of space that imprisoned the werewolves disappeared, and all of them were torn into pieces and knocked away in an instant. They fell to the ground, howling in pain and bleeding wildly. The little girl seemed to know that the werewolves had the ability to heal themselves, so she froze them all before they could start to heal themselves. Only the leading werewolf managed to escape the ice with his seriously injured body and was now looking at the little girl viciously from a distance. "You bastards, you'll pay for this." After saying that, the werewolf turned back into a giant wolf and disappeared on the spot. The little girl buried all the frozen werewolves under the snow, and then she collapsed backwards in exhaustion. The leading tiger man quickly caught the little girl and spoke to the other tiger men behind him. "The queen has fallen into a deep sleep again in order to save us. It has been confirmed that the frost dragon is dead. Everyone, find a hiding place as soon as possible." Chapter 132, The Elemental Alliance Attacks Yiliang. After a busy day, Master Xiao returned to his subsidiary castle from Happy State. The dwarf's kindness was hard to refuse. Bayou sent another batch of gargoyles to Happy State and called back all the messy troops that had been summoned before, mainly because they had to be strengthened by the Blackwater altar. There are now 2,000 Undead Knights, 1,000 gargoyles, 900 ghosts, and 100 necromancers in Zhao Lianxue's castle. With a total of 4,000 undead, Bayou didn't believe that the Firebeard clan really dared to attack. Even so, there are still 20,000 undead in Martial State, below the king level. Bayou feels that he is now invincible. Not to mention the 7th and 8th level commanders. Even if a 9th level commander came, he could be killed by piling up the undead. Bayou glanced at Zhao Lianxue from the window and could tell that she was really tired. She actually chose to return to her own castle. Bayou was bored and browsing the world chat when he discovered a strange phenomenon. The Lord of Spirit of Fire bought up spirit cores in large quantities at the exchange and used iron ingots as exchange conditions. After all, only a few lords can upgrade their castles into towns. Most lords are still short of iron ingots. At this time, he is actually selling iron ingots. Bayou doesn't believe that the spirit core is not of much help to him. Now that he has passed the novice period, there is no need to guard the barracks every early morning to summon soldiers. So Bayou went to bed early. At the same time, the Barren Plains Elemental Alliance. A castle full of cracks appeared here. It was the last member of the Elemental Alliance, Lord Feng Xiao of Fury of the Wind. Feng Xiao learned about the Alliance's current situation, the conflict with a first-tier lord, and the threat that he might face at any time from the Gata Empire. Feng Xiao resolutely chose to help his allies. At this moment, the Elemental Alliance was formed into 5 groups with all the members present. Everyone was welcoming Feng Xiao. Lung Jie had always thought that Feng Xiao would be a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard, but he turned out to be the youngest of the 5, a passionate young man of only 18 years old. Feng Xiao has an exclusive item that can absorb the power of the wind element to condense a wind monster for him. The reason why he didn't come so early is because the Wild Wolf Valley where he used to be was often windy, which was conducive to his summoning of troops. But now the number of arms has reached saturation, and Feng Xiao previously paid too much attention to the number of arms and ignored their quality. This is the fundamental reason why he has always been in the second echelon. The attributes of the wind monster can be said to be the most perverted among the 5 types of soldiers. Although the wind monster is an elemental creature, it has a physical body and can condense into different forms. At present, Feng Xiao's wind demon only has mastered 2 forms, one which can transform into a 3-meter-long bird, and the other can transform into a ferocious beast similar to a tiger. Because it is condensed from the wind element, it can still fly even in the form of a land beast. We are all here this time. My injuries have healed under Sister Lu's treatment. I suggest that we set out tomorrow to kill the Vampire Lord. Lung Jie was still in panic from being almost killed instantly by Yiliang. He wanted to gather his allies to kill him quickly. As for the Gata Empire, he would just leave a few vampire corpses for them. Feng Xiao had just arrived here, so naturally he wanted to show himself, and he agreed to Lung Jie's proposal very decisively. As for Shi Yao and Lu Yao, it doesn't matter what they do. It all depends on Lin Zhen's opinion. Lin Zhen saw that everyone wanted to kill the Vampire Lord. As the first battle after the establishment of the Elemental Alliance, it was indeed a good choice to start with a first-tier lord. Okay, let's set off early tomorrow morning. Seeing that Lin Zhen agreed, Lung Jie and Feng Xiao also smiled. This time the Vampire Lord is finished. Time 06. At this moment, deep in the desolate plains, in a huge city, a general in armor and 50,000 soldiers left the city in a mighty manner. The Emperor of the Gata Empire was very angry when he learned that the elite team he sent out was wiped out, because he received an important piece of news from the Empire's Magicians Association branch. That is, a six-winged angel had killed the Frost Dragon. The intelligent creatures in the snowy mountains will not provoke the Gata Empire, which is backed by the Magicians Association. As for those unintelligent creatures, it is even less likely that they will have the strength to wipe out their elite team. The ministers immediately deduced that there were aliens causing trouble on the border. The young and energetic emperor suddenly realized the cause of the matter and immediately sent generals from his empire to kill these aliens. Because the Gata Empire has the support of the Magicians Association, the empire's high-ranking officials all practice magic. Although their combat power is not as good as that of regular magicians of the same level, they can also rely on magic to gain good melee combat capabilities. On the other side, Lin Jun and the other four left about 3 commander-level soldiers in their respective castles to guard their homes. All other soldiers were taken away by the 5 lords and marched towards Yi Liang's castle. The wind demon driven by Feng Xiao was carrying the 4 lords, and its speed was much faster than that of Lung Jie's Snow Girl. Below them were various types of soldiers following the 5 lords, including flame spirits, earth monsters, wind monsters, tree spirits, and snow girls. There were more than 6,000 of them in total, with Feng Xiao and Lin Jin soldiers having the largest number. Yi Liang is not stupid. When he knew that he had offended an alliance of lords and was no match for them, he had been frantically looking for allies to help him in the past 2 days. But Yi Liang had always been alone before, and he suddenly asked other lords to move to his place, or he would move to their place in an alliance. The other lords were not fools, so there was almost no trust in this, and this behavior was too weird. Most lords would think that this was Yi Liang's conspiracy, and that even if the alliance was successful, it would be useless because the lords of the alliance would not move here, let alone let Yi Liang move there. Yi Liang was desperate, but a glimmer of hope emerged in his despair. He guessed that the alliance would attack soon, and now that he had exposed the location of the castle, he had no way to escape. If anyone were to save him right now, the first person Yi Liang thought of would be the undead Lord Bayou. He knew that Bayou was very powerful. As long as he had Bayou's help, the 4 lords might not be his opponents. Yi Liang was just about to open the system panel to chat privately with Bayou when he was suddenly stunned. He didn't even know what her castle was called. Yi Liang looked towards the snow-capped mountains. He had to find an intelligent undead spirit to send it back and pass on the message to Bayou. But gargoyles have no intelligence, and more advanced undead spirits need to be found. Yi Liang is not confident in letting the vampires go, fearing that they might mess it up. This is a matter of saving lives. As long as he promised Bayou enough benefits, he believed that Bayou would be tempted. Yi Liang instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared in the castle, flying towards the snow-capped mountains. Chapter 133, Gata Empire Cavalry. Yi Liang worked hard on the snowy mountain for more than an hour and finally encountered a bone dragon, but it was not the one he worked with last time. Yi Liang was not sure whether it had intelligence. "Hello!" Yi Liang roared, but who knew that the bone dragon turned around and gave him a breath of dragon's breath, and Yi Liang dodged immediately. "I'm not here to fight. I need you to deliver a message to your lord." After Yi Liang finished speaking, he waited for the bone dragon's reaction. "What do you want to say to our queen?" As expected, it was intelligent. The bone dragon's ethereal voice reached Yi Liang's ears, and Yi Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Liang told the bone dragon all the information, and finally emphasized again that if the Elemental Alliance really attacked, he hoped Bayou could help, and even reported the name of his castle, Dracula. After saying that, Yi Liang looked at the bone dragon. It seemed that the bone dragon understood and didn't understand at the same time. But as long as it could remember him, that was enough. "I'll pass it on." After saying this, the bone dragon flew away. Yi Liang only needed to wait for Bayou's reply. At this moment, the kill information suddenly popped up by the system, which startled Yi Liang. "Your ordinary vampire was killed by the enemy lord. Apart from the Elemental Alliance, the only other person nearby is the Undead Lord." And after Yi Liang's observation of the Undead Lord's troops over the past few days, he found that her castle is most likely on the other side of the snowy mountain. And now, at this moment, the only one who can kill her troops is the Elemental Alliance. With a nervous heart, Yi Liang returned to the castle with all his strength. An hour later, Yi Liang's castle appeared in sight. He actually came. Yi Liang saw that there were 5 lords below, leading a large number of soldiers to surround and kill the vampires. Yi Liang had only more than 1,000 vampires, and was at a disadvantage in both quantity and quality. There is one more lord than before, and all of their alliance has been mobilized. What a deep hatred and resentment. Yi Liang didn't kill any of their soldiers. Instead, he was stabbed in the chest and beaten several times. If Yi Liang wasn't so lucky, he would have died long ago. But now they are coming. And judging from the situation, they wanted to kill all of Yi Liang's soldiers before they would stop, but they didn't know that Yi Liang was not in the castle at this time. Wait, what is that? Yi Liang's pupils constricted. A cavalry group appeared on the distant horizon and was charging towards them. The Gata Empire. Yi Liang understood in an instant that the village he had massacred must have attracted the attention of the Empire, and now they sent troops to kill him. However, Yi Liang was not panicked. Instead, he smiled. Now that the Gata Empire had arrived at the right time, perhaps there was no need to ask for help. It is just right to rely on the Gata Empire to deal with the Elemental Alliance, and there are tens of thousands of human cavalry, which are all Yi Liang's reserve troops. They were simply here to deliver benefits. Not only did they save Yi Liang, but they also provided him with soldiers. Yi Liang quickly flew towards the castle. As the Gata Empire cavalry gradually approached, Lung Jie and others also noticed the enemy attacking from the side in the distance. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of the cavalry. They arrived too quickly. There must be tens of thousands of people here. Lu Yao covered her mouth in surprise. Damn it, it has to be this time. This sickly guy is really lucky. Lung Jie couldn't help but admire Yi Liang's luck. Deal with the human cavalry first. They're not too strong, they just have more people. Don't be afraid. Feng Xiao was full of excitement. He didn't expect to encounter such a big scene as soon as he arrived. However, how could these human cavalry fight against the elemental creatures on his side? The arrival of the Gata Empire cavalry alone forced the 5 men to give up attacking Yi Liang's castle. All types of troops were on full alert, ready to fight against the Gata Empire cavalry, and all the vampires returned to the vicinity of the castle to guard it and prevent it from being destroyed. There are actually 6 foreign lords. Your Majesty's guess was correct. The foreigners must be executed. Imperial General Miles was wearing silver armor, drew the silver sword at his waist, and was ready for battle. Kill the aliens for the sake of the Empire. Miles and the 50,000 cavalrymen behind him sped up and charged towards the 6 lords. In Miles' eyes, he doesn't care about the conflicts between different races. All different races are the same in his eyes. Yi Liang was still in the castle, planning to watch them kill each other. He just needed to protect the castle. It was obvious that the Elemental Alliance, which had more people, was the primary target of these people's attack. All 6 of them underestimated the Imperial cavalry, thinking that their own soldiers were advanced life forms and that killing one person would be no problem at all. In addition, they had no special means of dealing with them, as elemental creatures and vampires were almost immortal. Miles took the lead, and his figure disappeared directly on the horse's back. Standing in front of him were the commander-level troops of the Elemental Alliance. Miles didn't even pay attention to these soldiers. He quickly passed by them and attacked the 5 people. Be careful, he's coming. So fast. The 5 people felt a huge pressure in an instant, and they were all unable to move. Miles swung his sword, and a silver sword light directly knocked all 5 people away. Yi Liang was stunned in the castle. What was going on? The 5 people fell to the ground and were all injured. They all used their own defensive methods when they were attacked. Lu Yao and Shi Yao's bodies turned into wood and stone and recovered. Lung Jie, Lin Jun, and Feng Xiao changed their own elements and successfully avoided the attack. But even so, it was not able to completely offset the damage done by Miles, and blood still flowed from the corners of everyone's mouths. Just as the 5 people were about to stand up, the gravity appeared again, pressing them down and making them unable to move. Feel, he is king level. On the other side, Bayou, who was in a good mood, finished feeding Xiaobing, sent Zhao Lianxue over, and was about to summon his own troops. Bayou just happened to see a bone dragon flying towards the snow mountain. Is it business again? Bayou stopped his steps on the way to the barracks and planned to see why the bone dragon came back. Generally, Bayou would not allow the undead who had no news to enter the castle. The bone dragon flew towards the castle, which undoubtedly meant that there was some news. The troops will be summoned later. There is no need to waste a moment. The bone dragon came to the castle and talked a lot to Bayou. What? He asked me to help kill him. What kind of brain-damaged lord is this? If you want to die, go bang your head against the wall. Bayou was confused and had no idea what the bone dragon wanted to say. Because Yi Liang had said too much to it, it couldn't extract the key information and had mixed up a lot of it. Didn't he say his name or where he was? Your Majesty, he said the name of his castle is Draculashire. Chapter 134. The Power of Domain. So that lord is Dracula, and the message he conveyed to the bone dragon should be about cooperation. I am so smart. Bayou accurately analyzed the key information. The reason why he left the name at the end was probably because he was worried that the bone dragon would not be able to explain it clearly. Although Bayou had guessed his name long ago. Think about it again, the bone dragon flew back from the snow mountain, which is still a very easy guess. Why did he ask me for business? Bayou waved his hand and sent the bone dragon away, then walked towards the barracks on his own, checking his conscience while opening the system panel. Bayou entered Dracula's name and was able to initiate a private chat without adding a friend. She put a question mark on it and ignored it. She turned to look at the confirmation button of the barracks and clicked the summon. A faint green light flickered, and along with the 10 acolytes came out 30 complete skeletons of the same size. Skeleton? No way. I'm so unlucky. But when they fully appeared, Bayou looked carefully and found that they were somewhat different from the skeleton soldiers. They had no weapons, were wearing black robes, and had purple flames burning in their eye sockets that were completely different from the skeletons. Your most loyal apostle greets Her Majesty the Queen. Can you talk? Bayou quickly checked their information, which was a bit unbelievable. Lich. Growth limit. Monarch level. Skills. Skeleton magic, bone magic, frost magic. Wow. All the same color, right? You didn't give me any before, but this time you give me 30 at once. Bayou took a look at the two magics. One was the same bone magic as the Necromancer, and the other was the skeleton magic that allowed them to summon all skeletons and their variants. As for frost magic, Bayou doesn't need to look at it. Wow, the monarch level cap is pretty strong. Go to the Blackwater altar and strengthen yourself. On the other side, at the battlefield of Yelyang Castle in the desolate plain. This human was fighting 1 against 5, and even if Yi Liang was dumb, he could tell that he was a king level. If these 5 lords died, Yi Liang would be finished. Yi Liang could no longer sit still in the castle, so he immediately joined the battle and fought against Miles together with the Elemental Alliance. 5 people stood on one side and looked at the tall Miles. Just by standing there with a sword in his hand, Miles put tremendous pressure on them. The power of the domain made them unable to move. Yi Liang also came to the side and stood side by side with the 5 people, ready to fight Miles with all his strength. 6 commanders, you are very good, but unfortunately it is not enough. Did you kill the village and the Imperial Reconnaissance team? Miles questioned the 6 people. Although the aliens deserve to die, he also wanted to identify the murderer of this incident. None of the 6 people responded to Miles' questions, which means Miles did not wrongly accuse them at all. As Miles' face became colder and colder, the pressure on him became heavier. Lung Jie, as the weakest among the 6, could no longer bear it and was about to kneel down. If you don't say anything, that means you agree. Boom! As soon as Miles finished speaking, a lava shell was fired at Miles. Lin Jun broke free from his restraints. At this moment, he had turned into a fireman, his body covered with lava, and rushed towards Miles. The smoke dissipated, and the lava shells had no effect on Miles. Miles caught Lin Jun's attack with one hand and swung the sword at Lin Jun with the other hand without hesitation. Bang! A 3-meter-tall giant covered with rocks used his huge body to knock Miles away, and Lin Jun was able to break free. Xiao also broke free from his restraints. Although his collision did not cause any harm to Miles, it distracted Miles and successfully weakened the power of his domain. The remaining 4 people all exploded, and Lu Yao turned into a wooden man full of life, with vines entangled all over her body. Countless vines were floating behind her, entwining towards Miles. Yi Liang was covered in blood, and he turned into a bloody man, while Lung Jie turned into an ice sculpture. The two also attacked Miles at the same time. Feng Xiao didn't change much, but there were countless wind blades around him. He disappeared like the wind, and when he appeared again, he had condensed a huge wind blade and slashed towards Miles. Facing the simultaneous attack of 6 people, Miles did not panic at all. He could even rely on his king-level suit to block most of the damage, but he did not do so. He wanted to let these lords from other worlds know what the king level was and what the domain was. The surrounding gravity field suddenly disappeared, and just as the attacks of the 6 lords were about to hit Miles, a surge of power was released from his body. Before the lords could understand what was happening, they were all blasted dozens of meters away by Miles's domain power in an instant. The dirt and rocks on the ground were also blown away, spreading out in all directions with Miles as the center. Everyone was covered in dust and dirt, and only Lu Yao escaped because of her long-range attack. How can we fight this? We can't even get close to him. Yi Liang felt the power of the king level, and it was impossible for a group of commanders like them to rush in and defeat him. There are intervals between the release of his domain power. Everyone cooperate with us. Lung Jie shouted to warn everyone, and then the 5 of them attacked Miles again, knowing that they couldn't escape. Shi Yao raised 4 huge earth walls to surround Miles and block his sight. Feng Xiao condensed into a spiral wind blade and flew towards Miles. Lin Jun, add more fire. Feng Xiao shouted, and Lin Jun instantly followed the wind blade. The fusion of flame and wind blade became even bigger. Lin Jun rushed towards Miles with the lava wind blade in his hand. Miles directly shattered Shi Yao's earth wall and was greeted by Lin Jun's attack with a wind blade. Miles wanted to swing his sword, but his arm was suddenly entangled by vines, which also had frost magic that froze Miles' hand. Miles struggled to break free, but it was too late to resist Lin Jun's attack. Boom! Lin Jun was also knocked away by the explosion caused by the attack, while Miles only took a few steps back. There was a black spot on his armor, and his defense was not broken at all. Lung Jie's face became solemn when he saw this scene. How can he fight if he can't break the defense? Wait, break the defense! Lung Jie suddenly remembered that when he, Bayou, and Yi Liang attacked the Frost Wolf together, Bayou's black flame showed amazing defense-breaking ability. Yi Liang's blood also has good defense-breaking capabilities. Bayou can't find him, but Yi Liang is here. Lung Jie immediately turned around and looked at Yi Liang, and at this time Yi Liang had already discovered that he had a private message. Xiao Wangbao. Chapter 135 Foreign Aid. Yi Liang naturally knew the name Crab Roe Burger and was considered a relatively famous lord in the first echelon. Why is he private messaging me? Yi Liang is currently in an urgent battle situation and has no time to chat. Just as he was about to close the interface, he suddenly became enlightened. The Krabby Patty is the lord of the undead. But the situation is different now. It is not as simple as asking her to help beat someone up. The opponent is a king-level opponent. Will she take the risk? Wait, if I can kill this king and promise to give her his body, she might agree. Hey, sickly guy, what are you doing? It's already so late, and you still have time to chat. Don't you think dying isn't fast enough? We need you to break through the defense. Lung Jie yelled at Yi Liang, scolding him while not forgetting to attack him. I could try to contact the Undead Lord. Yi Liang ignored Lung Jie's abuse and said this coldly. Lung Jie was also somewhat happy when he heard this. If Bayou could come, he might be able to defeat this king-level warrior. After all, Bayou was the strongest lord outside of their area. Wait, why is she helping us? A body. After Yi Liang said this, Lung Jie instantly understood that she was able to summon corpses. She had no reason to refuse a king-level fighter, unless she was a coward. You contact first. Now is a matter of life and death. After saying this, Lung Jie no longer paid attention to Yi Liang and turned around to attack Miles again. The 5 of them all have ways to forcibly break free from the field, and with the cooperation of each other, although they cannot defeat Miles, they can still hold him back. Yi Liang also quickly sent a message to Bayou, saying that if the 5 people died, he would not be able to survive. Dracula. We have been attacked by the Gata Empire. The leader is a king. I and the 6 people in that alliance are fighting him. I hope you can lend a hand. If you can kill him, the body will be yours. The location is at the junction of the snow-capped mountains and the plains, my castle. Yi Liang finished his words concisely and began to stand aside and count down. If there was no reply for more than 5 seconds, he would immediately join the battle. 2-1. Krabby Patty. You're sure you can handle this? Dracula. I have already discussed it with them. Krabby Patty. I hope you guys don't die before I get here. Yi Liang immediately closed the chat interface and rushed towards Miles. She agreed. Lung Jie also showed joy, but he hoped that she would not be too far away from here. Everyone. He has persuaded the Undead Lord to help. After the task is completed, the body will belong to her. Lung Jie shouted to everyone, and no one objected. Whether they could survive at this time was still a question. It would be best if someone could come to help. Besides, the corpse was of no use to them. Before this, Bayou had already arrived deep in the snow-capped mountains and pulled out the corpse of a tiger man from the snow. Xiao Bing, This isn't your race from the snow mountain, right? Bai Yu had never seen this kind of creature before, because the destroyer felt a very strong magical fluctuation here at that time, which was fleeting. After that, they checked here and found corpses under the snow and ice, including not only tiger men, but also werewolves. The information was reported to Bai Yu, who rode Xiaobing over to let Xiaobing take a look. Bai Yu turned out all the werewolf corpses. There was only one tiger corpse, and from Bai Yu's observation, he found that the wounds of each werewolf were similar, as if they were killed instantly. On the contrary, this tiger man had too many wounds on his body, and they were all old wounds. He was also very old, a bit like a victim in distress. Xiaobing thought about it, and it seemed that his mother had explained to him before, but it was not because their race was so strong, but because the place where they lived was also suitable for the survival of frost dragons. Iceland white tigers are a race that lives in the extremely cold northern regions. I'm not too sure about the details. A white tiger in an extremely cold land? Combined with the image of the dead tiger man, did he really come to the harsh snowy mountains to escape? At this time, Bai Yu also received a private reply from Yiliang. Bai Yu was attracted by more interesting things and no longer asked Xiaobing about the corpses. King level. Bai Yu was really a little surprised. Bai Yu had never seen a king level before. He originally thought that the king level would be very strong and could kill a commander level in seconds. Combining the results with Yi Liang's information, it seems that the 6 lords can fight back and forth with this king level, but they certainly cannot win. Otherwise, they would not seek help from Bai Yu. If we can really kill him, it will be a king level corpse. Wouldn't it be a huge improvement in strength? Bai Yu was already a little excited. Xiaobing, let's go. Bai Yu immediately rode on Xiaobing and turned back to give instructions to the destroyer. Call all those who can fly and go to the Lord at the junction of the snowy mountains and the barren plains. How could the Empire attack the Lords without bringing troops? This is also a resource. The most important thing is, what if they change their minds at that time? It is not enough to do it alone, and there must be pressure from the troops. Xiaobing flapped his wings and flew towards the western border of the cold, snow-capped mountains. Xiaobing is currently the fastest flyer in the snow-capped mountains, and Bai Yu started from the middle of the cold, snow-capped mountains, so it won't take much time for him to reach Yiliang. Bai Yu would not be stupid enough to start fighting right away. He would definitely observe the situation first. If he can fight, he will go ahead. If not, he will retreat. They need to fight desperately, but Bai Yu doesn't need that. Bai Yu mainly wants to know the level of this king-level combat power. On the battlefield, the 5 people have used up nearly 2/3 of their magic power. Although Yi Liang mainly relies on blood attacks, the side effects are also significant. Even Miles at this moment could not have imagined that when these 6 lords joined forces, he would be temporarily unable to do anything to them. Miles was no longer so arrogant. He underestimated his opponent and underestimated himself even more. If it was a king-level magician from the Imperial branch who came, this group of aliens would have died long ago. Miles used to be tough all the way, but now he has to pick on the weak and plans to kill one of them first. After such a long battle, Miles discovered that Leng Jie and Lu Yao were the weakest among the 6, followed by Yi Liang and Feng Xiao, but both of them could fly and were the most difficult to kill among the 6. Miles decided to deal with the guy who used ice magic first. Miles once again released his domain to knock Yi Liang, Lin Jun, and Shi Yao, who were in close combat, away. However, the power this time was much weaker than the first time, and he only pushed the 3 back less than 10 meters. Miles took advantage of the smoke caused by the dust and instantly killed Leng Jie behind him. Feng Xiao's wind blade attack was blocked by Miles' armor. 8 vines rose up around him and rushed straight into the sky, and the vines continued to entangle Miles. As Miles' gravity field opened, countless vines were crushed instantly, and Leng Jie's frost magic condensed a huge ice bird to follow up with the next attack. Miles' silver sword emitted a purple light, and the sword seemed to be of great force, which directly shattered Leng Jie's magic, and he slashed towards Leng Jie with the sword. Leng Jie was oppressed by gravity and couldn't turn into snow to avoid the attack. He quickly put on his frost armor and condensed a thick ice wall in front of him to try to resist. It makes no difference. Bang! The ice wall shattered, and Leng Jie was knocked dozens of meters away by Miles' sword with added gravity and fell heavily to the ground. Vomit dash! Leng Jie tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. A huge crack appeared on the armor on his chest, and it was obviously scrapped. There was a huge wound on Leng Jie's chest, and blood was gushing out. Leng Jie weakly used magic to heal the wound. Leng Jie has completely lost his fighting ability. If no one saves him at this moment, he will die. At this time, a pair of straight black cartoon legs appeared in Lung Jie's field of vision. She was wearing a small black skirt. Lung Jie was lying on the ground and could even see the scenery under her skirt and smell her faint body fragrance. Unfortunately, she was wearing safety pants, so he couldn't see anything. Hey, you're so tired after not seeing you for a few days? Chapter 136, 7 Lord's Battle King level. The weak Lung Jin no longer thought too much. He knew that the Undead Lord had come. Your condition looks serious. Do you want me to help you? Bai Yu looked down at Lung Jie with a joking expression. You're probably trying to kill me. No need. You go help them. Even though Lung Jie was so weak that he could hardly speak, he had to quickly reject Bai Yu. He felt that Bai Yu was a lunatic and she was really capable of doing such a thing. You'd better stop talking. Bai Yu looked forward and saw the sword that Miles used to seriously injure Lung Jie. If it weren't for the frost armor that blocked it, Lung Jie would probably have died by now. Although it's almost the same now. Lu Yao, who was far away, naturally also noticed it. She saw Lung Jie being knocked away with her own eyes. When she turned around, she saw a little white-haired lowly talking to Lung Jie. Great! Brother Lung Jie is not dead. As the nurse on the field, she can save anyone as long as they are not dead. Lu Yao immediately rushed towards Lung Jie. Although Miles also saw Bai Yu in the distance, he did not care. He just regretted that he could not kill Lung Jie with one sword. At the same time, Miles also knew that Lu Yao could use life magic, so Miles would naturally not allow Lu Yao to save Lung Jie. Miles used gravity to accelerate and rush towards Lu Yao. Lin Jun, Shi Yao, and Yi Liang in the front row could only rush here with all their might, but it was too late. This was the result of being cut off from the back row. Just when Miles was about to kill Lu Yao was ready to defend herself with all her strength. Suddenly, a figure passed by Lu Yao, and a sickle burning with black flames met Miles' gravity silver sword. Bang! The sickle and the silver sword collided, and even though Bai Yu had double the power, he still felt the huge force pressing on him. The ground where Bai Yu stood was also pressed down, and a pit appeared. Bai Yu only felt that all the bones in his body were cracking, and the knuckles of his hands holding the sickle were numb from the shock. Miles was a little surprised that the little alien girl in front of him actually took his attack. Her eyes were emitting two kinds of light, one red and one blue, and her whole body was exerting strength, as if she was about to give up. Just as Miles was about to increase his strength, he found that the black flame on the sickle was eroding his weapon. Miles immediately stepped back and no longer confronted Bai Yu. Miles was not a magician, so he could not recognize the black flame, but he understood that his armor seemed unable to withstand such flame. This scene was seen by the 5 lords, and they were all shocked, especially Lu Yao behind him, who felt it most clearly. She defeated the king level head-on. Lin Jun and others were also surprised. Lin Jun suddenly felt that Lung Jie's evaluation of the Undead Lord was too conservative. They believed that they could not withstand a king-level attack. If she had not acted in time, Lu Yao would probably have suffered the same fate as Lung Jie. While Bai Yu was blocking Miles, everyone surrounded Miles again. At this time, Miles' eyes were fixed on Bai Yu, because Bai Yu was the strongest among the 7 and also the most threatening. At this time, Bai Yu was holding the sickle and flexing his wrist. Although he didn't say a word on the surface, he was already complaining wildly in his heart. Bastard, you're so strong. It hurts me so much. Bai Yu still felt his hands were a little numb, and he could only lean the sickle in his hands on the ground, staring at the king-level warrior with a ferocious look on his face. Lu Yao, who was standing at the back with her mouth wide open, also reacted and quickly ran towards Lung Jie. Otherwise, she would be dead in a moment. Bai Yu stood in front of Miles. Shi Yao and Lin Jun were behind Miles respectively, while Yi Liang and Feng Xiao were in the sky. 5 people surrounded Miles, and as Miles swung the silver sword, the 5 people attacked Miles at the same time. But Miles seemed to only have Bai Yu in his eyes. Before Bai Yu could chop Miles with the sickle, he was bounced away by a gravity cannonball. Miles nimbly dodged Shi Yao's attack, kicked Lin Jun back with gravity, and looked at Yi Liang, who was rushing towards him with the silver sword in his hand. The long sword formed by Yi Liang's blood was broken by Miles. Before Miles' attack reached him, Yi Liang quickly turned into a black shadow and avoided the attack. But Yi Liang did not attack blindly. He was a vampire with eyesight far superior to that of ordinary people. He saw at a glance the marks of burns on Miles' silver sword caused by Bai Yu. His blood also had the same ability, although it was very weak. But he still chose to attack the position of Miles' silver sword. As for Feng Zhao's attack, Miles simply relied on his armor to withstand it. Miles' armor was the nemesis of his wind blade. This made Feng Zhao very angry. You just attack others and ignore your own attacks. This is too disrespectful. But Feng Zhao is a ranged attacker and has no melee ability, so he can't engage in hand-to-hand combat with Miles like the others. Feng Zhao, a passionate 18-year-old boy, turned red immediately and launched a magic that consumed a lot of mana. He called it his ultimate move. All the wind elements around began to gather and compress, and finally condensed in Feng Zhao's palm, forming a concentrated wind blade in the shape of a gyroscope slightly larger than his palm. Lin Jun. Feng Zhao held the wind blade with difficulty and reminded Lin Jun before throwing it out. Of course, Feng Zhao didn't rely on brute force to throw the ball, but relied on the wind element in the air to glide. The speed was several times faster than that of ordinary wind blade attacks. This was why Feng Zhao reminded Lin Jun in advance. Lin Jun immediately understood, and as Feng Zhao threw the wind blade gyroscope out, it began to spontaneously combust the moment it left his hand, turning into a flaming wind blade gyroscope that flew towards Miles. Bayou also heard Feng Zhao shout. Bayou, who had just used teleportation to avoid Miles' attack, looked up. The wind blade gyroscope was moving very fast. At this moment, Miles just turned around and saw Feng Zhao's attack coming. Miles looked disdainful. The wind blade had no effect on his armor. Miles' eyes suddenly widened because the fiery red wind blade gyroscope turned black when it arrived in front of him. Boom! This attack was the most significant ever, and Miles was blown away and fell to the ground. Everyone turned around to look at Bayou, who had one hand raised in the air because they had all seen the black flames burning on Bayou's weapon when he took Miles' attack head-on, so they were extremely sure that this was the attack released by Bayou. Lung Jie and Lu Yao, who were far away, also smiled when they saw this. It seemed that they had made the right decision to ask Bayou for help. Lung Jie's wound has stopped bleeding under Lu Yao's treatment and is recovering slowly. Lu Yao's life magic cannot heal instantly like werewolves and vampires, and it takes time to recover. This level of effect will only be achieved when Lu Yao performs it on herself. Chapter 137 Pseudo-Domain. Sister Lu, you go and support them. I can stay here by myself. Leng Yisighed. Okay, then Brother Lung, you stay here. Lung Jie was about to become autistic. He endured the pain from his wounds, sat on the ground with difficulty, and looked at the battlefield in the distance. Miles is a king-level soldier, and among his soldiers, there is a commander-level soldier serving as the captain for every 1,000 of them, who should be the captain of 1,000 men. There were 50 commander-level captains in the 50,000 cavalry, while the 6 lords had less than 20 troops in total. Among them, Yi Liang had the most commander-level troops, because the 5 members of the Elemental Alliance had left several commander-level troops to guard their homes. Even elemental creatures are not immortal, they just have a very high upper limit. Take the Flame Spirit, for example. With each death, the fire element in its body becomes less and less, the condensation speed becomes slower and slower, and its strength becomes weaker and weaker. Until the fire element is no longer strong enough to condense, the spirit core will release energy, but the spirit core will also appear at the same time. As long as the spirit core is destroyed, the flame spirit will die completely. The same goes for other elemental arms, but there are other methods, such as elemental counteraction. The snow girl will melt into snow to avoid attacks, and then recondense. But if the snow evaporates in an instant, the snow girl will die. Tree spirits are afraid of fire, and flame spirits are afraid of water. Only Sure Yao's earth monsters can continuously obtain elemental power by stepping on the ground. They are currently the most powerful type of soldiers in the Elemental Alliance. The number of 50,000 human cavalry is exactly 5 times that of the 6 major lords' troops. If not for the special characteristics of everyone's troops, they would have been slaughtered by now. But even so, troops continued to die. These cavalry squad leaders all wore heavy commander-level suits that could easily block most common elemental damage. In addition, the Gata Empire has the support of the Magicians Association, and the commanders in the army all practice magic. Basic elemental magic, such as fire, water, earth, etc. And these commander-level captains who master magic have the simplest and most direct way to kill elemental creatures. As for ordinary soldiers, they rely on their numerical advantage, constantly killing them and regenerating them, and finally revealing their core to destroy them. This is the dumbest and most laborious method. All the soldiers on the battlefield were fighting desperately. Even if they were surrounded by the human cavalry, they still charged towards the enemy fearlessly. Even the vampires with the most advantages on the battlefield are no exception, because some qualified team leaders have weapons mixed with silver, which can cause the most direct damage to vampires and make them unable to heal themselves. At this time, in the northern part of the cold, snow-capped mountains, the Icefield white tigers had just found a place to settle down when they saw the undead flying across the sky. I always feel like something is happening. There are many commander-level beings among these undead. Just passing by the sky above their cave, this Icefield white tiger saw nearly 10 commander-level undead. This gave it a sense of crisis, and it immediately reported to the tribe. It felt that after the death of the frost dragon in the snowy mountain, this place was not as safe as it had imagined. On the other side, the smoke cleared and Miles stood up covered in dust. Although the damage was blocked by the armor, he was still immortal after all, and the impact force transmitted through the armor also made him feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Miles' armor was covered with countless scratches and black marks, and his silver sword finally showed a crack when he was resisting the attack just now. The last time he was so embarrassed was last time. Unexpectedly, he was taught a lesson by several commanders. Now Miles has basically understood their respective abilities and will not be fooled again. Your alien race's abilities are truly varied. Even if you are better than me, can you still defeat the entire empire? Miles looked at the group, seemingly threatening them. The Lord is restricted by the existence of a castle, and if the castle is discovered, it is basically equivalent to exposing himself to the sun. Yi Liang had already decided to find allies and move afterwards, as his castle was too dangerous for everyone present to know. Even if everyone works together to repel Miles this time, what about next time? What if 2 king-level enemies come at once? I'll give you a chance. Your strength has earned my recognition. If you submit to the Empire, all previous grievances will be forgiven. Miles spoke again, trying to alienate everyone. He knew that these alien lords could not be of one mind. Bayou scratched his ears and looked like it had nothing to do with him, because he was just a foreign player anyway. Seeing that everyone was stunned and seemed to be thinking, Bayou was a little speechless. Hey, you guys don't really think what he says is effective, do you? If it were, what would we need an emperor for? A clear and pleasant female voice brought their thoughts back to their senses. Bayou set an example and took the lead in attacking Miles. Bayou didn't care whether they surrendered or not. The key point was that if they surrendered, their bodies would be gone, and Bayou wouldn't do that. Seeing Bayou launching an attack, everyone had to attack as well. Miles looked at Bayou coldly. It was all this woman's fault. Bayou stepped on the ground with his left foot, and in an instant the surroundings turned into a sea of fire. The sea of fire spread to everyone until they were in front of Miles, where they were separated by his gravity field. Lin Jun was stunned. He had no idea that this undead lord could use fire. Is this a field? It's just a pseudo-territory. Miles instantly strengthened his own domain, and the gravity that had been oppressing everyone became stronger again, and the sea of fire was almost extinguished by the gravity. Flames gushed out of Lin Jun's body and poured into the ground, intensifying the sea of fire and barely preventing it from extinguishing. This environment was simply a perfect place for him to fight. It only strengthened Lin Jun and made Lu Yao suffer. She can't help it all now. Lin Jun turned into flames and rushed directly towards Miles. Several black pillars of fire surged out from the surrounding sea of fire. Miles was extremely afraid and quickly dodged. The realm returned to its previous state, and the sea of fire grew larger again. Lin Jun's entire arm was wrapped by Shi Yao's rock and instantly turned into boiling magma, forming a huge fist that punched towards Miles. Miles used the power of the domain to defend himself, and suddenly saw flames surging next to him. Bayou appeared on the side, slashing at him with a sickle burning with black flames. The interference of the bell on the sickle was ineffective against the king-level Miles, and Miles reacted immediately. While distracting himself with using the power of his domain to block Lin Jun's attack, he swung his sword to meet Bayou's sickle. This was the only attack that Miles did not dare to rely on his armor to defend against. Bayou's sickle hit the crack of Miles' silver sword again. Yi Liang instantly came to Bayou's side and attacked him with the blood-stained sword at the same time. The black flames and blood corroded Miles' silver sword at the same time, and Yi Liang's blood was also rapidly consumed by the silver sword. Feng Zhao's attacks in the Sea of Fire were also comprehensively strengthened, and each wind blade was wrapped in flames. Chapter 138, Let's Settle the Appearance Fee. Crack. The crack on the silver sword was expanding. Miles noticed it at a glance. If he persisted, his weapon would be destroyed. Miles kicked Bayou, and a dark barrier appeared in front of Bayou to block Miles' attack, and continued to stalemate with Miles. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Miles loosened his left hand and held the sword with one hand. Gravity gathered on his fist, and he knocked Liang back with one punch. The power of the field behind him also increased instantly, repelling the attacks of Lin Jun and Xiao. Miles, who no longer dispersed his strength to fight against other lords, repelled Bayou in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Bayou fired a gravity cannonball, and Bayou teleported away directly. Lung Jie, who was still watching the fight in the distance, discovered that after Bayou arrived, he directly defeated both himself and Lu Yao, and even went from being passive to gaining a little initiative. Suddenly, Lung Jie felt a gust of air passing over his head. He looked up instinctively and saw the most shocking scene since he came to the magical continent. Overwhelming numbers of undead flew out from the snow-capped mountains and headed towards the battlefield below the mountain, as densely packed as a swarm of locusts. It's her type of soldier. Leading the group was a gigantic bone dragon, the same one that had fought with Lung Jie and his men last time. Following closely behind were a dozen smaller bone dragons and ghost dragons, and behind them were gargoyles, destroyers, and disembodied ghosts. There are tens of thousands of them. How is this possible? Lung Jie was stunned, not knowing that these were only Bayou's 40 or so undead, but the rest were basically the army. The number of troops Bayou alone actually exceeded the total number of troops of the 6 lords present. The people fighting were also stunned and looked towards the direction of the snow-capped mountains. Tens of thousands of undead flew towards the battlefield, which shocked them greatly. Although there are only about 10,000 of them, they are not humans. Except that the ghosts are not much different in size from humans. The gargoyles and destroyers are all 3 meters tall. Not to mention the bone dragon, a behemoth that is more than 10 meters in size. The oppression it brings is much stronger than that of thousands of human soldiers. Miles looked unhappy. The undead were the hardest to kill of all the soldiers because they had no means of soul attack. Not to mention that Lin Jin, Xiao, and others were shocked. Even Yi Liang and Lung Jie, who had dealt with Bayou before, were stunned. They never thought that as a lord, her troops could be so terrifying. Soon the undead joined the battlefield, making full use of their air advantage. Well, you said that the power brought by charging on horseback is great, right? Then the power of a gargoyle swooping down from the sky is even more terrifying. The gargoyle can easily tear apart the cavalryman's body and kill him simply by relying on the impact force in its own hard body. The gargoyle's body is made of a mixture of stone and metal, and it can kill someone if it falls from a high altitude. The flames of the bone dragon and the breath of the ghost dragon burned and destroyed the entire battlefield, and the ghost soul attacks were also invisibly reaping the lives of the cavalrymen. Arthur is even more domineering as the skeleton dragon king. His skill, withering space, can instantly destroy the souls of a large number of soldiers. However, the Imperial cavalry had no way to deal with this. Except for the gargoyles, all other undead had long-range attack methods. The cavalry could not touch them at all. Even if they did, it was useless because they could not be killed. Originally, the Imperial cavalry surrounded the 6 lords' troops, but now it has become the undead surrounding the Imperial cavalry. Lin Jin always thought that the undead were those weak skeleton monsters with slow movements and weak combat power. But when he saw Bayou's undead, where was the skeleton? Even though he was shocked to see Bayou's troops, he still imagined in his heart that they only had a large number of troops, but their quality must not be good. But the undead showed a crushing attitude in the battle against the Imperial cavalry. At this moment, the troops of the 6 lords seemed to have become decorations. Bayou smiled. His own troops had finally arrived. These were all experience points. Damn, it's actually the undead. If this goes on, all the soldiers will be killed. These are the elite troops of the Empire, and they must not be wasted here in vain. Retreat, retreat, Miles shouted, and the squad leader in the army immediately began to organize the soldiers to retreat after receiving the order. Without Bayou's instruction, the undead naturally all chased after them. No matter how fast the horses ran, they could never be as fast as the undead could fly. Clang! Bayou's sickle collided with Miles again. The other lords also attacked Miles. At this point, Miles had not killed anyone, and everyone was no longer afraid of the so-called king. In addition, Miles' physical strength was also greatly depleted, so it was almost impossible for him to kill them. Miles has already decided to back off and doesn't want to get entangled with them anymore. They are really too difficult to deal with. Miles used all his strength to mobilize the power of his domain, briefly repelling everyone, and immediately rushed to the rear. Everyone was still on guard against Miles' attack, but who knew that he would just run away? Bayou originally wanted to chase after them, but none of the other lords moved, so even if Bayou caught up with them, he wouldn't be able to defeat them on his own. Alas, the cooked duck just flew away. The undead stopped chasing because Miles had returned. Miles' gravity field could instantly suppress most of the undead, so it was futile to continue chasing them. All the other lords breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Miles leave. Okay, let's pay the appearance fee. Bayou carried the sickle and looked at everyone. He couldn't have come here in vain without getting the king-level corpse. Everyone in the Elemental Alliance looked at each other and fell silent. What do you mean you still want benefits? They couldn't be blamed for not killing the king-level corpse they promised before. Everyone tried their best. Besides, this was the helper that the vampire had found, so go ask him for it. Why? You want to default on your debt? Bayou was going to get angry, and now he was in full fire. The fire domain had not been retracted, and his eyes were still being strengthened. The undead in the sky also scattered and surrounded them. Here, sister, calm down, we're all friends. Lung Jie limped over and tried to smooth things over. If he really pissed her off, it would be the end of him. Didn't he see there were so many undead spirits in the sky? Stop talking nonsense. Who wants to be your friend? 5,000 iron ingots per person. If you don't have them, you can exchange them with other materials. Of course, Bayou had to collect the debt from them first. Yi Liang's castle was here, and he couldn't run away. 5,000 iron ingots. Why don't you go and rob them? Feng Xiao was indignant. Iron ingots were scarce for everyone now, let alone 5,000. He didn't even have 1,000 in his own warehouse. As soon as Feng Xiao in the sky finished speaking, Bayou instantly appeared in front of him. Feng Xiao had no time to react, and he didn't expect Bayou to attack him directly. Bayou grabbed his neck and pushed him down to the ground from the air. Black flames appeared on the back of Bayou's hand that was holding down Feng Xiao. You think I'm kidding you? Chapter 139, Money for Life. No one expected Bayou to suddenly attack, and they all prepared for battle. Yi Liang on the side was watching with great interest. If a real fight broke out, he would definitely help Bayou. After all, these guys really wanted to kill him. Lung Jie was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Why did this little lowly start a fight over something when she had a disagreement with him? Sister, he is ignorant. Please don't argue with him. We will give it to us. Who is the leader? Speak. Bayou raised his head and looked at Lin Zhen and Shi Yao. As for that woman, she couldn't be the leader of the alliance. I'm the leader. We'll give it to you. You let him go first. Shi Yao stepped forward and said, if Feng Xiao wasn't let go, he would strangle him to death. Bayou took a step back and loosened his hand, and Feng Xiao immediately moved aside. Cough, cough. Feng Xiao coughed violently, and in that instant Feng Xiao felt that he was really going to die. This woman was not just threatening him. Feng Xiao's face turned red due to lack of oxygen, and he felt very embarrassed to be killed instantly by someone. However, he could not win the fight, so he could only feel helpless and furious in his heart, and he didn't even dare to scold Bayou. It is impossible for the people of the Elemental Alliance to just leave Feng Xiao alone. For these resources, what they would lose is the trust between the allies. If we don't save Feng Xiao when he's in trouble this time, what if we replace him with someone else next time? If the Alliance Lords lose trust in each other, they will be in name only. Of course, the most important thing is strength. If the 5 of them choose to fight Bayou head-on, the best-case scenario is that 3 will die and 2 will escape, and the entire army will be wiped out. No one dares to bear this price. The 5 of them discussed it together, and Lung Jie came over with a wry smile. Sister, we don't have that many iron ingots. How about exchanging them for other materials? 20,000 magic crystals, 30 pieces of commander-level equipment, 1,000 spirit cores, you decide. These supplies are equivalent to 5,000 iron ingots. Bayou doesn't want these, but is telling them the proportion of other supplies he wants. Okay. Lung Jie agreed immediately and went back to discuss with the 4 people. After a while, it seemed that they had reached an agreement and sorted out the supplies using the system panel. Sister, tell me the name of your castle, and I'll send these supplies to you. Lung Jie came over again, and all the supplies of the other 4 people were sent to Lung Jie's warehouse, and Lung Jie distributed them all to Bayou at once. Crabbit Patty. Lung Jie's hand suddenly froze as he was typing the name. Sure enough, he guessed it right. Such a powerful undead lord couldn't be unknown in the World Channel. Lung Jie had suspected several candidates before, and this name was one of them. Lung Jie added Bayou as a friend and sent all the resources to him. Bai Yu took a look and saw a total of 10,000 iron ingots, 40,000 magic crystals, and 30 pieces of commander-level equipment. Well, that's just enough for 5 people. Bai Yu nodded, indicating that she had received it. Her eyes returned to normal, the sickle in her hand disappeared, and the sea of fire around her was extinguished, returning her to a harmless little Lolita. Seeing Bai Yu relax his guard, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was not advisable to stay here for long, so everyone immediately retreated with their troops. As for the crusade against Yi Liang, it was he who summoned the Undead Lord. In case there was any deal between them, his life was the most important thing. Bai Yu is not without any bottom line. At least he is a trustworthy person. Watching the 5 people walk away, Bai Yu turned around and looked at Yi Liang. And you, how about you give all the bodies of the humans I killed on the battlefield to you? Yi Liang pondered for a moment and said that the undead only joined the battlefield in the second half. Before the undead arrived, most of the enemies were killed by vampires, and there were more than 1,000 corpses. The 5 major arms of the Elemental Alliance only killed about 3,000 together, and their own casualties were not small. Not long after the undead joined the battle, Miles chose to retreat. The undead had too little time to kill the enemies, but they still killed more than 3,000. Of the 50,000 cavalrymen of the Gata Empire, less than 10,000 were killed, and they successfully retreated under the cover of Miles. I'm afraid next time we will only face more severe retaliation from the other side. Bai Yu thought about it and realized that among the more than 1,000 corpses, there were several commander-level ones. It was indeed more cost-effective than directly giving resources. After all, this would directly enhance his own combat effectiveness. Make a deal. As Bai Yu agreed, Yi Liang felt more relieved. At least when Yi Liang and Bai Yu cooperated before, there was credibility guarantee. Yi Liang also led the vampires back to the castle and opened a red protective shield. Bai Yu ignored him. The most troublesome thing was the more than 7,000 corpses. Bai Yu had to find a way to deal with them. In the end, Bai Yu stuffed 4,000 into his space ring, and the remaining 3,000 corpses were left to the undead. Bai Yu called Xiao from the snowy mountain and rode Xiao back to the castle. Although no king-level corpses were obtained, a lot of money was earned from their lives. On the other side, 5 people were still returning to the castle. Each of them had a serious expression, as if they had been hit hard. How can a lord be able to rival an entire alliance on his own? Sure, Yao and Lin Jin are also in the first echelon. In fact, the other 3 are also in the second echelon. The gap is too big. They believe that even if their alliance is not the strongest, it is definitely at the top level. Why didn't you fight her just now? Feng Xiao was furious and thought that compromise was an act of the weak. Alas, this is not an anime novel, and none of us are the protagonists. How can we fight her? Just because she can receive king-level attacks and has a pseudo-domain, she is much stronger than us. Leng Yisiget. If a fight had really broken out at that time, the first one to die would be Feng Xiao, and the second one to die would be himself who was injured. She has at least 20,000 soldiers. Everyone should keep a low profile for the next few days. Her castle won't be too far away, so try not to be discovered by her. Lin Jun could see clearly that Bai Yu had too many types of undead, which were completely different from their single-type soldiers. There must be the army. Combined with the fact that the undead appeared in the snowy mountains, it was basically consistent with Lung Jie's inference that her castle should be inside or near the snowy mountains. Sure, Yao was silent. No one knew what he was thinking, while Lu Yao was somewhat envious of Bai Yu. Not only is she good-looking and has a good figure, but the key is that she is also very powerful. As a woman, which lord would not envy such a lord? She can survive in another world by relying on her own strength, unlike Lu Yao herself, who still needs to rely on others. As for the resources given to Bai Yu, most of them were actually provided by Lin Jin. The 10,000 iron ingots and 20,000 magic crystals were all his. It can be said that he was very generous. Lung Jie had not been able to save up any supplies in the snowy mountains, so he was extremely poor, and Lu Yao and Feng Xiao were not much better off. The 3 of them were also very ashamed and felt that they were a burden to the alliance. If a fight really broke out, Lin Jun would be the one with the best chance of escaping, so Lin Jin could completely ignore them. The 5 of them fell silent again and returned towards the alliance. Chapter 140. Clever Icefield White Tiger. On top of the freezing snowy mountain, the Tiger Man who had previously reported intelligence was once again assigned to stand guard around the cave entrance. Just a few hours after it saw the undead flying over the snow-capped mountains, it saw the undead flying back again. Frost Dragon? The Tiger Man couldn't believe it and felt that he must have seen it wrong. He quickly rubbed his eyes with his tiger paws and looked again. The Frost Dragon had disappeared. The Tiger Man's body is white, and there are no obstacles on the snow, so it buries itself in the snow, leaving only its nose and eyes exposed, to prevent the undead in the sky from discovering it. At this moment, a gargoyle holding a human corpse flew over the Tiger Man's head, and blood dripped from the sky. Snap! A drop of blood dripped right onto the Tiger Man's nose. The Tiger Man trembled all over and almost jumped out of the snow pile on reflex. He touched his nose with his tiger paw, then looked and smelled. Human blood. The Tiger Man looked up at the sky again and saw that almost every undead was holding a human corpse in their hands. Did they go somewhere and have a fight with the humans? No. The snowy mountains are very unsafe. The Tiger Man immediately covered his head with the snow, submerged his entire body in the snow, and began to snow escape, crawling slowly. Underneath, carefully crawling towards the cave. After several hours of travel, Bayou finally returned to the castle. 7,000 corpses was a huge project, and Bayou had to summon all the necromancers to complete it together. It turns out that only war can quickly enhance strength. Bayou threw all the corpses in the ring out of the town and summoned 100 necromancers to start their work. It turns out that the king-level strength is not as abnormal as Bayou thought. This time out, he will just consider it as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Although Bayou didn't know that Miles was the weakest king level. Oh my god, I was in such a hurry to come back that I only thought about these resources and forgot about the bodies deep in the snowy mountains. No, I have to make another trip. After Bayou put all the resources into the warehouse, he immediately rode Xiao towards the depths of the snow-capped mountains. At this moment, deep in the snow-capped mountains, after hearing the report from the Tiger Man, the entire Icefield White Tiger clan also took it very seriously, as this was related to their own safety. Their queen has absorbed the blood power of the previous queen and is now digesting this power. Although her strength is growing rapidly, she will often fall into a deep sleep, and it is impossible for her to protect her people all the time. After the queen fell asleep, all matters were left to the tiger leader, who was the guard of the previous queen. It sent people to reinvestigate the place where it had fought with the werewolves before to see if there were any clues. It turned out that all the werewolf corpses that were turned out, even the one of their tribesmen who died from a recurrence of an old injury, was found. Snow burial is the greatest respect for the Icefield White Tiger people. The place where the tribesmen were buried was some distance away from the battlefield, but it was found. However, the bodies seemed to have just been turned out. The tigers were so frightened that they thought it was the werewolf from the top of the mountains who came to visit them, but they found out that it was not the werewolf. The chief immediately ordered a quick-witted white tiger to bring back the dead tribesman and rebury him. As luck would have it, Bayou was riding Xiao in the sky when he saw a Tiger Man below carrying the dead body of a Tiger Man back. The Tiger Man also saw the Frost Dragon above. The size of the Frost Dragon was there, and anyone with enough brain power could see it. This Tiger Man thought that the stupid Tiger Man who was in charge of Reconnaissance was talking nonsense when he said he suspected he had discovered a Frost Dragon, but now it has seen it with its own eyes. The Tiger Man's primitive instinct as a cat was directly aroused. He immediately dropped the corpse and turned into a white tiger and disappeared from sight. Bayou was looking at this from above with a confused look on his face. The moment the Tiger Man saw him, he decisively chose to run away. Am I that scary? Bayou rode Xiao to the ground and went over to check the Tiger Man's body that was left behind, and found nothing unusual. Then why did it come back to move the Tiger Man's body? The size of this Tiger Man is similar to that of a werewolf, so it's easy to summon him into a bone beast. However, Bayou has a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, and a bone beast Tiger Man is too incongruous, so it's better to just summon it into an ordinary undead. As the gray magic circle condensed, 2 king souls emerged from the Tiger Man's corpse. It seems that this Tiger Man is of high level, but it is also true that Bayou discovered that among these magical beasts with high life levels, there are no ordinary ones in the group. As they grow older, these magical beasts will naturally become stronger. This may be the difference between Warcraft and ordinary wild beasts. Warcraft races all have a certain level of civilization and wisdom. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive in this magical continent where thousands of races exist. Bayou looked at the frozen werewolf corpses. In addition to the frost magic, Bayou also felt another magical power on them. But Bayou is only a half-baked magician, relying entirely on the system for quick learning. and there is nothing special about him. Bayou used frost magic to thaw them and prepared to start summoning them. But Bayou found that the wounds of these werewolves were actually healing, and some of them had already opened their eyes. He's not dead. Click. The healing of the wounds stopped, and the open eyes began to close, and Bayou froze them again. The gray magic circle enveloped them and began to summon them. These werewolves were frozen, their vitality was weak, and coupled with the weak damage of the summoning magic, they soon died completely. One by one, the undead broke through the ice and crawled out from their corpses. The benefits of summoning bone beasts now are not great. They are not as powerful as ordinary undead. The Air Force is what Bayou needs most at the moment. Another 40 undead. Bayou walked over and dismembered the corpses one by one, put the supplies into the ring, and prepared to ride Xiao back. In a spacious bunker in the cave, the tiger guards and other tribesmen were in a hall. There was a small room next to it, which seemed to be where the wolves lived. It had been transformed into the place where their queen slept. Their queen's living habits are very different from theirs, and are basically the same as those of humans. Not only does she have to eat cooked meat, she also has to sleep on a bed, etc. The most outrageous thing is that their queen always wants to eat some vegetables from time to time, saying something about the combination of meat and vegetables. But you are a tiger. How could a race like them living on the snowfield possibly get these things? The queen seemed to know this, so she had to give up reluctantly in the end. At this time, the tiger man who had been scared away by Bayou also returned to the cave where the white tigers on the Icefield were hiding. Sir, there really is a frost dragon. Chapter 141, The Origin of the White Tiger. The tiger guards and the tribesmen next to them were all stunned. Sir, how about we continue moving? Yes, sir. Why do I feel that this snowy mountain is more dangerous than the far north? The tribesmen all started to worry. They had finally escaped here and found a place to live, only to discover that the place was in chaos. The undead, frost dragons, wolves, and humans are all weak, and they dare not provoke them easily. However, according to the intelligence, there are conflicts among these forces. The tiger guards glanced at the room next to them where their queen was sleeping and thought for a moment. No, the queen is still asleep. The snow mountain is at least a suitable place for us to live. We should stay here for a while. The queen's safety is the most important. Don't forget why we defected. The tiger guard spoke solemnly and decided to lead his people to hide in the bunker inside the snow mountain cave and wait for the queen to complete the bloodline inheritance. As long as the queen accepts the inheritance, her strength will reach the king level, and she will at least have the ability to protect herself in the snowy mountains. When the queen grows up, she will have the strength to return to the tribe and challenge those traitors. Unfortunately, there are too few tribesmen loyal to the queen, and most of them do not recognize her because their queen is not a pure snow white tiger, but a human-animal hybrid. In fact, the ice white tigers in the far north are the traitors. Only these minorities still support the queen and escape here to avoid being hunted down. Not only do the Icefield white tigers regard them as traitors, almost all beastmen regard the queen as an alien. The Orc Empire even wants to take the queen for themselves. The humans also hate them to the core. It seems that the queen's father also has a great entanglement with the human race. The root cause was that the queen's talent was too extraordinary, even surpassing that of the previous queen. All forces did not want to see the birth of another strong person, so they fabricated this false accusation and started hunting them down. If it weren't for the queen's treasures, which were left by the previous queen, they would have died countless times. If it was an ordinary orc and human falling in love and having children, there would be no problem. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many orcs in the world. Have you covered up the cave entrance? Don't go out easily in the next few days, except to look for food. The tiger guards spoke to the tigers again. Don't worry, sir. On the other side, Bayou returned to the castle and threw the resources into the warehouse. The emergence of new forces in the snow-capped mountains is not a good sign. Werewolves and tiger men are not species that can survive in the harsh snow-capped mountains. There were also the goblins that appeared when Bayou recaptured Sun Xiao. It was impossible that there would be no follow-up to the Goblin Kingdom that was so big and the tribesmen he sent were destroyed. Why do they all come to the Snow Mountain? What is there in the Snow Mountain? Remind Sun Xiao to pay attention to the goblins. No. Bayou helped him upgrade the town and asked her to build an auxiliary castle and live on his side. It was too dangerous on her side. The recent increase in races has made Bayou feel like something big is about to happen. By the way, the town is already there. I just extorted 10,000 iron ingots, which can be used to upgrade the town. The next level of the town should reward a special building blueprint. Bayou found that the rewarded blueprints were basically good things, and many of the blueprints he obtained were useless. As a flash of light passed through the castle upgrade was completed. Fortunately, Xiao Lianshu had produced iron ingots every day, and now there were 2 furnaces. The output was even faster. Otherwise, these 10,000 iron ingots would not be enough. As for wood, stone, and food, Bayou had no shortage of these most basic things. There were so many trees in the dark forest, so many stones in the White Rock Mountains, and nearly 1,000 dwarves and skeletons digging. He could never use them all. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully upgrading the town. You have obtained a special building blueprint. Do you want to claim it immediately? Receive. Special building blueprint. Crystal shield. Defense level. Commander level increased with town crystals. Function 1. Connect with the castle crystal to create a protective shield covering the entire town. Function 2. The shield will not block the Lord and his troops. Construction materials. 10 magic crystals, 100 spirit cores. Such a simple and crude building material. Bayou was in need of a special defensive building, and it came just in time. Fortunately, Bayou didn't like the energy passport at that time. Put up. Bayou only saw that the resources in his warehouse disappeared, and nothing changed. There are less than 50 spirit cores in the warehouse, but it doesn't matter now. A large amount of resources can be obtained by decomposing the 7,000 corpses. Now Bayou's most important thing is to quickly upgrade the town, because both Bayou's shield and defense tower are connected to the town crystal. As long as the town level is high, the defense and attack power of Bayou Castle will also increase. Bayou came to the castle crystal on the top floor and found that the green castle crystal was now wrapped in a spherical, transparent protective cover. This thing definitely didn't exist before. It must be the crystal shield. Bayou walked over and found that there was a control panel on it, so he clicked it to open it. In an instant, a transparent shield spread out from the crystal, passing through Bayou's body and the castle, and finally expanded to cover the entire town. After Bayou clicked to open the shield, he found that there were more settings on it. It can even adjust the size. How smart is that? Bayou tried to adjust the size, and finally set the shield to cover only his own castle. He found that the energy had indeed become thicker, which meant that the defense power had also increased. Bayou expanded the shield, finally covering Xiao Lianshue's subsidiary castle and the Shuttle Gate, but not the entire town. This way, the defense would be slightly higher. Bayou returned to the bottom level and arranged for all the air forces in the Snow Mountains to temporarily focus on the outskirts of the Dark Forest, so as to minimize the attention of some Snow Mountain races on the undead. Bayou also increased the number of ghosts sent to the Snow Mountains, and at the same time observed the races there and collected intelligence. It was very unusual that 2 alien races suddenly appeared in just one day. Bayou had to be cautious since he was so close to the snow-capped mountains. Seeing that it was getting dark, Bayou didn't plan to go to Xiao Lianshue's place anymore and prepared to take a bath and have a good rest. Deep in the snowy mountains, Bayou had decomposed the werewolf corpses. They were all elite food, so Bayou would not leave them. However, there were still traces of werewolf blood on the ground. At this time, a burly werewolf killed a snow fox that was licking blood on the ground with one claw. There were more than 20 wolves following behind the werewolf, including the one that was chased away by the Icefield White Tiger Queen last time. My lord, there is a lingering smell of magic on the ground. It is very likely that the group of Icefield White Tigers did it. One of the werewolves sniffed the ground and spoke hoarsely to the leading werewolf. You are just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs who don't even take me, the top of the mountains, seriously. Search her. I want to capture her alive. Chapter 142, Finding Allies. Time 06. Bayou opened the system panel early in the morning to check the time, as usual. This has almost become her habit. Your troops were killed by hostile creatures. Bayou sat up suddenly, and the little rabbit followed him out. The last time his troops were killed was by Micah in the Dark Forest because he had holy light magic. But this time the prompt did not show that he was killed by a hostile lord, and all the ghosts were basically in the Snow Mountains and the White Rock Mountains. It was obvious that he was killed by the enemies in the Snow Mountains. Something really happened in the snowy mountains. Bayou quickly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and went outside the castle to find out what was going on. Soon, Bayou, dressed in a blue and white sailor suit, came to the yard. The ghosts were killed at 3 o'clock last night. There were more than 10 of them. Bayou didn't believe that the ghosts had not sent back any news. The ghost guarding the gate of the yard saw Bayou coming out and immediately reported to Bayou. Killed by a werewolf. Bayou was silent. He must be in the same group with the werewolves from yesterday. So many wolves died, so he came here to seek revenge. There were quite a few ghosts, so it was normal to be discovered. However, Bayou did not expect that this group of werewolves actually had the ability to kill ghosts. Let everyone continue to observe and remember to be careful. If the other party has a way to kill the undead, then Bayou will have to pay attention. Most of the ghosts are still of ordinary level, but Bayou must at least figure out why these werewolves come to the snow mountain. I heard that wolves have very good noses. I've decomposed the bodies of their people and brought them back. Will they follow the smell and find us? Bayou was a little panicked and turned to ask Xiao Bing. Xiao Bing, how strong are these mountaintops? How do they compare to the Dwarf Kingdom, Goblin Kingdom, and Human Empire? Xiao, why do you ask this kind of question? In the eyes of the Dragon Clan, these forces are all the same. No, the top of the mountains is different. The top of the mountains is okay. It is said that the leader is at the emperor level and has a good chance of becoming a god. My mother said that leader is a little stronger than it. As for the dwarves and goblins, they are too weak and don't even have a monarch. The human empire is slightly stronger because the human race is very powerful. Whether it is the human race or the dragon race, these races are all races that have produced god-level races or currently have god-level races. The wolf race is still a little short of that. As for the dwarves and goblins, they are strong in the eyes of the lower forces and weak in the eyes of the upper forces. So strong. Bayou had thought that the top of the mountains would be at most at the emperor level, but there was actually an emperor level. Wait, so the frost dragon and the seraph are both emperor level, and I, who was only ordinary level at the time, actually witnessed an emperor level battle? The emperor level is already the upper limit for most strong people. It is very difficult to advance to the god level, and it requires more than just talent. Just for this thing, the emperor is willing to die in battle? Bayou held the frost heart in his hand, a little confused. Maybe it's because the beliefs differ between species. Forget it, I should be more careful. This werewolf is very likely to be king level. Bayou has seen commander level werewolves before, but he has never seen one that can attack mentally. I am too weak now. I will be in trouble if I meet a king level werewolf. Bayou had reason to suspect that there was a king level werewolf on the snowy mountain. After withdrawing the air force yesterday, Bayou would withdraw all the land forces outside the dark forest today and concentrate them all in the territory, so as to reduce the chances of being discovered. Fortunately, the hidden chandelier is a king-level building, and it cannot be seen through by anyone below the king level, unless it is an emperor level. This gives Bayou a sense of security. You have to improve your strength quickly. You are still far from becoming a king just now. Bayou sighed, not knowing where to go to gain experience. On the other side, Yiliang Castle on the desolate plain. Yiliang is now facing a huge dilemma as his castle has been discovered by 3 forces at the same time. The key is that he cannot defeat any of them. Because of the werewolves that have appeared on the snow mountain, Bayou will not go to the snow mountain for the time being, but Yiliang doesn't know. The Elemental Alliance suffered heavy losses in yesterday's battle and will not try to deal with Yiliang for the time being. The Elemental Alliance and Yiliang are both facing the same dilemma, that is the Gata Empire. The Elemental Alliance is better off. At least their position has not been exposed for the time being. Yiliang is more unlucky, because when the Gata Empire attacks, he will surely die. From last night till now, Yiliang has not slept. He has been frantically looking for allies and trying to move away from here. After searching for a whole night, although there were still many lords looking for allies, most of them were lords below the 3rd echelon. The lords above the 2nd echelon had either found allies long ago or decided to go it alone. Almost no one was looking for allies. But Yiliang didn't care about so much. No matter whether the opponent was weak or not, as long as he could move, it would be fine. Yiliang even promised to provide resources just to let them move. However, Yiliang's behavior not only failed to make these stupid lords think that Yiliang was in danger, but made them believe that Yiliang was a liar. One of the lords wrote down the names of all the lords in the 1st echelon at that time. Seeing that Yiliang had been chatting in the world to recruit allies, he immediately exposed him. Peppa Pig, don't believe him. I wrote down the names of all the 1st-tier lords. I'm sure he's from the 1st tier. He wants to deceive the Alliance, move there, and then kill everyone. I'm White Tiger, 999, my silence is deafening. Little Cat Slave. When the water is too clear, there are no fish. When the people are too cheap, they are invincible. Like bananas. Brother, now that you've said that, it suddenly dawned on me. The lords in the 1st tier are so strong. Would they choose weaklings like us as allies and give us resources? It turns out they want to come and get our money's worth. Yiliang watched the world chatting. The blue veins on his forehead bulged out. These stupid bird lords. Yi Liang really wanted to kill them all now. Although World Chat was full of curses at him, and he had even become famous in World Chat, Yi Liang still refused to give up. He did not want to die. Finally, hard work paid off, and Yi Liang finally found an ally who chose Yi Liang despite the abuse from all the lords. Yi Liang almost thought he had met true love. But Yi Liang was soon disappointed, because the location of the other party's castle was even more dangerous than his, and he actually wanted to move to Yi Liang's place. Yi Liang was silent. It turned out that he was also an unlucky guy with the same suffering. Yi Liang thought about it and finally agreed. At present, he has not moved away. If he can move an ally here, his ability to protect himself will be greatly improved. He hopes that he will not be too weak. Dracula, I invited you, please move in. Chapter 143, The Bloody Yi Liang. Peter on the other side of the continent. The ally Yi Liang had just made the lone wolf of the castle. Peter looked at Yi Liang's invitation on the system panel, and a smile appeared on his lips. I can finally leave this damn place. If I wait a few more days, my body would have been corroded by maggots. Peter clicked to accept the invitation without hesitation, and as the castle was gradually covered by the teleportation array, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. On the desolate plain, Yi Liang came to the outside of the castle, ready to welcome his ally. As the light flickered, a black castle covered with claw marks appeared in Yi Liang's sight. Yi Liang suddenly smelled a rotten odor, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell. Oh, my noble ally, is your castle in a junkyard? Peter also walked out of his castle, covering his nose. When Peter and Yi Liang looked into each other's eyes, they were like enemies who had not seen each other for many years. Their eyes turned red, and they felt angry for no reason. They both knew it wasn't their fault. Could it be their bloodline? But what kind of bloodline would make vampires feel so disgusted? Werewolf, the fire wolves, frost wolves, or Fenri that Yi Liang had fought before were not real werewolves. Strictly speaking, they were just monsters in the shape of werewolves. Peter seemed to realize that there were too many vampires near his previous castle, so he was in a hurry to move. Lowly werewolf. Weak vampire. Vampires and werewolves have been mortal enemies since ancient times. Legend has it that the ancestors of the two races were a pair of twin brothers, who later turned against each other, and the vampires began to enslave the werewolves for hundreds of years. The werewolves finally rose up in resistance, overthrew the rule of the vampires, and discovered that the high and mighty vampires were not so invincible. The blood of werewolves and vampires is incompatible with each other. No matter which one is bitten by the other, the blood cells in the body will lose activity and die directly. Compared to other races, vampires and werewolves have exaggerated self-healing abilities, abnormal physical fitness, etc., making them almost impossible to kill. But for the two races, killing each other is as simple as taking a bite. Peter's muscles bulged and became huge, bursting his shirt. Hair began to grow all over his body, and his head gradually turned into a wolf's head, revealing rows of sharp fangs in his mouth. His smelly saliva dripped onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, Peter turned into a 2-meter-tall werewolf covered with gray hair. Xiao, what a bad luck! Even Yi Liang, who didn't have much emotion, couldn't help but swear. He didn't expect that he was so unlucky. Not only was he scolded for not bringing in any allies, but he actually brought in an enemy. The two of them rushed towards each other in the blink of an eye, and the alliance they had just established was wiped out. Countless vampires and werewolves also poured out from the castles of both sides and started fighting each other. Yi Liang was agile, and Peter's reaction was not slow either. The two of them fought in an instant and left dozens of wounds on each other. Then their wounds began to heal quickly. It was obvious that this level of attack had no effect on either side. The hostility between the two came from their blood and was integrated into their bones. It was like a human instinctive reaction, which left no room for negotiation between the two. There is only the other party in his eyes, and he wants to kill the other party completely. There are more vampires than werewolves. Yi Liang was lucky enough to convert all the humans in a village. However, Peter was born in the territory of vampires, so he was not so lucky. Basically, a werewolf has to face 3 to 4 vampires at the same time. In addition, vampires are flexible and can fly. Although the werewolves have stronger individual strength, their disadvantages are also very obvious. The werewolves were at a disadvantage and were quickly killed one by the vampires. Yi Liang also discovered from his fight with Peter that Peter was no match for him. Damn it, there's finally someone who can beat Grandma Li besides Lung Jie. After Yi Liang finished dealing with Peter, he stopped probing and went all out, beginning to hurt himself using his own blood. Yi Liang's blood can be controlled and manipulated, and this is the biggest crisis for Peter, because as long as Peter is hurt by Yi Liang's blood, he will be finished. Peter's only weapon was his wolf claws, which had no special abilities at all, and it became increasingly difficult for him to deal with Yi Liang. Exclamation point. Peter, who was furious, began a verbal attack. Unlike the natural rationality and calmness of vampires, his emotions would become violent and crazy after turning into werewolves. Peter suddenly gathered his strength, leaped directly into the air, and slapped Yi Liang with one claw, the thick and sharp nails in his hand emitting a cold light. As a result, his claw missed, and Yi Liang cut Peter's palm with a sword. After landing, Peter cut off his palm without hesitation. The broken palm turned into ashes on the ground, and soon Peter's palm grew out again. Yi Liang was swiping blood like rain, and Peter used all four limbs to run quickly on the ground to dodge Yi Liang's blood. He didn't believe that Yi Liang's blood was endless, and he would be able to kill Yi Liang once it was all used up. As time went on, before Peter had finished consuming Yi Liang's blood, all of his werewolves died first, and countless vampires surrounded Peter. Yi Liang sneered in the sky and looked at Peter below. "I am willing to submit to you, Your Excellency." Peter saw that the situation was hopeless and that there were many other commander-level vampires besides Yi Liang, whom he could not defeat at all, so he decisively chose to surrender. "You think I would believe a werewolf?" Yi Liang knew very well that under the influence of racial hatred, even if Peter surrendered, he would rather die together with Yi Liang than stab Yi Liang in the back. Kill him! The surrounding vampires had already been furious at the werewolf and wanted to cut him into pieces. Following Yi Liang's order, the surrounding vampires swarmed forward. Before dying, Peter did not choose to resist. In this miserable world, death is death. Peter sent a message in the world chat. "Lone Wolf, brothers, I have used my life to prove Lord Dracula's conspiracy. His soldiers are vampires who can transform humans. He deceived everyone with the purpose of raping and killing them first to increase his own strength. Blue and white stripes on the pink girl. Brothers are brothers. We must be brothers in the next life. Sausage with 2 eggs. That's what I said, thanks to my brother for risking his life to step on the landmine." As Yi Liang's blood passed through Peter, Peter's body began to turn into black smoke and dissipate, and the entire castle began to shake and burn. Yi Liang didn't understand why this foreigner opened the chat panel before he died. Could he be saying goodbye to his relatives? Yi Liang opened the world chat curiously and took a look. Dracula 6. As a result, Yi Liang's speech was immediately met with angry criticism from the entire channel. Yi Liang. Chapter 144. Aren't all of them king level? It just so happened that Bayou in the castle was also watching world chat. Did he violate the law of heaven? Bayou suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not spoken in the world chat for so many days. He looks so pitiful. Please help him speak up. Cabby Patty. Sometimes I have to think about my own reasons. Have I become stronger in these days? Have I developed seriously? As a result, as Bayou was a famous lord, a lot of lords began to flatter him as soon as he spoke. They completely ignored Bayou's words and forgot about the time they had just scolded Yi Liang. Bayou couldn't bear to watch. Among them, there was a lord named Kitten Slave who actually asked Bayou to train it. It was really an eye-catching sight. Bayou remembered that he hadn't been to Hapuny State for a day. The snowy mountains were a bit chaotic now, and it was even harder to develop here. Bayou planned to send more undead to Hapuny State for development. Just as Bayou was about to enter the shuttle gate, Xiao Lianxue and Sun Xiao sent messages at the same time. Monkey King, Sister Bai, I found a group of goblins, orphan of Xiao. The ghost has detected that the dwarves of the Firebeard clan are heading towards the interior of the White Rock Mountains. Bayou felt as if it was raining cats and dogs when the roof was leaking. What he feared was coming true. There is still time for Xiao Lianxue, so Bayou needs to find out the situation of the goblins with Sun Xiao first. Krabby Patty, have the goblins discovered your castle? Monkey King, no. I observed a goblin like a magician in the swamp. It can fly and led a group of goblins to the snowy mountains. Bayou was also relieved when he heard this. As long as they were not discovered and they went to the snowy mountains, Sun Xiao was safe for the time being. The magician-like goblin that Sun Xiao mentioned should be the Goblin Shaman. Bayou remembered that the Goblin Shaman he killed before couldn't fly either. Wait, this goblin can't be a king level. Bayou felt that there was a good chance that his guess was correct. Going to the snow mountains again. What are we going to do? No, I want to go too. As he spoke, Bayou stepped through the portal and arrived at the Bayou Mountains. At this time, Bayou discovered that there were 2 more crossbow towers in Xiao Lianshue's castle, and there was a transparent protective cover in the sky. A larger furnace was also built next to the furnace, not far away. It should be the so-called advanced furnace. There are more and more busy dwarves outside. Bayou estimated that there are at least 500 or 600 of them. With the cooperation of 2 furnaces to smelt ore, they can now produce 8,000 iron ingots a day. Basically, the town can be upgraded once every 2 days. Bayou felt that his action of saving the dwarves was absolutely correct. Bayou walked towards the castle, and along the way the dwarves stopped and greeted Bayou enthusiastically. Don't be so polite. Don't take this opportunity to be lazy. Bayou sent them all aside and walked into the castle. He found Zhao Lianxue directing the dwarves to carry food. It was time for dinner. Boss, you are here. I noticed you were not in the castle several times yesterday. Zhao Lianxue came over. If Xiaobing was there, Bayou might not be there, but if Xiaobing was not there, Bayou must not be there either. Yesterday, Zhao Lianxue returned to find that Xiaobing was gone from the castle, so Bayou must have gone out. Yesterday, nothing much. I went out to fight and collected some protection money. What's going on with the dwarves? Bayou has been having a bad feeling recently. The king-level creatures that he had never seen before have started to appear in Bayou's field of vision since the battle with Miles, causing Bayou to wonder whether the dwarf this time is also at the king level. Although Bayou was not sure and was just guessing, he felt that it was pretty close. A werewolf that could kill undead and a flying Goblin Shaman did not look like a commander-level person. It was discovered by the ghosts at the border of the White Rock Mountains. 10 dwarves investigated the Dwarven mines and Dwarven fortresses and headed towards the interior of the White Rock Mountains. Zhao Lianxue informed Bayou of the information sent by the ghost. Only 10. Bayou was a little panicked. The smaller the number, the higher the quality might be. Could there really be a king level? Are there any strange features between them, like the ability to fly or something? No, if I must say, the armor and weapons those 10 people wore were better than the dwarves we encountered before. Zhao Lianxue said, as she pondered the physical features described by the ghosts. Bayou didn't believe that they were just here to investigate. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. If there's a king-level enemy, we're doomed. Don't look so relaxed. I'm not invincible. Follow me. There may be a king among them. We can't let them find this place. Bayou immediately mounted the griffin, and Zhao Lianxue was stunned for a moment. She had never dared to think about the king level, and now she was not even at the commander level. Zhao Lianxue wanted to ride on the same griffin with Bayou, but was stopped by Bayou. You lead the way in a while. If the opponent is a king-level warrior, you immediately ride back on the griffin and notify everyone to evacuate. I will hold him back. Bayou said solemnly that riding 2 griffins was also to make it easier for Bayou to escape when the time comes. Otherwise, if the griffins were ridden away by Zhao Lianxue, Bayou would be doomed. Zhao Lianxue nodded, realizing the seriousness of the matter, and immediately found another griffin to ride on. Call? Zhao Lianxue rode on a griffin and took off. Bayou followed closely and headed towards the outskirts of the Bayou Mountains. At this time, inside the White Rock Mountains, a group of 10 dwarves were continuing to advance deeper into the mountains. They were wearing dark blue armor with arcs of electricity faintly visible on their bodies. The weapons of the other 9 dwarves were war hammers, and the weapon of the leading dwarf was a mace. They rode on a kind of lizard-like magical beast, crawling quickly along the rugged roads of the White Rock Mountains. There happened to be a high mountain not far ahead, which was the highest among the surrounding mountains. They immediately climbed towards the mountain, and after reaching the top of the mountain, they observed the situation ahead. They must be hiding in the White Rock Mountains. Send out all the sentinels and report to the leader immediately after finding them. The leading dwarf spoke to the 9 people behind him. All the dwarves standing on the top of the mountain whistled together, and the vultures circling in the sky immediately flew away in all directions. The dwarves also took out their telescopes and began to observe the surroundings, looking for suspicious traces and waiting for the sentinel eagle to report. Bayou and Zhao Lianxue were riding griffins in the sky and soon saw a group of vultures in front of them. Bayou was curious where so many vultures came from, and Zhao Lianxue shouted directly, "Those are the dwarves' sentinel eagles. Kill them now, sir." When the vultures saw Bayou and Zhao Lianxue, some of them began to circle back. Bayou closed his eyes, then opened them. A blue light flashed in his left eye. A dozen vultures began to burn with black flames and began to fall downwards. Chapter 145 Dwarf Squad. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue rode the griffin directly in the direction where the sentinel eagle had just returned. Those dwarves must be there. Boss, they're on top of that mountain, Xiao Lianxue exclaimed, pointing at the dwarf on the top of the mountain below. I saw it. You observe the situation from above while I go down to test it out. Bayou saw the dwarves while riding on a griffin. The dwarves naturally saw Bayou in the sky. Bayou jumped off the griffin's back without hesitation. Bayou fell under gravity. The strong wind blew on her cheeks, and her long white hair flowed backwards. There are a total of 10 dwarves below, and one of them holding a mace is obviously different. If there is anyone who is most likely to be the king level, it must be him. Bayou took out a sickle in the air, and the black flame drew a long tail. His two eyes emitted light of different colors, all the way down. Bayou didn't know whether he was king level or not, so he chose to attack with all his strength from the beginning, and his target was the dwarf with the mace. Seeing this, the dwarf swung his mace to gather power. Several arcs of electricity condensed on the mace, preparing to hit Bayou directly with a home run. The moment Bayou landed, he teleported in front of the dwarf and swung his sickle at him. The dwarf also met him with a mace. Boom! The ground on the top of the mountain, which was not big to begin with, exploded instantly. Several bolts of lightning spread out and struck the surroundings, causing a series of explosions. A circular air wave spread out from the top of the mountain to the surrounding areas, and even the other 9 dwarves had to cover their faces with the raised smoke and dust. The good news is that the opponent's strength is comparable to Bayou's, and is not at the king level. Bayou also breathed a sigh of relief. Anyone who could tie with Bayou with the double blessing of the sickle must be at least a commander-level warrior. Fortunately, it's not the king level. I said that the king level is not a cabbage. How can it be possible to encounter it every time? Even this dwarf did not expect that this alien human race could be so strong. He could not help but marvel at the growth rate of this group of aliens. This small piece of flat land on the top of the mountain is similar to an irregular circle. The space is not large, just like a ring for 2 people. The dwarf's dark blue armor seemed to have some kind of connection, causing lightning to flow from the dwarf's hands into the mace, and the force Bayou was bearing suddenly increased. In an instant, Bayou turned into black mist and dissipated, and the dwarf's attack missed. Bayou's figure came in front of the other dwarves. They couldn't be held back by that dwarf. All of them were going to die, and they couldn't let them go back to report the news. Kill her! The dwarf leader turned around, and found Bayou appeared behind him. He immediately ordered the surrounding dwarves to attack Bayou. He could feel that Bayou's strength was not inferior to his own, so he could use these dwarves to consume her physical strength, giving him a chance to kill her. The surrounding dwarves rushed forward with war hammers in their hands and surrounded Bayou. Some dwarves condensed lightning into their war hammers and smashed towards Bayou, while some dwarves jumped high from their mounts and attacked Bayou from different directions. A frost pattern appeared in the pupil of Bayou's right eye, and the entire mountaintop was frozen in an instant, emitting a bone-chilling cold air. Countless ice cones shot out from Bayou's side, attacking the surrounding dwarves and repelling them all. Some dwarves smashed the icicles, while others were stabbed by them. Bayou held the sickle and chopped at one of the dwarves in front of him. The hammer in his hand was shattered by Bayou, and the dwarf was chopped away by Bayou. Bayou discovered that except for the dwarf with the mace, all the other dwarves were actually about the same strength as the dwarf leader of the dwarf fortress, and not very strong. In a one-on-one fight, Bayou could kill any one of them in seconds. Ahem! The dwarves who were stabbed by the icicles suddenly began to cough, and felt that they could hardly breathe. That ice is poisonous. Only then did the dwarves discover a faint green light floating beneath the ice. Although the poison is not lethal, it will greatly affect their combat effectiveness. Countless ice spikes shot out from the ice again. This time, the dwarves did not dare to resist and scattered in all directions. 2 dwarves were poisoned and unable to dodge in time, so their feet were frozen by Bayou, and they were instantly burned by the black flames. In less than a few breaths, 3 of the 9 dwarves were killed by Bayou. The mace dwarves could no longer bear it. They thought they could hold Bayou back, but who knew they would be killed instantly by Bayou. The dwarf jumped up with a mace in his hand and smashed down on Bayou's back from top to bottom. In an instant, the ice on the ground shattered into pieces, raising a pile of ice chips. Bayou dodged the attack with a teleportation and came to another dwarf and killed him again. The mace dwarf was a little annoyed. Bayou's teleportation was totally unreasonable and too fast. The other dwarves couldn't react at all. Bayou directly consumed 50 magic points and cursed the remaining 5 dwarves. The first level curse magic has only one skill, Flesh Curse, which is similar to a weakening effect and cannot kill enemies of the same level. The 5 scattered dwarves instantly spat out blood, their faces looking somewhat listless. Just as Bayou was about to kill the 5 dwarves, a strong wind blew from behind his head. Clang! Bayou turned around and blocked the mace with his sickle, then was pushed back a few steps on the ice. "You guys leave here. Leave this alien to me," the dwarf leader said to the remaining 5 dwarves, and the 5 dwarves immediately prepared to ride away on the lizards. Whoa! Suddenly, a pleasant flute sound appeared in the sky. The 5 lizards didn't know what was going on. Not only did they not leave quickly, but they actually ran towards Bayou. The dwarves quickly jumped off their mounts and tried to escape. Bayou appeared behind a dwarf again, and his sickle easily broke through his armor and killed him. Dark magic condensed into a javelin, which also pierced the dwarf. The ice on the ground surged and froze another person. The last 2 dwarves still wanted to run, but Bayou had already arrived in front of them. The 2 dwarves stopped, tightly grasped the war hammers in their hands, and dared not move. The dwarf leader behind the 2 dwarves also rushed towards Bayou. Bayou stepped forward to meet him. When passing by the 2 dwarves, he just touched them with his little hand. The 2 were ignited in despair and then frozen. The strength of these 9 dwarves is all at the commander level, which is junior commander. For Bayou, it is too easy to kill them in seconds. Listening to the sound of weapons clashing coming from below, Xiao, who was riding a griffin in the sky, was also confused. It was the first time she saw Bayou using his full strength. He was so powerful. Xiao put away the flute in her hand and prayed silently for Bayou. She could also see that the last dwarf holding the mace was very strong. Chapter 146 Pseudo-Domain, Half-Step King Level. The dwarf leader looked at the dead bodies of the 9 dwarves and was extremely angry, but he could do nothing because he could not stop Bayou at all. Bayou used teleportation to pull him frantically, but in order to quickly deal with these dwarves, Bayou also used a lot of magic, and now the blue bar was only half left. Bayou was just about to close his pseudo-domain to save some mana, because it consumed mana continuously, when he saw the dwarf leader's armor emitting blue light, and even the mace in his hand began to emit lightning. An electric field filled with lightning elements actually formed around him, and Bayou even felt his entire body numb. Field no, this is also a pseudo-field. The dwarf leader smashed with his stick, and there were more lightning on it. Even his armor was covered with lightning, emitting blue light. Bayou met the attack with a knife, but his hands were numbed by the electric shock, and the weapon almost slipped out of his hand. Bayou retreated after one strike, not wanting to take the dwarf leader's attack head-on. These electrical elements cannot be dispelled, and as the number of fights increases, more and more electrical elements accumulate in the body, until finally one completely loses consciousness. Bayou began to jump up and down to avoid the attacks of the dwarf leader. His domain was useless at the beginning, and it must have consumed a lot of mana, so he couldn't last long. See whose blue bar runs out first. Unexpectedly, the dwarf leader who released the domain could also attack remotely. Seeing Bayou dodging all the time, he began to attack Bayou with lightning. Bayou was not to be outdone, and the ice pillars that emerged from the ground blocked all the lightning. With the blessing of the domain, the dwarf leader's speed became very fast, basically catching up with Bayou's usual speed, but Bayou could teleport and was still faster than him. Aliens! The angry dwarf leader shouted angrily. What? Bayou also responded very politely. He chased her, and she ran away. The 2 of them continued like this. Bayou felt that the electrical elements in the air began to decrease, and guessed that the dwarf leader's magic power should have been almost consumed. Bayou stopped instantly and swung his sickle at the dwarf leader. The black flame and blue lightning collided again. The 2 of them took a step back. Bayou found that the numbness in his arm was not as severe as before. But even so, Bayou was not walking the dog. He always had to fight when he had no choice. Now his whole body was numb, and he wouldn't feel any pain even if he pinched his thigh. As luck would have it, the dwarf that Bayou had not killed directly but frozen before had just died. Bayou gained 120 experience points. After the last battle with the soldiers of the Gata Empire, Bayou's experience points were almost full. Killing these dwarf leaders was just enough. Now he was just short of these 120 points. Bayou just upgraded, and his attributes were also improved across the board, but the upgrade would not restore his own status or eliminate negative effects. Bayou didn't even feel the slightest discomfort. Although his instinctive reaction was still there, Bayou was paralyzed by lightning and had lost some of his consciousness, which did not affect his combat effectiveness at all. The dwarf leader had an illusion. He suddenly felt that the alien in front of him was not only stronger, but also had a slightly faster reaction. Why would this foreign woman blush when she was fighting with me? The dwarf leader didn't understand, but he had no feelings for human women. He still liked strong, bearded dwarf women. He felt that human women were too weak. I also have to thank you for paralysis. Bayou swung his sickle vigorously and repelled the dwarf leader. Countless icicles smashed towards the dwarf leader and were all shattered by his mace. Why does it feel weird? There's nothing wrong. It's just that he's paralyzed. During this period, Bayou used poison on him, but it didn't work. The first level curse magic was also useless against those higher than his own level. The level of the intermediate frost magic was limited to this, and it was basically ineffective against the dwarf leader. Bayou can only rely on his dark magic now. But dark magic can't release the domain, which is a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, the lightning field of the dwarf leader was about to disappear. The dwarf leader directly took back the field and gathered all the electric elements on his mace. The lightning on the mace also changed from blue to purple, and then became purple lightning, which was thicker than before. It seemed very slow, but in fact, the dwarf leader only took a moment to absorb the lightning. Bayou was not stupid enough to take his attack head-on. He used his speed advantage to dodge it. As a result, the dwarf leader suddenly took out a musket and pulled the trigger directly at Bayou. Bayou never thought that he would do such a thing. Damn sneak attack! Bayou had a mortal body, so he had to defend himself even against attacks from firearms, which could be resisted by wearing armor. Bayou dodged the unexpected sneak attack with teleportation, and the veins on the dwarf leader's feet bulged. He broke the ice with one foot and rushed towards Bayou, smashing the mace in his hand with purple thunder into Bayou's face. As soon as Bayou teleported to the ground, the dwarf leader had already rushed in front of Bayou. Bayou had no time to teleport again, and hurriedly used his sickle to meet the dwarf leader's attack. Bang! Bayou's sickle was directly knocked away. Fortunately, Bayou reacted in time and used the dark barrier to wrap himself up the moment the mace hit him. However, the huge impact force still knocked Bayou away. Xiao Lianxue above was shocked. She clearly saw that Bayou did not dodge this time and was hit hard by the stick. She immediately wanted to control the griffin to rush down and rescue Bayou. Boss, please don't get into any trouble. Bayou fell heavily on the ice, shattering all the ice layers. The protection of the dark barrier prevented Bayou from suffering any external injuries. Bayou only felt sore all over, his stomach was churning, and there was a fishy and sweet taste in his throat. His hands were paralyzed by the purple thunder from the previous fight, and he had completely lost consciousness. Bayou twisted his body with great effort. The surroundings were all scorched earth left by the lightning attack. Only the circular area where he was lying was intact. But how could the dwarf leader miss such a good opportunity? Nor would he give the confused Bayou time to think about it. He seized the opportunity again and smashed towards Bayou with a stick. This time, Bayou dodged it with teleportation. He came to the fallen sickle, picked up the sickle, and the double attribute began to bless it. The feeling of numbness in Bayou's body also dissipated a little. Xiao Lianxue in the sky also breathed a sigh of relief. The dwarf leader's reaction speed was too fast. When he came in front of Bayou again just now, he almost scared Xiao Lianxue to death. Fortunately, she saw Bayou escape unharmed. Bayou felt an itch on his leg and looked down. Ah! Bayou quickly brought her legs together to wipe away the traces. Because of the lightning paralysis, Bayou had no feeling at all, so he couldn't control his body. Asshole, it's all your fault. Chapter 147, I'm leaving. This time Bayou was careless. If it weren't for the dark magic, or if the dark magic was strong enough, Bayou would have died just now. Bayou underestimated Miles when facing him before, or maybe it was because so many people were besieging him at the same time. Bayou even thought that the king level was just like that, and there was nothing to worry about when facing those below the king level. Obviously, Bayou was wrong. He was not invincible below the king level. Bayou retracted his frost domain, and the dwarf leader turned around and looked at Bayou. He was surprised that Bayou looked fine even though he had just been hit by his full-strength attack. Bayou moved his wrists, trying to regain some feeling in them. Black flames also burned on the sickle, and Bayou waved the sickle towards the dwarf leader. The two fought back and forth with each other using sticks and swords. Bayou discovered that the equipment of the dwarf leader seemed to be very powerful. The entire suit could be linked together, greatly enhancing his combat effectiveness. Bayou is not the kind of person who is greedy for money. If he doesn't destroy this awesome suit in order to get it, he would be stupid. Whether or not you can defeat the opponent is still a question. So how can you have time to think about those two pieces of equipment? The dwarf leader is about the same height as Bayou, which is considered tall among the dwarves. The average height of dwarves is about the same as that of goblins, only about 1.5 meters. Every time Bayou fought with the dwarf leader, he would use frost magic to attack his chest armor, and each time he attacked the same spot. Although the dwarf leader was experienced in combat, Bayou had never used fire magic in his battles with him, so he had no idea. After attacking for more than 10 times, when Bayou's sickle touched his mace again, Bayou directly hit his breastplate with a pillar of fire. Still the same position, the touch of extreme cold and high temperature. Snap! There was a slight crack on the chest armor, but even if it was only a slight crack, it greatly affected the linkage effect of the suit. The dwarf leader looked at his chest in surprise, then looked at Bayou's left hand, which was burning with flames. He never thought that Bayou could perform fire magic. When the breastplate is broken, the dwarf leader's defense will be greatly reduced. A raging fire suddenly ignited around, forming a sea of fire. Bayou raised his left hand high, and countless flames began to condense above Bayou's palm, eventually converging into a huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters. Bayou raised the fireball high, and as he swung his arm, the fireball instantly flew towards the dwarf leader. The dwarf leader wanted to dodge, but in vain. Although the fireball did not hit him, but only hit the ground next to him, the huge explosion instantly covered the entire mountaintop, like a volcanic eruption. Bayou was bathed in a sea of fire. All around him was orange and red, and he couldn't see anything clearly. A spear burning with black flames condensed next to Bayou again. As Bayou waved his hand, the spear instantly broke through the sea of fire and stabbed towards the dwarf leader. This is Bayou's last bit of magic power. If he still can't kill him, Bayou feels that he has no chance. The dark spear successfully pierced through the dwarf leader's breastplate and went straight through his chest. The burning black flames began to corrode his life. The dwarf leader was already exhausted, and his magic power was used up when he launched his strongest attack. As his armor shattered, his bonus disappeared and his body became even weaker. The dwarf leader's eyes began to blur, blood kept coming out of his mouth, his body fell to the ground, and he finally lost all his life. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the commander level and gaining 200 experience points. It is true. Bayou closed the system interface. As the fire gradually died down, he could see the situation on the top of the mountain. The bodies of the surrounding dwarves were all burned to ashes, and the suit of the dwarf leader was also burned by the black flames. Only a mace that fell nearby remained intact. Bayou picked up all the equipment around him and put them away. Since the corpses were gone, they naturally could not be decomposed. A fire directly destroyed the corpses and all traces. No one would know that a battle had taken place here. Boss, how are you? Xiao Lianxue controlled the griffin to land and hurriedly asked Bayou with concern. Bayou didn't say anything, but shook his head weakly to indicate that he was fine. Suddenly, Bayou felt his stomach churning. Vomit dash. Bayou spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by the impact of the dwarf leader. Xiao Lianxue quickly placed her hand on Bayou's back. A light green light emerged, and healing magic infused Bayou's entire body. Bayou only felt that his physical condition was improving rapidly. His waist and legs no longer felt sore, and he no longer hurt. Bayou's face became much rosier. Healing magic is a slow repair process, and it cannot cure the injuries of the body all at once. Damn, it's so useful. I shouldn't have given it to her earlier. Being able to fight and heal at the same time, isn't this a magical skill? Bayou's injury was not serious, and he was alive and well after a while, and was fine. This mace is good. You can give it to Gray when you get back. Bayou took a look at the properties of the suit through the mace, and it was indeed abnormal. It can actually enhance the wearer's own abilities and the sensitivity to surrounding electrical elements, with each attribute increasing by nearly 15 points. It was probably the effect of the suit that allowed him to comprehend the realm in advance. The last suit that could enhance his abilities was Lung Jie's, but now it has been destroyed by Miles. Let's go back. You should ask the King Souls to pay more attention to me in the next few days. I need to upgrade as soon as possible. Fortunately, the dwarf race is in civil strife and is not very strong. Otherwise, if it were normal times, the one coming this time would definitely be a king. I haven't even defeated a 9th level commander, let alone a king level commander. Good. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue rode on the griffins and returned to the castle. After returning to the castle, Bayou took out all the dwarves' equipment and distributed them to the dwarves in the castle. Dwarf equipment is for dwarves to use. Is that okay? Anyway, a few commander-level equipment are not worth much money. And by the way, let these dwarves learn the forging method. When Bayou handed the mace to Gray, his bearded face was smiling so happily. Although there is only one piece, it is also a top-notch commander-level equipment and is different from those ordinary commander-level equipment. Gray wanted to thank Bayou enthusiastically, but was blocked by Bayou using Xiao and Xiao. Bayou now had time to take a look at his personal panel. Bayou's attributes now were more than his own, and the same was true for the blue bar and health bar. After so many battles and upgrades, Bayou basically discovered a characteristic. Levels 1 to 9 can actually be divided into 3 levels. As long as there is not much change within the same level, the strength will not differ too much. Every time you cross 3 levels, the attribute points will increase more than usual. So this is the early, middle, and late stages. Bayou murmured as he walked towards the shuttle gate. Before entering the portal, Bayou turned around and waved to Xiao and Xiao. I'll leave this to you. I'm leaving now. Chapter 148 King Goblin Shaman. With a flash of light from the teleportation array, Bayou returned to his castle. Bayou now just wants to hurry up and upgrade. The battles with the dwarf leaders, including Miles, have made Bayou realize the strength of these local forces. Maybe it's not that they are too strong, but that Bayou and other aliens are too weak. Even ordinary Warcraft tribes basically have a king-level leader in charge, and these lords are only commander-level at best. With the arrival of many foreign forces in the snowy mountains, it has become a very sensitive place. Bayou didn't even dare to send the undead out now. He only sent out some ghosts to gather intelligence. For some smaller ones, Bayou could only send them out to the dark forest to develop. For example, the commander-level demon soul lord, the Knight of Heaven's Punishment, and John. They are small in size, agile in movement, easy to hide and not easily discovered. If you send a zombie titan out, half of its body will be seen by the enemy before it even enters the dark forest. Bayou let these undeads go to the dark forest secretly to gain experience, but he couldn't sit idle. If he could kill a few enemies of the same level, he would be able to level up quickly. But before working hard to level up, Bayou had to disguise himself first, at least to make himself look more like a local human. He couldn't be fake at first glance, so that people would know at first glance that he was a foreigner and start fighting without saying a word. Xiao Bing, do you know what the magicians from the Magician Association look like? Bayou tried to find out from Xiao Bing. A human magician? He should be wearing a black robe and holding a magic staff, similar to those necromancers. Xiao Bing thought about it with his dragon brain, and he even forgot whether he had seen it or not. Shit? Right. Bayou always felt that what Xiao Bing said was not very reliable, but Bayou felt that even if their image was not like this, it should be similar. Bayou actually found a black robe in the closet. It was similar to a raincoat and had a loose hood. The black robe was large and comfortable. In addition, there are some strange clothes, which should be the clothes of the native human race in the magical continent. Bayou really cannot praise this aesthetic. Bayou was too lazy to change out of her sailor suit. She just put on a black robe and tied her hair into a bun. Bayou put on her hat, the brim of which just covered her eyes and the upper part of her face, so she had to walk with her head slightly lowered. No wonder all the magicians I saw before were like this. It turns out they couldn't see the road ahead. The pointed corner of the hat was still crooked. Bayou looked in the mirror and wondered if she looked like a magician or not. Instead, she looked a bit like a witch. Xiao Bing, how is it? Does it look like him? Bayou came out and immediately asked Xiao Bing to check it out. Xiao Bing was silent for a while. Picture. Well, after hearing what Xiao Bing said, Bayou felt relieved and walked out of the castle dragging his robe. When he reached the castle gate, Bayou was always very careful, but he still stepped on the black robe. Just as he was about to fall, Bayou teleported and stood steadily in front, cleverly avoiding the embarrassing situation. Bayou called John and a group of demon soul lords and condemned knights, and secretly set off for the dark forest. There is only one task today, to kill monsters and level up. On the top of the cold, snowy mountain, in the south-central part, this group of werewolves dug a cave and planned to settle down here temporarily. Because the wolves don't have enough hands, they can't build a castle, so they can only live in caves for the time being. Haven't you found the group of white tigers yet? The werewolf leader asked the giant wolves below impatiently. My lord, their sin has been dealt with. We have dispersed and searched most of the snowy mountains, but have not found any trace of them yet. A giant wolf crawled on the ground and respectfully explained to the werewolf leader in the cave. The werewolf leader was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. If they didn't find it, they didn't find it. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? These low-level werewolves are just imitating the useless tricks of humans. What about the undead? No. The werewolf leader was a little angry. His wolf face started to look ferocious, and he cursed angrily. A bunch of rubbish. Please calm down, sir. We have not gained nothing. We found a group of goblins that have also entered the snowy mountains. The giant wolf crawling on the ground quickly wagged its tail and continued. Goblin. The werewolf leader stood up immediately. His complexion looked much better, and he walked out of the cave. Who are they to dare to wade into this muddy water? After the death of the frost dragon, any small fry dared to run to the cold, snowy mountains. The werewolf leader would not pamper them and would take the wolves over for a snack. In a mysterious bunker somewhere on the other side of the snowy mountain, the white tigers of the Icefield have not been out for 2 days. They had sent a tiger man out to hunt for food before, but since they discovered the werewolf, they dared not go out again. They have been relying on the food stored in the bunker to survive, and now the food has begun to be distributed, which shows that the supplies are not very sufficient. In order to reduce the tiger people's consumption, the tiger guards let them sleep unless necessary, which can reduce energy consumption. But they are tigers, not bears, and they cannot hibernate. Although their daily food consumption has been reduced, it is just a temporary solution. The tiger guards took a look at the secret room. Their queen was still sleeping. If the food ran out, they could only venture out to find food. However, the environment in the snowy mountains was harsh, and there were very few species that could survive. This not only made it more difficult to obtain food, but also made it easier for them to be discovered by other forces. The tiger guard looked at his tribesmen who were still sleeping and sighed. He couldn't let them starve to death. There are fierce blizzards and cold winds on the snow-capped mountains all year round, and there is no sunny day all day, which is why it is named the Fierce Snow Mountain. Werewolves and tiger people are covered with thick fur, so they are not afraid of the cold, but goblins are different. The goblins' short bodies make it like walking on thin ice on the snowy mountains. When the goblins step down, the snow goes directly above their calves. In some places, the snow is deep enough to bury the goblins completely. The goblins were wrapped in thick animal fur to resist the severe cold, and they were struggling to move forward in the snow, cursing in their hearts. Why let them come to this damn place like the snow mountain? The goblins glanced at the Goblin Shaman flying in front of them, but they were angry but dared not say anything. Suddenly, a group of giant wolves appeared in front of the goblins' path. They were the werewolf leader who had arrived. The werewolf leader was also stunned when he saw the Goblin Shaman. It seemed that the plan to add a meal was ruined because the werewolf leader knew the Goblin Shaman in front of him. Labachushi, it seems that your Goblin Kingdom has invested a huge amount of money to come to the Snow Mountain this time. The werewolf leader said this with a mocking look on his face, meaning of course that your Goblin Kingdom is too weak and this is not the place you should come to. A king-level being can be considered a high-end combat force in the Goblin Kingdom, but if placed on the top of the mountains, then a king-level being is nothing. The werewolf leader was not afraid of it, but opponents like mages and wizards were really disgusting, and it didn't want to waste time. Chapter 149, Yong Surrenders. The Goblin Shaman named Lapatushi also looked unhappy when he saw the werewolf leader. The top of the mountains was a huge monster for their Goblin Kingdom. There are very few kings in the Goblin Kingdom, so it is not surprising that the werewolf leader knows its name with his back against the top of the mountains. But on the contrary, there is no telling how many kings there are on the top of the mountains, and every wolf face looks almost the same. Labachushi doesn't recognize the werewolf leader in front of him at all. This excellency on the top of the mountains wants to stop us? Labachushi was in the air, staring at the group of werewolves below with a vigilant gaze. The group of goblins below were also extremely nervous. They didn't expect to be so unlucky just after arriving in the Snow Mountain. The werewolf leader glanced at the goblins and stopped his gaze on the rabid servant in the sky. Lapachushi was a king-level warrior, flying around using magic like an annoying fly. There were also many commander-level warriors among the goblins, so the werewolves didn't have much of an advantage. The werewolf leader left without a word, and the wolves followed him out of the goblins' sight. All the goblins breathed a sigh of relief. Although their strength was not weaker than that of werewolves, they did not want to provoke the giant monster on the top of the mountains. As for the werewolf leader, it was entirely because there was a king-level being among the goblins, making it more troublesome to kill him, and they had more important tasks on their shoulders and did not want to increase unnecessary casualties. On the other side, Yi Liang's castle in the desolate plain also welcomed a group of uninvited guests. They were pale, noble, and elegant, and the leader was also wearing a black suit, which was quite different from Yi Liang's outfit. The only difference was that he was wearing a high-collared cloak with a black outer layer and a red inner layer. The group of people behind him were wearing white shirts and black vests, with red bows tied on their chests, making them look like waiters in a Western restaurant. The leader looked at the castle in front of him. He felt a familiar feeling from this alien castle. Originally, they were just passing by here and had no interest in these alien races. Unless the Lord's troops were all human, they would take action to eliminate them and obtain fresh blood. But as far as the vampire leader knows, all lords are humans. Of course, there are some lords with other bloodlines, but they are basically very weak, and the main bloodline in their bodies is still human. The blood of this lord makes vampires feel sick, just like drinking a mouthful of pig food mixed with slop. The vampire walked slowly towards Yi Liang's castle. The vampires in Yi Liang's castle also discovered this group of uninvited guests. They wanted to attack, but they could feel the more noble blood on the other party. They suppressed them instantly and dared not move, trying to surrender. A group of blood servants. It seems that the vampire speculation has been confirmed. Only vampires whose bloodline has reached the Earl level have the ability to transform into blood servants, and those who can reach the Earl level are all direct vampires with pure bloodline. Yi Liang, who was inside the castle, also discovered the group of local vampires that walked in through the castle gate. Yi Liang was nervous and stared at the group of vampires in front of him with vigilance. Yi Liang felt tremendous pressure from him, even stronger than when he faced Miles. Similarly, the other party's bloodline was not inferior to his own. But Yi Liang did not see any hostility in his eyes and quickly calmed down. "Who are you?" "Let me introduce myself. I'm a member of the Blood Clan Yuka family. You can call me Count Yuka." Count Yuka had an evil smile on his face and spoke with a magnetic voice that seemed to be able to capture people's hearts. "I came here today to ask you to join the Blood Clan and become a member of this big family. Yi Liang's bloodline is not low. It is at the same level as Earl Yuka. This level of bloodline cannot be copied and transferred, and can only be absorbed by the same clan, but it has little effect on Earl Yuka. The Blood Clan has been forced to endure for too many years. Instead of killing Yi Liang, it is better to let him join the Blood Clan to strengthen the Blood Clan's combat power." Count Yuka knows very well that the upper limit of vampires with this bloodline is very high, so it would be a pity to kill him like this. Of course, they would not force the Lord. If he disagreed, it would not be too late to kill him. This high-level bloodline that cannot be controlled by the vampires themselves cannot be kept. Yi Liang was silent, and no one knew what was going on in his mind. The first thing Yi Liang thought about was how to kill the opponent, but when he saw that the opponent was able to suppress his troops simply by relying on his bloodline, he gave up hope. This vampire is undoubtedly a king level 1, and is much stronger than the previous Miles. "Do you have any concerns, sir? Please rest assured that if you are willing to join the Blood Clan, your status will be equal to mine. You will be a Blood Clan with noble blood and will not become a slave." Seeing Yi Liang was silent, Count Yuka spoke again. Everything seemed so casual. Count Yuka was calm and composed, without any ripples. "What if I don't agree?" Yi Liang knew very well that vampires had no emotions, and it was impossible to judge what they were thinking by observing their words and expressions. Yi Liang had no choice. Since the other party was willing to talk to him, Yi Liang would ask even a stupid question to get the other party's answer. "Your Excellency is a foreigner, so of course you will be killed," Count Yuka said lightly, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in Yi Liang's heart. Of course, Yi Liang had already prepared himself mentally. It's another classic choice, surrender or die. In this case, it seems that I have no other choice. Yi Liang accepted his fate. At least this was better than death. Besides, after joining the other party, he would not become a slave. Count Yuka gave a meaningful smile. He knew Yi Liang would agree. Not only the aliens were afraid of death, but vampires like them were also afraid of death, and the nobler the bloodline, the more so. "Give me a drop of your origin blood, and I will hand it over to the ancestor to complete the blood link." Upon hearing this, Yi Liang pierced his chest with his hand and took out a drop of his own blood. A vampire below immediately took out a container and put Yi Liang's blood in it. This special container of the Blood Clan can prevent the blood from corroding. "Not submitting to you?" Yi Liang was still a little surprised. He thought that after he chose to join them, he would be controlled by the person in front of him. "Your Excellency is such a joke. Your bloodline is the same as mine. I'm not qualified to do that." Count Yuka didn't expect that he could obtain the high-level blood of the vampires this time. He would definitely be rewarded by the ancestor at that time. Count Yuka was in a good mood. He put away the container of Yi Liang's blood and looked at Yi Liang, whose wounds were healing rapidly. The air was filled with the smell of Yi Liang's blood. He was undoubtedly a pure-blooded vampire. This dull castle is too boring, like a cage. How about I take you out for a walk and take a look at the outside world? Count Yuka made an invitation, and Yi Liang couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. A group of vampires left Yi Liang's castle and flew towards the snow-capped mountains. Chapter 150, Ghost King. The magical continent welcomed the night again, and Bayou returned to the castle to secretly gain experience points. The seeds on the outskirts of the dark forest are now too weak for Bayou. Most of them are of ordinary level, and only the highest leader among them is barely a low-level commander. Today, the ghost did not send back any information from the snowy mountains, as if the snowy mountains had suddenly become quiet. This made Bayou feel a little weird. Don't tell me that group of goblins and werewolves came to the snow mountain for a stroll and then left. She would never believe it. Bayou stretched lazily and walked into the castle. She had already thrown the black robe into the ring. It was too uncomfortable to wear. Why waste mana bar on magic attacks when you can use a sickle to kill the enemy without losing mana? The power of the undead has been shrinking for a while now, and if Bayou doesn't go out to fight monsters, he will rarely gain experience points. There is nothing over at the Bayou Mountains except for the Firebeard clan of the dwarves. It's not that Bayou doesn't want to deal with them, but he is really afraid that a king-level warrior will come next time. By then, he will be fully equipped with a king-level suit, and there will be no point in fighting him. Bayou had never seen a dwarf without equipment, so now we can only break through from the dark forest. We hope that the undead can kill more enemies at night, so that Bayou, who is lying in the castle, can also enjoy triple experience. Bayou would not miss any experience points, and now began to snatch Xiao Bing's rations. He would eat some elite food to replenish his energy, and 2 points of experience points were still experience points. Although Bayou needs to eat several meals of one portion of elite food. Forget it, go to bed first and talk about it tomorrow. Bayou took off all her clothes and prepared to take a nice bath. The best thing to do is to get free experience points by lying in bed. More than 10 days have passed now. Bayou feels that the lowest of these lords should be at the commander level. He just doesn't know how many lords have completely disappeared from this world in these few days. I just don't know when this day will end. Sometimes Bayou fantasizes and hopes that this is just a dream. Bayou got into bed naked, shook her head to get rid of all distracting thoughts, then smoothed her hair, covered herself with the quilt, and went to sleep. Time 06. Bayou has formed a fixed biological clock and wakes up on time at 6 in the morning. If I remember correctly, today should be the 13th day. Tomorrow, no, tonight, the ranking list will be refreshed again. Bayou is still looking forward to it. Bayou got up from the bed, walked to the closet, opened the closet, and what caught her eye was a white tank top. She was silent, always feeling that her wardrobe was hinting at her to wear this dress. I looked down and realized I wasn't that big. Even if you dance in this small suspender, your underwear won't be exposed. Besides, if the suspender slips off and is exposed, you won't feel it. This kind of person obviously did it on purpose. Bayou didn't want to wear this kind of clothes, so he skipped it immediately. He still had to go to the dark forest to develop for a while today, so Bayou wanted to go deeper. Don't wear a skirt, just dress normally. 10 minutes later, Bayou, dressed in casual clothes and the same black robe as yesterday, was ready to go out. Before leaving, Bayou took a look at the warehouse and saw that there were 5,000 more iron ingots, which meant that the dwarves were not lazy. Bayou looked at the 7,000 corpses outside the city wall. Half of them had been summoned, so Bayou quickly decomposed them. Fortunately, only 1 day had passed. If it had been 2 days, the corpses would have rotted. By then, the stench would have been overwhelming, and even if Bayou didn't want the double summon, he would have to throw them all into the black water altar. Bayou directly clicked the decomposition button in the castle. There were a total of 4,000 corpses, but now only 3,000 were left. Half of the corpses piled outside the city wall disappeared in an instant. Bayou obtained a total of 3 magic crystals, 300 spirit cores, nearly 4,000 ordinary level equipment, and several commander level equipment. Bayou threw all the disassembled equipment to Sun Xiao, as there was no use for him keeping them anyway. I have exactly 350 spirit cores now. I can upgrade the barracks again. Bayou upgraded his barracks to another level. There were no major changes except that the upgrade materials for the next level were more expensive. The next level required 350 spirit cores and 35 magic crystals, an increase of 50 and 5,000 respectively. The result was that the number of summons increased from 30 to 40. In the early stage, when there are few materials and the level is low, the improvement is actually very large. In the later stage, when there are more materials and the upgrade is expensive, the improvement becomes smaller. Dog system. Bai Yu had just upgraded the barracks when he suddenly remembered that today's troops had not been summoned yet. So he came to the barracks again to prepare for the summons. As the green light shone throughout the room, today's troops were freshly released. There are bone dragons, ghost zombies, zombie titan destroyers, etc. There are all kinds of them. Of course, what we can't do without are the 10 cute little acolytes who are given to us for free every day. Bayou just clicked the summon button and was about to leave when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange figure emerging from the corner of his eye. Bayou immediately turned around and saw an undead floating in the air, also wearing a black robe. There was a blue flame burning inside the black robe. It had no entity, and its eyes emitted a faint light from the black robe. She could still tell that it was a ghost, but it was obviously different from an ordinary ghost in some ways. Your most loyal subordinate greets Her Majesty the Queen. Those who could speak spoke, and Bayou, who couldn't speak, didn't care. This is a withdrawal? Bayou was a little bit unbelievable. He often did things casually and was luckiest when he was absent-minded. Moreover, as the level of the barracks increases, the chance of drawing the racial king also increases. Bayou couldn't wait to check its properties. Ghost King, unnamed. Active skills, Spiritual Storm, Soul Blade. Passive skill, Ghost Heart. It is indeed the Ghost King. Bayou had guessed it just now. This person looks similar to a ghost, so it must be a ghost. Bayou took a quick look at the two active skills, one for group attack and one for combat power enhancement. The passive skill is the same as John's passive skill. After this, all ghosts will have their level caps removed, and even the ghosts summoned by Bayou and the Necromancer can continue to upgrade. Nice, Bayou is in urgent need of improving his strength now, and the Ghost King has come at the right time. Bayou looked at the blue flames burning within its black robe and in its eyes, and decided to give it a name. From now on, you can be called Lenny. She pretended to think about it, and said perfunctorily, "Thank you, Queen, for the name." Chapter 151, Son, Xiao's relatives. Bayou was in a good mood, and took Lanny to the Dark Forest for shopping. This kind of person who is small in size and agile in movement is the most suitable candidate. Bayou felt that he had to allocate resources and not let the undead kill at will. Bayou is now alone. Arthur and John are also talented. This won't do. They will be pulled further and further away. Resources must be concentrated on the top. By that time, I will be at the king level, and they will still be at the intermediate level, which will be of no use to me. You have to know that among Bayou's tens of thousands of undead, there are nearly 100 commanders, and there are many commanders who are higher than the 3 kings, but they cannot be upgraded. Bayou plans to focus on training the 3 racial kings, Arthur, John, and Lenny. When they become powerful, they are not inferior to the lords. In comparison, the abilities of ordinary undead of the same level are relatively simple. They are also at the commander level, and ordinary undead are simply no match for them. Bayou had developed things too casually before, so now she had to plan carefully. Bayou, along with John, Lenny, and some commander-level knights of the Skywound and Demon Soul Lords, headed towards a location deeper in the Dark Forest. At the same time, on the other side, Sun Xiao and her monsters stopped being submissive and decided not to become a burden to Bayou. Sun Xiao did not allow her monsters to remain timid in the time chamber and led them directly to the swamp not far from her castle. The Dark Forest was too powerful, so Sun Xiao didn't dare to go there, so the swamp became her monster spawning location. Although her monsters had suffered some damage in the past few days, the rewards were great, and she suddenly felt that she knew how to play this game. There is no way out if you just hide. If you want to become stronger, you can only kill. Sun Xiao makes money with the junk Bayou gives her. Although ordinary equipment is just scrap metal in Bayou's eyes, that's because Bayou has tens of thousands of magic crystals in his warehouse. An ordinary piece of equipment can only be sold for 2 magic crystals, but Bayou gave Sun Xiao several thousand pieces of ordinary level equipment from beginning to end, including several commander level pieces. Sun Xiao bought all the equipment and obtained several thousand magic crystals. It was the first time for her to see so many magic crystals. Of course, the one she saw in Bayou's warehouse did not count. Then Sun Xiao led the monsters to kill monsters in the swamp and upgraded the barracks with the rare spirit cores dropped. In this way, her development was many times faster than if she had stayed in the castle. Sun Xiao has also been promoted to a level that is catching up with Xiao Lianxue. The red-blooded demon ape that accompanied Sun Xiao on the first day has also been very strong and has survived to this day. Now, it is just one step away from breaking through to become a commander. Even Sun Xiao knew that she had to feed all the experience to the red blood demon ape, otherwise it would not be able to upgrade so quickly. The Warcraft kill monsters during the day and sleep in the time chamber at night. Sun Xiao believes that she will be able to catch up with the old witch soon. However, the monsters cannot mine ores or stones. Although they can upgrade their barracks with magic crystals and spirit cores, they do not have the resources to upgrade their castles. This made her very distressed. If she used magic crystals to exchange for wood and stone, there would not be many magic crystals left to upgrade the barracks. Most of her magic crystals were obtained by selling equipment. The speed at which I collect magic crystals is as slow as a snail. Sun Xiao is commanding the monsters in the sky to attack the evil tree. This commander-level tree monster is currently Sun Xiao's best target. It's the kind of monster that you can kill yourself, with low risk and high returns. After finally finding one, Sun Xiao was extremely excited and commanded the monsters to attack. Although she was commanding, she was actually just shouting from the side. "Go ahead, kill it, red blood demon ape. What are you doing? Use your hands. Do you want me to lend you a stick? Bite. You have new private chat message." Suddenly, a private message popped up in front of Sun Xiao. Fuck, which unlucky thing is this? Bayou usually never sends her messages. When there are supplies, he just gives them to her directly without asking her at all. Sun Xiao immediately opened it to check, only to find that it was just a private message from a stranger. Sun Xiao thought someone was looking for her to do business. After all, she had sold a lot of equipment recently and had a little experience of being famous. Big wave girl, comma. After seeing this message, Sun Xiao's heartbeat began to accelerate for some unknown reason, and she felt extremely anxious. This is a unique way for lords to find people now. They send the name abbreviation in private chat. If it is the same, they will reply, otherwise it will be ignored. It was her initials, so there was a good chance that this person knew her. Sun Xiao has received a lot of such private messages in the past few days. This is the first time she has seen her name abbreviation in it. But when she saw the other person like this, she couldn't think of who it was. She only thought of one possibility. The person who was still insisting on looking for her must be her relative. Sun Xiao was so excited that even her hands were shaking. She quickly replied to the person, "The great sage equaling heaven. I am. Who are you?" Although Sun Xiao was excited, she was not stupid enough to say her name directly. There were billions of lords, and she didn't know how many had the same name as her. The more excited a person was, the more he would think. "Big boobs. My last name is Sun, a double character." After a while, the lord replied to Sun Xiao. It was obvious that he had been sending messages to other lords, trying to get a response. Similarly, relying on this stupid method, there was no telling how many people were looking for their relatives through private chats. When talking in the time chat, regardless of whether you are in the same channel or not, even if you are in the same channel, the interface is constantly refreshing, and you can't see clearly which lords are talking. Even if you pause and watch slowly, you can't see as much as others post, and you can't finish watching it. Besides, not all lords will chat in the world. Sun Xiao became even more excited, as if the other party was looking for her. "The great sage equaling heaven, Sun Xiao." After Sun Xiao sent her name, it took a long time before she replied, perhaps because she didn't have time or she was silent. "Big boobs girl. Height and weight. What do you like? Where is your home? What are your family's names?" Afterwards, Sun Xiao sent some basic information about herself, and the other party replied almost instantly. "Big boobs girl. Where do you go to school?" "The Monkey King. Meow New Middle School." It's confirmed. I've been searching for more than 10 days, chatting privately with tens of thousands of people every day, and finally found it. "Big boobs girl. Xiao, I'm Sun Yubao. Cousin." The moment she saw the other person's name, Sun Xiao was finally certain that the person opposite her was the relative she had been looking for. Sun Xiao smiled happily this time, and then burst into tears while smiling. In this strange world, she was helpless, and there was nothing more joyful than knowing that her relatives were alive. Sun Xiao no longer paid attention to the monsters and started chatting with her cousin, telling Sun Yubao all about her experiences that day. Sun Xiao smiled foolishly and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She learned from her cousin Sun Yubao that her father was still alive, and as for her mother, she was still being looked for. Sun Yubao formed an alliance, and the location was close to the desert, so it was not very dangerous. It was thanks to the alliance that they successfully survived the beast tide and have been safe until now. Sun Yubao asked Sun Xiao to come over quickly. At this point, Sun Xiao fell silent. Sister Bai was very good to her, and now she had surrendered, and she could not go on. However, Sun Xiao was not sad at all. At least she was very satisfied knowing that her relatives were still there, and she could contact them. Sun Xiao added her father to the conversation and started reminiscing about the past. Slightly. Chapter 152 Mysterious Man. In the Dark Forest, Bai Yu was leading John, Lenny, and a group of undead to hunt down a group of giant spiders. These spiders have 2-meter-long legs, ghost face patterns on their abdomens, and 6 eyes on their heads that emit red light. They're simply the nightmare of insect phobes. The surrounding trees were all connected by white spider webs. This should be where they lived. Some of the spider webs had the corpses of birds and beasts hanging on them. Pus was left behind due to the corrosion of the spider webs. Rancid and disgusting. This is Bai Yu's evaluation. Bai Yu only dared to use magic for long-range attacks. The spider's limbs were shattered, and the resulting fragments and green blood were highly poisonous. Bai Yu left the close combat to the undead. There are several commander-level ones among them. As long as the undead are trapped in spider webs, Bai Yu will use fire magic to burn the spider webs directly to help the undead escape. Soon the group of spiders discovered that Bai Yu was not their prey, but their hunter, and began to flee frantically. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the commander-level bloodthirsty demon spider and gaining 150 experience points. Finally, they are all dead. Bai Yu walked over, stepped carefully on the ground, avoiding the green water flowing from the ground, summoned the corpse, and then decomposed it. Bai Yu glanced at the time and found that it was already late. He didn't know how far he had gone into the dark forest while chasing the spider. Bai Yu continued to lead the undead to search for enemies nearby, and Bai Yu glanced around. The interior of the dark forest is not a flat land. There are gullies, rivers, and even hills 7 or 8 meters high. Of course, they're all covered with trees. Speaking of trees, Bai Yu was stunned. Only then did he realize that all the trees around him had changed. Are these firs and pines? Bai Yu looked at the trees, towering into the sky. Each tree was at least 40 meters high, and the lush branches and leaves blocked out the sky. Bai Yu took back what he had said before, that the zombie titan would be discovered if it entered the dark forest. Bai Yu could distinguish these trees easily. He felt like he had entered a primeval forest. There were many big trees that were so thick that 2 or 3 people could hug them together. This was completely different from the outskirts of the dark forest that Bai Yu had entered at the beginning. At that time, the trees around Bai Yu were just dead trees a few meters high, without branches and leaves, and it was a desolate scene. Is this the real dark forest? Bai Yu looked at the surrounding scenery and felt as if he had entered another world, which was completely different from the terrain near Bayou Castle. Bai Yu was stunned. Before this, Bai Yu thought that the dark forest was just an ordinary forest. Bai Yu walked forward. In the distance, there was a huge stone about 3 to 5 meters wide and high on a slope. Bai Yu planned to go there to take a look at the surrounding environment. Bai Yu teleported to the stone and immediately fell down after being standing on the stone. What is that? Bai Yu exclaimed. There was a gentle slope in front of him, and Bai Yu had a clear view. There was a river at the bottom of the slope, and standing next to the river was a blue monster that was nearly 10 meters tall. The monster was holding a huge wooden stick in its hand. That's what Bai Yu felt. Its body shape was no different from that of a human. It could be said to be an enlarged version of a giant, except that its skin was blue and there was no hair on its head, but yellow mane grew from the back of its head to the spine. Of course, this thing is definitely not a human. Bai Yu only saw the back and not the front. At this time, the blue monster seemed to notice someone was looking at it, and turned around and looked directly in the direction of Bai Yu. It has a pointed nose, small yellow eyes, and yellow hair in front of its ears. Bai Yu looked at it and felt an extreme sense of danger. He used teleportation without hesitation to leave the boulder. Before Bai Yu could figure out how he was discovered from such a distance, the huge rock where he was standing suddenly exploded. The sound even scared Bai Yu. Run! Bai Yu immediately turned around and ran with the undead, but the monster appeared in front of Bai Yu at some point, waving a wooden stick and smashing towards Bai Yu. How is that possible? The monster was clearly so far away from Bai Yu and was waving at the air, but Bai Yu felt that the attack was about to fall on him. Boom! Bai Yu and a group of undead figures suddenly disappeared in the dark forest, and the monster's attack missed. Bai Yu felt that the surrounding scenery was moving rapidly and even turned black. He seemed to be in a void. There was a faint light at the end of the front, which was rapidly expanding. "Child, it's getting late, go back." "Who?" Bayou shouted loudly, but the light at the end instantly completely covered her, and the dazzling light made Bayou unable to open her eyes. After Bayou's eyes adjusted, they slowly opened, with her hands still covering her eyes. "Outskirts of the dark forest. I'm out." Bayou opened her eyes and found that she had left the depths of the dark forest and came to the outskirts of the dark forest without knowing when. Bayou recognized this location, which was even further out than the place where she killed the spider. It was already dark at this time. Bayou looked behind him and saw his own undead following him out. Bayou left without hesitation. Returned to the castle. This was too unbelievable. Bayou was confused for a moment, and his brain was in a state of shutdown. Who was talking just now? Was he the one who saved me? Bayou remembered the voice very clearly and initially judged that it should be a middle-aged man. But why would the native human race save an alien race like us? Moreover, Bayou clearly remembered that it was still light when he entered. So how come it was already dark when he left the dark forest in the blink of an eye? The dark forest is not only full of weirdness, but also great terror. Even when they returned to the castle, Bayou's heart was still pounding and couldn't calm down for a long time. "Xiao Bing, do you know what is in the dark forest?" As soon as Bayou returned, he asked Xiao Bing, hoping that this native dragon could know some information. But Xiao Bing's answer disappointed Bayou, because Xiao Bing spoke without thinking. "Because the dark forest is a forbidden area." "The dark forest is a forbidden area? Isn't the snowy mountain a forbidden area?" Bayou didn't know what Xiao Bing meant. "The snowy mountains were called a forbidden area by other races because of my mother's arrival. The dark forest is different." Bayou wanted to ask more, but this seemed to be all Xiao Bing knew. Bayou now only knows that the dark forest is a truly forbidden area, and the snow mountain seems to no longer be called a forbidden area after the death of the frost dragon. This is not going to make me grow any hair. Chapter 153, The Traitor and the Free Man. Bayou was very frightened after accidentally entering the depths of the dark forest today. This area cannot be called a dark forest at all. The monster's attack method was so weird that it could hit Bayou even with the air. Bayou had never seen such a weird attack method before. Crash! The shower in the bathroom was turned on, and Bayou took a cold shower, which calmed her down a lot. Forget it. If you want to grow, you should go to the White Rock Mountains. Often the unknown things are the most terrifying. Bayou at least knows a little bit about dwarves. After wiping his body, Bayou put on a loose t-shirt and came out. After today, all the corpses outside had been decomposed, and Bayou had to deal with them. Bayou decomposed the corpses and obtained more than 2 magic crystals and 200 spirit cores. As usual, Bayou threw the remaining ordinary-grade equipment to Sun Xiao. Bayou took a look at Sun Xiao's information to see how she was developing secretly. Lord of the Territory, Sun Xiao. Strength, Ordinary level 7. Territory level 9 Initial Castle. Barracks level 7 Warcraft Crystal. Special Building, Time Chamber. Army types, 7 kinds of magical beasts. Equipment, Tingyun Doran Stick. Hey, has the castle reached level 9 so quickly? Bayou could understand the barracks upgrade. After all, she had given her so many equipments, but the castle was upgraded a little too fast. But she didn't ask. Maybe the other person had some opportunity. Bayou asked Zhao Lianxue for some more information about the Bayou Mountains, and was relieved to hear that nothing had happened. Bayou sent all the idle necromancers, including liches, ghosts, death knights, destroyers, ghouls, and other undead that could pass through the portal to Zhao Lianxue. Now that development cannot be achieved here, the undead cannot sit idle either, so she can only arrange them to go to the Bayou Mountains. Even if they cannot kill the enemies, digging some stones should be no problem. What, you can't? It's not easy to say that you can't do it. You can learn it. You can't just sit there doing nothing. Bayou returned to the bedroom and waited quietly. If she remembered correctly, the ranking list would be refreshed tomorrow. Bayou planned to stay up late and wait. Bayou sat in the bedroom, boredly browsing the world chat and watching this group of cattle and horse lords discuss. It's quite interesting, really good for killing time. In the blink of an eye, it was 12 o'clock and the long-awaited announcement finally appeared. Dear lords, the ranking list has been updated. Special announcement. Some lords have chosen to betray and join other races in the magical continent. They are hereby defined as traitors. At the same time, it also gives those lords who have no intention of participating in the hegemony of all races a chance to choose to change their jobs and become free men, giving up everything as a lord. At the same time, the native races of the magical continent will no longer target you. Job change is open for a long time, and some basic functions of the system, such as world chat, will not be lost. Except for the freeman profession, all lords will become hostile to the betrayer, and the betrayer is not allowed to form an alliance or surrender. At the same time, within a certain range, the lord will sense your location. The hunting ranking list will be open for 1 week, and the top 10 players who kill each other will be awarded the final reward. Lords, please make your choices carefully, and then fight and conquer with all your strength. Oh my god, what the hell? Bayou didn't expect that so many things would be updated at once this time, and he could even change his job. She tried hard to digest this information. The system actually turned those lords who defected to the magical continent into an antagonistic relationship, which was to make the lords fight each other. Traitor, free man, lord, isn't that evil, neutral, and lawful? Becoming a traitor, they cannot form an alliance or surrender. In other words, they have no way to move. At the same time, not being able to surrender means that the system does not give these traitors a chance to beg for mercy. It always feels like the system is targeting these traitors. As for the free men, they are actually more humane. They abandon castles and arms, are no longer restricted by castles, become independent individuals, and will not be targeted by local races, so the probability of survival is greatly increased. Bayou estimated that once this job change was announced, more than half of the lords would choose to become free men, and there was no time limit for this job change, which meant that everyone had time to consider it and could change jobs at any time. The reward for the top 10 are definitely much more generous than the rewards for the last 1,000th place. The system has really spent a lot of money to deal with these traitors. Bayou opened the leaderboard to check the ranking. This time the previous 5-tier rankings were still there, but there was an additional hunting ranking in the column next to it. The system also specially marked them. Green names were lords, white names were free men, and red names were traitors. As for the dead, they are gray, but the rankings have just been refreshed, and the lords who died last week have been erased, so there are currently no lords with gray names. Bayou was quite curious about the hunting rankings, so he quickly clicked on it to take a look. She found that there were points behind her name, which was 2. She was tied for second place with hundreds of lords, including lords with red and green names. The first place had 6 points, and there was only one lord, who was a traitor. Bayou remembered that the fat man he had killed in Bayou Mountains before was the traitor. Looking at it this way, the rankings can be tied, so I wonder how many people are in the top 10. Just when I was about to complain that this system was a bit inhumane, I suddenly saw a small question mark next to Bayou's points in the bottom column. She clicked on it and saw that killing the first tier of traitors would earn her 5 points, killing the second tier of traitors would earn her 4 points, and so on. Points could also be plundered, but only from the other side. With these conditions, the lords are forced to fight and become stronger. So it seems that the lord Bayou killed before was still from the 4th echelon? Although Bayou didn't see his type of troops, he thought the system's judgment should not be wrong. Bayou suddenly had an idea. What if he subdued a traitor and then let him kill other lords? Wouldn't the speed of earning points be greatly accelerated? Soon I found out that I was wrong. This hunting activity was a system targeting traitors. Free people did not participate in this activity, and lords could transfer to free people at any time. Therefore, the method of relying on betrayers to kill lords and reap the benefits in the last wave will not work. By that time, they will be directly converted to free men and will have no points left, which is a waste of effort. For the sake of this reward, Bayou had to try her best. She was not stupid enough to fight for the first place. There were already people in the top 10 anyway. As long as she could get into the top 5 and maintain her ranking, that would be enough. Chapter 154, an accident happened. The news of the rankings quickly set off a firestorm among the lords who were waiting in the world chat for the rankings to be refreshed. This news was so explosive that it was hard for all the lords to accept it. The world chat was swiping the screen like crazy, but Xiao Lianxue and the others were naturally not changed by the news. They surrendered to Bayou, so their camp naturally changed with Bayou. If Bayou was a free man, they were free men. If Bayou was a traitor, they would become traitors as well. Kid and slave. I want to be a free man who is not oppressed or ravaged by others. Little fairy. You lord should prepare to face the despair brought by the Goblin Kingdom. A big banana. My cousin turned out to be a traitor. Today I will kill her for the sake of justice, and let her know how powerful I am. Bayou took a look at the world chat and wondered why all kinds of monsters were coming out. When Bayou looked back at his ranking, he was still in the first tier. Dracula is the name of Red. Bayou suddenly saw Yi Liang's name and discovered that his name was actually Red, which meant that he was now a traitor. The announcement said that the Lord could sense the location of the betrayer within a certain range. After all, The area spanning the entire snow mountain was too large, and the Bayou system interface did not indicate that there was a betrayer nearby. But Bayou knew the location of Yi Liang's castle, so it seemed that he had to kill him for the reward. Although Yi Liang did not sign a contract with the vampire, he also clearly expressed his intention to join the vampire. This situation will still be marked, and the system will not give them any chance to take advantage of it. The snowy mountains were too dangerous at night, so Bayou made up his mind to set off tomorrow morning, then go around the snowy mountains, go to Yi Liang's castle, kill him, and cheer himself up. At the same time, on the snowy mountain, Yi Liang also informed Count Yuka of this information. You mean there will be other aliens coming to kill you? Count Yuka knew that destroying the castle could kill the aliens, and he pondered. Nothing will happen on the snow mountain for the time being. They were sent to monitor the situation on the snow mountain. It is okay to live in Yi Liang's castle temporarily, which is not far from the snow mountain. Yi Liang was silent. He didn't expect that the system would do this just after he joined. He was no match for either the Elemental Alliance or Bayou. He could only hope that Count Yuka could help him. Count Yuka didn't take it too seriously. He could learn some basic information about the alien race from Yi Liang. The strongest alien at the moment was only at the commander level, so he didn't take it seriously. Count Yuka took Yi Liang and a group of vampires away from the cold snowy mountains and returned to Yi Liang's castle. During this period, Count Yuka also asked one of the commander-level vampires to send Yi Liang's blood back, and at the same time asked the family to send people to guard Yi Liang's castle. Obviously, compared with the illusory thing on the snow mountain, Yi Liang's bloodline is more valued by Earl Yuka. Count Yuka followed Yi Liang back to the castle, which made Yi Liang feel relieved. Count Yuka is a king-level being, much stronger than Miles, who is only a half-baked king-level being. With Count Yuka here, it will be useless even if the Elemental Alliance and Bayou come together. On the other hand, the Elemental Alliance also discovered that Yi Liang was a traitor, but they did not plan to go, as the shadow of Wang Ji and Bayou last time was still vivid in their minds. Fortunately, Lung Jie confirmed that Bayou was not a traitor, otherwise they were really afraid that the two lords would join forces to attack them. This is also good news. At least now it is certain that Bayou and Yi Liang have no possibility of cooperation anymore. After Bayou summoned the soldiers in the castle, he was ready to go to bed. The magical continent is so big, and there are only a few traitors. Those lords are just unlucky. In order to survive, they have to join the local forces, but it is obvious that the system does not want these people to have an easy time. Time 06. Bayou got up on time, got dressed, and tied her hair up. She was still wearing the same casual clothes as yesterday, but they had already been washed in the closet. She planned to go around the north side of the snow mountain, but she couldn't ride Xiaobing because she would be too big of a target. The main reason is that Yi Liang has become a traitor now, and Bayou is afraid that his head will be taken by Lung Jie and his guys, so he has to hurry. Then he opened the system panel and took a look at the rankings. Well, Yi Liang was still alive, and Bayou felt relieved. She went straight into the shuttle gate and came to Zhao Lianxue. Bayou planned to ride a griffin, as the gargoyle really provided no riding experience. With the orange-red light shining, Bayou successfully crossed the martial state and arrived in the Hapuni state. There are more and more undead around, and together with the dwarves, they are almost forming a tribe with Zhao Lianxue Castle as the center. The dwarves have built houses near the castle for themselves to live in. Bayou came to the castle and found a commander-level griffin, but it was not the one Zhao Lianxue had contracted, but another one. "Boss, where are you going again?" Zhao Lianxue walked out of the castle and asked Bayou curiously. "Oh, by the way, have the undead and dwarves spread out and look for any traitors. If you find any, notify me immediately and I will destroy them." Bayou suddenly turned around and said to Zhao Lianxue. Zhao Lianxue also understood that with Bayou's strength, how could he not fight for the top 10 reward? Zhao Lianxue also solemnly assured Bayou that she would try her best to find it. However, it is better to leave this task to the dwarves. After all, they have a certain understanding of the outside of the White Rock Mountains. Moreover, this area is the territory of the Firebeard clan. If there is a traitor, it is likely that he has defected to the Dwarf Lord. "Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'm leaving now." Bayou waved his hand. Zhao Lianxue thought that Bayou was going to do something in the Bayan Mountains, but Bayou rode a griffin directly into the portal. So, the boss came here just to ride a griffin? After Bayou rode the griffin back to his castle, he took off directly on the griffin and headed north, intending to go around the edge of the snow mountain. Although it would take a little longer, he had to give it a try for the sake of 5 points. The flying speed of the commander-class griffin is not very slow, but it has to take a detour around the edge of the snow mountain, which is a bit troublesome. But the snowy mountains were too dangerous, and Bayou didn't dare bet on his luck that he wouldn't run into those werewolves and goblins. Bayou had been flying in the sky for 2 hours and was still struggling to fly around the outer edge of the snow mountain. Suddenly, Bayou looked ahead and found several small black dots floating in the air in the distance. What is that, a fly? Bayou had a bad premonition. As Bayou opened his left eye, his vision improved, and he could immediately see the group of small black dots. People? Bayou was still confused as to how someone could fly in the sky out of thin air, but when he saw the black robes they were wearing, he suddenly reacted. Oh my God, it's a magician from the Human Magician Association, run! Bayou immediately turned around and rode the griffin towards the snow-capped mountains. They were just in front of Bayou. Seeing Bayou running away, they chased after him and launched an attack. Bayou looked back and was shocked. The magician who was in the lead was flying faster than the griffin, and the distance between them was closing rapidly. Are you kidding me? We can't go on like this. Otherwise, we'll be doomed. Bayou's brain was thinking quickly, and his eyes immediately looked towards the snow-capped mountains below. At this moment, they had already entered the range of the snow-capped mountains while chasing Bayou. Bayou felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when looking at the snow-capped mountains around him. It's the cave where we defeated the Frost Wolf last time. Bayou remembered that the cave was located halfway up the snow-capped mountain in front. At this time, Bayou had already entered the attack range of the magician behind him. As the magician at the back raised his hand and chanted a spell, 8 magic circles appeared around Bayou, completely surrounding Bayou. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wind blades cut the griffin into hundreds of pieces of meat in an instant. At this time, Bayou used teleportation to escape to the back of the snow mountain and came to the front of the frost cave. This was the magician's blind spot, and he could not see Bayou's position. Bayou looked at the frost cave. There were signs of being covered up on it, indicating that there was likely an enemy inside. But Bayou could no longer care about that. It was better than being killed by the king-level magician behind him. Bayou cleared the footprints on the ground and went directly into the frost cave, then covered the cave again. Unless you look closely, it is impossible to see the traces. At this moment, the magician saw the griffin being killed and Bayou running away and disappearing. He observed the surroundings and left without further entanglement. At this time, Bayou was standing on the edge of the frost cave, looking at the 2 tiger men guarding the slope in the middle, feeling a little embarrassed. Hello. How are you? Chapter 155, Exchange of Information. The 2 tiger men were stunned when they saw the human in black robe in front of them. They couldn't understand how such a secret cave could be discovered by someone. Danger. The 2 tiger men were not stupid enough to fight Bayou head-on. They immediately turned around and ran deep into the cave. Are you kidding? People have found your nest. There are so many tiger men here. They would not be stupid enough to go and die. Of course, find help first. Am I that scary? I didn't expect these 2 tiger men to run away as soon as they saw me. And why do they look different from the one I saw before? Why are you a little thin? You can't be hungry. Bayou sat down at the entrance of the cave and ignored them. It was so dangerous outside, and it was obviously unwise to fight with these tiger people. Bayou didn't know whether the magician had left or not. If he was discovered by others, he would be finished. I just hope they won't cause any trouble. Bayou was still a little nervous. She was afraid that there might be a king level 1 among these tiger men, so she stayed motionless in the direction of the cave entrance to make it easier for her to escape. But if you think about it carefully, the probability is actually not very high. Bayou could tell that they hid themselves so secretly. If there really is a king level 1, he would have gone out and shown off his power long ago. The 2 tiger men staggered and hurried back to the bunker. At this time, most of the tiger men in the bunker were still sleeping, and only the tiger guards were quietly guarding in front of the secret room. The tiger guards saw the 2 tigers running over in a hurry. Sir, we have been discovered. There is a human at the entrance of the cave. The tiger guards suddenly became nervous. Their queen was still sleeping, and they had to ensure her safety at all costs. Only one person? Yes, sir. We don't know her strength. She didn't attack us, but she sealed the cave entrance as soon as she came in and stayed there. This cut off our retreat while waiting for reinforcements. The 2 tiger men spoke in panic, and the tiger guards felt that something was wrong when they heard it. If that were the case, they would be in danger. The tiger guards immediately called all the strong and combat-capable tigers and prepared to go to the cave entrance to eliminate this unstable factor. Even if they had to sacrifice their own lives, they would not let the queen be harmed. The tiger guards left the bunker with a group of tigers, leaving behind 2 commander-level tigers to guard the queen's secret room. Soon, The Tiger Guards led hundreds of tiger people up the slope and saw Bayou sitting at the entrance of the cave, looking at them vigilantly. The Tiger Guards' eyes focused, and they saw that he was indeed guarding the cave entrance, waiting for reinforcements. Bayou also saw this group of tiger people and cursed inwardly that it was bad luck. Bayou recognized at a glance that the tiger man at the head was the leader of their group. Bayou stood up, took a step back, looked at them vigilantly, and was ready to escape at any time. Without saying a word, the Tiger Guards launched countless ice spikes in the cave towards Bayou. Bayou heaved a sigh of relief at this moment, because he felt that the power of this magic was not strong, which meant that the opponent could not be a king level 1. Since you are not at the king level, what are you afraid of? An ice wall rose in front of Bayou, blocking all attacks from the Tiger Guards. But the attacks from the two caused the entire cave to shake a little, and Bayou was a little worried that he would be discovered. The ice wall shattered, and the Tiger Guard stabbed Bayou with a slender ice cone. Bayou held it with one hand, and high temperature and white steam emanated from his hand. The ice cone was directly melted by Bayou, and Bayou kicked the Tiger Guard to repel it. Can you understand what I'm saying? I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to seek refuge. Don't force me. If Bayou hadn't been worried about being discovered, he wouldn't have wasted time talking to them and would have killed them long ago. When the Tiger Guards heard Bayou's words, they also stopped the attacks of the tiger people around them, because the Tiger Guards felt Bayou's strength and knew they were no match for him. It would be best if they could communicate well. If they had to fight, the Tiger Guard knew that many of his people would die, and that was not what he wanted to see. Why do you want to seek refuge here? Why don't you go somewhere else? This is our territory. The Tiger Guard spoke in human language, staring at Bayou and speaking. I don't know if you can still choose a place to take refuge if you are being hunted by a king level. Also, this cave was originally cleaned by me. When did you, a bunch of foreigners from the snowy mountains, come here and occupy it and make it your territory? Bayou hated communicating with other species the most. Although they were intelligent and could speak, their brain circuits were always different from those of normal humans. The Tiger Guards were speechless after being retorted by Bayou. Indeed, when they first discovered this place, such a large cave was actually empty, and it was obvious that it had been cleaned out. In addition, the location of the cave was extremely hidden, but it was still found by the human in front of it, which made it believe what Bayou said. But the Tiger Guards noticed a sharp piece of information. That is, Bayou hid here because he was being hunted by a king. This was the same information the Tiger Guards had obtained 2 days ago. It seemed that the Snow Mountain was very dangerous, and it was a wrong decision to choose to come to the Snow Mountain. The Tiger Guards were also very scared, worried that their hiding place would be discovered, and they didn't even dare to leave the cave until their queen woke up. As a result, 2 days passed, and the Tiger Guards knew almost nothing about the outside world. Is it a werewolf that is chasing you? The Tiger Guard no longer mentioned the matter of the territory and changed the subject to ask Bayou other questions. Bayou was stunned. It was over. Since the Tiger Man said so, the werewolf who killed his undead soul was definitely a king level 1. I won't tell you. Bayou tilted his head. Even though it was useless information, why should he tell them for nothing? 3 question marks flashed across the Tiger Guard's head. Are all humans speaking in such a strange way? It turned out that their queen was influenced by human genes. Sir, we can exchange information. But you must know more information than them. It is better than them taking the risk of sending tribesmen out to investigate. If they are not careful, the tribesmen will be killed, and the risk of exposure will increase. Bayou looked at this group of somewhat thin tiger people. Bayou was almost certain that they were hungry. Not to mention that Bayou was a refugee. Bayou felt that they were more like refugees. Considering that they are an alien race, what kind of information could this group of tiger people know? The information that Bayou is most concerned about now is why so many powerful people have gathered in the Snow Mountain in the past few days. Forget it. Who asked Bayou to be gossipy? I could just ask them why they came to the Snow Mountain. Anyway, the information about the snow-capped mountains outside is hardly called intelligence, and telling them is just a matter of saying a few more words. Okay, I agree to exchange information. Chapter 156. A visit to the tiger's den. It turned out that this group of tiger people were indeed here to flee, just as Bayou had guessed. The snowy mountains were one of the few places suitable for them to survive, so they chose to flee here. As for why they fled, the Tiger Guard only said it was because of racial conflicts and didn't say much, and Bayou didn't ask any more questions. As a result, this group of unlucky guys provoked the werewolves on the top of the mountains as soon as they arrived at the snow-capped mountains. They were the ones that Bayou found deep in the snow-capped mountains. Now Bayou suddenly understood. That's right, he killed them all, but he actually let one run away. As a result, the other party came back with a king-level werewolf and was looking for these tiger people everywhere. They were so scared that they found this cave and hid there and hardly ever left. They survived by eating the rotten meat in the frost cave that Bayou had previously rejected, which is why they became thin due to hunger. There are relatively few living creatures in the snow mountains, and some of them have been killed by the undead. In addition, werewolves and goblins have also come to the snow mountains, and they also need to eat. This made the already scarce supply situation in the snow-capped mountains even worse, and these tiger people could hardly find food. How pitiful! I never thought you would have such a tragic experience. Bayou sighed in a pretentious manner. Your Excellency, can you now tell me the information outside the snow mountain? The tiger guards are more concerned about the situation outside, and if conditions permit, they would like to move away from the snow mountains. It was unknown how long their queen would sleep, and the tiger guards could not leave their queen in such a dangerous place. The one chasing me is a magician, probably from the Human Magician Association, not a werewolf. Bayou thought about it and said uncertainly that she only knew that the other party was a magician and a human, and she didn't know anything else. Your Excellency is a foreigner? The tiger guard blurted out these words, and Bayou didn't know how he had exposed his identity again. He immediately took a step back and stared at the tiger guard vigilantly. Your Excellency, do not be nervous. In our current situation, the alien race is more trustworthy than other races. With Bayou's reaction, the tiger guards were basically certain that Bayou was an alien. This way, at least they didn't have to worry about the other party having any unfavorable thoughts towards their queen. How did you guess that? Bayou also let down his guard and asked in confusion. The Human Races Magician Association is relatively friendly to the outside world and is committed to developing and strengthening the human race. Except for human traitors and aliens, they will almost never attack other humans without reason. They will even protect ordinary humans. The Tiger Guard explained that the Human Magicians Association was one of the most powerful forces on the continent, and its development core was known to almost all races on the continent. Bayou suddenly realized that's what it was. But the Tiger Guards remained silent. The human race also came to the snow mountains, and with the werewolves on the top of the mountains, the situation in the snow mountains became more complicated, which put the tiger guards in a dilemma. Oh, by the way, the goblins have also come to the snowy mountains, and the one leading them is a Goblin Shaman, who is most likely also a king-level one. Bayou added another sentence. The tiger guards were in despair, and they also learned from Bayou that before they came, the snowy mountains were almost calm and nothing happened. Why am I so unlucky? The tiger guards only hope that their queen can wake up quickly. After absorbing the blood power, the queen will wake up again with strength that will reach the king level. At that time, they, the ice-white tigers, will no longer have to fear these races in the snow mountains. At least they will have a certain ability to protect themselves. Not only were these tiger people unlucky, Bayou himself was also unlucky. He originally wanted to deal with Yong, but a magician showed up halfway, and he was forced to come here to seek refuge. The most important thing is that the griffin was killed. Bayou now has no mount, and the difficulty of escaping from the snow mountain has greatly increased. Who knows if the magician outside is waiting for him? Hey, I have some food here. I'll give it to you. I may have to stay here for a while. Bayou discovered that there were actually thousands of food items in his space ring, which he obtained by killing and decomposing the enemies in the dark forest yesterday. Because Bayou was still in shock from what happened yesterday, he had not yet dealt with the items in the ring. These foods were dropped by normal monsters, not from the group of spiders yesterday. Bayou felt that group of spiders were too disgusting and did not even pack the decomposed food. Looking at the food that Bayou took out of thin air, the tiger people were stunned and drooled at the corners of their mouths. Are you sure you want to send this food to us? The tiger guards were a little bit incredulous. You know, what they lacked most now was food. Bayou nodded. After getting Bayou's confirmation, the group of tiger people rushed forward and started tearing the food apart. Anyway, these foods are useless to Bayou, so they can be used to win the favor of these tiger people. After all, Bayou will have to hide here for a while. Being stared at by this group of tiger people is not a good idea. What if they get extremely hungry and come to eat Bayou? Then they will have to fight again. Of course, the tiger people didn't know that Bayou didn't actually need to eat, and they didn't know that these foods were almost useless to Bayou. The reason why Bayou brought them was also for son Xiao's monsters and Xiao Lianshua's dwarves. Thank you for your gift, Your Excellency. You are our benefactor. The tiger guard did not eat the food like the other tiger men, but was the first to thank Bayou. The tiger guards took a look and saw that there was so much food, enough for them to be full for 3 days. Finally, they didn't have to eat that disgusting rotten meat. The tiger guard asked the other tigers to move the food back to the depths of the cave and also extended an invitation to Bayou. "Sir, please follow me to rest inside." Bayou was stunned for a moment, then readily agreed. It was not appropriate to always stay at the entrance of the cave. Bayou was not afraid that they were cheating. After all, strength was his strongest support. Moreover, although the bunker was large, Bayou believed that he was somewhat familiar with it. However, other intelligent species are different from humans. In their eyes, gratitude is gratitude and grudges are grudges. They will not play any of the 36 stratagems with you. This is indeed the case. Bayou followed the tiger guards to the depths of the bunker and found that the remaining tiger men inside were basically old, weak, sick, or injured, and they had little combat power at all. All the tiger men he had seen at the entrance of the cave before were basically their entire combat power. These tiger people were all sleeping. The tiger guards came back and woke them all up, distributed food to the tigers, and introduced Bayou. Everyone was very grateful to this alien. Bayou sat aside, took off his hood, and his long white hair flowed down like a waterfall. The tiger guard stared at Bayou in shock. Bayou looked over in confusion. "Why are you staring at me?" Chapter 157, Sudden Change. "I am sorry for being rude. Your appearance reminds me of the queen of our Icefield White Tiger clan." The tiger guard said with a hint of apology, although he didn't know what was rude about this, but this was what their queen had said, so it seemed to be correct. "Is your queen in that secret room?" As soon as Bayou came in, he found something strange in there. The other tiger people were very casual, but there was only one tiger person guarding there, and all the tiger people were secretly guarding this secret room. "Yes, our queen is still sleeping." Seeing Bayou's discovery, the tiger guard also told the truth. "So, your queen looks a lot like me?" "Hair, no, it's hair. The hair is the same color as yours, it's white." The tiger guards really couldn't understand why humans called the hair on their heads hair. At this moment, Bayou suddenly felt that the entire bunker began to shake slightly. The tiger people were still eating happily, not noticing anything. The tiger guard stopped eating and looked at Bayou, who stood up. "Sir, do you feel it? The ground is shaking very slightly. Maybe something is happening outside." Bayou felt that there was probably a fight going on outside the cave, which caused the vibrations, and prayed that they would not be discovered here. At this moment, no one was fighting in the snow-capped mountains outside the Frost Cave. Not only the Frost Cave where Bayou was, but the entire snow-capped mountain was shaking slightly. In Yi Liang's castle, Count Yuka looked towards the direction of the snow-capped mountains. Even here, he could clearly feel the vibration coming from the snow-capped mountains. Could it be that the rumors about the snow mountain are true? Count Yuka was sent here only after hearing about this illusory thing in the fables of his clan. In fact, Count Yuka has never believed whether this snowy mountain really exists. But at this moment, the snow mountain began to shake, and no one knew why. Count Yuka could no longer sit here and wait for death. So he led the vampires directly to the snow mountain at a high speed. Yi Liang was also taken along, and several vampires were left behind to guard the castle. The werewolves and goblins who had been inside the snow mountain also noticed something unusual. After observation, they found that the entire mountain seemed to be shaking. The snow mountain was so big, they had no idea where the abnormality was. The human magicians, all dressed in black robes, stood quietly on the highest snow mountain deep in the cold snow-capped mountains, motionless. The weather in the snowy mountains became even more gloomy. The sky was gray, and strong winds and blizzards were raging across the entire area unscrupulously. The weaker races hid in their caves and trembled. As animals, their bodies were warning them that a major disaster was about to occur in the snow-capped mountains. At this moment, Bayou in the Frost Cave had no idea of the changes taking place in the outside world. The shaking continues. Why does it feel like the vibration is a little bigger than before? Bayou was still thinking, could it be that there were 2 king-level people fighting outside? It would be best if he could kill one of them. At this moment, the tigers were all full and were picking out food residues stuck in the gaps between their teeth with their fingernails, not paying any attention to the vibrations around them. You really have no common sense. If there is an earthquake, you deserve to be buried underground. Bayou curled his lips and complained in his heart. Suddenly, the secret room guarded by the Tiger Man was kicked open with a bang. The Tiger Queen walked out with an angry face. Who was making the noise? The Tiger Queen came out and roared, and it was obvious that she was in a very bad mood when she woke up. Bayou looked over and found that although she was the queen of the tiger people, she looked almost the same as a human. She had the same long white hair as Bayou, but it was a little messy now. She looked a little angry at the moment, revealing two small canine teeth in her mouth. She was wearing a princess dress in the classic Gothic style, which was obviously a local costume. The only difference might be the two white furry animal ears on the head. When the tiger people around saw the tiger queen coming out, they all showed joy on their faces. "Your Majesty, you are awake." The tiger guards and a group of tiger men stepped forward immediately. At this moment, the tiger queen ignored them because she saw Bayou behind the tiger group. "Wow, there are actually humans here. I haven't seen any humans in months." The tiger queen ignored the other tigers and came to Bayou, looking left and right, and even sniffed. "She's so beautiful, and she has the same white hair as me. We are so destined to be together." "Ah, Your Majesty, this lady gave us food. She is a foreigner." The tiger guards looked at the tiger queen helplessly. Their queen was always curious about new things. "You're from another race, and you're so handsome. What's your name?" "My name is Shi. Let's get to know each other." Shi acted very familiar and was no longer angry at this time. She looked at Bayou with a smile. Bayou didn't expect that the queen of this group of tiger people would look like this. Bayou looked at Shi, who was slightly shorter than him. She even tidied up her hair, trying to leave a good impression in front of Bayou, a rare alien. "My name is Bayou, hello." "Bayou, what a nice name." "They are my relatives who followed me and protected me all the way. Thank you for helping them. You are the best alien I know." Shi suddenly became serious and bowed to Bayou and said, "It's okay. It's just a small favor. I just happened to come here to seek refuge." This made Bayou feel a little embarrassed. She didn't expect her to bow. It was not until this moment that Shi remembered that she had not yet paid any attention to the tiger guards. But Shi's answer soon disappointed the tiger guards, who were full of expectations, because Shi did not break through to the king level. In addition to the interference caused by the vibration of the snow mountain, Shi seemed to feel another kind of energy, and it was this energy that forced her to wake up from her slumber. When Bayou heard this, she suddenly remembered what the goblin and Xiao had said before. Could it be that this thing on the snowy mountain affected her sleep? "Wait, haven't you heard the rumors about the snow mountain?" Bayou couldn't help but interrupt. Through their conversation, Bayou was basically sure that there was no king-level fight outside. The ground was still shaking at this time. Only a few minutes had passed, but Bayou could clearly feel that the shaking was even stronger than before. "What's the rumor?" "Bayou, do you know anything about it? Tell me about it." Shi turned around and looked at Bayou. The other tiger people looked at each other in confusion. Obviously, they didn't know about this rumor. "I don't know the details. I only know that there is a rumor that there is something hidden in the snowy mountain. This thing is the culprit that attracted these forces and affected your sleep. Of course, this is just my guess." As soon as Bayou finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The bunker collapsed, and huge cracks appeared around it. Before Bayou and she could figure out what was going on, they saw an ice-blue sphere quietly floating in a crack that had appeared in the bunker not far away due to the vibration. The moment this sphere appeared, it began to radiate a strong light, and a blue beam of light burst out into the sky, penetrating the entire snow-capped mountain and shooting into the sky. At once, the four forces of humans, vampires, werewolves, and goblins all looked in the direction of the beam of light rising into the sky, and everyone rushed towards that direction with all their might. Chapter 158, Death in the Snowy Mountains. The blue beam that shot up into the sky disappeared in an instant. A one-person wide hole above the bunker led directly to the outside of the snow-capped mountains. Even snowflakes and strong winds drifted in from the hole. "What is this?" The tiger guard was stunned, his eyes attracted by this object. The bunker had not collapsed completely, but it was in ruins and in a mess. "Oh no!" Bayou suddenly felt that something was wrong. This thing made such a loud noise that it must have attracted all the forces in the snow mountain. "What are you still standing there for? Run! There are at least 3 king-level warriors heading this way." Having said that, Bayou was about to leave. She didn't want to wait to die here. Shi, who had heard what Bayou said before, also reacted. So many forces appeared in the snow mountain, probably all for this thing. Bayou had no intention of taking this thing. If he took it, he would definitely be targeted by all the king-level enemies. It would be better to leave it here to attract their attention. In this way, Bayou would have almost an 80% chance of escaping. After all, they all came here for this thing, and now that it's right in front of them, they can't just care about an escaped alien, right? Shi glanced around and made a quick decision in her mind. You guys hide here, she said to the group of tiger people. She certainly understood that if this thing stayed here, all her people would be doomed. The crystal in the crack immediately appeared in her hand. She took this thing and caught up with Bayou, who was about to leave, intending to escape with her, lead away this group of kings, and protect the safety of her own people. Hey, don't hold it! Out of the corner of Bayou's eye, he saw Inshi chasing out with this thing in her hand. No, if I leave it here, my people will die. Inshi's eyes were determined. Her tribesmen had protected her all the way, and Inshi could not watch them die. There were still many ordinary-level tiger people in the tribe, and they could not escape from the king level. If we run together, the chances of survival will be greater. We just need to lure them away and then throw the things away. Bayou had no choice but to do this. This was the only way. At least if they met a king-level opponent, they could fight him. If they faced him alone, they would surely die. Moreover, Bayou didn't have a mount now, so he couldn't run far just by relying on dark magic teleportation. Bayou also immediately sent a message to Xiao Lianxue, asking her to gather all the undead to the outside of Bayou's town territory, and at the same time called Arthur to pick up Bayou. Bayou asked the undead to wait outside the territory among the snowy mountains. With so many kings, Bayou would not be stupid enough to expose the location of his castle. Then let's go together. Bayou and she immediately ran towards the cave entrance, and the tigers in the cave also began to look for some relatively intact rooms to hide. Outside the cave, heavy snow was falling, strong winds were howling, the sky was as gloomy as night, and huge cracks could be seen everywhere on the snow-capped mountain, as if it was a natural disaster. Even the battle between the six-winged angel and the frost dragon did not cause such great damage. Where are you running to? Inshi asked Bayou. She was almost unfamiliar with the snow mountain and had no idea where the cave behind her was. East, beyond the snow-capped mountains. Bayou stepped into the snow, and Inshi was stunned for a moment. Are you planning to just run away like this? My mount was killed when it arrived. Bayou explained. Suddenly, Bayou and Inshi looked ahead, and a giant wolf appeared in front of them. So fast, it's the king level on the top of the mountains. It is the closest to here and arrived first. The werewolf looked at the thing in Inshi's hand with greed in his eyes, and attacked Inshi without saying a word. Bayou was the first to react. He grabbed Inshi's shoulders and moved directly to a distance, avoiding the werewolf's attack. Run! Bayou shouted, and immediately ran back. Inshi didn't ask Bayou why he didn't continue teleporting, because Bayou only had 5 seconds for this thing and couldn't use it continuously without interruption. This distance was fleeting for a werewolf who was a king-level warrior known for his physical strength, and in an instant he was behind Bayou and Inshi again. Bayou never expected that the werewolf would be so fast. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, he could only take out his sickle and face it. Bang! Bayou only felt a huge force coming at him, and was directly knocked away by the werewolf and fell into the snow in the distance. This werewolf is infinitely stronger than the human empire Night Miles. The werewolf immediately slapped Inshi with its claws again, but Inshi dodged by teleporting away, came to Bayou, and pulled her up. Here! Inshi threw the thing to Bayou, and transformed into a white tiger nearly 3 meters long. Come up! The voice that came out of Inshi's mouth was no longer that of a human little girl, but had turned into an ethereal and somewhat fuzzy synthetic sound, but it could still be vaguely recognized as her voice. Bayou took the things and rode on Inshi. He was just thinking that even if he turned into a tiger, he would not be able to outrun the werewolf. Unexpectedly, Inshi flew up and narrowly avoided the werewolf's attack. Can you fly? Bayou didn't expect that she was not at the king level, but was a tiger, and she could actually fly. Of course, I'm the queen. Inshi carried Bayou into the sky. The werewolf below couldn't fly, so he could only transform into a giant wolf and chase after them. The giant wolf condensed countless wolf shadows and attacked Bayou and the other person in the sky. Although it could not fly, it still had the means to launch long-range attacks. Inshi kept dodging in the sky, and she was flying only by relying on her own ability. This state could not last long because it consumed a lot of mental energy. Bayou was riding on Inshi's back and had no time to use the system to check this thing. He had been using ice magic to attack the giant wolf below. The werewolves were much faster than them, so they had to be careful not to get too close to the mountain, because otherwise the werewolves would be able to use the mountain to leap up and knock them down from the air. Faced with the werewolf's attack that forces Inshi to move, Bayou will just take it head-on and never give the werewolf a chance. The werewolf was also extremely anxious at this moment. What he was worried about was not the two commanders, Bayou and Inshi, but the other kings who would arrive soon. If he could not snatch that thing before then, the werewolf would have to compete with several other kings, and the pressure would become even greater. At this moment, several huge wind blades suddenly attacked Bayou and Shi from the sides. Bayou turned his head and saw that it was the human magician who had been chasing Bayou before. He was here too. The wind blade was too fast, and there was no time to dodge it. Bayou directly used the dark barrier to completely cover Shi and himself. Chapter 159 Godhead. The defensive power of the dark barrier skill can be said to be invincible, and this record has not been broken so far. But the strength of this magic is linked to Bayou's blue bar. The stronger the attack the dark barrier withstands, the more magic power it consumes. If the attack is too strong, Bayou's magic power will be directly consumed. Without magic power, the dark barrier will naturally break. Theoretically speaking, as long as Bayou has enough magic power, the defense of the dark barrier will be invincible. Boom! Countless wind blades hit Bayou's barrier, making loud noises. Because of the powerful impact, the two were almost knocked down from the sky by the magician. Fortunately, Shi stabilized his body. In order to resist this attack, Bayou directly consumed nearly half of his magic power. Although the two were not shot down, the situation was not optimistic because the magicians could fly and their air advantage was gone. The werewolf's face looked a little unhappy. He didn't expect that the human race would also interfere. The magician did not expect that both of his attacks were resolved by the alien leader. The Goblin Shamans also arrived, and the three king-level ones tacitly ignored each other and attacked Bayou and Shi. Bayou's heart also sank to the bottom. There was no chance of escaping from the snow mountain. One king-level warrior had already put them in a life-and-death crisis, and now two more had come. No, I can't hold this thing anymore. Bayou glanced at the three king levels and threw the thing in his hand at the werewolf without hesitation. The werewolf was overjoyed and instantly transformed from a giant wolf into a werewolf. He steadily caught the thing thrown by Bayou and then ran away without hesitation. It is not stupid. It has already got the thing, and it does not want to be besieged by humans and goblins at the same time. Bayou had calculated this exactly. Werewolves cannot fly, so it is almost impossible for them to escape the siege of two king-level werewolves. When the goblin and the magician saw that the werewolf had obtained the thing, they just gave up attacking the two and rushed towards the werewolf as Bayou had thought. Bayou and Shi both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were safe for the time being. The magician and the goblin surrounded the werewolf from the front and the back. The werewolf was forced to stop and looked at the magician and goblins of the human race with vigilance. Podius, this is something from my human race. Hand it over, and I can pretend that nothing happened today. The human magician floated in the sky and spoke indifferently. As for the goblin, he ignored him. What a joke! He's been dead for hundreds of years, and his bones have been eaten clean by maggots. You say it's something from your race? Then the werewolf looked at the goblin behind him and threatened it. Labachushi, join me in killing him. Do you really think this thing is something your goblin kingdom can get hold of? If you dare to attack me today, I will destroy your goblin kingdom on the top of the mountains tomorrow. You'd better think it over. Snap. Count Yuka walked gracefully on the snow, followed by a group of vampires, including Yi Liang. Count Yuka sneered and applauded the werewolf's speech. Werewolves are still as vulgar and disgusting as ever. Your Excellency, don't listen to the nonsense of these stinking werewolves. Kill him together with us. If the mountain tops dare to cause trouble for the goblin kingdom, just come to me, the vampires. Cool this. The werewolf was completely enraged. The sight of the vampire made it go crazy, and it immediately attacked Count Yuka. The human magician and the goblin shaman also took action at the same time. The goblins chose to offend the werewolves. It seems that the temptation of that thing is really great. On the other side, Shi also changed back into human form, and together with Bayou, they watched the king-level fight below on a snowy mountain. Aren't we going to run? Shi felt that now that these kings were fighting, it was the best time to escape, but Bayou shook his head. Because Bayou had just checked the information through the system when he threw that thing out, and that thing could be absorbed by the system. I know what that thing is. Bayou suddenly said something, and his eyes also looked at Yi Liang and the vampires at the foot of the mountain. It turned out that Yi Liang had joined that group of vampires. So what the hell is that? Shi looked at Bayou curiously. Do you know the Godhead? Bayou said something abruptly. I know. Wait, are you saying that thing is a Godhead? Shi was shocked, her face full of disbelief. She had only heard of it, but had never seen it with her own eyes. You should know that we aliens all have some special abilities. I learned about this through this special ability. The special ability that Bayou was talking about was of course the system, but it was rather difficult to explain it to her. Stepping onto the path of godhood, igniting the divine fire, and achieving godhood. This is the path to godhood, and absorbing the divine nature can directly skip the first two stages and achieve the realm of godhood. But that is only a false god. Because they don't have their own godhood. Their strength is above the emperors but below the true gods. Even several emperors at the maximum level can kill the so-called false gods. At the same time, the false gods will lose their way to becoming gods because they absorb the godhood of other gods. Therefore, all the emperors are unwilling to absorb this thing. She said a lot in one breath, and Bayou looked surprised. How do you know so much? My father told me this. She recalled the image of her father when she was young, her face full of memories. Is your father a human? Bayou thought that she was a hybrid of human and tiger, so one of her parents must be human. Yes, he is a super powerful human, not a magician. Is he a god? I don't know. I only know that he left when I was very young, and I haven't heard from him since then. Speaking of this, she felt a little depressed. It seemed that most of the living habits of these humans were inherited from her father. Bayou stopped gossiping. After all, it was someone else's family affair. Bayou thought about what she had just said. Bayou estimated that even if her father was not a god, he must be an emperor. By the way, why are the emperors unwilling to absorb these godheads? Bayou remembered Xiao saying that it was very difficult for the Frost Dragon clan to become gods, and they had to rely on the artifact Frostheart. Why didn't other emperors absorb the divinity? Why do you think the last realm below the god realm is called the emperor realm? She remembered that she had asked her father the same question, and her father asked her the same question in return. Of course, she knew that Bayou didn't know, so she didn't keep him in suspense. From the moment a monarch is promoted to emperor, he has actually found his own path. Otherwise, there is no way he can be promoted to emperor. As for the emperor, you can tell from the name. I forgot how to say it, but it means to rule the world and suppress one side. Every strong man who becomes an emperor has the potential to become a god. So do you think these emperors will absorb the godhood? She would also recall what her father had said, copying it out and repeating it to Bayou. Chapter 160, Being Tricked. I see. Bayou understood. To put it simply, no emperor would bother to become a false god. So what do they want this godhood for? Perhaps it is to absorb the divine power left behind by the former god. Do you understand? Don't you have any more questions? No more. After getting Bayou's confirmation, she looked very angry. Why did Bayou understand it so quickly? It took her a long time to ask her before she understood. As a result, she couldn't say anything else. This is a good opportunity to become stronger. Bayou doesn't want to miss it. So he and she have been waiting for the opportunity on the snowy mountain. You want that godhead? She saw Bayou nodded. Call me sister, I'll help you. She looked at Bayou with a smile on her face, but Bayou ignored her and kept his eyes on the battlefield below. Hey Bayou, I'm talking to you. Stop making noise. Someone is coming. At this time, a group of magicians flew over and surrounded Bayou and she. The werewolf below was facing the siege of 3 king-level players. Not only was his territory firmly suppressed by the opponent, but his body's healing speed could hardly keep up with the new wounds. Whether it is goblins, humans, or vampires, they can all fly, which makes werewolves very passive. The werewolf's eyes were vicious, and seeing that he could neither run nor fight, he decisively learned from Bayou. The werewolf directly threw the divine power to the goblin. The unfortunate goblin was immediately besieged by the magician and the vampire. The werewolf could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The vampires also started fighting with the goblins. The magicians went to besiege Bayou and she, and the werewolves had not arrived yet. The 4 kings all discovered this situation, and it was almost impossible for them to seize the godhood and escape unscathed. The 4 began to change their mindset. They no longer thought about seizing the godhead and retreating. Instead, they started to attack with all their strength and made a fatal move. Because the godhead was in the hands of the goblins, all 3 of them rushed towards the goblins, and not just because of this. Among the 4 king levels, only the Goblin Shaman is the weakest and the easiest to kill. The magician's domain is a wind field, with strong winds carrying blizzards sweeping around and raging everywhere. As the magician raised his hand and chanted a spell, countless magic circles appeared in the sky. Fire, ice, rock, hurricane, all kinds of magic attacked the Goblin Shaman. The magicians attacked without any scruples. The human race had the strongest background among those present, and the magicians of these races did not take them seriously at all. The Goblin Shaman was not to be outdone. He put on a witchcraft barrier, waved his staff, and launched a magic attack with blue flames, directly confronting the human magician. The battlefield was like gorgeous fireworks, with explosions of various colors. Count Yuka took out his weapon, a rapier. The hilt of the sword sucked Count Yuka's blood, turning the entire sword from white to blood red. Count Yuka's figure disappeared in an instant, and the rapier in his hand pierced the Goblin Shaman, and its witchcraft barrier was easily broken. Count Yuka pierced the Goblin Shaman's body with a sword. Then Count Yuka quickly withdrew from the magician's attack range. The Goblin Shaman was injured, the attack was interrupted, and countless magic spells hit the Goblin Shaman. The Goblin Shaman was knocked to the ground by the magician's violent magic. The magic continued to bombard the Goblin Shaman. Count Yuka and the werewolf also stood aside, waiting for the magician to kill it. The severely injured Goblin Shaman immediately threw away the Godhead, and it rolled in front of the werewolf again. The werewolf was shocked, as if he saw the god of plague, and immediately retreated. Count Yuck and the magician were also attracted by the divine power, but this time no one picked up the divine power on the ground. The Godhead fell quietly into the snow. The four of them surrounded it and looked at each other. The magician chanted magic again, and the werewolf and Count Yuka also tacitly attacked the Goblin Shaman directly. The man, the wolf, and the ghost attacked the Goblin Shaman again and did not give up attacking it just because it threw out the divine power. The Goblin Shaman dragged his injured body and immediately flew up, ready to escape. On the top of the mountain, Bayou and she were still fighting with these 6 magicians. All 6 of them were at the commander level, and each of them mastered an elemental magic. They cooperated very well with each other. In addition, they could all fly and were agile, so Bayou was unable to get rid of them for a while. This is all because they cannot fly. Magicians are originally cannons, and now that Bayou cannot get close to them, they can play to their greatest advantage, flying in the sky and launching magic bombardments at Bayou without any scruples. Although Bayou couldn't kill them, they couldn't beat Bayou either. They were just consuming each other's mana. In addition, Inshi's strange attack method made them defenseless. Bayou used an ice wall to block the magician's attacks, and took the opportunity to look down at the battlefield, and found that the Godhead was actually thrown into the snow by them, and no one picked it up. The 3 kings were attacking the unlucky goblin with all their might. Good opportunity. Inshi, bring it over here later. Bayou whispered to Inshi, who was standing beside him, and Inshi understood and nodded. The ice wall was shattered by the opponent's fire magician, and 4 earth walls rose from the ground around them, gathering towards the center, trying to trap Bayou and Inshi. Bayou and Inshi's feet were frozen by frost magic again, and a thunder and countless wind blades from above all attacked the rock cage. Bayou and Inshi both knew frost magic, so how could they be trapped by each other's frost magic? Bayou launched a thick pillar of fire into the sky, and by the time the thunder tore through the flames and swept across the ground, Bayou and Inshi had already smashed the stone wall and left the place. At this time, a huge figure finally arrived, and a dragon's breath broke up the magician's formation. The magicians looked back and saw a huge bone dragon burning with blue hellfire. "Inshi, do it!" Bayou shouted, and Inshi immediately stretched out her hand towards the Godhead at the bottom of the mountain. In an instant, the Godhead appeared in Inshi's hand, and its original position was replaced by a stone. Seeing that the treasure was in his hands, Bayou immediately grabbed Inshi's shoulders and teleported to Arthur's back. Arthur immediately flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. The 8 magicians behind him kept casting magic at Arthur, but it had no effect because Arthur was passively immune to elemental magic. Arthur flew very fast, and the magicians could only watch Arthur fly away with Bayou and Inshi. There are 3 king-level beings besieging the goblins below. Among them, the magician has an extremely keen sense of magical elements. Just now, he sensed a hint of magical fluctuations around him. The magician looked back and saw that the Godhead on the snow had turned into a stone without him noticing. The magician looked at the figure of the bone dragon in the distance and felt angry. It's space magic. The Godhead has been taken away by aliens. The magician immediately stopped the attack and chased in the direction of Bayou and Inshi with 8 other magicians. The werewolf and Count Yuka also noticed that the magician had stopped attacking, and when they looked back, they found that the magician had actually left. Then they looked at the stone that was originally where the divine nature was, and they instantly understood. I was actually fooled by 2 commanders. Chapter 161. Face the Undead Army. The Goblin Shaman heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the three kings go away. He completely gave up the idea of fighting for the godhood, and he retreated with the goblins, dragging his seriously injured body. Originally, it was just hoping for luck, but who knew that the Snow Mountain not only really had divine power, but also caused such a big commotion. This attracted the attention of all the kings, causing the Goblin Shaman to completely lose hope. The Goblin Shaman led a group of goblins to retreat slowly, and Yi Liang and the vampires also flew away, following Count Yuka. Yi Liang wanted to see how Bayou dared to snatch the godhood under the noses of the three kings. How can she, a commander-level person, keep her godhood? At this time, Bayou and she were riding on Arthur and flying at full speed towards the outside of the Snow Mountain. Bayou knew very well that no matter how fast Arthur flew, he could not be faster than those king-level ones. Bayou had been observing from behind, and soon he saw that the human magician was the first to react, and he led the other magicians to catch up. So handsome. Is this big guy your little brother? She was still immersed in the great novelty of riding on a bone dragon. She had never seen such a thing before. Of course. Be careful. They are chasing us. Bayou looked back and said in a deep voice, I thought I could at least fool them for a little while, but I was discovered by them as soon as I got the divine power. Moreover, Bayou could not put this godhead into his space ring and could only hold it in his hand. If Bayou did not have the resistance brought by the intermediate frost magic, Bayou felt that his hands would be frozen to death by this godhead. Bayou, why do I feel like we can't escape? They've stopped fighting and are all chasing us. She also looked back and found that not only human magicians, but also vampires and werewolves were following closely behind them. She knew why Bayou didn't run away before, because of the godhood. But now it seems that he can't escape. If he doesn't deal with these kings, they will not give up. Bayou's heart was beating fast at this moment. He was about to leave the Snow Mountain. As long as he left the Snow Mountain, Bayou would be saved. Bayou's undead army had already been arranged to wait outside the Snow Mountain. There are more than 20,000 undead souls. Bayou doesn't believe that these king-level ones cannot be killed. Fortunately, Bayou's undead were all gathered in the castle before, so it was not that difficult to mobilize them, and the speed was still very fast. But there were still nearly 10,000 undead left with Xiao and Xue, and they could not be mobilized for the time being. But it's not a big problem. Bayou feels that 20,000 is enough. If 20,000 is not enough, then adding 10,000 more undead will be useless. The undead on Xiao Lianshue's side are basically skeletons, ghosts, and gargoyles, and their combat effectiveness is not high. Bayou had already sent a message to Xiao Lianshue in advance, so just mobilize as many people as possible. Soon Arthur took Bayou and Inshi away from the Snow Mountain. The army of undead appeared in Bayou's sight, and Bayou's heart was finally half relieved. Bayou, look, what is that? Inshi screamed as she saw the dense swarms of undead below, creatures she had never seen in her memory. Whether it was the gigantic zombie titan, the bird-like destroyer, or the ghoul with a face full of rotten flesh, without exception, Inshi could not sense any breath of life from them. Don't panic. Those are all my brothers. Bayou smiled and immediately asked Arthur to approach the undead army below. Bayou and Inshi landed at the back of the undead. Not far behind, they had actually entered Bayou's territory. However, there was a hidden chandelier in the castle, so no one except Bayou himself could see Bayou's castle. Wow! Inshi opened her mouth wide, her face full of disbelief. She seemed to understand why Bayou dared to snatch the godhood. Anyone with so many followers would definitely go and grab it. Bayou and she were surrounded by a group of commander-level undead, including Arthur, John, and Lenny. Except for some from Xiao Lianshue's side, all the commander-level ordinary undead were here. There are hundreds of commander-level undead, including the Lord of Demon Souls, Skeleton Demons, Death Warriors, Scourge Knights, Gargoyles, Ghost Dragons, Bone Dragons, etc. Almost every race currently has undead above the commander level. Dear Queen, some undead are rushing here from the White Rock Mountains through the Shuttle Gate. Lanny came up to Bayou and said respectfully. Bayou nodded. It seemed that Xiao Lianshue was quite efficient. Inshi seemed to be triggered by Lanny's words and stared at Bayou intently. You are the queen too? No, there can only be one queen. Inshi showed her two little fangs and spoke loudly with a look of dissatisfaction. What does it matter? You are the White Tiger Queen of the Icefield, and I am the Queen of the Undead. It doesn't matter. Bayou rolled his eyes at Inshi and complained. At this time, the human magician from the Snow Mountain also took the lead to chase over, floating in the sky with several other magicians, looking at Bayou and Shi in the undead army below. The magician's eyes focused on the dense crowds of undead below. There were not so many undead in martial state combined. There was no doubt that these were the troops of that alien race. In less than a month, the alien race has already developed to this extent. The magician suddenly felt that these alien races were heretics and must not be allowed to stay, otherwise they would definitely cause a huge impact on all racial forces on the continent in the future. No wonder all races want to exterminate other races. My lord, what shall we do? A magician behind him was also shocked by this group of undead. As knowledgeable magicians, how could they not know the characteristics of the undead? As long as the fire of the soul is immortal, the undead are immortal. But if you want to extinguish the soul fire of the undead, you must use mental magic to attack. Several of them are elemental magicians and can only restrict the undead, but have no ability to kill them at all. Don't get entangled with this group of undead spirits. Grab the Godhead from that alien and retreat immediately. The magician immediately flew downwards, his target naturally being Bayou and Shi in the undead army. Several commander-level magicians immediately followed and were responsible for protecting their leader. Count Yuka arrived a step later. Looking at the undead army below, he also killed them without any hesitation. Commander-level vampires have the means to attack souls, and these undead spirits are no longer an unkillable problem for vampires. As the opponent who knew Bayou best, Yi Liang felt his scalp tingling and was in disbelief when he saw the more than 20,000 undead below. Yi Liang couldn't imagine that this was a level that a lord could reach within half a month. Chapter 162. Encirclement and Killing of King Level. Except for Yi Liang, all the vampires rushed over with Count Yuka, but he chose to watch the battle in the sky. After all, the main force was King level, and they did not need a commander level one like him. At the same time, he also wanted to know whether Bayou could really resist 2 king levels with these 20,000 undead. No, it should be 3, and the werewolf also arrived at this moment. Following Bayou's order, all the Air Force undead, including gargoyles, destroyers, ghosts, bone dragons, and ghost dragons, flew into the sky and attacked the magicians and vampires. All the undead on the ground also protected Bayou and Shi in the center and surrounded and killed the werewolves. For a moment, the scene was shocking, and all the undead rushed towards the enemies in front of them without fear of death. Shi, help me protect you. I need to absorb the energy of the Godhead. Bayou planned to use the system to absorb the divine power immediately. No matter what, this would help improve his own strength so that he could gain a slight advantage in the next battle. After all, it is still a question whether the undead can defeat the 3 kings by relying on human wave tactics. I'm the queen, not a guard. Shi looked reluctant. Although she had the temper of a child, she was actually worried in her heart. If the undead couldn't stop the enemy, the 2 of them would be finished. Okay, my dear queen, take care of me. Bayou still had to coax her, and Shi was happy when she heard this. That's more like it. Leave it to me, Shi said with a solemn look on her face. Bayou summoned 4 ice walls to surround himself. Bayou guessed that the energy of the Godhead was either to enhance his abilities or to gain experience points. If it is to gain experience points, Bayou will definitely level up. She picked up the divine power and looked at the spherical object in her hand that was emitting blue light. Frost Godhead detected. Whether to remove 90% of its impurities and then absorb it. So many impurities? Bayou frowned, but still decisively chose to confirm. Yes. As she clicked on the system panel, the blue light of the entire Godhead disappeared instantly and was absorbed into her body. The divine power in her hand no longer emitted cold air, but turned into an ordinary transparent sphere, which looked like a glass ball at first glance. Bayou realized that his level had broken through the bottleneck, and he was indeed gaining experience points. Upgraded. I just don't know if they still want this empty shell. Bayou sat on the ground, quietly waiting for the loss, looking at the empty shell of the Godhead left in his hand. Bayou was reminded of the messages of undead being killed, but she simply chose to ignore them. It would be outrageous if a king didn't have the means to kill undead. Outside the ice wall, the 3 kings also felt a little bit troubled facing the siege of the undead army. There were too many of them. The magicians and vampires wanted to fly over directly, but countless gargoyles charged with their bodies. The magician knew that the undead were not afraid of death because they were already dead. He tried to use magic to smash the gargoyles, but as a magician, being close to the enemy meant danger. However, the scene that the magician had expected, where the gargoyle would be smashed to pieces with a fireball, did not appear. When the smoke dissipated, the gargoyle was unharmed. The magician immediately noticed the characteristics of the gargoyles. Compared with other undead spirits, which were mediocre and had no outstanding abilities, the gargoyles could actually absorb magic. Seeing the gargoyle approaching, there were countless ghosts and destroyers around. The magician no longer saved his own magic power, and the wind field instantly swept around, and all the undead who wanted to get close were blown away. He put his hands together, chanted a spell quickly, and instantly an invisible aura emanated from him. All the ghosts around were killed by the magician's mental attack. As a king-level magician, although he majored in wind magic, he also dabbled in other types of magic. The only difference was that except for mental magic, other magics could not kill the undead. Countless wind blades within the magician's field tore at the gargoyles, and cracks began to appear on the gargoyles' bodies. It was obvious that the magician's wind magic exceeded the upper limit of the gargoyles' ability to absorb magic. At this time, the destroyers were still unharmed within the field, absorbing the magician's wind blades. The magician was a little surprised, and then he realized that there were several destroyers behind him. Compared with the other undead that numbered thousands, Bayou's destroyers were actually less than 200. Destroyer. The magician had read about this creature in the association's books and was very familiar with its abilities. He immediately used magic to form a wind shield around himself. The moment the shield was formed, explosions were heard. The destroyers released their stored magic power and attacked the magician. The magician didn't want to get into a useless fight with the undead, so he tried his best to kill Bayou. However, he couldn't kill all of them. But then a space barrier appeared around him, blocking his progress. It was a skill released by Arthur. Inside the barrier, the magician's vitality was slowly fading away. He put his hands together and chanted the spell again, trying to launch a mental attack. Suddenly, an invisible aura was released on the battlefield. The magician felt a splitting headache and his spell was interrupted. Arthur spit a breath of dragon directly at the magician. Caught off guard, he was hit directly by Arthur's dragon breath and was knocked back several meters in the air. Boom! The magician looked a little disheveled, with blue flames burning all over his robe, leaving several large holes, revealing the magician's face, which was that of a Westerner with brown pupils, blonde hair, and a hooked nose. He looked angrily at the ghosts around him. His attack was interrupted just now because the soul attacks of all the ghosts intertwined and resonated with each other. A blue figure appeared in the magician's field of vision. It was Lenny. He was very sure that it was this special ghost that was directing all the other ghosts to attack in coordination with each other. On the other side, Count Yuka, holding a rapier, was also facing the siege of the undead. He was only able to fight in close combat, which made him more passive, as the Air Force undead basically had the means of long-range attack. But fortunately, the number of air forces is less than 10,000, and with the help of magicians and Count Yuka, as well as the help of vampires and magicians, the pressure on the two kings is relatively small. Relying on his speed advantage, Count Yuka can kill several ghosts with one sword. Compared with the mental attacks actively released by magicians, vampires and werewolves have this attribute in their blood and do not need to be actively released. The ghost dragon's blue rays suddenly hit a vampire, and the vampire instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared. The ghost dragon's seemingly intangible rays contain powerful mental attacks and physical penetration. Even Count Yuka does not dare to withstand it. Chapter 163, Who is Not a King? Count Yuka is fast and agile. He shuttles back and forth in the air, trying to get close to Bayou. All the vampires are covering Count Yuka. But the curse and wither skills of the Necromancer and Lich are not to be trifled with. No matter how fast Count Yuka is, it is useless because as long as he is within the range, this skill is sure to hit. Although it cannot cause much damage to Count Yuka, it will greatly limit his mobility, which is very uncomfortable for an assassin who has lost his speed advantage. The one who suffered the most was the werewolf. Its werewolf subordinates had not arrived yet, and it was all up to it alone to face the undead, which were more numerous than the magician and Count Yuka. The skeletons were smashed one by the werewolf, and its claws tore through the zombies' bodies and killed them. Facing the charge of the Undead Knight, the werewolf also nimbly avoided it. Faced with the siege of numerous undead, even a werewolf at the king level will be injured, but it's no problem. Its super strong self-healing ability can heal the wounds instantly, and it only needs to pay attention to those undead that use mental attacks. A few zombie titans stand out among the undead army like cranes among chickens, They're just too big. Faced with the zombie titan's huge fist falling from above, the werewolf had no way to avoid it and could only take it. The fist that fell from the sky was burning with flames, and the dry veins on the entire zombie titan's body instantly emitted a red light and was covered with magma. It is the enhanced skill of zombie titan, the flame body. Boom! The werewolf raised his claws to block the zombie titan's punch. The huge force caused the ground to crack instantly, raising a lot of dust. If werewolves were not a race that relied on strengthening their bodies to fight, this punch would probably have seriously injured it. Despite this, both of the werewolf's arms were broken, but they were healed instantly. The werewolves began to pay attention to these zombie titans and didn't want to take their attacks anymore. It would be foolish to waste their energy for no reason. John slashed at the werewolf with a sword, but the sword was directly grasped by the werewolf, and then John was kicked away by the werewolf. A huge skull with flames burning in it smashed towards the werewolf. The werewolf transformed into a giant wolf and shuttled through the undead army, avoiding the attacks. The werewolf's face became more and more angry, and it was gradually starting to become irritable. The 3 king-level warriors fought for more than 10 minutes, but failed to break through the undead army and reach Bayou. This made them realize the seriousness of the problem. If they continued like this, they would be dragged to death. They had to either run away or continue to snatch the Godhead. The reason why the 3 kings did not fight with their full strength was because they were holding back, wanting to use them against the other 2 kings after seizing the Godhead. However, seeing that they were being held back by a large number of undead, the 3 kings finally gave up holding back. Inside the ice wall, Bayou had to admire his own foresight. Fortunately, he had blocked it in advance. There was no movement from Shi outside, which meant that after 20 minutes, this group of kings were still being held back by the undead. Her face began to turn pale. Outside the ice wall, Shi's white furry ears moved. Bayou, are you okay? Shi wondered if something went wrong with Bayou's absorption of the divine energy. Fortunately, I have inherited bloodline, so I can upgrade by just lying down without having to absorb the energy of something like divine power. Bayou felt a little embarrassed when he heard Shi's call and responded quickly, otherwise Shi would come in soon. Are you fine? There was some joy on Bayou's face, because the benefits brought by absorbing the energy of the divine body this time were enormous. Although the energy inside the divine body contained impurities, the system would actively filter them out. Therefore, although Bayou seemed to have completely absorbed the entire divine nature, his utilization rate was actually very low. The energy of the Godhead had been lost for thousands of years, and this snow mountain had been formed. Then, it exploded at last when it came out into the world, removing the impurities and divinity inside. There really wasn't much energy left in the Godhead that was already close to exhaustion. Bayou melted the ice wall and appeared in Shi's sight again. What's going on? She looked at the battle between the undead in the sky and asked worriedly. Shi ignored her and moved closer to Bayou and sniffed him hard. She looked at Shi with some embarrassment, who had a strange look on her face. Shi's expression suddenly changed, and she looked shocked. Who knew Shi blurted out. Bayou, are you at the king level? She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You can smell this? Bayou absorbed the energy of the divine power, which was the remaining energy left by a former god. It was not surprising that it allowed her to level up 3 times, even when the utilization rate was extremely low. If the existing powerful god spit out a mouthful of saliva, the commanders would probably have to drink it diluted with water for 3 years. After reaching the king level, Bayou was very happy, but he had to act calm in front of Shi and not act like a bumpkin. It's not just a level. Every time Bayou breaks through a major realm, his weapon will be strengthened. Moreover, this is a frost god. Bayou absorbed the divine energy left behind by it, and the frost magic was therefore advanced to a higher level. Of course, there are many more abilities, but Bayou doesn't have time to explore them now, so he can only pull out the system panel and take a look at his attributes. This panel does not show the magic or abilities that Bayou has mastered, so Bayou feels it is quite useless. Of course, the attributes will improve after upgrading, but fighting is not about attributes, and having high attributes does not mean you will definitely win. Of course! Shi raised her head and said proudly. So, can we seek revenge on them now? Shi looked at the 3 kings. At this moment, almost all the vampires were dead, 2 magicians were killed, and the others were also seriously injured. Shi felt that since Bayou had been promoted to the king level, it was time for revenge. Bayou first looked at Yi Liang, who was floating in the distance, but he didn't expect that there would be someone else coming to give him points. Their target now is the divine power in Bayou's hand, and they will definitely not leave until they get this thing. In this way, the undead army can continue to fight them, provided that they cannot break through the encirclement of the undead. But if they run, the undead will definitely not be able to stop them, and then Bayou will have to take action. With the king-level combat power in hand, she can't let them run away like Miles did last time. Bayou looked at Yi Liang and the three kings in the distance and smiled evilly. No hurry, let them fight with my little brother for a while. You have never seen the queen attack so easily. Chapter 164 King Level Promotion. That's right. Inshi thought it made sense, and completely forgot about how the two of them had just escaped in such a panic. Bayou has now been promoted to the king level. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight three alone. With so many minions, we have to severely consume these three king level ones. By the time they are out of strength and their magic points are almost used up, it will be time for Bayou to appear. There are three king level beings, and when the time comes, he can use their corpses to summon them. Bayou has a hunch that if the ranking list has an accurate ranking of strength, he will definitely be number one. Bayou looked at the werewolf. It seemed that the werewolf was a little angry. After seeing Bayou watching the battle calmly from behind, it could not bear it anymore. A huge wolf shadow emerged behind the werewolf. The entire shadow was blood red, as if it was condensed from the werewolf's blood. The werewolf no longer evades the attacks of the undead flexibly, but instead fights on with the help of the wolf shadow. The soul fire of the skeletons that were hit was extinguished directly, and for a moment, the undead could hardly get close to them. Count Yuka also wielded a blood-red whip, and each strike was accompanied by a soul attack from his own blood, killing all the undead around him and completely forming a vacuum area. The human magician also shrank his own domain and began to use fusion magic. He fused his wind magic with mental magic, and the surroundings were filled with invisible wind blades. Every undead that approaches him will be killed by his wind blade that carries soul damage. The undead are not afraid of death, but they will not die in vain, especially with Lenny commanding them. The helpless undead can only launch long-range attacks, but compared with the magician's long-range attacks, they are still a little inferior. The undead could only consume the physical strength and magic points of the three kings. It was almost impossible to really cause damage to the three kings. Even if the attack hit them, it would only make them look a little embarrassed. There was a noise coming from behind Bayou. Bayou and Inshi turned around at the same time. They were some undead that Bayou had transferred to Xiao Lianshue's castle before, mostly gargoyles and Undead Knights. There were a total of 10,000 undead in the Bayou Mountains, but many of them were ghosts, sent out by Bayou to gather intelligence. Therefore, the number of undead temporarily mobilized was only about 5,000. The faces of the three kings darkened. They had never expected that there would be undead. How could a foreign lord have so many types of troops? Wow, you really have so many little brothers. Inshi was filled with envy and couldn't help imagining how great it would be if she had so many younger brothers. Xiao Lianshue originally wanted to come over, but Bayou did not agree. Wouldn't it be suicide if she didn't even move out? Xiao Lianshue was currently on the top floor of Bayou Castle, looking at the battlefield here, holding in her hand the reconnaissance telescope that she had previously seized from the dwarves. Bayou looked at the news of his undead being killed one by one, and his heart remained calm. Even if 10,000 undead died, it would still be a huge profit if they could grind these three kings to death. Almost at the same time, as the undead reinforcements arrived, other commander-level werewolves finally arrived and joined the battlefield. But commander-level werewolves have no means of soul attack, which means they cannot kill the undead at all. 20 commander-level werewolves can have no effect on the battle situation at all. Today's battle also gave Bayou an understanding of the combat effectiveness of his undead army. After all, this was the first time that Bayou had mobilized almost all of his undead after more than 10 days of development. More than 20,000 undead and more than 100 commander-level creatures can successfully surround and kill one king-level creature, trap two king-level creatures, and hold down three king-level creatures, which is the current situation. The undead could only hold three kings at most, but they couldn't stop them from running. If it was just one king, the undead army could kill it effortlessly. Two kings could also trap them and hold them to death. It's a good thing that the Goblin Shaman didn't come. Otherwise, Bayou's undead army might really be unable to hold on. I recognize that wolf. It was the one that was looking for trouble when we first arrived, but I was too weak at the time and failed to kill it in 1 second. Inshi immediately saw the leader of the group of werewolves she met when she first came to the Snow Mountain. He was the one she had gone back to get reinforcements. Bayou followed the direction Inshi pointed and indeed saw a group of werewolves, but he had no idea who Inshi was talking about. How did you tell? Don't they all look the same? Of course they are different. That werewolf has a big mouth, that one has a small nose, and that one has a scar on his face. Are all of you humans face blind? Inshi was analyzing the appearance of the werewolf, but Bayou was not interested in listening to it and just responded perfunctorily. Bayou called up his own panel at this moment and checked the system messages. These system panels cannot be seen by the native races of the magical continent. Only lords can see each other, including the lord's troops. Therefore, Inshi only saw Bayou's hands waving around in front of her body and had no idea what she was doing. Human confusing behavior. Bayou was actually looking at the abilities and enhancements he would gain after reaching the king level and was familiarizing himself with them in advance. Otherwise, when the time comes to fight, he would have king-level power but would not even be clear about his own abilities. Bayou now has a total of 7 types of magic, namely alchemy, curse, virus, darkness, summoning, fire, and ice. The latter 2 were learned through acquired learning, and the first 5, except for the dark magic, were all improved to the intermediate level. Because Bayou had won the intermediate level of dark magic in the previous lottery, but the upgrade did not increase to the high level this time, Bayou felt like he was being cheated by the system. Although the dark magic has not been upgraded to a high level, Bayou also has a feeling that it has been strengthened. However, he cannot explain it specifically and has to wait and see the effect in actual combat. Frost magic has been elevated to a high level due to the power of the Godhead, and all other magics are currently at the middle level and are at the same level. At the same time, Bayou's domain is called the Death Domain. The domain encompasses all the characteristics of the undead, corruption, withering, death, etc. It also integrates Bayou's 5 major magics. Bayou's combat power within the domain will be greatly enhanced. Because his right eye can strengthen magic, after Bayou reached the king level, the pseudo-domains of fire and ice were transformed into real domains. It was even stronger than the fire domain because ice magic was of high level. Sure enough, the flame is not only common, but also not strong. Bayou entered the king level in 1 step and possessed 3 domains in an instant, which was outrageous. But the left eye does not have the abilities of the right eye, so dark magic and other magic cannot be released individually to form a field. In other words, Bayou's death field is a collection of these magics. Chapter 165, Breaking Through the Siege. Another thing is that Bayou's weapon has been upgraded. Before, Bayou's weapon level has always been higher than Bayou's own level, but this time the weapon did not advance. But even so, it has also been strengthened a lot. Companion weapon, Death Scythe. Quality, king level weapon, growth able. Soul concentration, 15. Active skills, 5 kinds of undead magic. Passive skill 1. Attacks have soul attacks and withering effects, and the kill will be converted into undead. Passive skill 2. Weapons can be enchanted with magic. No need to chant or condense magic array. Passive skill 3. The soul attack range of the bell is increased and the damage is higher. Simply put, the bells are louder when swinging the sickle, and 5 types of magic can be added at the same time. It also strengthened Bayou's combat effectiveness and disguise. Now Bayou is no longer panicked. He now has the strength of a king and is not afraid of them at all. When the undead had almost consumed the 3 king-level creatures, Bayou would go out and harvest their heads. At the back of the battlefield, Yi Liang was still watching the battle in the sky. Today he was also very eye-opening, seeing the king-level strength of different races. And the full strength of this undead lord that shocked him so much, he didn't expect that she could actually rely on her own troops to hold back 3 king-level soldiers. Yi Liang hated himself for not having the strength. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to submit to the vampire. The situation was unpredictable, and Yi Liang wanted to go back on his word, but his blood had already been taken away, so it was useless to resist now. The main reason is that the system is deliberately targeting these traitors, leaving them with no way out. Yi Liang stared at the 2 white figures in the distance below. Yi Liang had always been curious about why Bayou was so fearless. Even if her troops could hold back the 3 kings, it was almost impossible to kill them, and the 3 kings were getting closer and closer to Bayou. Why doesn't she run away? Bayou was of course also observing the 3 kings. Although the werewolf was unstoppable and moved forward courageously, as it went deeper, more and more undead surrounded it, even though it was getting closer and closer to Bayou. The werewolf king level was the one Bayou was least worried about. Bayou could easily use his troops to wear it down. More than half of the undead were the ground forces, all of which were used to surround a king level. Plus, werewolves couldn't fly, so there was basically no chance of escape. Bayou's main targets are still the vampire and the human magician. The werewolf tried to get close to Bayou many times, but all ended in failure. There were simply too many undead around, and there were 30 or 40 of them at the commander level, which was really difficult to deal with. Under John's command, the undead cooperated with each other to block the werewolves, leaving them no chance to break through. The wolf shadow behind the werewolf splashed countless blood, and the blood formed giant wolves that pounced on the surrounding undead. The werewolf stomped on the ground, and his body burst out instantly, leaping high towards Bayou. As a result, the zombie titan's punch directly blocked the werewolf's way, forcing it to fall into the undead army and change its position. The commander-level Black Warrior was incredibly fast and cut 2 deep wounds on the werewolf's body in an instant. At the same time, numerous Undead Knights and Bone Beast werewolves also rushed forward. The werewolf's most perverted skill, Bloodthirst, cannot be used, causing its state to be constantly consumed and unable to recover or enter a frenzy state. An army of about 15,000 undead surrounded the werewolves. Bayou and Shi were not far away, but the werewolves could not reach them. At this time, a human magician was unfortunately shot down by the undead in the sky and was seriously injured. The werewolf's eyes lit up, knowing that his opportunity had come, and he immediately jumped over and snatched the head from the undead's hand. The werewolf's claws pierced the human magician's body and were madly absorbing the human's blood. After a while, it turned into a mummy. The werewolf's muscles bulged, and its eyes turned blood red. A violent aura was raging around it. The werewolf's attributes were comprehensively strengthened. His physical condition returned to its peak, and the huge wolf shadow behind him became more vivid. Bayou was stunned. Is this even possible? Sure enough, there was no simple king-level werewolf. Bayou estimated that he would have to pay a huge price to let the undead kill it. Perhaps in less than 10 minutes, the werewolf will be able to break through to Bayou. Bayou put his left hand on his right wrist, ready to attack at any time. Shi, go hide in the back first. Bayou did not forget to remind Shi, and Shi silently retreated away from Bayou. Bayou didn't care about the divine being on the ground and just left it there. After thinking about it, Bayou stepped on it and buried it in the soil. It's not that he was afraid of being discovered by them and joining forces to attack him, but he was afraid that they would turn around and leave after they realized that his godhood was useless. This time, none of the ducks in the mouth can fly away. At this moment, Count Yuka in the sky was suddenly hit by the ghost dragon's rays and instantly turned into a group of bats, flapping their wings and scattering, flying towards Bayou. Ghost dragons, bone dragons, liches, and necromancers all attacked the group of bats, and countless bats screamed and fell to the ground. Moreover, there were too many bats and they were small in size. So finally one bat broke through the blockade of the undead and flew in front of Bayou. Count Yuka originally wanted to save this trick to launch a sneak attack on the other 2 kings. But the werewolf and the magician could not break through the encirclement of the undead. Count Yuka could not wait any longer and finally took the lead. The bat that flew in front of Bayou instantly changed into a human form. Count Yuka used his hands as claws and stabbed Bayou's heart. With such a fast speed and a sudden attack method, Count Yuka was confident that a commander-level warrior would not be able to react. Bayou had already seen the bat, so how could Bayou's eyes be fixed on the werewolf? Facing the sudden attack from Count Yuka, Bayou instantly produced a huge sickle in his hand and directly cut off Count Yuka's arm to resolve the attack. Bayou immediately slashed at Count Yuka with another sickle. Count Yuka was shocked and transformed into a group of bats again and scattered, then changed back into human form in the distance. Bayou only killed a few bats with this knife. Count Yuka did not expect that his sneak attack would fail. He felt severe pain from the broken right arm. The wound was burned by the black flames and could not heal immediately. Count Yuka looked at his broken arm with an ugly expression. The severe pain made his brain unusually clear. We must fight quickly and decisively. Otherwise, we will be dragged down by those undead again, and the broken arm must be retrieved. Count Yuka did not have the habit of using his left-hand sword. Instead, he took out his blood whip and whipped Bayou directly. Chapter 166, Frost True Domain. A trifle. A layer of ice crystals covered Bayou's arms, and Bayou actually directly grasped Count Yuka's blood whip. The moment he grasped the blood whip, frost began to quickly freeze from Bayou's palm towards Earl Yuka at the other end of the blood whip. The blood whip grew countless blood thorns, which pierced through the ice and frost. The blood thorns then turned into several tentacles and flew towards Bayou. Bayou used the dark barrier to block all of Count Yuka's attacks. Bayou glanced at his magic value and found that he had only consumed a dozen points. If it were the previous commander level Bayou, the attack from Count Yuka just now would have consumed at least half of his magic value. One of the tentacle in the blood whip did not attack Bayou, but extended towards the ground and brought back Count Yuka's broken arm. Count Yuka reattached his arm and moved his shoulder. Count Yuka had never seen Bayou before. This was the first time he fought against Bayou. He felt that Bayou was a bit strong. He actually had his arm chopped off by a commander-level person and blocked the attack. Could it be that the other party was a commander? The blood whip melted into blood and disappeared. Count Yuka took out his rapier again and launched an attack towards Bayou in the sky. Several ice dragons emerged around Bayou, as if they were given life. They flew into the sky and attacked Earl Yuka. Earl Yuka relied on his speed advantage to dodge back and forth, occasionally chopping an ice dragon into pieces, but the ice dragons seemed endless. New ice dragons were generated beside Bayou every moment, and then launched attacks. The magician who was besieged by the undead looked towards the place where Bayou and Count Yuka were fighting, with some surprise on his face. The magician could tell at a glance that Bayou's frost magic had reached a high level. A huge tornado immediately formed with the magician as the center, and strong winds blew all around. The magician's figure gradually became transparent and finally disappeared completely. The whole person turned into a strong wind and flew towards Bayou. On Bayou's side, the magician's figure suddenly appeared, chanting a spell quickly, and a huge wind blade appeared on the magician's hand almost in the blink of an eye. The wind blade attack is invisible, but under the magician's enhancement, Bayou clearly saw that the surrounding air became distorted. The wind blade magic enhanced by the magician could not be blocked by Bayou's frost magic alone. The surrounding ice dragons were all cut off by the wind blades in an instant, and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. Count Yuka also shattered the last ice dragon and looked in the direction of Bayou. Bayou had disappeared long ago, using teleportation to escape. The surrounding ground was instantly frozen. A heavy snow fell from the sky, and the temperature dropped sharply, just like being in a snowy mountain. Feel. The magician said in a deep voice that this is not a pseudo-domain, but a real king-level domain. This means that this alien race has reached the king level. The magician was still wondering why she ran away when facing him if she was a king at that time. This is bad. Too much mana wasted when being entangled by the undead. The same goes for Count Yuka, who had lost too much energy before. 2 king-level warriors in 7-point condition against 1 king-level warrior in full condition. There is still a chance of winning. Looking at the mad werewolf below, it seems a bit difficult to rely on it. The ice on the ground surged and began to form Bayou's figure. The magician smashed the ice with a wind blade. Bayou suddenly appeared beside the magician with a sickle in his hand and slashed at him. The magician immediately formed a barrier to resist. The moment the tip of the knife touched the wind barrier, black flames ignited and the barrier was shattered in an instant. The magician was shocked and quickly condensed an earth-based magic circle in his hands to resist, while he himself began to weather. Fortunately, Count Yuka's backstab attack arrived in time, and Bayou turned into snowflakes and disappeared again. She may appear in every snowflake. The magician reminded Count Yuka, and then instantly released his wind field, blowing away all the surrounding snowflakes to prevent Bayou from a surprise attack. The strong wind raged in Bayou's ice and frost domain, causing a bigger blizzard to form in Bayou's domain. Bayou doesn't only appear in places with snow and ice. If the distance is not enough, he can teleport. This time, Bayou appeared in front of Count Yuka, and then Bayou teleported, and Count Yuka immediately prepared to respond. As a result, Bayou appeared beside the magician and attacked him again. The black flames burning on the sickle directly tore through the surrounding wind blades and easily broke through the magician's barrier. After the magician knew that Bayou could teleport, he made preparations in advance. The bell on the sickle had no effect on the magician. As a magician, the most taboo thing is soul attack because it can interrupt them while casting spells. Therefore, every magician in the association wears a crystal necklace on his chest to resist mental attacks. Just as the magician was about to escape, his nose suddenly started bleeding and he began coughing madly, while his hands also lost consciousness in an instant. Similarly, Bayou would not be unprepared after knowing that he could weather. Their abilities had been almost tested by their own undead, while their understanding of Bayou himself was almost zero. The magician gritted his teeth and his figure disappeared in an instant, appearing outside Bayou's territory in the distance. Bayou didn't expect that he had a hidden trick up his sleeve, and his attack missed again. The magician chanted a spell, and a purification magic removed the curse that remained in his body, and then he began to use healing magic to heal himself. Dark magic. The magician had a grim look on his face. This kind of magic had the ability to destroy everything. The strange black flames were considered ominous by magicians. This kind of magic had been completely lost hundreds of years ago. But magicians knew that this magic was lost because it was too powerful and could destroy all elements. It was basically the nemesis of all magicians. There was no way those bigwigs at the time would allow it to spread. Now, every 3-year-old in the association knows that there is no good or bad magic. What matters is the user. The magician is more familiar with the other 2 types of magic, virus and curse. These 2 types of magic are impossible to defend against. He must not let this alien get close to him again. He has already used the means to save his life, but he is not so lucky every time. Count Yuka, who was nearby, was also affected by the virus magic, but his super strong self-healing ability could basically ignore ordinary viruses. Bayou also discovered that the magician was completely useless in close combat. If he got close to him again next time, the magician would surely die. The vampire and the magician floated in the sky, one near and one far away, looking at Bayou below. The werewolf also broke through the siege and came in front of Bayou. For a moment, 3 king-level people from heaven and earth surrounded Bayou. Outside the 3 kings were the undead armies that surrounded them. At this moment, the undead army also surrounded the 3 kings in the middle. Rather than saying that they surrounded Bayou, it would be more accurate to say that Bayou and the undead army surrounded them. The pupil of Bayou's left eye flickered blue, and the frost around him faded away, revealing a darkness. Bring it on! Chapter 167 Death Realm. The ground around Bayou was gray, the vegetation was withered, the stones had decayed into powder, and the air was filled with a dry and fishy smell. In some places shrouded in darkness, things that cannot be corroded will burn with black flames. There happened to be a dead tree in Bayou's territory. After being covered by Bayou's territory, the dead tree was not burned, but underwent special changes. The dead tree was given a soul. The branches began to twist, the roots were pulled out of the ground, and a ghost face made of what appeared on the trunk, weird and eerie. This is a brand new undead that was transformed under the influence of Bayou's domain. This realm is formed by combining all of Bayou's undead magic, integrating curses, viruses, darkness, summoning, and alchemy. The realm of death repels all living things, just like hell. Count Yuka and the werewolf were within the coverage area of Bayou, and their bodies were healing rapidly from the very beginning. The magician was a little far away and was horrified when he saw Bayou's domain. This was a domain that had never been recorded in the Association's magic book. It was simply too unbelievable. Yi Liang, who was further away, was completely stunned. At first he thought that Bayou was lucky to be able to fight against the king level. It was not until the moment Bayou released his domain that Yi Liang realized that Bayou had been promoted to the king level without him knowing when. The death domain consumes mana at almost twice the rate of the frost domain, so a quick victory is required. Bayou's body was filled with rich dark elements. Bayou just looked at Count Yuka, and Count Yuka, who was within the domain, was instantly ignited. Count Yuka transformed into countless bats, and the dark elements behind Bayou condensed into arrows, which shot through all the bats. Count Yuka transformed into a huge red shadow, his body covered with bright red blood, and became a monster made of blood. Count Yuka pounced towards Bayou, and the werewolf on the ground controlled the wolf shadow behind him and attacked Bayou head-on. Bayou's figure disappeared and came to meet Count Yuka in midair. Bayou was not stupid enough to take the attacks of the werewolf and the vampire at the same time. Bayou tore Count Yuka's figure into pieces with one knife, and the 2 halves of Count Yuka's body turned into blood and tried to wrap up Bayou in midair. Countless black flame spikes pierced outwards, instantly piercing Count Yuka into a hedgehog. The black flames corroded his blood, and white smoke emerged. All the blood immediately surged and gathered again in the distance to form the appearance of Count Yuka. At this moment, there was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely weak. The dark magic could completely corrode his blood, and he was no match for Bayou. Bayou fell to one side, and countless undead spirits rushed towards the werewolf. The werewolf had no chance to attack Bayou at all. As time goes by, the werewolf's bloodthirstiness will gradually fade, and that will be the time of its death. His own troops were fully capable of killing it, and Bayou had no intention of wasting time fighting the werewolf. After all, vampires and magicians, the two who can fly, are the most likely to escape, and werewolves have already been sentenced to death. Bayou also discovered that werewolves and vampires do not have domains, or their domains are different from those of other king-level ones. It should be a domain ability belonging to the strengthening system. If their domain cannot be released, it cannot be used to resist Bayou's domain, which will make them very passive. On the other hand, the magician's wind domain was fighting against Bayou's death domain. The dark magic would burn the power of other elements, causing the magician's domain to be no match for Bayou's domain and was being slowly eroded. But at this moment, the magician's surroundings are at least within the range of his own domain and will not be affected by the virus and curse in Bayou's domain. What made the magician look unhappy was that his ordinary elemental magic attacks would dissipate before they could even reach Bayou. He could not feel the elements in Bayou's domain at all. At this moment, Count Yuka was seriously injured. The magician could not exert his strength, and the werewolf could not even touch Bayou. They had already started fighting in the snowy mountains, and then were consumed by a wave of undead. They could not exert their full strength when facing Bayou. Right now, they are stuck in a dilemma. If they advance, they won't be able to defeat Bayou in their current state. If they retreat, they will be surrounded by countless undead spirits. The magician turned around and ran away without hesitation. He didn't want to lose his life more than his godhood. When Count Yuka saw the magician running away, he naturally chose to run away as well. Under the current circumstances, even if he managed to snatch the godhood, it would be difficult to bring it back alive. As for the werewolf that makes vampires sick, he can only wish them good luck. Stop them for me? At Bayou's command, the undead in the sky rushed towards the vampires and magicians. Bayou's figure also disappeared instantly. Bayou did not kill the nearby vampire, but chose the magician farther away. Firstly, the magician association behind the magicians is a superpower and very troublesome. Secondly, magicians are mortals and their bodies are very fragile and easy to kill. Bayou teleported directly to close the distance between the magician, and a black vortex instantly appeared in front of the magician. The magician was forced to turn around. In just a short period of time, Bayou teleported again and came in front of the magician. After the enhancement of dark magic, the teleportation interval becomes shorter, the distance becomes longer, and the mana consumption becomes lower. Except for the fact that it has not been upgraded to a high level, it can be said to be a comprehensive enhancement. The magician threw a lava wind blade in his left hand and a frost wind blade in his right hand, and immediately threw the two wind blades towards Bayou in front of him. The magician did not expect these two wind blades to cause any harm to Bayou. He just hoped to knock Bayou down so that he would have time to escape. Boom! Boom! Bayou directly used her sickle to smash the two wind blades. The strong wind blew her hair, and the white hair passed across her face. Bayou's left eye was emitting light as she stared at the magician in front of her. Bayou was not shot down, but just floated in the air. The magician was completely panicked. She actually had the ability to fly. Bayou originally wanted to hide for a while and use this opportunity to seriously injure or kill someone, but who knew that before the plan even started, the two kings had already planned to escape. The magician instantly weathered and moved away from Bayou, and a powerful compressed wind blade condensed in front of the magician. The huge wind blade cut the air into a cross-section and shot towards Bayou. The surrounding gargoyles, destroyers, and even bone dragons were cut in half by the huge wind blades in an instant, and their bodies fell to the ground. Bayou raised his left hand, and a dark barrier emerged in front of him, while at the same time launching a soul curse at the magician. The wind blade hit the dark barrier, and Bayou's magic power dropped by 100 points, but he was unharmed. Black gas emerged from the magician's head, and blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and other orifices. His body leaned backward, the wind field around him disappeared, and his body fell downwards. Chapter 168: Summoning a King-Level Corpse. Bayou ignored the magician. This might be the only advantage of the Lords, because Bayou could tell whether the other party was dead or not just by opening the system panel. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the King-Level Magician Association magician and gaining 300 experience points. Bayou turned around and rushed towards Count Yuka. At this time, Count Yuka was seriously injured and was entangled by the undead and could not escape at all. Count Yuka's ability to transform into a swarm of bats consumes blood. The more it is used, the weaker its strength will become. Every time Count Yuka transforms into a swarm of bats, most of the bats will be killed, which has a huge impact on him. In its current state, if it is used again, it will be worn down to death by the undead, not to mention Bayou coming. Even if Bayou doesn't come, it will be worn down to death by the undead. Count Yuka saw from the corner of his eye that Bayou had killed the magician and was rushing towards him. Count Yuka was shocked and didn't care about anything else. He forced himself to transform into a group of bats again and wanted to escape immediately. But Bayou was traveling by teleportation at a very fast speed, and at this moment the field of death had already enveloped the group of bats. In an instant, the surrounding bats began to spontaneously combust and turned into black ashes and dissipated. Count Yuka didn't run far before he was forced to turn back into a human. At this moment, Count Yuka's face was old and his skin was full of wrinkles, like an old man whose life was about to end. Black spots appear on the skin. The body's self-healing ability is greatly reduced, and the body corroded by the virus begins to gradually rot. Blood, I need blood. Count Yuka had already started to go crazy. Bayou came in front of him and cut him in half with one sword. The dark magic corroded his body and soul, and Count Yuka was gradually losing his life in the struggle. Bayou extinguished the flames on Count Yuka's body, leaving the corpse intact. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the vampire count and gaining 300 experience points. How is this possible? Yi Liang, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw Bayou kill 2 king-level warriors with his own eyes, his face full of disbelief. Seeing that Count Yuka was dead, Yi Liang fled without hesitation. He didn't dare to run when Count Yuka was alive, but now he no longer had this concern. Yi Liang was discovered by Bayou when he was escaping, but Bayou ignored him. The distance between them was too far, and Bayou had consumed too much magic power just to maintain the death field. Bayou's flying skills are still unskilled, and he mostly relies on floating in the air and using teleportation to move. Anyway, Yi Liang can run away, but the monk cannot escape the temple. Bayou needs to solve the current situation first, and then familiarize himself with the use of his abilities. Bayou retracted his domain, slowly landed on the ground, came to the place where the Godhead was buried before, kicked away the soil, and took out the Godhead. When Inshi saw Bayou had dealt with his opponent, she quickly ran over. You're handsome, Bayou, but your domain looks a bit evil, because the undead are also dead things. Bayou looked towards the battlefield between the undead and the werewolves. At this moment, the werewolves' bloodthirst bonus had disappeared, and they were somewhat exhausted. Bayou didn't want to do anything himself if the undead could handle it, since the werewolf couldn't escape anyway. Inshi listened to Bayou's words and seemed to understand something. Her abilities were inherited from the Icefield White Tiger clan. If Bayou was the queen of the undead, then it seemed nothing wrong for her abilities to be the abilities of the undead. Just now, when Bayou killed 2 king-level creatures, they were automatically summoned within Bayou's territory. 5 minutes have passed, and the summoning has not been completed yet. Bayou's intermediate undead summoning magic can now choose which undead to summon independently, unlike before when he could only summon randomly. However, the upper limit of the 3 types of undead, skeletons, zombies, and ghosts is only the commander level, and king-level corpses will not summon these 3 types of undead. Bayou chose to summon the 2 king-level corpses into a Necromancer and a Lich respectively. They are small in size, easy to move, have high combat power, and are intelligent, making them the best choice. Bayou finally understood the classification of magic. He had never understood the difference between the 3rd level and the intermediate level before, but it turned out that there were 9 levels of basic magic, and after the 9th level came the intermediate level, advanced level, and forbidden spells. Thinking about it this way, Bayou was still very lucky at that time, as he had an intermediate level fire magic book. Each level from level 1 to level 9 actually just means gaining a skill, which is actually the beginner level. You don't have to worry about the dangers of the snowy mountains this time, but you still have to be careful. If you beat up the little one, the old one will come and you'll be in trouble. Bayou reminded Inshi from the side, but now that the Godhead had been born, there was chaos on the snow mountain, and it would never be called a forbidden area again. Don't worry, I will sleep when I get back this time, and I will be promoted to the king level. I will be the boss of Snow Mountain, Inshi said with her hands on her hips. Bayou glanced at the system time again. It had been 15 minutes since the magician died. The figure of a necromancer finally emerged from the corpse of the magician in the distance. Bayou also couldn't understand why summoning a king level was so slow. Kill it, Bayou said to the necromancer. The werewolf was already dying, and now with the sudden addition of a king level necromancer, the werewolf was doomed to die. Is this how you got so many undead souls? And she suddenly felt a little envious of these aliens. No wonder Bayou took such a big risk for this triple reward. Of course. Bayou looked at the system panel again. The king-level Necromancer possessed intermediate-level bone magic and 9th-level summoning magic. His strength could be said to be very strong. The Necromancer waved his magic wand, and instantly countless bone spurs emerged from around the werewolf, piercing the werewolf and locking him firmly in place. The werewolf howled. Not only did its bloodthirsty state disappear, but the wolf shadow behind it could no longer hold on. The whole wolf was extremely weak. Now it was bound by the king-level Necromancer, who suddenly joined the battlefield and could only wait to die. You will know the consequences of offending the top of the mountains. Before dying, the werewolf threatened Bayou, trying to twist his head as much as possible, looking at Bayou with vicious eyes. Bayou was not afraid at all now. All the werewolves were dead. Not a single one was alive. When the summoning was complete, they would burn everything with fire, leaving nothing behind. Even the dogs on the top of the mountains would not be able to smell anything. Bayou ignored the werewolf's threat and didn't even refute it. Who would waste time talking to a dying werewolf? As the Necromancer's bone magic sucked the werewolf's blood and then dismembered it, the werewolf was declared dead. Bayou cast a summoning magic on it and left it alone, starting to let the undead clean up the battlefield. Bayou had thought about summoning other king-level dragons, but after thinking about it, he realized that whether it was the bone dragon, the ghost dragon, or the zombie titan, the undead were all too big. Bayou wanted to allow them to pass through the Shuttle gate, which would be of great help to the dwarves in the war. At the same time, the Necromancer is essential for mass troops, so Bayou also plans to summon a Necromancer for the last king-level corpse. 2 Necromancers and a Lich. Chapter 169, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Do you want some of this food? Bayou asked the undead to decompose the werewolf and vampire corpses, which dropped some elite food. No, there's no danger now. They're not pets. Go find food for yourselves. Insi zezet Bayou usha kindets? We are tigers, not cats. You talk as if we still need people to take care of us. Since Inshi didn't want it, Bayou just put it away. Inshi found Bayou's ability to decompose corpses incredible. She just saw Bayou tap on the void, and the corpses turned into food by themselves. The abilities of aliens are really weird. It just so happens that Bayou now has 3 more king-level combat forces, so it seems that he doesn't need to earn points himself. Bayou informed the 3 king-level undead of the location of Yi Liang's castle. Go and kill him. Yes, your majesty. 2 necromancers and a lich flew away towards the snowy mountains. Bayou thought about it and decided that he had to hurry up, otherwise it would be bad if Lung Jie and his men snatched the kill. Bayou looked at the bone fragments and undead corpses on the battlefield, and combined with the many unread messages in the system, Bayou estimated that at least 3,000 undead died in this battle. However, in exchange for 3 king-level fighters, Bayou made a huge profit. At least the snow mountain is no longer dangerous and has become Bayou's back garden. The undead no longer have to hide in the castle and can develop in peace. Bayou finally decomposed the 3 king-level corpses, and nothing strange dropped, just magic crystals and spirit cores. But the rapier dropped by the vampire is a king-level weapon, but its properties are not strong when used normally, and it needs to absorb blood. It is obviously used exclusively by vampires. This was the first time Bayou obtained a king-level weapon, not counting his own sickle. The exchange had no record of trading king-level weapons, and Bayou didn't know how to set the price, so he just randomly set the price at 10,000 magic crystals and put it on the exchange without caring about it. Bayou stood in the center of the battlefield. Black flames instantly ignited around him, burning the bloodstains on the ground and the bodies of the undead. After dealing with the battlefield, Bayou ensured that no one would find any traces, and only then did he feel relieved. Bayou looked at the dead tree spirit that was previously affected by his domain. Looking at the system information, Bayou found that there was nothing outstanding about it. The undead is called the Ghost Face Tree, with the upper limit of commander level. It has slow movement and usually disguises itself as an ordinary dead tree. It will wake up only when an enemy approaches and then attack the enemy. Similar to a gargoyle that turns into a statue, but much weaker than a gargoyle. Bayou felt that this thing could be scary, but it was a bit difficult for it to kill the enemy. Okay, now that everything is done, it's time for Bayou to return to the castle. Bayou looked at the divine power in his hand and felt that it might be useful in the future, so he decided to keep it for now. After all, this broken glass ball was quite hard. Bayou, are you leaving? Inshi looked at Bayou, who was walking over, and asked, "Well, we can't stay here forever. My castle is just ahead. Do you want to come with me to take a look?" Bayou saw that Inshi's expression was struggling, and she seemed to want to go very much. As Inshi had grown up in the far north, she was very curious about everything in the outside world. "No, I don't know what's happened to my people yet. I need to settle them down and then find a place to sleep." Inshi finally made up her mind. Bayou had been promoted to the king level, which made her feel very unbalanced. She could obviously become stronger just by sleeping. That's fine. There are undeads everywhere around. Just ask any one of them, and they will find me. I haven't thanked you properly yet. It's all thanks to you this time. If Inshi hadn't used space magic to replace the original, Bayou would have planned to give up. After all, running in front of 3 king-level players was too dangerous, which was basically tantamount to seeking death. "You're welcome. It's a piece of cake. I know you aliens all live in that big castle." As he spoke, Inshi looked forward, but his vision led directly to the dark forest. The middle was all flatland, so there was no castle at all. All right, stop looking. My castle has special features that make it invisible." At this moment, Xiao Lianxue, who was on the top floor of Bayou Castle, witnessed the entire battle. Her face changed from fear to worry, joy to shock. In just 20 minutes, more than a dozen expressions appeared on Xiao Lianxue's face. Bayou spoke in an urgent tone, and he wanted to mobilize all the undead as soon as he opened his mouth. Xiao Lianxue knew that Bayou would go out often, but this was the first time he encountered such an emergency situation. "Fortunately, we successfully overcame the crisis, and our strength increased significantly." The scene of 3 king-level warriors fighting against more than 20,000 undead still shocked Xiao Lianxue's soul. Xiao Lianxue then realized that Bayou had hundreds of commander-level soldiers, while she was only an ordinary level 1. The undead also returned one after another, and Xiao Lianxue also came to the castle grounds. Bayou and Inshi were saying goodbye. "I'm leaving now." Inshi waved to Bayou and suddenly thought of something. "Bayou, we are friends now, right?" Bayou nodded, and Inshi smiled happily, revealing 2 little canine teeth. This was her first friend. "By the way, can humans distinguish between alien races?" Inshi looked at Bayou curiously again. She had always been longing for human society. As for aliens, Bayou was the first alien she had ever met. She had only heard of them before, but had never actually seen one. Bayou thought about it and realized that as long as their abilities were not exposed and cultural differences were eliminated, there was no difference between the aliens and the native humans. Among these lords there are also Westerners and Nego. Of course, there are also yellow people in the magical continent, but most of them are Westerners. From the outside, you can't tell if you change your clothes. After all, the lords all wear modern clothes, which are very different from the classical Gothic style of the local humans. "Then accompany me to visit human society in the future." "Oh, cool." Inshi left and turned into a white tiger and flew towards the snow-capped mountains. Bayou also prepared to return to the castle with his undead. This time, Bayou was promoted to the king level, so he no longer needed to be timid when facing the dwarves of the Firebeard clan. He could use them to replace the fallen undead. Bayou planned to directly send over 10,000 undead troops, 5,000 Air Force, and 5,000 Death Knights. Of course, the most indispensable thing is the Necromancer. After the 3 undead destroy Yi Liang, send a king-level Necromancer over. Bayou also adapted to his ability and was now able to fly freely. Bayou relied on the dark element to fly, just like teleportation. As long as you are not a species that can fly naturally, using magic to fly will consume magic points. It feels so good to be able to fly. Bayou finally gained the ability to fly that he had always dreamed of. It was just that it was flying very slowly without the blessing of the death field, but Bayou was still very satisfied because he still had the ability to teleport. On the other side, the 3 king-level undead also flew away from the Snow Mountain range, and Yi Liang's castle appeared in the field of vision. 3 undead spirits were floating in the air. One of the necromancers spoke in a hoarse voice. "This is the place your majesty the queen is talking about." Chapter 170. Encirclement and Killing Yi Liang. Lung Jie needed to go to the Snow Mountain to summon extra troops, and it happened that the Snow Mountain experienced drastic changes. But Lung Jie didn't know why the Snow Mountain had an earthquake. He only saw a blue beam of light shooting straight into the sky and then disappearing in an instant. Lung Jie planned to evacuate after summoning the troops in the snowy mountains, and during this time, he also informed other members of the Alliance of the news. As a result, Lung Jie, who was at the edge of the Snow Mountain, happened to see 3 undead flying towards Yiliang Castle. He knew that Bayou's kind of humanoid undead were intelligent. Is there any connection between this undead lord and this betrayer? If they hadn't been worried about the army of the Gata Empire, they would have come to kill Yi Liang as soon as the rankings were announced. Lung Jie found a relatively good position on the snowy mountain, where he could see Yi Liang's castle from afar. Lung Jie wanted to see what was going on in Yi Liang's castle. After all, Yi Liang was a traitor now, and there must be local forces in the castle. There are only 3 undead spirits. They can't be here to kill Yi Liang. Lung Jie opened the ranking list uncertainly and took a look. Bayou's name was still green, so he felt relieved. If Bayou became a traitor, he might frantically look for them for this event, which would be troublesome. But Lung Jie soon saw that 3 undead ghosts launched an attack directly at Yi Liang's castle in the air. Lung Jie couldn't believe it. 3 undead wanted to kill Yi Liang? The vampire's headquarters is far away from the snow-capped mountains, and the vampires scattered in the strongholds are only at the commander level. A commander-level vampire cannot stop a king-level one. However, at this time, only Count Yuka and his group knew that Yi Liang had surrendered to the vampire. Even if they sent vampires to send Yi Liang's blood back, it would take less than a day for a commander-level vampire to get back to the family at such a fast speed. It can be said that Yi Liang is now isolated and helpless, and the only ones he can rely on are the 2 commander-level vampires left by Count Yuka and his own troops. Yi Liang didn't expect that Bayou didn't come in person, but only sent out 3 undead, and didn't even bring any other extra soldiers. He didn't expect that the 3 undead were all king-level. The 3 king-level warriors put tremendous pressure on Yi Liang, and Yi Liang could only grit his teeth and fight to the death. All the vampires rushed up into the sky. A total of 1,000 vampires, including 10 commanders, surrounded and killed the 3 undead. Yi Liang could only pray that the undead summoned by Bayou using the king-level corpses were weaker than the real king-level ones. After all, Yi Liang had seen with his own eyes that Bayou had more than 20,000 undead, and hundreds of commander-level undead besieged 3 king-level undead, but failed to kill them. Facing the besieged vampires, the Necromancer instantly released his own domain. Countless bones pierced out from the vampires' bodies, sucking their blood. More than 1,000 vampires are not enough to deal with 1 king, let alone 3. The Necromancer's bone field instantly killed all ordinary vampires around it the moment it was released. The vampires that were killed were all transformed into various undead spirits and attacked other vampires. This kind of king-level battle could not be won by relying on human wave tactics. The more types of troops one had, the more undead the opponent would summon. Strictly speaking, this kind of undead is actually a kind of magician, which means that their bodies are very fragile, and Yi Liang can still kill them as long as he gets close to them. After all, vampire blood can kill undead. So Yi Liang immediately commanded all the commander-level vampires to attack the Necromancer. Focus fire on one first and kill it. The vampires use their speed advantage to dodge the bones attacks in the air and try to get close to the Necromancer. However, they ignored the liches. Although liches are also mages, they have certain melee capabilities compared to necromancers. After all, the upper limit of liches is monarch level, while the upper limit of necromancers is only emperor level. Liches also use bone magic, but their domain is not the domain of bones, but the domain of skeletons. A huge ice wall suddenly appeared in front of all the vampires. The ice wall shattered and countless huge bone spurs stabbed all the vampires at the same time. Just as vampire blood can kill undead, the bone magic of liches and necromancers can also kill vampires. Yi Liang and the other vampires did not dare to be hit by the bone spurs, otherwise they would surely die, so they dodged in all directions. Countless white bones floated in the air around, forming a huge bone dragon. The bone dragon was covered with frost, and it roared and attacked the vampires. Countless skeleton archers also appeared on the ground. Their arrows were long and thin bone spikes, all shot at the vampires in the sky. The skeleton archers' arrows burned with blue flames, and any vampire hit by the arrows would be turned into ashes on the spot. This is the domain of the lich, within which it can control and use all bones, and even form undead for it to command. But these are all temporary. After all, the souls of the undead summoned by the lich will return to the lich, and when the realm dissipates, these undead will also dissipate. If you want to summon a lich, you must use skeleton magic, but the prerequisite is that you need a corpse. The corpses have been summoned by the necromancers, and the Lich can only use the domain to summon these temporary servants out of thin air. Of course, the Bone Dragon is not currently within the summoning range of the King-level Lich, and the Lich can only summon all mutant skeletons. Necromancers and Liches are the least afraid of human wave tactics. Yi Liang was somewhat desperate. This King-level Lich was even more difficult to deal with than the other two Necromancers. In just a few moments, nearly 1,000 vampires were killed and transformed by the Necromancer into 2,000 undead. Only Yi Liang and a few commander-level vampires were still struggling. Lung Jie, who was watching the battle secretly from a distance, was completely stunned. How could 3 undeads defeat nearly 1,000 vampires? But the fact is, in less than 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 vampires were killed instantly by 3 undead. A terrible thought came to Lung Jie's mind. Could there be a king level among these undead? If the 3 undead were replaced by Miles, the king-level general of the human empire, Lung Jie immediately shook his head. Miles could definitely not do this. All 3 are king-level? Lung Jie was shocked, because the distance was too far, and he couldn't see the territory of the 3 undead clearly. He could only see that they were constantly summoning and controlling bones and ice. Lung Jie immediately fled the snow mountain with the snow girl he had just summoned and informed the Alliance members of this important discovery. On the other side, Xiao Lianxue had been waiting for Bayou in the castle. Xiao Lianxue unexpectedly found a traitor outside the Bayou Mountains, but the distance was a bit far. Now 3 king-level monsters are surrounding and killing Yi Liang, and Bayou decides to go there himself. After Bayou arranged the undead to the Bayou Mountains, he and Xiao Lianxue came to the other side through the portal. Chapter 171 Another Betrayer. Tell me the information about the betrayer. Bayou didn't expect to find a traitor lord so quickly. There were 7 days, and the distance between the lords was too far. In fact, by the last day, the first place on the leaderboard would not have many points. After all, the location of the castle is fixed, and the magical continent is so big. Where can you find so many traitor lords? It's very far from the White Rock Mountains. The ghosts used the system to detect it. The traitor defected to the dwarves, most likely the Firebeard clan. Xiao Lianxue and Bayou said as they walked towards the castle. How can you be sure that he is from the dwarf tribe? Bayou was a little confused. Although this was the independent territory of the Firebeard clan of the Dwarf Kingdom, the Bayou Mountains were also on the edge, so there was the possibility of other races. Because the ghost discovered a Dwarven City near this traitor lord. Xiao Lianxue explained to Bayou, and Bayou was also stunned. He had been in the magical continent for so long, but to be honest, Bayou had never seen what the civilized society of the magical continent looked like. Different races have different living habits. These humanoid races all have their own civilizations. Even if they are weak, they will stick together to build cities and live together. In this way, the Lord was quite unlucky. He was another Lord who was forced to surrender. However, I was born next to a city of other races and was lucky enough not to be destroyed. Boss, are we going to mobilize the undead to kill him? Xiao Lianxue asked Bayou. For Bayou, even if he was a lord in the 5th echelon, he could not let go of only 1 point. After all, no one knows how many traitor lords can be found in these 7 days. No, I can go by myself. Since there is a dwarf city nearby, it would be too conspicuous to bring the undead with you. Besides, Bayou is now at the king level. It would be impossible to hold Bayou back without tens of thousands of soldiers. It would be safest to go by yourself. Then you must be careful, big man. Bayou nodded and rode on the griffin. There were 2 commander-level griffins in total, and now this one was the only one left. Bayou had originally thought of taking Xiao Lianxue with him because there was a chance that he could obtain an affiliated barracks, but the distance was too far and there were too many variables. After thinking about it, he thought that a lord who defected to the dwarves could not be a powerful army, so Bayou gave up. It would be more flexible to act alone. Bayou rode on the griffin and set off. Before leaving, he put on his black robe to cover his face. After all, Bayou's white hair was too conspicuous. On the other side, Yi Liang was covered in wounds at this moment. His left arm hung limply, and there was a penetrating wound on his right shoulder that was bleeding and could not heal. All the vampires were killed by the undead, leaving only Yi Liang struggling to hold on. Yi Liang looked at the 3 kings with an expressionless face, not knowing what he was thinking. There were more than 2,000 undead around him, surrounding Yi Liang. Even if the vampire who was escorting Yi Liang's blood died suddenly halfway, and Yi Liang became a free man, he would not be able to escape even if he abandoned the castle, because the 3 undead received the order from Bayou to kill Yi Liang, and they didn't care whether Yi Liang was a free man or a traitor. Yi Liang and Bayou were originally enemies, from the first time they met to the later killing of the Frost Wolf. As for their cooperation, it was only for their own interests, and Bayou just kept his promise. Now the two sides have been assigned opposing identities by the system. The forces on the Snow Mountain have been dealt with by Bayou, and Bayou has no reason not to come and kill him. If Yi Liang were in his place, he would do the same. The strange thing is that Yi Liang should have moved away and escaped as soon as the castle was discovered, instead of continuing to be in a stalemate with the surrounding forces. In just a few days, Yi Liang was no longer qualified to fight Bayou, as her troops were enough to easily destroy him. The Elemental Alliance, the Gata Empire, and Bayou, each of the three forces wants to kill Yi Liang, but Yi Liang can't defeat anyone. In the end, not only did he fail to escape, but he also attracted a Werewolf Lord. The two fought a fierce battle, and then he was discovered by Count Yuka and forced to surrender. Until now, he has been besieged by the undead and is facing death. Everything is determined by fate and has no control over us. Perhaps this is fate. Yi Liang also faced the reality. Until he faced death at this moment, he found that he did not feel a bit of fear, but instead felt a little calm. He never thought about fighting for supremacy among all races. He just wanted to survive in this strange world. Maybe I am really bad at playing games, and being a social animal is the best choice for me. Yi Liang's broken body was instantly pierced by the Lich's bone magic, and his blood and life were rapidly draining away. Yi Liang just felt dizzy and sleepy, with blood flowing out of his mouth. Yi Liang raised his head with difficulty, looked at the three undead in the distance, and laughed. I can finally quit the game. Yi Liang turned into ashes and dissipated. With Yi Liang's death, his castle began to shake violently, then collapsed, and finally turned into complete ruins. The undead don't need to worry about the supplies because the resources in the warehouse of the killed lord will be directly counted and then transferred to Bayou's warehouse. After Yi Liang died, the bodies of the blood servants transformed from his blood also dissipated, leaving no corpses behind. Only a few scattered vampire corpses summoned by the barracks remained. Now the biggest use of corpses to Bayou is to summon the undead. As for the materials obtained from decomposing corpses, they can basically be ignored, unless it is a corpse above the commander level. The Lich and two Necromancers left with more than 2,000 undead, and also took the corpses of several commander-level vampires. Bayou also received a system prompt in the air and learned that the three undead had completed their mission and were returning to the castle. There are still 2,000 undead. It seems that it is the right decision to summon the Necromancer. A king-level Necromancer could even summon the undead just by releasing his domain. It seemed that Bayou would no longer have to personally perform the task of summoning the undead in the future. This is what a queen looks like. Bayou informed Xiao Lianxue to ask a king-level Necromancer to come to Baiyin Mountains to guard the area. At least when Bayou is not around, it could lead the undead to protect the castle. As for the other Necromancer and Lich, they are of course stationed in Bayou's own castle. The safety of the base is the most important thing. Bayou rode on a griffin in the air and took a look at the spoils obtained from killing Yi Liang, a blood pool with special building blueprints and a vampire core, and the rest were some ordinary spoils. This special building is completely useless. It is used to summon vampires. As for the blood core, it is somewhat interesting. It can transform humans into vampires, but it does not have as advanced a bloodline as Yi Liang. Is this a vampire collection gift pack? Bayou took a look and decided to put it in the warehouse for the time being and deal with it when he got back. Bayou felt that no normal person would want to become a vampire. Maybe it was a temptation for those weak lords, but Bayou would not let Sun Xiao and Zhao Lianxue become vampires. Chapter 172, The Poor Man. Bayou rode a griffin and flew away from the Baiyin Mountains, heading deep into the grassland. From high in the sky, Bayou looked down at the endless grassland. On the way, he saw several dwarf fortresses that he had destroyed before, but he didn't know what they were guarding. It was a bit like a small gathering place of dwarves. As Bayou went deeper, he saw more and more dwarf fortresses. Bayou flew north for more than 2 hours, and the outline of a city gradually appeared in Bayou's sight. The trader was in the northwest of the dwarf city. Bayou jumped from a high altitude and chose to walk there. The griffin was too conspicuous in the air and could be easily spotted by the dwarves in the city. Bayou, dressed in a loose black robe, fell straight down from a high altitude like a ghost. Before landing, dark elements surged around Bayou's body, and he slowly slowed down and landed smoothly. The griffin in the sky flew backwards, and after receiving Bayou's order, it went around to the traitor's castle from a distance to pick up Bayou. Bayou looked at the dwarf city in the distance. This was his first time to come into contact with a city-state in the magical continent, and he was full of curiosity about it. But the distance was too far, and Bayou couldn't see it clearly. He could only see that the city was built on a raised hill, surrounded by tall walls made of white rocks, and the city was wrapped in a transparent protective cover. There is a moat around the city, and the city gate is open and built over the moat. Outside the city is empty, with only some patrolling dwarves on the city wall. The defense seemed lax. Bayou guessed that it was because of the remote location. This city looks very similar to those ancient cities, but the style is a little different. Bayou remembered that the closer to the city, the more dwarf fortresses there were. This should be a form of defense for the dwarves. With the city as the center, many dwarf fortresses are scattered around to guard it. Bayou couldn't help but admire the ghost's mobility. They were able to find someone from such a long distance. It was indeed a good thing to have infinite endurance, working day and night. Bayou pulled down the brim of his hat to cover his face, and his figure disappeared from the spot. To the northwest of the dwarf city, there is a not very big castle, located on the grassland, which is some distance away from the dwarf city. Except for this castle and the dwarf city, there is endless grassland all around. But at this moment, many dwarves gather outside the castle, as if they are waiting for something. Bayou approached from the back of the castle, using the castle's outer wall as cover as he observed the group of dwarves. Bayou could tell at a glance that this castle was a low-level castle, and he felt a little disappointed. Looking at the level of the castle, Bayou also realized that this lord was most likely a lord of the 5th echelon. Forget it, 1 point is still a point, and a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. Bayou stuck his head out and looked at the dwarves gathered at the castle gate. There were about 30 dwarves in this group. There were also several horse hitches at the castle gate, tying up the magical beasts or horses that the dwarves rode over. The most outrageous thing was that Bayou also saw a dwarf in armor standing at the gate of the castle, collecting money. Bayou was completely confused. What was going on? At this time, a dwarf walked out of the castle contentedly, greeted the dwarves around him with a smile, and came to the horse tether to prepare to ride away. The group of dwarves were chattering, and Bayou couldn't hear clearly what they were saying while hiding aside. Bayou observed when he came, and there were no dwarves around rushing towards this side. Bayou looked back uncertainly, and there was indeed no one. Bayou acted quickly without any delay and released the frost field instantly. The group of dwarves at the castle gate were frozen by ice as soon as they saw Bayou appear in a black robe. Human magician. The armored dwarf at the castle gate was shocked. How could a human magician appear here? It was no wonder that the dwarves mistook Bayou's attire and frost magic for a human magician. The armored dwarf exclaimed and was frozen by Bayou in despair. This group of dwarves were just ordinary ones. Bayou released his domain energy and killed them instantly. More than 30 dwarves, including their mounts, were all turned into ice sculptures. Bayou withdrew his domain and walked into the castle. All the ice sculptures behind him shattered, and the dwarves turned into pieces without even a scream. Bayou walked into the castle. The yard was empty, so Bayou pushed open the door and entered the castle. Just then, a dwarf walked down from the upstairs. Bayou froze him directly and walked upstairs, passing by his body. The second floor had neatly arranged rooms on both sides. At this moment, a woman walked out from one of the open rooms. Golden hair, blue pupils, delicate face, 2 pointed ears, and dirty clothes that look a little small. This is not the human race. Bayou immediately thought of a name: the elves. The elf had red and swollen eyes and limped downstairs. When he passed Bayou, his face was expressionless, as if he was a dead person. Bayou's face looked a little unhappy, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Bayou continued to walk forward. As Bayou went deeper, the entire corridor was filled with shameful noises. Bayou knew without even thinking what these dwarves were here for. Jummy. At this time, the sound coming from a room next door attracted Bayou's attention. Bayou could tell that the person inside must be the lord of the castle. Bayou kicked the door open and saw a dwarf kneeling there. Bayou casually pierced the dwarf with an ice spike, freezing it. The dwarf's body fell to the ground, and Bayou also saw the human woman, who was a Sakura countrywoman about 20 years old. A collar was hung around her neck, connected to a chain that limited her movements to the bed. What's the difference between them and livestock? These damn dwarves. Seeing the dwarf being killed, she immediately lay down on the bed and vomited. Then she saw Bayou in a black robe, and reflexively put the clothes beside her in front of herself. Thank you, thank you. The panicked woman's face turned an unhealthy red, and she seemed to have realized that it was the black-robed man in front of her who killed the dwarf. But her face was still as pale as death. She didn't know when this kind of life would end. She couldn't even commit suicide. May I have your name? A pleasant female voice came from the black robe, which made her relax her guard a little, and tears flowed from her red and swollen eyes again. My name is Borobugie. Please, please kill me. The woman was very emotional. She pulled the chain on her neck, making a noise, and struggled hard. Bayou looked at the scene in front of her with mixed feelings. The castle crystal was the Lord's life. Her castle was here, and now she was forced to become a traitor. She was also a miserable lord. All the traitors that Bayou met were forced into a desperate situation, and almost no one voluntarily surrendered to the local forces. Bayou now understood that rather than saying that the system deliberately targeted the traitors, it would be better to say that the system was helping them to get rid of it. Bayou felt more miserable than death when he saw her like this. I'm here to free you. Don't be afraid. We're going home. Chapter 173. Firebeard Clan Intelligence. Bayou took off his hat and walked forward. The woman smiled without a trace of fear in her eyes. Bayou ended her life decisively and walked out of the room. Her army should be elves. Once the novice protection period is over, they will probably be controlled by the dwarves in the city, and then her castle will become a place for the dwarves to vent their animal desires. They even started a business here, which is disgusting. Bayou was standing in the corridor. With her death, the castle began to shake violently. All the dwarves in the room ran out in a hurry and saw Bayou at the end of the corridor. Bayou's pupils emitted a blue light, and in an instant all the dwarves in the corridor were burned and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. As the castle collapsed, it buried them completely. Bayou did not save the elves, but let them be free. Bayou grabbed a dwarf and came to the outside of the castle, throwing him to the ground. The pain of the black flame burning his soul made him feel like dying. Tell me about the information about the city in the southeast. Bayou's cold voice came from the black robe. The fire on the dwarf's body was extinguished, and he immediately knelt down and kowtowed madly to Bayou. The evaluation of the dwarves as being honest and loyal is not entirely true now. These nobles have become corrupt. As long as they are intelligent creatures, they will eventually be unable to escape the temptation of power. I'm telling you, I beg the respected magician to spare my life. The dwarf had a hideous face, with beads of sweat all over his face. The damage to his soul made him extremely weak. The city is called Amon City. It is led by Chief Firebeard's youngest son. There are 20,000 dwarf troops stationed in the city. That's not right. The city that Bayou saw before was not small. Why are there only 20,000 dwarf troops? Such a huge city with only 20,000 people. Bayou asked back with doubt, obviously not believing what the dwarf said. Black flames surged from his hands, scaring the dwarf so much that he kowtowed quickly. Please calm down, my lord. I didn't lie. You don't know that the city of Amon is located on the edge of the tribe, far away from the battlefield. At the same time, the chief dotes on his youngest son, so he arranged him here. Because it is relatively safe, there are only 20,000 garrisons here, and the rest of the dwarves in the city are all civilians. The dwarf panicked and hurried to explain to Bayou that he didn't want to endure that kind of pain a second time. So that's how it was. The Huishu clan was still fighting with other clans for the throne. Fearing that his youngest son would be in danger, he arranged him here. How many people are there in the Firebeard clan? As for the nobles, there are less than 10,000 of them. If you include the army and civilians, there may be nearly 1 million. I haven't done a specific count. The dwarf didn't even dare to look up at Bayou. He could only tell from her voice that she was a female human magician. Bayou then extracted some intelligence from the dwarf and learned some information about the surrounding area. The highest combat power in the city is the king level, but no one knows exactly how many dwarves there are and what level they are. The dwarves that Bayou encountered in the Bayou Mountains before were all sent by the second son of the patriarch. Including the iron or mining in the White Rock Mountains, the dwarf fortress is all under the command of Amon City. The Firebeard clan has 7 cities and countless dwarven fortresses, and most of their forces are on the front lines fighting other clans. Bayou didn't know the specific strength of the clan leaders of these clans, but the late dwarf king had reached the emperor level. Bayou estimated that the clan leaders of these clans were at most high-level kings. Otherwise, they would have rebelled long ago, and there was no need to wait until the dwarf king died to start. The dwarves are a medium-sized race in the magical continent and are not very strong. so it is not too difficult for Bayou at the moment. To be on the safe side, Bayou had to be cautious. Although the undead could raise troops in large numbers, Bayou could not massacre these dwarf civilians. Moreover, there is a huge difference between the king level and the king level. Bayou is not that confident. The Bayou Mountains are extremely far away from the city of Oman. Bayou doesn't believe that with the dwarven technology, there would be no teleportation arrays between the city-states. If he can't take over the city of Oman in one fell swoop, he will definitely face follow-up support from the Firebeard clan. Bayou's idea was to hand it over to Xiao Lianshue's dwarves to manage and provide a steady supply of logistics and resources for the castle of Bayou and others. Let's put it aside for now. We'll deal with it when we become stronger. This week, our main target will be the betrayers. Bayou has silently regarded the dwarves as his first opponent in the battle for supremacy among all races. Bayou dealt with the dwarf, destroyed the body, and whistled loudly. The griffin hovering in the sky immediately flew down. Bayou appeared on the griffin's back and rode the griffin back to the Bayou Mountains. On the way, Bayou also noted down the approximate location for future action. However, it was estimated that within a few days, the second son of the clan leader would send dwarves to the Bayou Mountains again. After all, Bayou had killed many of his people. Bayou opened the ranking list and took a look. His current score was 8, which directly surpassed the Traitor Lord who had 7 points and became the first. It seems that rising in the rankings is easier than Bayou thought. It was not until the sky became completely dark that Bayou returned to Xiao Lianshue's castle. Boss, it seems that everything went smoothly. We were not discovered by the dwarves in that city, right? Xiao Lianshue had been looking at the rankings. A few hours ago, Xiao Lianshue found that Bayou's points had increased, and she knew that she had defeated him. That betrayer was also a pitiful person. I will free her. As for that dwarf city, it won't be long before I destroy it. Bayou said this casually without going into too much detail, hoping that Xiao Lianshue and Sun Xiao would never realize the cruelty of the magical continent. That Necromancer is a king level 1. You don't need to worry about the safety here for now. Let the undead continue to search for the traitors in the next few days. Bayou waved his hand and walked towards the shuttle gate. The king-level Necromancer also gave Xiao Lianshue a great sense of security. Her castle was deep in the Bayou Mountains and was indeed very safe at the moment. Xiao Lianshue will stay here temporarily to manage the dwarves and collect intelligence. The king-level Necromancer also took over the position of the commander-level Necromancer and was responsible for guarding here. On the one hand, you can manage the undead, and on the other hand, you could be responsible for the safety of the castle and the production of troops. I'll leave this to you. Yes, your majesty. Bayou walked into the shuttle gate and returned to his castle. He took off the black robe, and it looked like the camouflage effect was really good. It was good for deceiving other races except the human race, who could see through it at a glance. Arthur, John Lenny, you three should focus on your development and gather some experience points during this period. Bayou then said to the kings of the 3 major races that only if they, who were at the upper limit of the divine realm, were promoted to the king level would they be the greatest help to Bayou. At the same time, the search for the traitors around could not stop. Bayou used up the iron ingots he had harvested today and upgraded to a town. He collected the 10,000 magic crystals he had obtained from selling Count Yuka's king-level weapon from the exchange. He also fed Xiaobing. Today's task has been successfully completed. Bayou took a nice bath and went to the bedroom to prepare for bed. Chapter 174 Sun Xiao's departure. Time 06. Bayou woke up from bed on time and started to get dressed and wash up. Last night when she was selling king-level weapons, she did not check the world chat, but she did not know that Bayou's order for selling king-level weapons directly shocked many lords. What does selling king-level weapons mean? It means that this lord has the ability to kill king-level enemies. But most of the lords still chose not to believe it. After all, it had only been a short time. How could a lord develop so quickly? Except for the 5 people from the Elemental Alliance, who believed it without a doubt because Lung Jie had seen it with his own eyes. Bayou's current strength was far more exaggerated than those lords had imagined. Bayou felt that he might be a little calmer in the next 2 days. The trouble in the Snow Mountain was gone, and the traitor was not so easy to find. She came to the barracks, ready to summon soldiers. On the other side, in Sun Xiao's castle, Sun Xiao killed a monster with 1 stick, and the ordinary level 9 experience points were instantly filled up. Sun Xiao successfully reached the commander level. She rode the little yellow cloud into the sky, waiting for the breakthrough to be completed. Each breakthrough takes a while and cannot be completed directly. Sun Xiao doesn't know why. Sometimes you may even feel weak in your limbs. Sun Xiao got up early today. This was the first time she went out to fight monsters with the blessing of double attributes in the early morning. Because she had been at the ordinary 9th level for a long time, she finally felt clearly yesterday that she was about to break through. I couldn't wait to take my monsters out to fight monsters early this morning. As expected, I lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully upgraded after killing only one monster. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiao was promoted to commander before Xiao Li and Xue. At this time, Sun Xiao was a little proud. She had decided to meet the old witch again and beat her up. Thinking of this, she hesitated again. She wanted to go and see her family. She was now a commander-level person and should have a certain ability to protect herself. She just didn't know how to talk to Bayou about it. Sun Xiao also told this matter to her cousin Sun Yubao. Sun Xiao, who had always thought that there was no way out, saw hope again. That is to let Bayou form an alliance with them. Then he can go over there through the shuttle gate and then dissolve the alliance. Sun Xiao knew that Bayou had no alliance, and her cousin only needed one person to temporarily withdraw from the alliance to leave a position. The two alliances can unilaterally dissolve the alliance if there is no flow of resources or personnel, but if they have intersections, withdrawing from the alliance requires the consent of both parties. For example, if Bayou went to the castle of another lord in the alliance through a portal, the other party could not unilaterally dissolve the alliance and leave Bayou there to attack Bayou. If the alliance is simply established and the two parties have no intersection, the alliance can be terminated unilaterally. These were all personally experimented by Sun Xiao's cousin, so even if Sun Xiao's castle cannot be moved, it can be moved to her cousin's place. After learning this method, Sun Xiao became more eager to see her family. Sun Xiao has almost figured out all the monsters in the swamp. Even if she is not here, these magical beasts of hers should not be a big problem. After Sun Xiao secretly went to the toilet behind a tree, she gave some instructions to her magic beast and rode on her little yellow cloud to fly towards Bayou's castle. Whether Bayou agrees or not, Sun Xiao will talk to Bayou about this matter. At this time, Bayou in the castle had just finished summoning the troops and was instructing the undead to look for traces of the Goblin Kingdom while looking for the traitor me. Judging from the last time the Goblin Shaman was besieged and the fact that they didn't even chase Bayou later on, the Goblin Kingdom should be the weakest among the four. They probably came to the Snow Mountain just to try their luck. Bayou felt that the Goblin Kingdom was about the same strength as the Dwarf Kingdom and could be her next target for development in Martial State. That's why Bayou wanted to find out their location in advance. Anyway, he could find the Goblin Kingdom while looking for the traitor. Hey, Sun Xiao is here. She remembered what Sun Xiao said at that time, that the next time he came to see her, he would be at the commander level, so she opened the panel and took a look. Not bad. He actually got promoted to commander. When Sun Xiao was still in the sky, she saw Bayou in the castle yard and waved to Bayou. Soon, she landed on the little yellow cloud and came in front of Bayou. Sister Bai, I'm at the commander level. As soon as they met, Sun Xiao shared her joy with Bayou. Isn't this a great talent? Why was he so weak before? Bayou also praised Sun Xiao generously, saying that it was very good for a teenager to be able to achieve this level. The two chatted for a while. Sun Xiao looked like she was worried about something. Bayou could see through her and realized that she was not just here to chat. Under Bayou's probing, Sun Xiao quickly told the other party everything about how she had found her relatives. After listening to this, she was silent for a while. It was a good thing that Sun Xiao was able to find her relatives. Are you sure that cousin of yours can be trusted? Is he a traitor? Is there any danger over there? Sun Xiao didn't expect that Bayou's first words were about caring about her, and she was extremely touched. Don't worry, Sister Bai. My cousin Sun Yubao and I have had a good relationship since we were young. He is not a traitor. Besides, he and my dad are together in a desert or Gobi. There is no danger there. It is because of that place that they were able to survive the beast tide. Sun Xiao and Bayou explained that she also understood her desire to see her family. After all, they are in a strange world, helpless and alone, and as teenagers they are facing the collapse of their worldview and the cruel killings in the other world. Not crashing is pretty good. Okay, I respect your idea, but before that, I will help you upgrade your castle to a town and build a subsidiary castle in my town. After you leave, there will be no one to take care of it, and it will still be very dangerous. There are still 15,000 iron ingots left in Bayou's warehouse, which is not enough for Bayou to upgrade the town, but just enough for Sun Xiao to upgrade the town and build an attached castle. Naturally, she had full operational authority over her subjects. Bayou directly upgraded son Xiao's castle to a town, built a subsidiary castle in her own town, and became neighbors with Zhao Lianxue. Sister Bai, I don't know how to thank you. You were so kind to me. Son Xiao felt a little sad. Bayou not only agreed to let her go to find her relatives, but he even built an auxiliary castle for her because he was worried that the castle would be attacked because no one was managing it. Okay, stop saying those cheesy words and go contact your cousin. I'll let Zhao Lianxue take care of your barracks for you temporarily. Bayou dismantled Sun Xiao's special building, the Time Chamber, and built it in his own town. At the same time, he also directly upgraded her subsidiary barracks to a level that even surpassed the main castle. Bayou thought simply that these monsters would not be of much use to him, but Sun Xiao's monster barracks was actually quite powerful when taken alone, and it was just right to cooperate with Zhao Lianxue's dwarves to build a special army. Putting the focus on Bayou Castle will make it easier for Zhao Lianxue to act. What she wants is for the dwarves to become her logistics, not to destroy them. Therefore, in the end, it must be Zhao Lianxue's dwarves who will manage the other dwarf tribes. Sun Xiao also sent a message to her cousin, while Bayou summoned her monsters to her side, and finally sent them all to Zhao Lianxue's castle. Soon, Bayou received a friend request from a lord named Big-Breasted Girl. Sun Yubao knew that Sun Xiao had submitted to a big boss in the first echelon, and that the big boss was a girl who was very nice to Sun Xiao, so Sun Yubao was also very polite when speaking to Bayou. It was probably some words like thanking Bayou for taking care of Sun Xiao. She seemed to hear from the other party's words that he didn't seem to intend to let Sun Xiao come back. But this was not what Sun Xiao thought, so Bayou didn't care. Moreover, even if Sun Xiao leaves, she will still gain experience points by cooperating with the dwarves to kill enemies, and she can still become stronger. Bayou didn't give up Sun Xiao's monster. The two quickly established an alliance, and Bayou and Sun Xiao also came to the shuttle gate together and changed the target of teleportation from Zhao Lianxue to Sun Yubao. Looking at the portal emitting orange-red light, Sun Xiao stopped there, then turned around and hugged Bayou. Thank you, Sister Bai. Bayou also patted Sun Xiao's back gently. If you encounter any difficulties over there, be sure to tell me. I am now a king level very strong. Sun Xiao nodded, let go of Bayou, and walked towards the portal. Sister Bai, I'm leaving. Chapter 175 Inspired. Bayou watched Sun Xiao's figure completely disappear into the portal. After a while, Sun Yubao also sent a request to Bayou to dissolve the alliance. Because Sun Yubao's alliance was already full, there was no way he could maintain the alliance with Bayou, so Bayou clicked to agree. The portal returned to the default object, which was Zhao Lianxue's castle, and the portal flashed at this time. Vomit dash. Zhao Lianxue's figure appeared and began to vomit as usual. Boss, you said Sun Xiao left to look for her relatives? Zhao Lianxue just received a message from Bayou, asking her to come and manage Sun Xiao's warcraft. Zhao Lianxue asked why, and Bayou said directly that she was looking for relatives. Well, she just left. Bayou walked out the door, and Zhao Lianxue followed. I was wondering why I couldn't teleport just now. It was then that Zhao Lianxue noticed that there was another small castle next to her own castle. She knew without hesitation that it belonged to Sun Xiao. The boss really takes care of her. Don't worry, sir. I'm an orphan with no relatives. I will definitely not leave. Bayou rolled her eyes in response to Zhao Lianxue. It would take some time for those monsters to arrive at Bayou's castle, and Sun Xiao had already summoned today's troops. Zhao Lianxue was bored and waiting in the castle, running around. Bayou was inspired by Sun Yubao's method. Sun Xiao said that her cousin was a game geek. At first, Bayou didn't take it seriously, but she didn't expect that after coming to the magical continent, his brain was indeed more flexible than that of ordinary people. The inspiration is that Bayou can form a short-term alliance with other lords and teleport through the shuttle gate to deal with the traitors nearby. This is much more flexible than searching on his own, and the scope is also expanded. He did what he said. With so many lords, there would always be traitors around them. Those lords who had traitors around them but did not have the strength to eliminate them would face threats. Bayou helped them resolve the crisis for free, and he could also earn points. This was obviously a win-win situation. Although this might expose some of Bayou's strength, it was a trivial matter compared to the ranking rewards. The other lords knew how powerful he was, and they could only fear and envy him, but it did not change the fact that they were still weaklings. Bayou immediately sent a message in the world chat. Cabby Patty, if there are any traitors nearby, you can add me as a friend in a private message to form an alliance. I will teleport over to help you eliminate the traitors. Big Xiao. Boss, I'd like to ask, how did you get that king-level weapon? Are you really a king-level weapon? Little fairy, you dare to kill our betrayer? I will let you know how powerful the Goblin Kingdom is. GG stick. Wow, the boss has spoken. Unfortunately, there are no betrayers near me. I guess I won't be able to become his friend. Super cute little fairy. Boss, is there any benefit in helping you find the traitor? Can I give birth to a monkey for you? Oh. Cabby Patty. The castle must be upgraded to a town, and it must have a teleportation gate. Anyone who is threatened by a betrayer can come to me, and I will help you solve it for free. As Bayou started talking, the speed of world chat changed from a train to a high-speed train, and the screen was refreshed at a very fast speed. Bayou looked at his hundreds of thousands of friend requests and tens of thousands of private messages, and fell into deep thought. I should have kept silent if I had known this. The key point is that none of these lords are serious. Anyway, the message has been sent, and I can't just keep refreshing the world chat screen like a fool. You also asked what the reward is for helping me find the traitor. When the traitor attacks your castle, I wonder if you still want the reward. Although there were tens of thousands of private messages, Bayou still couldn't give up. What if one of them was true? For the reward, Bayou sat aside and checked the private chats one by one. As for friend requests, Bayou simply rejected them with one click. If there were any private chats, Bayou would just add them. As for the little fairy lord, your home is in the Goblin Kingdom, right? You'd better pray that you won't be found by your own undead. These lords are really sinister. In order to add Bayou as a friend, they lied that there was a traitor nearby. As a result, Bayou added the other party and asked about it. He said to Bayou that he was still looking and begged the boss not to delete him. It was as if a crow flew over Bayou's head, and Bayou deleted it with his backhand. It took Bayou several hours to read through all the private chats and reply to the lords who were suspected of having information about traitors. Bayou glanced at the time. It was already noon. His butt was sore from sitting so much, so he stood up and stretched out. Xiao Lianxue took son Xiao's monsters to the Bayou Mountains, and also left some monsters in the time chamber to develop. After all, there are not enemies in the Bayou Mountains all the time, and their development will slow down there. Soon, a lord named drinking 3 cups of nuclear waste water in anger responded to Bayou first. Drank 3 cups of nuclear waste water angrily. Boss, I have a traitor here. He is very powerful. I found his location. It is not far from my castle. Boss, can you come over? I am very scared when he is near me. Crabbit Patty, how strong is it? Drinks 3 cups of nuclear waste water angrily. There is a commander level 1. You call this strong? Bayou also established an alliance with this lord without hesitation. Since there really was a traitor on his side, Bayou would naturally not let him go. Bayou only asked about the traitor's strength, and did not even ask about the traitor's military branch or the force he defected to. It's not that Bayou is arrogant. It's that Bayou had no intention of going there in person from the beginning. So of course his dear king-level Necromancer did it for him. When the time comes, you can kill the enemy's troops and bring back a group of undead. As a result, just as Bayou established an alliance with the other party, another lord responded to Bayou. Black Swan, boss, help me. There is a traitor on my side. Please help me deal with him. He attacked me once, but his strength is about the same as mine. Now he must be looking for reinforcements from local forces. If that happens, I will be finished. Crabbit Patty, join the alliance. Bayou only replied with 3 words and directly invited the other party to join the alliance. This time, he didn't even ask about the other party's strength. Bayou didn't believe that there were any king-level lords at this stage. If there were, they would definitely not be traitors. Since it's not a king level, Bayou doesn't have to worry at all. There is still a Necromancer. If he has to reveal his strength anyway, he must expose the least amount of strength, so he won't send a lich. Soon, the alliance of 3 was formed, and Bayou also recruited 2 Necromancers. You must immediately go to the other side's castle and eliminate the traitorous lord. Yes, your majesty. The 2 Necromancers entered the shuttle gate one by one and disappeared from Bayou's sight. Chapter 176, Earn Points. As the 2 Necromancers entered the shuttle gate, Bayou continued with her business. After all, the population base of the lords is there, plus her own fame. As long as a few lords really look for Bayou, her points will rise rapidly. Some other powerful lords who wanted to gain points also followed Bayou's method and started competing with her for business in the world chat. For a time, a wave of support for the lords to eliminate the traitors arose among many lords. Although these betrayers were terrified and angry, they had no other options but to pin their hopes on the local forces they had defected to. The betrayers could not form an alliance, so they could not use the same method as the lords. the Lord's castle, where he angrily drank 3 cups of nuclear wastewater. This is a canyon. The Lord's castle is located halfway up the mountain, between cliffs on both sides. His soldiers are 2-meter-long black eagles. It was with the help of his own troops that the Lord discovered the traitor's castle. At the same time, the location of his own castle was hidden and not discovered by the other side. This Lord is a middle-aged man who has never formed an alliance with other lords. Now that he can witness the appearance of the big boss, he also wants to know how big the gap is between himself and the big boss. There was a flickering light in the hall of the shuttle gate. The middle-aged man who had been waiting here saw a half-dead man in a black robe, skinny all over, holding a magic wand, walking out. Why does this guy look so creepy? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He was still expecting the boss's troops to continue to appear, but the light of the portal simply dimmed. He didn't expect that this big guy would come alone without even bringing any troops. Is he so confident? The other party has a commander-level figure. Where's the betrayer? The Necromancer spoke in a hoarse voice, and his tone was as if he had not spoken in years. At the very top, at the end of the canyon. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the Necromancer ignored him and flew towards the end of the canyon. The middle-aged man was not surprised that the Necromancer could fly. Because of his military service, the first skill he learned was flying. 2 wings also grew out of the middle-aged man's back. He flew up and caught up with the Necromancer. Why does this boss look different from what I imagined? Looking so weak, can he defeat a commander? At the end of the canyon, a gray castle stood there. The Necromancer did not find any trace of local forces around. Of course, this was not what Bayou cared about. The distance between the 2 castles was unknown, and Bayou would not be idle enough to care about the local forces around him. It had nothing to do with him. This traitor lord is a charming young woman in her 30s. Her soldier is a monster with a human head and a bird body. The Necromancer has human wisdom, so he won't cause trouble for himself and will just destroy the castle crystal directly. The protective shield outside the castle was directly shattered by a bone spur from the Necromancer. The soldiers and betrayers in the castle were all alarmed and rushed out of the castle and saw 2 human figures in the sky. All the traitor's troops launched an attack on the Necromancer. The bone field was released, and all the troops were killed instantly. The lord who was leading the way exclaimed. He didn't expect that the opponent would be killed instantly. The betrayed young woman was shocked and knew that she was finished. This is a king level 1. The Necromancer destroyed the castle crystal, and the traitor was killed. The troops she had before were also summoned by the Necromancer and turned into undead. There were not many of them, only 300. The Necromancer led the undead back along the same route, leaving the lord who led the way alone, disheveled in the wind. Among the 300 undead, the lord saw many of the same types of soldiers as the Necromancer. In other words, this is not the boss himself, but just one of his soldiers. Damn, this is the real boss. Black Swan, Lord's Castle, another Necromancer also came here. This is a primeval forest with dense vegetation and huge towering ancient trees everywhere. This lord was a woman in her 20s, and her army was a goblin. But when the Necromancer arrived here, he found that there were not many goblins, probably because too many soldiers died in the war with the traitor. This forest is the territory where the centaurs live, so the traitor naturally defected to the centaurs. The woman was on the edge of the centaur territory, but unfortunately, she was discovered by the traitor. The betrayers naturally wanted to kill the lord to gain points. Not all the betrayers were pitiful people. There were also many lords who took the initiative to seek refuge with local forces. The woman personally led the Necromancer into the interior of the forest. The terrain of the forest was so complicated that she couldn't tell the exact location by just pointing with her hand. The woman knew that this was just one of the boss's troops because she was just explaining the situation to Bayou when the Necromancer arrived. The woman didn't ask why the boss only sent one branch of the army, but she firmly believed that the strength of this branch of the army must be very strong. It's just ahead. The woman spoke to the Necromancer beside her, and soon led the Necromancer across a river. The trees around them became fewer and fewer until an open space appeared in sight, where stood a brown castle made of wood. This lord's army is a group of female centaurs. He attracted the centaurs and made them lose their minds. As a result, his position in the centaurs is second only to that leader. She took the initiative to explain that the fighting power of these female centaurs was not strong, which was why she could use goblins to fight against them. If it were that group of cruel and violent male centaurs, she would have been killed long ago. The female centaurs in the castle can move freely without restrictions, and there are even a bunch of licking horses following them every day. but there will be heavy centaur troops stationed in the castle. After all, this is related to the development plan of their tribe. The necromancer listened to the woman's story and soon saw a female centaur walking out of the castle. The upper body of this female centaur is a beautiful woman's figure, with short brown hair, slender limbs, and a slight hint of muscle lines, while the lower body is a white horse's body. These female centaurs may be beautiful, but they are like the combination of strange species and do not conform to human aesthetics. But the necromancer felt nothing. He had no interest in these things. He listened to the woman's story just to report back to Bayou and learn more about the races of the local forces. The necromancer waved his magic wand, and suddenly a huge bone spur emerged from the belly of the female centaur, piercing its body. Then it flew into the sky, heading straight for the castle ahead. The traitor and the centaurs in the castle didn't even have time to resist before they were pierced through by the necromancer's bone spurs and turned into undead. The woman covered her mouth in surprise. She had seen king-level soldiers and knew about domains, so this big man soldier was actually a genuine king-level soldier? Her troops have all reached the king level, so she herself. Hiss dash. The woman no longer dared to imagine it. Everyone started developing at the same time, so this gap is really depressing. Chapter 177. Point soar, far ahead. Bayou in the castle was still continuing his business. Two necromancers also returned one after another. One of the necromancers told Bayou the information about the centaurs. So are those centaur girls pregnant with human or horse bellies? Bayou suddenly thought of a philosophical question, which made the necromancer not know how to answer it, because it didn't know either. Bayou looked at his points, which were already 11 points. These two lords were from the 4th echelon and the 5th echelon respectively. It seems that most of the betrayers are weak. However, that cannot be said. They were born around local forces and cannot become strong even if they want to. Bayou is still ranked 1st, and the 2nd place betrayer has now dropped to 3rd place. Bayou also withdrew from the alliance. That day, Bayou did nothing but chat privately with other lords and clean up the traitors. At most, they would send 2 necromancers each. Anyway, Bayou himself and the Lich had never been there. At this stage, unless there is a traitor in the 1st echelon, the Lord can rely on the troops to hold back a king-level Lord. However, Bayou has seen the 1st echelon, and there is no traitor now. As for the traitor lords in other echelons, the king-level necromancers can easily deal with them alone. And the necromancer is not afraid of human wave tactics at all. It was already evening. Bayou had killed 6 traitors using this method that day, and his points had reached 26, directly leading the 2nd place by 10 points. The necromancers are still idle part of the time, and it takes from half an hour to 3 hours to kill a traitor. The necromancers also brought back more than 1,000 undead for Bayou, plus the resources that Bayou obtained by killing the opposing lords. Bayou made a fortune. Although there were people who imitated Bayou, they were not as famous as Bayou, and the lords who had been helped by Bayou inadvertently revealed Bayou's strength, a king-level soldier. This directly shocked the lords. They did not expect that Bayou, the big boss, actually had the strength of a king. This proved that the king-level equipment sold in the exchange before was not picked up. Bayou's strength and fame made him the first choice of all the lords. But not every lord has betrayers around him who pose a threat to his life. Some lords also wanted to rely on their own strength to kill the traitors to gain points. In addition to those lords who wanted to steal business, Bayou didn't think there would be many such things from the beginning. It was already very good to have a few. During this period, Bayou was bored and saw a lord who overestimated his own capabilities while chatting in the world. He teleported over, but instead of killing the traitor, he was killed by the traitor, which resulted in the location of the castle of the lord who was allied with him being exposed. The lord kept greeting his ancestors in the world chat for an hour. Someone in the world chat is still looking for an alliance to kill the traitor. I don't know which idiot asked for 5,000 magic crystals as a reward for helping him find the traitor. To this, Bayou only wants to say one thing. You are such a fucking genius. Bayou really didn't know what he was thinking when he gave the other party a reward. Bayou placed a sky-high price order on the exchange, trading 1 spirit core for 100,000 magic crystals. Note: privately chat to help kill the betrayer. This way you don't have to keep sending messages, as the lords who visit the exchange will see it. Bayou didn't set the price too high, in case some lord disliked him and directly traded the order. It was hard to say for sure. She no longer cares about world chatting. It would be best if someone looks for her, but it doesn't matter if no one does. With 10 points, if nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely be in the top 10. Bayou was preparing to take a shower and rest. The 2 necromancers had been waiting in the castle. The Lich took over the Necromancer's position and temporarily went to Xiao Lianxue's place. If anyone needed help before going to bed, Bai Yu would call the two Necromancers on standby outside the castle to come over. No matter how these lords guessed, they always believed that Bai Yu only had one king-level soldier, and they had never seen Bai Yu himself, so the strength of this mysterious lord became a mystery. Previously, these lords believed that Bai Yu picked up the king-level weapons he was selling, but now they said that Bai Yu was lucky to have a king-level soldier joining him. Is it difficult to admit that others are better than you? Sure enough, jealousy can make people unrecognizable. Until 10 o'clock in the evening, Bai Yu received hundreds of private messages, but no one needed help. There was actually a lord who negotiated conditions with Bai Yu, saying that there was a trader nearby and hoped that Bai Yu would name a price. Bai Yu simply ignored it. Since there is nothing, then I will go to sleep. You are dreaming of asking me for payment. Aren't you afraid that I will find you and kill you in the future? Bai Yu didn't take a shower today because she didn't go out and didn't sweat. Bai Yu took off all his clothes, got into bed, and fell asleep. In the Bayou Mountains, Xiao Lianxue also dragged her tired body to complete the day's tasks. Gray found another group of dwarves, not many in number, only a few dozen, but among them there were several high-level craftsmen who could actually forge commander-level equipment, and Xiao Lianxue's castle happened to have a high-level furnace and blacksmith shop. If one devotes all his energy to crafting commander-level equipment in a day, the total number of items could reach 40, if the quality is a little worse, which is roughly equivalent to the ordinary commander-level equipment circulated in the exchange. If you make a set of better quality, you can make about 20 pieces a day. Xiao Lianxue immediately informed Bai Yu of the good news and asked what to do with these commander-level equipment. Bai Yu handed over full responsibility to Xiao Lianxue. As long as the magic crystals in the castle were enough to consume several castles, the remaining equipment could also be used to arm the dwarves. Several senior dwarf craftsmen were also in distress. They were extremely grateful to Gray and Xiao Lianxue for saving them from the dire situation and generously taught the forging knowledge to other dwarf craftsmen. Among the dwarves, in addition to Gray, several other dwarves were promoted to commanders, and the dwarves Gray brought back also had a commander. It can be said that the dwarves have made significant progress in their strength during these days of recuperation. The magic beasts that Xiao Lianxue brought back were the same as the griffins before. Dwarves who were promoted to commanders could choose one as a mount, but they did not need to sign a contract. Because they were originally Bayou's subordinate troops, their loyalty was not a problem. So many dwarves settled in Xiao Lianxue's town, and the town territory was filled with houses, firmly guarding Xiao Lianxue's castle in the center. Now it has come to the point where we have to upgrade the town and expand the territory. Xiao Lianxue and Bai Yu applied for it, and Bai Yu agreed to upgrade the town so that it can accommodate more dwarves. Xiao Lianxue's town now looks more like a town than Bai Yu's town. The dwarves provided Bai Yu with iron ingots and equipment, while the undead were responsible for the castle's security and intelligence. By letting Xiao Lianxue manage logistics, Bai Yu also saved himself a lot of trouble. Of course, resources are first tilted towards Bai Yu. After all, the stronger Bai Yu is, the safer their situation will be. Chapter 178: Alliances Between Alliances. The strength displayed by Bai Yu stimulated everyone. Even the lords in the first echelon who had always had the ambition to dominate the magical continent were deeply shocked by her strength. One of the lords who approached Bai Yu yesterday for help in eliminating the traitor was a lord from the first echelon. He didn't believe what those lords said, that Bai Yu's strength had reached the king level. How could there be such a huge gap in strength between the two teams, both of them being in the first echelon? As a commander, he thought he was also at the top level in the first echelon. There was a traitor near him, and he originally wanted to kill him to increase his points, but in order to verify what the lord said, he gave the traitor to Bai Yu. As a result, only one type of Bai Yu's soldiers were seen coming over. It was just as what those lords in the world chat said. It was really king level. There were a total of 1,000 lords in the first echelon, and so many of them had private chats with Bai Yu that it was impossible for Bai Yu to remember the name of every lord. He would never allow the existence of a lord in the first echelon who was so powerful that he could threaten everyone. This leader must be killed. He believed that the other first-tier lords must have the same idea. In the ranking list, you can check whether there is an alliance between lords. If you click on the name of a lord with an alliance, there will be a mark above it. But if you click on the name of a lord without an alliance, there will be no such mark. But it is limited to marking, and you cannot see who the lord is specifically allied with, how many people are in the alliance, etc. He checked all the lords in the first echelon, and except for Yi Liang, who was dead and a traitor, among all the remaining lords, only 3 lords did not have an alliance. They are Xiao Castle, Fall of Light, and Instant Enlightenment. He already knew the lord of Xiehuangbao. He had the strength of a king, and his army was undead. He really disdained the alliance. As for the remaining 2 lords, they were very mysterious, and even belonged to the type that was not very conspicuous in the first echelon. But the alliance only has 5 people at most, and the 5 lords combined have about 100 commander-level soldiers, maybe even less. And this is based on the fact that all 5 of them are in the first echelon. It is still difficult to threaten the king level. After all, Bayou's own strength and the number of her troops are unknown. But that is just an official alliance drawn up by the system. Can't the lords form a private alliance? Obviously, it is possible. But without the guarantee of a system, it will be difficult for the lords to trust each other. Without trust, it would be difficult to unite and help each other, and they might even face betrayal at any time. After all, the lords were originally enemies. But it is enough to work together to deal with a lord. The lord immediately sent a message to his alliance. Trumpler. This Krabby Patty overlord has seriously affected the balance of the game. We must unite with others to punish him. Mithras. Calvin, what are you doing? The other party has no grudge against you, and he is even king level. Red Fuji. Mythos, you are an idiot who used your real name. Calvin is right. Our Sunset Alliance can join forces with other alliances to kill this lord. The king level is not invincible. Soon, the lord named Calvin reached an agreement with several allies, and most of them agreed with this alliance to attack Bayou. Several people began to slander Bayou on the World Channel, claiming that her army was evil, ominous, and full of violence and killing, and that countless lords had died at her hands. She became stronger by killing people. Soon, those weak lords who had worshipped Bayou without knowing why turned against him. Even those lords who were jealous of Bayou's strength began to feel a little balanced. No wonder he was so strong. It turned out that the army was a group of ominous things. They also joined in the condemnation of Bayou and were successfully led by the Sunset Alliance of Calvin and others. Bayou, who didn't understand what was going on, was scolded by the lords in the world chat. This is only the first step of the Sunset Alliance. The second step is to contact all the allied lords in the first echelon and win over as many as possible to form alliances between alliances. Then find the location of Bayou's castle and destroy this evil lord. The Sunset Alliance's hype in the world chat can quickly attract the attention of a large number of lords, including some of the first-tier lords. Therefore, this will give them the opportunity to contact other lords in the first echelon more conveniently in the future. Soon, the 5 people split up and contacted the Elemental Alliance. Lin Jun and Shi Yao, as the lords of the first echelon, also received the news. The 2 called the remaining 3 people together to discuss the matter. The people of the Elemental Alliance can be said to be the group of lords who know Bayou best. The reason why they didn't attack Yi Liang, the traitor, before was partly because of the Gata Empire, and partly because they were worried about encountering Bayou. As expected, Yi Liang was crushed by Bayou. When Leng Jie brought the news back, everyone was shocked. Those lords in the world chat channel knew too little about Bayou. She was more than just a king level. You mean those first-tier lords want to unite and destroy her? After listening to the 2 people's description, Leng Jie was also thinking about the possibility of success of this matter. Lu Yao opened the world chat and started reading. Yeah, I think what they said makes sense. The undead do give people an ominous feeling. And they're right about one thing. She can really become stronger quickly by relying on corpses. I think we should form an alliance with them and reveal her true intelligence. I don't believe that so many first-tier lords can't defeat her alone. Feng Xiao was obviously still brooding over what happened last time and wanted to kill Bayou immediately. Brother Feng, don't be impulsive. Let me analyze it for you first. Leng Jie quickly stopped Feng Xiao from speaking and took over the conversation. First of all, let's think about her strength. There are 3 king-level spirits. Her own strength is unknown at the moment. There are at least 20,000 undead spirits. You can estimate how many commander-level spirits there are. As for us, our alliance only has less than 70 commanders, which is not enough to defeat one king. If you convert the combat power, if you want to defeat her, you need at least 5 alliances. That is 25 lords, and their alliance strength cannot be lower than ours, so that we can hope to defeat the undead lord. After Leng Jie finished speaking, Feng Xiao also fell silent. 25 lords are just barely hopeful of defeating her. I think it's better not to make an enemy of her. Her current attitude may just be greedy, not cruel or bloodthirsty. Otherwise, she would have sent the undead to find our castle long ago. It can be seen that she is not very interested in us. In this case, why should we provoke such a strong enemy like her? Lin Jin also expressed his thoughts, and it was rare for him to say so many words at once. As for Shi Yao, he also did not agree to be an enemy of Bayou. Lu Yao was erratic, and only Feng Xiao wanted to join forces with other alliances to attack Bayou at the beginning. But after everyone analyzed the situation for him, he suddenly felt that it was good to be alive. So why should he seek death? The final result reached by the Elemental Alliance was not to join forces with other alliances to attack Bayou, and not to even reveal Bayou's specific strength, just to act as a transparent person. As for how those lords found Bayou's castle, that was their business. Chapter 179: The Castle is discovered. This Sunset Alliance directly destroyed Bayou's way of obtaining points. Bayou was also confused as he watched the world chat. How could he be cyberbullied for no reason? Fortunately, Bayou's determination was firm, and he was not affected. He was just disappointed that he could not earn any points. In fact, Bayou could have sent it out under Xiao Lianshue's name, but the effect was minimal, so Bayou gave up. Anyway, it's fine as long as I can get into the top 10. Bayou's castle was located between two forbidden areas and was protected by hidden chandeliers. The surrounding lords were also cleared out by Bayou. Except for the barren plains, the Elemental Alliance knew that Bayou's castle was nearby, but the other lords didn't even know where Bayou's castle was. The Orphan of Xiao. Boss, another dwarf has entered the mountain. Why is the second son of the Firebeard clan's patriarch so forgetful? Bayou came to the shuttle gate and walked in. There were liches stationed here, so the combat power must be enough. Bayou was not here to fight, but he suddenly remembered something. Last time we sent out a commander-level dwarf team, and they were all wiped out. This time we have to have at least a king-level one, right? Bayou's presence here just adds a layer of insurance. Where's Gray? Bayou asked as soon as he saw Xiao Lianxue, not paying much attention to the dwarf attack. Gray went out early this morning on his griffin. Xiao Lianxue didn't know why Bayou wanted to see Gray. And also, shouldn't you be concerned about the dwarves entering the mountains? When Gray came back, he told him to find a few smart dwarves to sneak into Amon City to gather intelligence and see how many kings there are. What about the dwarves who went into the mountains? Bayou remembered that since there were civilians living in Amon, it was impossible for the city to be closed all the time. It would be abrupt for humans to enter the dwarf city, but if it was dwarves, there would be no problem. Let Gray lead people to sneak in and get some information, so that Bayou can decide whether to attack it or not. He can also have a basic understanding of the Firebeard clan. Boss, the dwarves are an air force this time. Each of them rides a strange bird, and there are probably 200 to 300 of them. As soon as they entered the White Rock Mountains, they dispersed over a very large area. It feels like this is going to be a bit troublesome. Xiao Lianxue was a little worried. This time the dwarves were obviously well prepared and had sent out Air Force reconnaissance. Hundreds of dwarves were scattered across a very large search area, and it would be easy to find Xiao Lianshue's castle if they went deeper. When they return, the dwarves will surely send a large army. Bayou heard that the dwarves had indeed learned their lesson this time. A fortress behind the dwarves was destroyed, and the mine and the 2 dwarf teams that entered the mountain were all wiped out. This was enough to attract their attention. Let all the gargoyles and ghosts follow, and you too. In order to prevent the opponent from having a king-level monster, Bayou also brought a lich along. The main purpose of bringing Xiao Lianxue along was that the flute could interfere with the monster's mind. Dwarves cannot fly, so it is not easy for the Air Force to deal with them. As long as we kill those monsters, the dwarves can be killed by falling from a high altitude. Bayou ordered hundreds of gargoyles and ghosts to spread out in a larger encirclement to prevent the dwarves from escaping. Bayou and Xiao Lianxue rode on griffins and flew towards the direction where the dwarves were attacking. Soon, Bayou also saw the dwarves riding on magical beasts in the sky. These dwarves were indeed here for reconnaissance. When they saw the undead, they prepared to evacuate without even looking back. Although this was not the undead's base camp, they had been discovered by the enemy and the dwarves had already figured out their approximate location, so they immediately chose to retreat. Hundreds of dwarf knights circled in the air, turned around, and prepared to evacuate. The view in the sky is unobstructed. Even if hundreds of dwarf knights are far apart, they can still see each other and the attacking undead. Xiao Lianxue immediately blew the flute, and the humming sound spread in the air. Some nearby monsters were affected, and they directly carried the dwarves to do a backflip and threw all the dwarves down. As for the Dwarf Knight in the distance, because the distance was too far, the impact on his mount was minimal, and it was still within the controllable range, and no accidents occurred. But the gargoyles' flying speed was faster than those monsters, and they outnumbered the other side, so they could quickly catch up with the Dwarf Knights and kill them. Bai Yu had overestimated these dwarves. This time, the Dwarf Air Force was composed entirely of cannon fodder responsible for reconnaissance. Not to mention the king level, there wasn't even a commander level 1. Most of them were ordinary level dwarves of level 7 or 8. The Dwarf Knights are equipped with a crossbow enchanted by fire. The crossbow arrows shot out are a stream of red light, and any target hit will catch fire. But this level of attack is basically ineffective against gargoyles. It can only slightly slow down their flying speed. The gargoyle's hard body is least afraid of stabbing attacks, such as bows and arrows. Instead, blunt attacks caused by hammers are more effective. As for those burning flames, they cause 0 damage to the gargoyles, and the gargoyles can absorb all of the flames in an instant. Soon, dwarves or monsters fell from the sky one by one. Bai Yu did not pursue them too much. The gargoyles were fully capable of handling them. Bai Yu simply killed all the Dwarf Knights within his attack range. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. When these Dwarf Knights saw that they had no way to escape, they decisively took out a flare from their arms and pulled the fuse. There are hundreds of Dwarf Knights, and each of them has a flare in his arms. Even if Bai Yu is very fast, he cannot kill all the scattered Dwarf Knights in an instant. Among hundreds of dwarves, there will always be a few who will succeed. They were obviously well prepared this time, and even if Bai Yu reacted and wanted to stop them, it was already too late. All the gargoyles can do is ensure that these Dwarf Knights cannot escape from the White Rock Mountains. Rays of white light shot straight into the sky and exploded above the undead and Dwarf Knights. Bang! Bang! Bai Yu's heart trembled. There was actually a group of Dwarf Knights lying in ambush at the end of the Bayou Mountains. As the signal flare sounded, they immediately rode their monsters toward the depths of the grassland. Among them, a group of eagles were startled and flew up. They were the dwarves' sentinel eagles. It is impossible to catch up with them now. They have already started to disperse, not to mention that group of eagles. Boss, what should we do? Xiao Lianxue on the side was a little panicked. Now their whereabouts were completely discovered. Although this place was not in their castle, it was not far from the castle. Bai Yu remained silent, because this meant that she would have to go to war with the Horseshoe clan in advance. Little did the two know that the information conveyed by the dwarves' flares not only meant that the message was urgent or the target had been found, but also that the other party's strength had reached the king level. Chapter 180 The Lord Hidden on the Edge. Soon, all the Dwarf Knights were killed, and not a single one escaped. Bai Yu led the undead back to the castle. If they really dare to attack us, let them go into the mountains. The Bayou Mountains will limit their combat effectiveness, and we have air forces here, so we have a greater advantage. Bai Yu felt something was wrong again and started to think about it. Xiao Lianxue didn't say anything either. She didn't know what to do about this kind of thing. The first time he was discovered by the dwarves was when the witch who used sound magic attacked Xiao Lianxue's castle, but all the dwarves were killed at that time, leaving no one alive. The second time was to attack the dwarf fortress and rescue the dwarf slaves. Although Bai Yu flew over the fortress, he did not follow the troops and rode a griffin. Even if a dwarf passed a message back, they would not know what type of troops Bai Yu was. The third time was when the dwarf's commander-level team came. The leader was a commander-level team, holding a mace and wounding Bai Yu. The sentinels they sent out, including this reconnaissance team, were all wiped out by Bai Yu. In other words, only today did the dwarves who successfully passed the message back know for the first time that Bai Yu's troops were undead. The dwarves are highly intelligent creatures and must know about the undead. Bai Yu doesn't believe that they are unaware of the characteristics of immortality. In this case, they probably won't attack Bai Yu for the time being. Because they must be prepared in advance when facing the undead, they need to create or enchant a batch of weapons with soul damage in order to kill the undead. We can't wait here for them to attack us. We must take the initiative and attack before they can react. Bai Yu figured it all out, and her eyes immediately became determined. When the fully prepared dwarves attack her, her undead will definitely suffer heavy losses. When Bai Yu and Xiao Lianxue returned, Gray also returned riding a griffin. Xiao Lianxue looked at Gray and then at Bai Yu. Then are we still sending Gray to sneak into Amon City? No, now that we've been discovered, we have no choice but to force our way through. Bai Yu returned to his castle and began to summon the undead. The longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Bai Yu. Bayou had no idea about the interior of Amon City and did not know the specific strength of the other party, but there was no doubt that there must be king-level people in the city, and he didn't know how many there were. Therefore, it is not feasible to summon the 3 king-level warriors to attack the city directly. As Bayou's key combat force, their magic power must not be consumed by those ordinary dwarves who rely on technology. Bayou had to be cautious. With so many types of soldiers under his command, he would never take any risks. The Snow Mountain is located to the west of Bayou Castle, and the Dark Forest is to the east. But the Dark Forest is a huge forest that stretches from north to south, and Sun Xiaoxiao's castle is just south of Bayou's castle, so she is still adjacent to the Dark Forest. The only difference is that the west side is no longer adjacent to the snow-capped mountains, but is very close to the swamp. The Dark Forest extends all the way south to the edge. The distance between here and Sun Xiaoxiao's castle is more than 10 times that between here and Bayou's castle. In such a place on the edge of the Dark Forest, where even Bayou's undead did not explore deeply, there was actually a lord hiding there, who had never been discovered by Bayou's undead. The lord's castle stands here, not relying on the terrain to hide, but on their own abilities. 21 Sister Brand, this is the name of this lord. He is a priest, but not a pure one. Before traveling through time, he had had relationships with 21 nuns in the church. In order to commemorate this great feat, he named his castle 21 Nuns. Brand's army is an alchemist, which belongs to the human category, but the magic he masters is dark alchemical magic. That's right, it's the alchemical magic that Bayou mastered. Through the dark alchemical magic mastered by him and his soldiers, he can even turn dead things into living things. That's right, they can even create artificial undead. But this kind of undead has obvious disadvantages. Its soul is fragile, and its endurance is also capped. It's just very high. Moreover, it can only be transformed into skeletons, not other undead. Even so, Brand felt that he was very lucky. How could he not know the horror of the undead? As long as he could learn a book of summoning magic and use it with alchemical magic, he could quickly produce troops. The first-tier lords would be child's play for him. Although he is only in the 3rd echelon now, he feels that those lords in the 1st echelon are no more than that. It wasn't until Brand discovered the real undead that he realized how perfect they were and how impossible it was for an alchemist to create them. Brand knew that it must be a naturally formed undead. Although he didn't know why the undead appeared here, he was overjoyed and immediately sent out his little skeleton to conduct a secret investigation. When Brand learned the truth, his heart was shattered. All those undead were actually soldiers of the same lord. He worked hard with his soldiers to study the undead day and night, and even did not upgrade the castle and barracks. Half a month passed, and he finally summoned nearly 1,000 skeletons. It is precisely because his troops do not have combat effectiveness, and the levels of the castle and barracks are too low that he is ranked in the 3rd echelon, relying solely on these undead. Originally, Brand had never been discouraged, but Bayou's blow to him was too great. Others summoned all the undead, but he could only summon some weak skeletons through the arms as an intermediary. Brand was thinking, if he could kill Bayou, would her barracks belong to him? In this way, wouldn't he be at the peak of his life? Why would he need to study alchemy? But Brand knew that relying on his own strength to challenge Bayou would be simply courting death. After he discovered that those undead were Bayou's soldiers, he immediately used alchemical magic to hide his castle. As a result, the Sunset Alliance was promoting itself on the World Channel today, and Brand only knew that they were talking about a 1st-tier lord. But somehow Brand immediately connected this 1st-tier lord with Bayou. Although in Brand's opinion, there might be other lords whose troops are also undead, but the lord whose troops are undead will never be weak as long as his brain is not made of pig food. Brand deeply understood the horror of the undead. If the undead lord near him was the one they were looking for, Brand suddenly felt that the opportunity to kill her seemed to have come. Even if not, Brand believed that they would not allow a second undead lord to exist. You can form an alliance with them and use it as a springboard to attack the undead lord together. Brand suddenly felt that God was so kind to him. Amen bless you.